Gu Xiang traveled into a book and gained unlimited spending funds. With spending, she could exchange for points. And thus Gu Xiang embarked on a path of extravagant spending that shocked the whole world. Rich people love to flaunt their luxury cars. Sorry, she flaunts yachts. The kind worth 4.9 billion. Chapter 1 Ding. Obtain a yacht worth 4.9 billion. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds flooded her ears. The jazz music was reaching its climax. Gu Xiang blinked in confusion. Did you understand? Why are you still standing there? Take this hangover soup to Mr. Chu, but be careful with it. If you spill even a little, you're done for, got it? The woman in front of her flicked her dangling earrings impatiently, glancing around before waving her hand to hurry her along. Emphasizing, she said, remember, it was Miss Fong who asked you to deliver it. The corner of Gu Xiang's eye twitched. With that said, Miss Fong was definitely a scapegoat. She scanned her surroundings. In a not-so-distant dance floor, men and women were mingling, raising their glasses to each other. The crystal chandelier reflected a rainbow of colors onto the walls, and the faint aroma of expensive perfumes filled the air. How did she end up here? As expected, she had traveled into a book, soul transference. And as expected, she was about to have an accident. Was she cursed? The key point was, she had traveled into the story, but she wasn't the male lead or the female lead. She was an innocent bystander. This was a mindless, cliché romance novel. Marriage first, love later. The CEO's pursuit of his wife. Chapter 2. 10 million, I bought it. By the corridor, Wang Xuejiao glanced at the clock, estimated the time was about right, and raised her head with a chuckle. She waved for a group of plastic sisters and followers, heading towards the lounge where Chu Songyan was. Inside the lounge, Chu Songyan locked eyes with the girl. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. The girl before him had skin like snow, her face flushed like clouds at sunset, as if she were slightly tipsy. Her slightly curled hair fell in front of her, and her figure seemed like a natural clothes rack. Even in a servant's uniform, she looked like a princess experiencing the lives of commoners. They were very close. He could almost feel the warmth of her breath. Chu Songyan quickly snapped back to reality. Who are you? Originally, when Gu Xiang heard the system's prompt and turned around to see him wake up, she lowered her head and drank the hangover soup. Her heart raced, and there was no time to stop him, so she snatched the bowl away. But it seemed he sensed something, as he only took a small sip before frowning and stopping. Her outstretched hand brushed against the porcelain bowl, grabbing hold of Chu Songyan's collar. The exquisite porcelain bowl fell to the ground. She knelt by the bed, leaning forward to grip the man's collar, her actions exuding an indescribable dominance. The man had a handsome face, appearing slightly defensive, which gave him a somewhat vulnerable look typical of a good family man. Chapter 3 The system is amazing. The host is gorgeous. The door slowly opened, and Wang Xuejiao was already prepared with an exaggerated expression, shouting, Brother Chu, what are you doing? This is at the banquet. Who is this woman? The upper-class nobles of S City were all here, unable to see the scene inside from afar. But upon hearing Wang Xuejiao shout, their imaginations ran wild. TSK, TSK. What else could a man and a woman be doing in a lounge? Looking at Fong Yuyu at the door, everyone showed sympathetic expressions. No matter how noble or favored Fong Yuyu was, in the end, she was just a tool for marriage. There were few men in the upper-class circles who were not flirtatious, but they all kept it hidden from everyone. But this was at the S City Yacht Banquet. Wasn't it directly slapping the face of his fiancée? How would Chu Songyan deal with this humiliation to the Fong family? Would they endure it or directly turn hostile? Everyone eagerly observed Fong Yuyu's expression, only to see her eyes wide open, seemingly witnessing something shocking. Curious, they followed her gaze inside. Fong Yuyu sneered at the hypocritical Wang Xuejiao, opened the door, and walked straight in, with others following suit. Chapter 4 You will never earn that money in your next life. The lobby on the first floor became restless. 2 or 3 people rushed upstairs to inquire, while the other guests turned their attention to the hurriedly reporting crew member. Mr. Chu, is there something wrong with the yacht? Young Master Chen asked anxiously. Chu Songyan raised his hand to calm everyone down, signaling the crew member to report truthfully. During the yacht's journey, it hit an unknown underwater reef, causing the waterproof bulkhead to be damaged. The second and third cabins had been punctured with irregular holes about 3 meters in diameter. The captain checked, and the engine and generator had not yet been submerged, but at the current rate of flooding, they could only last 10 more minutes at most. A hole over 3 meters wide couldn't be blocked. Young Master Chan was pulling his hair in anxiety, meaning the ship was going to sink. The crew member quickly nodded. The entire hall erupted in chaos. Isn't there an emergency backup boat? In this critical situation, let everyone take the small boat back first. After Chu Tsonyin finished speaking, a bad premonition arose in his heart. The crew member quickly said, Miss Wang took the Wang family's servants and bodyguards and left on the small boat earlier. Now, there are no small boats available, and most of the inflatable boats have been taken away. The remaining 3 lack the same parts and cannot be repaired. Chapter 5: The Climax. The Master of Cedars. Gu Xiang waved his fist, just about to say something when there was a sudden violent shaking, and the ship tilted, causing many people to fall to the ground unexpectedly. Gu Xiang ended up sprawled on the ground, facing Gu Xiang, as if giving her a grand salute. Gu Xiang helped the lady hold onto the railing and cast a faint smile at Gu Xiang, who was looking up at her from the ground. Mr. Gu is too polite. She received such a grand gesture, so openly. Fang Yuyu's corners of her mouth twitched, and the others, seeing this scene, were momentarily stunned. Fang Yuyu glanced at the clock, her expression suddenly becoming serious. Xiang, quickly put on your life jacket. The ship is about to sink. Gu Xiang shook her head and then looked at Chu Tsonyin, who was walking from afar. No need. The moment Chu Tsonyin saw her, he was taken aback. Everyone else was in chaos, yet she remained so calm in such a situation. Was this mindset even human? Truly abnormal. Chu Tsonyin secretly clicked his tongue. Fang Yuyu still hadn't figured out the situation and thought Gu Xiang was just confused from fear when she said no need. Everyone quiet down, we have a way out. Chu Tsonyin raised his voice. A yacht is coming over. We will be rescued soon. Chapter 6: Awesome. All cognition exploded. The young captain was suddenly called out and blankly responded. His light blue eyes looked extremely innocent. Gu Xiang's attention was drawn to him, and she looked at him a bit longer. Receiving her gaze, the young captain quickly approached, looking at Gu Xiang, who wanted to rage but had to hold it in, appearing as if he was about to suffer internal injuries. He suddenly felt a bit smug. Was this the feeling of having backing? Stealing a glance at Miss Gu, he felt embarrassed for being caught. How awkward. Do I seem very foolish? His face was a bit flushed. Miss Gu patted his shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. How honored, how excited. Go ahead, hit back just as hard as he hit you. Seeing the young captain's face getting redder, Gu Xiang felt very pleased. This was the kind of spiritedness a man should have. Just mentioning revenge made him so excited. Gu Xiang saw the young captain walking towards him and thought about how he would be publicly slapped by a little captain. His anger could no longer be contained. His chest rose and fell, and when he tried to suppress his fury, it was as if he was low growling. It's all in the past. I just hit a little captain. Miss Gu, why must you keep holding on to it? As the Master of Cedars Dean, can't you be a bit magnanimous? Chapter 7: WC. All gold. The 5th deck of the Atom Yacht, including the outer hull, was covered with a thick layer of gold and platinum, shining under the sunset like a mirror, as if standing in a dream. The young captain hurriedly shrank his feet. If he could, he would almost want to fly to avoid dirtying Miss Gu's golden deck. A golden deck. It turned out that top-tier wealthy people could walk on gold. The S-City wealthy, who prided themselves on being well-informed, were still deeply shocked by this giant yacht. The Atom Yacht measured nearly 200 meters in length, with 5 decks stacked like a cake from large to small. Calling it a giant yacht was not an exaggeration at all, but what was even more astonishing was its luxury. Even just the gold, platinum, and other precious metals used for decoration were valued in the hundreds of millions. Fang Yuyu swayed a bit, blinking her eyes. Xiang, is this your yacht? Even though many present were top-tier wealthy people from S-City, wanting to take out $4.9 billion to buy a yacht was something they could only dream of. Seeing the group of wealthy people beside him staring blankly at everything, Chu Tsonyin coughed softly to remind them. Chapter 8: Live Streaming. Black Card received $1 billion. After soaking in a luxurious golden bathroom for a while to relax, Gu Xiang walked barefoot on the white plush carpet in her nightgown. She stopped by the sofa, sinking into the genuine leather couch. She felt completely comfortable. Suddenly, something hard pressed against her, startling Gu Xiang. Hearing a faint but gentle mechanical sound, her tense muscles instantly relaxed. It was the automatic massage function of the sofa. Outside the window was the shimmering sea, and Gu Xiang picked up her phone and lay back, enjoying the leisurely time. The original owner used a few hundred yuan counterfeit phone, which started to heat up as soon as it was turned on. It only had a few meager communication and learning apps. As for entertainment short video apps, there wasn't even a single one. However, it was understandable, Besides studying, the original owner worked hard to earn money for her boyfriend, Gu Xiang, and was busy all day, leaving no time to waste on short videos. Gu Xiang sighed deeply. Being love-struck was not good. After a simple cleanup of the phone, Gu Xiang directly blacklisted all contacts related to Gu Xiang. Finally managing to free up some space, Gu Xiang casually downloaded Douyin. Chapter 9. Don't make a scene. What if you scare away the newcomer? The screen of the safely returned device lit up, its light illuminating the girl's face. She stared at the barrage of comments on the screen, each one pricking her heart, her eyes growing redder, and soon tears filled her eyes. Wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, the dry skin was instantly moistened. However, what hurt her the most wasn't those comments, but the 4 words never return. It felt as if her heart was being pressed into icy water. Classmates of similar age had trendy names, and she had this name because of her brother. Her brother was very outstanding, always at the top of his class, but unfortunately, during the year of the college entrance examination, their mother fell seriously ill. Her brother couldn't leave his sick mother and younger sister, who was still in middle school, to go to college out of town alone. That night, she saw her brother tear up his acceptance letter from S University. She cried and tried to stop him, but what she faced was a determination she had never seen before. Her brother became a crew member. The salary for crew members was high compared to their county, and he was just barely an adult, earning over $10,000 a month. She knew being a crew member was exhausting, but her brother never complained to her or their mother. Over the past 3 years, through hard work, her brother gained the old captain's appreciation, moving from an ordinary crew member to a young captain, with his salary rising significantly, eventually bringing her and their mother to S City. Chapter 10. She's making a scene. Anchor, you have to say something? The anchor's voice flowed like a babbling brook, welcoming Summer Echo back to the live broadcast room. Is there any song you want to hear? You can request a song, and the anchor will play it. The barrage of comments flooded up. Start with the Song of Heroes. I can't wait. It has to be the Heroes song. The stars in the sky point to the Big Dipper. Below were all sorts of frivolous comments, and the beautiful hands on the screen twitched a bit. Originally wanting to slap down the comments, the hand paused in midair, suddenly remembering that there was a hard-won Summer Echo still in the live broadcast room, and she lightly tapped instead. We are a serious Gu Xiang live broadcast room. Chu's restrained voice came out. The younger students immediately fell silent, a bit scared of being reprimanded during class. Whoa, the senior is scarier than the professor. Gu Xiang couldn't help but smile, her fingertips landing on the popping keyboard. The barrage sent out. Summer Echo, the Hero's song is good. The barrage was instantly stunned. It's over, the senior is going to get angry. Professor, I'm sorry, it was their fault, woo. Chapter 11. Heart pounding. Her smile. Gu Xiang picked up the communicator to call status. The communicator was custom-made for Adam's cruise ship, allowing communication even in areas with no signal. Gu Xiang was rubbing the gold on the ground, his face filled with greed, his fingers collecting the scraped gold powder into a tissue, then continuing to scrape vigorously. With so much gold, scraping a little wooden show. What he saw in front of him was gold, but in his mind was the thought of not worrying about money for a while. This little pile could buy an Apple phone, and that little pile could buy the AJ sneakers he had wanted for a long time. Lin Yu, that woman, always coaxed him, but when it came time to spend money, she would hesitate, unwilling to buy him even the latest sneakers, while his earthy poor girlfriend was much more generous. Thinking of Gu Xiang, Gu Xiang suddenly realized he hadn't seen her in a while. Could she have died? Gu Xiang's hand shook, suddenly remembering something. If she died, who would give him money to spend in the future? After pondering for a while, he suddenly thought it would be better if she died. Then he would have leverage to threaten Lin Yu. If Lin Yu dared not give him money, he would expose Lin Yu's scheme to frame President Chu. And then he could come forward to accuse Lin Yu of causing him to lose his love, gaining a good impression online or in high society, and then latch onto a wealthier woman. Chapter 12. A pure male college student wants to take shortcuts. Gu Xiang didn't think she should spend too much energy on a scumbag. After walking a few steps back to the couch, the phone just finished rebooting, and all the icons flashed. It could be used normally. Without stopping, she returned to Chu's live broadcast room. She only saw Gu Xiang. Where did the host go? Is the anchor gone for a moment? The live broadcast room's administrator quickly sent out a barrage. Welcome Summer Echo to Chu's live broadcast room. Because Summer Echo had left midway, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room felt very low. However, this low mood was uplifted by her return. What is remembered must return. I said my sister would come back. The prophet was right. covering mouth and smiling. Senior, the person you've been thinking about has returned. Don't lean alone anymore, haha. Summer echo, if you don't come back, the anchor will cry like Lindayu, wasting away for you. Seeing her mischievous junior brothers having fun, Choo-Choo sighed deeply. Welcome Summer echo back to the live broadcast room. Did the private message I sent get seen by the viewers? Hearing the voice of anchor Choo-Choo, Gu Xiang went back to check the private message. Chapter 13. The financial backer has spoken. Anchor, hurry up. I am crying. The professor opened Amoya Gu, usually selling brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, as well as some calligraphy and paintings. Of course, the main purpose was to provide a venue for live broadcasting. He had loved ancient culture since he was young and was once a professor of history. 3 years ago, when he learned that the university had established a new major in ancient culture, he rushed over. Only his former student, Chu Shui, came with him. After 3 years, there were only 10 students in this major, which was pitifully few. After thinking it over, he felt that people nowadays didn't pay enough attention to ancient culture and noticed the explosive popularity of new media with many viewers. So he slammed the table and decided to create an ancient culture live broadcast to let more people see and understand the culture and changes of their country over thousands of years. As for the choice of anchor, it was naturally his most valued disciple, Chu Shui, who was the most suitable to explain as a knowledge anchor. However, little Chu didn't like to show her face, but what did that matter? As a knowledge streamer, it doesn't matter whether I show my face or not. The professor walked into the quiet Amoya Gu and saw his once sharp and intelligent disciple sitting in front of the camera, looking dazed. As he approached quietly, he was suddenly grabbed by the arm by Xiao Chu. Chapter 14. So charming and flirty. Just one word. Summer echo. Huh? Bullet screen. Automatically imagining a deep CEO voice. I can't believe I'm moved by just one word. Rich women are awesome. Rich women follow trends. Chu Shui quickly pulled back her hand, resting on the piano strings, producing a series of pleasant sounds. Her heart trembled. After brewing in her heart for a while, her lips turned pale as she spoke. Sister Xiang, your voice is clear and pleasant, like pearls dropping onto a jade plate. The bullet screen suddenly filled with excitement. That was the netizens' nosebleeds from being overwhelmed. I'm sorry to be so presumptuous, but I really want to ship this. Damn it, this plot is even better than the novel. Oh my, Sister Xiang sounds so shy and delicate. Nosebleed. I'm sorry, I have nothing to offer. Can't make you happy, covering my face and crying. Senior, why do you look like a little wife? I remember you weren't like this before. Ah, my watercolor painting like Senior, it has all shattered in the end. I thought my Senior was aloof and a high mountain flower. Turns out it's just that the money wasn't in place, boo-hoo. Chapter 15, wait. I'll support Choo-Choo. Gu Xiang clicked on the gifts without saying a word, and a moon gift appeared in the gift list. She tapped it, and it displayed. Donations over 1 million automatically unlock the Moonwalk gift. A moon gift is worth 2,000. Her fan title unlocked the yellow V. The maximum recharge limit reached 3 million. Back in the live stream room, the bullet screen kept scrolling up. Ha ha, Summer S. Young got scared away again. A yellow V, how impressive could that be? Supporting her streamer, TSK. We have over a dozen yellow versus among our little Ting Tings fans. If the number 1 big brother comes out, wouldn't he scare these inexperienced folks to death? Ha ha ha, just thinking about it feels great. Little Ting Ting dramatically declared, since the atmosphere is already so explosive. Let us make it even more explosive. Streamer Choo-Choo, how about we place a bet? Whoever loses today has to post a video publicly admitting defeat. If you lose, you have to say that promoting ancient culture is just an excuse to cling to rich women, pretending to be high-minded. If I lose, I'll perform a hot dance. You set the conditions, and the loser will deactivate their account. How about that? If we're playing, let us play thrillingly. Choo-Choo, a dignified man. One to be scared of me, a little girl, right? Chapter 16, shocking. The galaxy appears. WeChat message interface. The group chat is filled with Ting Ting's wealthy patrons. This name was decided by the rich folks inside. Little Ting Ting initially didn't want to accept it, but they offered too much, and she couldn't afford to offend those patrons. Little Ting Ting, brothers, please help. The live stream is currently in a PK. Patron A. ISNT, the one ranked first with the German name over there. Patron B. Last time I bought Ting Ting some nice things to share with everyone. Guess what happened? Hey, I got rejected. Patron A. This sister wants to use us and then throw us away. without any feelings at all. I've been bored for days. She doesn't even keep me company. I've been sleepless every night. Patron C, why is she thinking of her brothers now? Little Ting Ting. I didn't want to trouble my brothers, but the streamer on the other side and the number one have been provoking my patrons, saying they aren't substantial enough. I can't stand their filthy word against you, so I came to find you all to calm things down, Shy. Little Ting Ting, of course. Following the old rules, according to the agreement signed between you and the platform, all the gifts you donate can be refunded, and half of the live stream earnings will be shared with you. Chapter 17. Encountering the top rich woman. They can't afford to offend her. Watching the pink health bar leaning heavily in their favor, the overwhelming lineup gained at a great cost, surprisingly couldn't compete with just one patron on the other side. She took out her phone and messaged the patron group. Brothers, let us push a little harder. Victory is just around the corner. Special effects kept popping up on the livestream screen, almost blinding. User Summer Echo sent 100 galaxies to streamer Choo Choo. The patron saw the health bar moving over and were instantly furious. In the WeChat group chat, Patron C, we must win. Everyone go all out. If we can't beat a woman, how are we going to survive in this circle in the future? Dermerzustand, everyone focus. If we lose this time, how will those female streamers even look at you? Patron A, just wait. I'll recharge 5 million for you. When Little Ting Ting saw the patron's fighting spirit ignited, her heart settled. User Dermerzustand sent 88 galaxies to streamer Little Ting Ting. User Qiancheng C Jean sent 67 galaxies to streamer Little Ting Ting. Chapter 18. Your Majesty, please have mercy on our little master. Bullet screen. The other side's patrons got scared and stopped, running out of money, haha. Sister Xiang is awesome. Shocked, what a huge contribution, over 50 million. Rich woman's sister, the PK is over, we won, no need to donate anymore. I'm about to cry from being buried in money. This was a complete domination. Let us see what that PK queen has to say in the future. Rich woman's sister. Can you add one more dog to lick? Innocently covering face and crying. Little Ting Ting S fans. You were all cursing Choo Choo and Summer Echo in the live stream during the PK. I've taken screenshots, waiting to slap your faces. Holding face obediently. Well done. You can't afford to offend the big shot. Let them kneel and call you grandpa to repent. You call me aunt? I'll just take you as my grandchild. Super added generation. I also took screenshots, one by one, bring it on, ha. I saw in Little Ting Ting-S live stream how Summer Echo and Peaceful Return were being roasted, wanted to help them, but was afraid of getting roasted myself, and saw them saying that the big shot should change their name and quit. Ha, now it's their turn to change their name and quit. I've sent the recording list to the main page video. Those who have cursed remember to change their usernames, deactivate their accounts. Chapter 19. You owe more than just gold. The live stream on the other side stopped, and the PK live stream room returned to its original state. The viewer screens were filled with the beautiful Choo Choo. User Summer Echo sent 938 Supreme Honors to streamer Choo Choo. Zhu Shui. Sister Xiang, no need. This is enough. I will return all the gifts I received today to Sister Xiang. He can return his part, but what about the 50% taken by the platform? The rewards for Summer Echo have already approached 100 million. Isn't that a loss of 50 million? Shu Shi felt a bit flustered. Thank you, sister. Please don't reward anymore. I really don't need that much. Wanting to stop her, but not daring to speak loudly, she felt flustered and at a loss. Summer Echo, really don't want it anymore? The host remembered that 10 million, her voice trembling a bit. Really don't want it, it's too much, sister. How can I repay that? Just when things had calmed down for a moment, most netizens had already started to stir things up. No more, haha. The host's voice is so alluring, but unfortunately the sister has no ability, only able to watch you fall into the embrace of other rich women, crying. Chapter 20. Male lead? Shoot, Son Yin cried bitterly. It turned out not to be him. The young captain knocked on the door of the yacht's master bedroom. Gumin. Beautiful blue eyes flickered as he raised his hand to open the door. His usually calm face looked bewildered and youthful upon seeing Miss Gu, like a cute ragdoll cat. Miss Gu is really beautiful, he secretly thought while looking at her. Her nightgown was slightly form-fitting, subtly outlining the graceful silhouette of a girl, and her plush shawl lazily slid down to her elbows, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders and neck. The young captain's mind buzzed, and he quickly averted his gaze. Gu Xiang chuckled, really pure-hearted. Her outfit was obviously quite normal. It was much more conservative than the dresses worn by those ladies on the ship. But the captain was so cute, just like her soft and cuddly ragdoll cat. She really wanted to Rua. Automatic detection of Pei Tianqing's attributes. Age, 21, height, 180 cm. Weight, 65 kilograms. Appearance, 88 points. Favorability, 70. Full score, 100. A score above 40 indicates a friendly acquaintance. Above 60 indicates a long-term relationship. And above 80 indicates the closest family ties. Gu Xiang was slightly surprised. This favorability is quite high. Did you come to find me for something? Chapter 21. If I could marry Adam's owner, Gu Xiang said, I plan to settle here for a while. Feng Yu, you understood. That's great. At your age, you should still be in college. I can help you with the admission procedures for S University directly. S University is the best school here. Then we can attend the same university. Gu Xiang nodded. Then I'll trouble you. She had changed too much now. It wasn't suitable to go to college under the original identity anymore. It would be best to reapply for admission. And the Fong family's connections could greatly help her with that. Feng Yu blushed, looking at Gu Xiang's profile, slightly distracted. Xiang is really beautiful. She's mesmerizing. What are we being polite for? Pei Tianqing. Suddenly feeling unnecessary. The waiter soon brought over the freshly prepared afternoon meal. The appetizer was caviar. Quite good for whetting the appetite. The main dish was the French delicacy of red wine mountain chicken, chicken liver steak, and also ordered vegetable soup, fruit salad, and some desserts. The portions were not large. The plating was exquisite, the ingredients fresh and abundant, looking colorful and appetizing. Pei Tianqing slightly bent down beside Gu Xiang. Miss Gu, do you need me to serve you during your meal? Chapter 22. Summer Echo Tops Trending searches the head of the Wang family, saw Wang Xuejiao's expression, and smiled with satisfaction. Having ambition is good, but it needs to be used in ways beneficial to the Wang family. I've inquired from many sources. Although those who have been on the yacht refuse to disclose the truth, it can be confirmed that the yacht owner is a young woman, probably around your age. Upon hearing that the other party was a woman, Wang Xuejiao's fighting spirit immediately dimmed. The head of the Wang family snorted at her age. Being the owner of a yacht, isn't it because of her family's protection? Can we expect a young girl to have the ability to buy a yacht? Her family must have brothers and uncles. Even if she is the only one of her generation, what about her uncles and cousins? Wang Xuejiao's eyes lit up. That's right. Since it's a family, there must be single men. Even if there are no single men, we can create single men by special means. The head of the Wang family continued. Moreover, the resources and connections held by a wealthy young lady of that level are unparalleled by others. Even if she leaks a bit of resources to our Wang family, how can we not surpass that Shu Tsonyan? Wang Xuejiao wasn't foolish. As long as she could win her over. But how to find her? Chapter 23. A peerless fortunate star beauty, Lin Lin leaned closer to Gu Xiang and whispered. Her name is Han Yuan, and she is also our roommate. However, she usually doesn't want to hang out with us commoners, as it seems beneath her. She only comes back after we go out. Originally, our university dormitory was supposed to have 6 people in a room, but we happened to be at the end of the line, so it became 4 people. Now with you, we're just 5 people. And the upper bunk is an empty bed. Han Yuan rolled her eyes. What are you chattering about? How much can a rich woman reward a host? At most, it's just a few million. Isn't that quite normal? Is it worth being so shocked? Li Yang, who was straightforward, said, a few million is normal? Do you have a few million? Han Yuan snorted with a smile. Wait until I marry into a wealthy family. Don't come begging me on your knees, haha. Lin Lin's expression nearly cracked. Then we'll wait for your good news. Ji Xinxin listened to the sharp exchanges among the group. No way. You haven't checked your phone yet, right? The 3 of them didn't check their phones immediately because they were lagging in class progress, staying up late to catch up with books, and went out for a good meal early in the morning. Han Yuan didn't she liked to pay attention to the movements of this upper-class society? Chapter 24. Just seeking a bit of favor from the senior, Gu Xiang tapped a few keys on the keyboard. Summer Echo. Depends on the situation. Are you still live streaming there? The other party replied immediately, yes, sister. I'm at Mo Yage across from S University. Summer Echo. Is there any trouble at Mo Yage today? Chu Shi, sitting at his desk, slightly curled his lips. Summer Echo was indeed a bit concerned about him. Han Yu was sitting next to him, scratching his head while doing homework. When he raised his eyes, he just happened to see the light from the screen illuminating Chu Shi's clear face. Could it be that Sister Summer Echo sent you a message? As soon as this was said, the other people in the dormitory gathered around. Senior, what if she wants to pursue you? Chushi turned back and glared at him. What nonsense! Han Yu laughed and draped an arm over his shoulder. Not interested in pursuing you? Just giving you a reward of 100 million? Chushi turned back. That's not what she meant. Han Yu lowered his head, looking at the message sent by the other party on Chushi's phone. Summer Echo, your popularity is rising too quickly. Mo Yage will probably be exposed soon. By then, people will flock over, and there will inevitably be a few with ulterior motives. If you encounter any trouble, come to me. Don't feel bad about it. Chapter 25 System Upgrade. The original owner had no family, so she took a screenshot of the call log from that scumbag Chui Sherwin as evidence and decisively deleted it. There were only 5 people left in her WeChat contacts, 3 new roommates, as well as Fong Yuyu and Pei Tianqing. Fong Yuyu had just sent a message. Do you have class this afternoon? Want to go out to have some fun? Gu Xiang replied, I don't have class this afternoon. I'm planning to go out to buy some things. Fong Yuyu, I might need to go back to the Fong family. The biggest shopping center near S University is on Binhai Avenue, and there are shops all along the way, so it's very convenient to buy things. I'll contact you when I'm on Binhai Avenue. Gu Xiang, okay. Gu Xiang didn't eat in the cafeteria at noon and walked alone on the sidewalk under the sycamore trees. S University was like a small city with roads and buses. In the distance, she heard the sound of motorcycles revving up. Gu Xiang's eyelid twitched. It was so amazing to be racing motorcycles at school in broad daylight. There was a beautiful girl in front. A guy shouted from afar. 2 motorcycles stopped in front of Gu Xiang, blocking the way. The surrounding students saw this scene and quickly moved away, but didn't go far, silently preparing to watch the show. Chapter 26-6. 5 million? Swipe the card. Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. She didn't know if the girl would buy. But finally, there was a customer she could serve. She cautiously looked around, saw that no other salespeople were competing for customers, and quickly approached with a smile. Hello, miss. Are you looking at this motorcycle? Gu Xiang nodded. Although Xiao Lu thought that this young lady probably wouldn't buy such an expensive motorcycle, she still maintained her smile and introduced it diligently. This is a limited edition motorcycle designed by a designer from country E, the icon Sheen, with only 50 units in the world, featuring a flowing silver color. At this moment, the salesperson Xiao Song, who was introducing a Guzzi V85 TT priced at 95,000 to a male customer, inadvertently heard Xiao Lu's explanation. She glanced back casually and sneered. Miss, this motorcycle is too fast. It probably isn't suitable for women. She casually pointed to a small pink motorcycle in the corner. That one is suitable for women and only costs 20,000. You can check it out. Gu Xiang hadn't spoken yet, but Xiao Lu's expression turned ugly. Chapter 27. Don't get it wrong. This is my sponsor. Xiao Song's face turned sour. 5 million. The commission for salespeople is 4. If the sales amount is reached, there's an additional bonus of 100,000. This deal could earn her 360,000. Young master Zhao wouldn't spend more than $1 million on a motorcycle, so she would only get 40,000 from him. As for the icon Sheen, the boss had promised that whoever sold, it would be directly promoted to branch manager. It could be said that if Xiao Lu succeeded in this sale, it would not only surpass what she had earned in a year, but also make her the boss's superior. Xiao Song's face turned pale. She regretted not just for stealing Xiao Lu's male customer, but for not attending to this young girl. It was her own choice to give up first. She really wanted to slap herself. The opportunity to earn 360,000 and get a promotion slipped away. No, she couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Even if she couldn't get it, she absolutely couldn't let Xiao Lu, who had a grudge against her, get it. At this moment, the male customer Xiao Song had just attended to returned after trying out the motorcycle. Seeing a crowd gathered around the silver motorcycle on the central platform, his eyes lit up. Chapter 28. Expensive? Sorry, I'll take the whole series. Xiao Lu saw that the villain was finally dealt with, put the cloth aside to wash her hands, and quickly ran to Gu Xiang with sparkling eyes to take the black card. The 5 million was immediately swiped. The boss, Chun Hui, personally helped her apply for a top-tier membership card. Afterwards, he added Gu Xiang on WeChat, saying that if she needed anything regarding motorcycles in the future, she could contact him directly, and he would provide first-class service to this big client. Everyone saw how respectful the boss was to this girl, and suddenly realized this beautiful lady was not just some little lover. She was the sponsor acknowledged by young Master Zhao himself. The way everyone looked at her changed, their attitudes instantly shifting from disdain to seriousness, filled with genuine respect and envy. Gu Xiang also added Xiao Lu on WeChat, and Xiao Lu pinned her contact. Miss Gu, do you need the motorcycle delivered to your home? Gu Xiang shook her head. I could drive it away myself. When Xiao Lu asked this, Gu Xiang realized she hadn't bought a house yet and planned to go look for one after lunch. When Gu Xiang turned around, she found a guy with yellow hair casually looking around, enamored with a sleek, dark, purple motorcycle. Chapter 29, I'm really going to drive. Gu Xiang was feeling a bit hungry, so she searched for the highest-rated restaurant nearby on her phone and wrote her icon sheen to the location. The advanced motorcycle skill provided by the system came with a driver's license, which would be directly sent to her pocket when needed. This restaurant operated on a self-service dining model. Gu Xiang was holding her plate and looking for a seat. It was quite crowded at the moment, and Gu Xiang spotted an empty seat in the corner where 3 young college students were seated. She walked straight over. Excuse me, may I sit here? Chu Shi looked up upon hearing this and saw such a delicate-looking girl standing beside him. He looked around and saw there were indeed no other seats. So he nodded friendly. Of course. Saying this, he moved his plate aside to give her space. It was a 4-person square table, with each person having a wooden stool, and Gu Xiang sat next to Chu Shui. The 2 students opposite seemed to be Chu Shui's classmates. Hearing the conversation, they looked up from their meals and were immediately captivated by the girl's appearance. It was still Chu Shui who coughed a few times to wake Han Yu and Ning Wei up. Chapter 30, Global Limited Edition. You can't afford it. Hearing Gu Xiang's words, Chu Shui's body honestly leaned closer again, trying to avoid touching her body as much as possible. But obviously, this was a desperate struggle. The motorcycle shot out like a meteor, and the immense force made him quickly tighten his grip around the girl's waist. Zhao Xuming rode the flashy dark purple motorcycle in circles, then took a few photos, happily posting them on social media. The caption read, Dodge Z Series, Globally Limited Edition. My favorite, you can't afford it, haha. Soon, there were likes and replies. Wow, young Master Zhao is impressive. He brought a Dodge home. Shocked face. I'm genuinely envious and jealous. I wanted to buy it for a long time, but never took the plunge. This one costs more than all my motorcycles combined. It's globally limited, and it's hard to get. That Gai Chen Hui is really something. There are a whole 7 Z series models in the store. I've been drooling over them for a long time. Has young Master Zhao struck it rich lately? Any tips for us? Zhao Xuming replied to this comment. My methods are wild. You guys aren't worthy. Contemptuous laugh. You bought my favorite midnight purple, but fortunately, there are other colors of Dodge available. I've saved up my pocket money for 2 years, and I can finally buy one happy. Let's ride our Dodges together stylishly. The effect will definitely be stunning. Chapter 31. You must be here for an interview, right? This time, not just Zhao's father and brother, even the usually good-tempered uncle's blood pressure soared. Young Master Zhao was still protective of his brother and quickly stopped his father and uncle. My brother is injured, young Master Zhao said, his expression hard to articulate. Butler, why aren't you carrying the young master back to the bedroom and calling our family doctor to check on him? Zhao Xuming was dumbfounded. No. This is a friend I just made, and the motorcycle is from him. What are you guys doing? Do I no longer have the freedom to make friends? Young Master Zhao sighed. If it were a girlfriend, it wouldn't matter much. If nothing happened, that's best. Even if something did happen, marrying her home would suffice. But you? Right now, young Master Zhao's expression was one of constipation. Zhao Xuming didn't understand what they were thinking, but felt something was off. No, you misunderstood. That friend is not my girlfriend. That's the big sister he acknowledges in his heart. But he no longer had the chance to explain, as 2 burly bodyguards directly carried him away. Zhao's father trembled with the check in hand. Check thoroughly. I want to know who that beast of a man is. Chapter 32. Viewing the house. The villa is priced at 300 million. Sun Jiafei pointed to the recruitment poster at the door. You definitely don't meet the work experience requirement on that. It's difficult for college students to find jobs nowadays. Many students from S University go for internships and only earn 3,000 to 5,000 a month. But since we're old classmates, I'll say a good word for you. Chu Shi shook his head. Thank you, but I don't need it. Sun Jiafei frowned tightly. Don't be ungrateful. So many people have asked me to help them get a job at Guanyu Huading, and I haven't agreed. Do you think this is a place anyone can enter? This is a high-end residential area. Do you know how many people go their whole lives without seeing the inside of a high-end residential area? How many people never meet genuinely wealthy people from the upper class? Chu Shi replied, Do I really need to know that? He secretly glanced at Gu Xiang. All right. He has seen wealthy people from the upper class. He was proud, but he didn't say it. A few women in professional attire walked in from outside, chatting and laughing. But as soon as they stepped into the sales office, they stopped their playful banter, wearing standard professional smiles and appearing very professional. Chapter 33. Never go back to Mo Yuga. Chu Shi was thinking about the phrase bullying the weak all the way. The black business car in front stopped, and Wang, the sales consultant, the driver, and Sun Jiafei got out one after another. Ha! A wild boar can't eat fine bran, won't sit in a BMW, and rides a broken motorcycle without even a coat of paint. Gu Xiang twitched at the corner of her mouth. That's a flowing silver, a special color of baked paint. There's a significant difference from the unpainted hue. Does this girl have a problem with her eyes? Sales consultant Wang extended her hand to invite the two in, her attitude respectful and courteous. Although she wasn't very sure whether the two young people in front of her could afford a villa at Guanyuhuading. As long as they were there to view the house, they were customers, and customers are gods. She couldn't neglect them. This is the only villa in Guanyuhuading with a national-style design. This villa is very close to the center of Guanyuhuading, but because it is a standalone in the area, the surrounding ponds, bamboo forests, and gardens cover more than 1,000 square meters. And the saleable area must also be included, making it a low cost-performance ratio. So, although this villa is quiet and comfortable to live in, those coming to buy houses usually just admire it before ultimately choosing other multi-unit villas in other areas, where the green space will be shared among multiple households, providing a better cost-performance ratio. Chapter 34. Exchange for a world-class butler. Xiao Wang, did you bring the contract? A cold female voice sounded. Sales consultant Wang quickly came back to her senses and took the contract out of her briefcase. This is a document they must bring when viewing houses, ready to provide convenience for customers who want to buy. Sales consultant Wang said eagerly, the down payment for this villa is exactly 100 million. Gu Xiang looked down and flipped through the contract, full payment. Sales consultant Wang swallowed hard and said weakly, Miss, for full payment, you need to pay a total of 300 million at once, let alone paying 300 million in one go. Even many top-tier families in S can't produce that much cash flow at once. Now, this young lady in front of her is casually asking for full payment? Is she buying it for a young lover? Who wouldn't be blown away by that? Sales consultant Wang's mind was like fireworks going off, but her hands quickly switched the down payment contract to the full payment contract, bowing to hand it to Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang received the thick contract, and the dense text made her scalp tingle. Ding! Special item activated. Are you suffering from headaches due to various contracts? Are you troubled by scams? Universal Contract Review skill dropped. It helps you resolve any worries and troubles caused by contracts. Chapter 35. Chu Shui. He is using my influence. Ding! Master, please do not maliciously brush points. Gu Xiang was momentarily stunned. Can you detect my inner thoughts? Except for information related to the system itself, the system cannot detect the master's specific inner thoughts. Gu Xiang understood, but it was a pity she couldn't exploit the system's loophole to amass points in bulk. Gu Xiang closed her eyes for too long and really felt a bit sleepy. Suddenly, she felt the person beside her move closer and gently pressed her head against his shoulder, draping a coat over her. Chu Shui carefully completed these actions, lowering his gaze to look at the girl's quiet sleeping face, only to suddenly see a pair of bright eyes, wide awake. Chu Shui was startled. Sister Xia, you're not asleep? Gu Xiang asked, what do you want to do? Do you need me to fall asleep? Chu Shui was at a loss for words. Her directness made him blush. And no, I didn't mean anything. Gu Xiang straightened up, turned her face away from his shoulder, and returned the coat to him. Oh, I believe you. Ah, master, a beauty by your side. What a beautiful moment. What nonsense are you talking about? Sales consultant Wang quickly took care of things. And on the other side, Gu Xiang's villa contract was already printed and personally delivered by the manager. Chapter 36. Shopping, all-inclusive. Guanyuhuading is very close to the Binhai shopping center, and it's not easy to get stuck in traffic on a motorcycle. So when they arrived, Fang Yu was still stuck in traffic. Gu Xiang and Chu Shui headed straight to the high-end brand store on the third floor of the Binhai shopping center. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a dazzling array of stores, with the scent of money wafting through the air. Patek Philippe, Gucci, Chanel, Estée Lauder, Lancôme, Prada, Cartier. Gu Xiang was wearing clothes from the suitcase prepared by the Fang family. The hoodie and jeans were brand-name items. But Fang Yu herself didn't like overly conspicuous logos. The brand labels were on the tags, and after removing them, it was impossible to tell what brand they were. Gu Xiang also disliked clothes with overly noticeable brands, but since there was an endless supply of money, visiting brand stores was definitely the most suitable choice. They entered Prada directly, and the sales assistant approached with a smile. After a brief look around, the store primarily featured black and white clothing, with relatively simple designs that wouldn't stand out too much for work or school, embodying a sense of understated luxury. This season, Gu Xiang picked out a Huadani shirt, a skirt, an elegant long trench coat, and a pair of mohair wool trousers to try on. Chapter 37, A Dress for One. 86 million? Get 3. Chu Shui quietly responded with a hum and quickly followed Gu Xiang out of the Prada store. The sweet sales assistant could no longer hide her excited smile. Wow, this is the first time I've seen it. How can a girl be so sweet with a boy? The sweet sales assistant seemed to be surrounded by pink bubbles, cupping her face with both hands and shaking her head, wondering how she could compete with that man for the sister's affection. I want to be spoiled by MS. Gu too, Ms. Gu is my husband. Another sales assistant found it amusing, thinking how could she be more infatuated than when seeing a handsome guy? The young male manager had just returned from outside and happened to encounter Gu Xiang walking out, her cold beauty catching his eye. However, that didn't matter. Seeing the sweet sales assistant's infatuation with that woman instantly made the male manager feel jealous, sarcastically remarking to her, "A pretty girl is equivalent to what you all consider a super handsome guy." The nearby sales assistant was dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with her head? It seems like some strange knowledge is taking root. The sisters quietly explained the situation to the shocked assistant, saying that their manager likes that sweet girl. But she should know by now that the sweet girl likes girls, so their manager treats every beautiful woman as a rival, becoming defensive whenever he sees one. Chapter 38. The last limited edition item. The sales assistant, Xiao Li, stepped forward to explain. "I'm sorry, Miss Wang, that blue starry evening gown has already been sold, and there is no stock in the store at the moment." "What?" Wang Xuejiao frowned fiercely, hands on her hips, and demanded, "What about your headquarters? Is there any left at headquarters?" Xiao Li shook her head. "I truly apologize, but the headquarters has already sold out." Wang Xuejiao had placed her hopes for a luxurious future on that dreamy long dress, and suddenly being told it was gone felt like her dreams were being shattered. She had managed to sneak out from home, and if her father found out, she would definitely be in big trouble. Wang Xuejiao felt anxious, becoming increasingly restless. In a threatening tone, she scolded, "How do you run your business? Didn't I say I wanted to buy that gown? Is this how you serve me? Do you believe I can make you unable to work in S-City again?" Xiao Li bowed her head deeply, truly sorry. "But we do not have your pre-order information. I told you long ago that I am the only daughter of the Wang family. Would I really lack that extra million? Not lacking money? If you're not lacking, why didn't you buy it earlier? It's been over 2 months and you only thought of it now. Isn't it because you thought it was too expensive to buy?" Chapter 39. Awesome. The props are now in use. Gu Xiang reached the door and suddenly heard Wang Xuejiao's rude shouting, her eyes flashing with something as she turned her head and smiled. "It's okay. I don't mind. Didn't she say she didn't want it? Then I'll take it." Wang Xuejiao immediately rushed over to hug the gown, looking at Gu Xiang warily. Quickly pulling out her bank card from her pocket, ready to check out, Xiao Li asked, "Miss Wang, do you only want this one?" Wang Xuejiao was about to nod when she suddenly heard Gu Xiang's ambiguous laugh, realizing that Miss Wang's pocket money might not be enough. "Wrap up the other 2 for me. I want to give them as gifts." To Wang Xuejiao, this only meant 2 things. First, she thought that she was not valued by the Wang family and was so poor that she could only afford to buy 1 piece. Second, that bitch is buying clothes to give away, which means that 2 lowly people will wear the same style as her, lowering her status. Wang Xuejiao gritted her teeth and insisted, "Wrap all 3 for me. I'm not like some people who can't even buy 1. Xiao Li secretly cursed Wang Xuejiao for being foolish, then turned to look gratefully at Gu Xiang. Everyone could see that Miss Gu was doing it on purpose. Chapter 40. Collapse. She didn't want to speak the truth. Wang Xuejiao anxiously tried to leave, shouting, "Get out of my way. If you know my secret, my noble identity will be laughed at by the whole world." Wang Xuejiao was on the verge of tears. Why was what she said different from what she wanted to say? "You are just the most despicable servants, merely dogs serving me. You can't even be the mistresses of the rich. You have no right to point fingers at me. I will definitely become the wife of a top billionaire in the future, and then I will make you kneel on the ground and lick the soles of my shoes." No, no, no. Why did she say all her inner thoughts out loud? The onlookers couldn't help but darken their expressions upon hearing this. Their gazes towards Wang Xuejiao filled with hatred. It turned out that in the eyes of the well-known, gentle, and virtuous Miss Wang in the socialite circle, they were nothing but dogs. Even if she truly thought so, no one dared to bring it to the surface. Wang Xuejiao was too arrogant. Wang Xuejiao covered her mouth tightly, but still couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm just targeting Fang Yuyu. I'm jealous of her. Why does she have a father who loves her? And why can she be the fiancée of Chu Songyan? And Wang Dubin is not a good person either. Since I entered the Wang family, he has bullied me, making me take the blame for everything he does wrong. And that wicked Mrs. Wang, she beats and scolds me, yet pretends to be a loving mother in the socialite circle. It's disgusting. Every time I see that face, I want to throw up." Chapter 41. The senior won't be at the villa, right? The people behind were still in line. Gu Xiang pulled a reluctant Fang Yuyu away. "Do you like that handsome guy?" Fang Yuyu nodded. "I just admire beauty. He has just 10 seconds of my minute." Sipping some lemon juice, cold and refreshing. Sweet and crisp. "Oh, don't think too much. I didn't mean to steal him away. I just appreciate him." Fang Yuyu opened her phone and realized it was already lunchtime. "Xiang, I know a great place. The food there is super delicious." Gu Xiang nodded and went up to the food court on the 4th floor with her. Hanya hung up the phone with Chu Shui and, under the expectant gazes of his brothers, revealed an ecstatic expression. "Brothers, our senior has a solution." Ningwei leaned over. "So we don't have to stay in a hotel?" Hanya slapped his head. "That's too expensive." Li Hao also chimed in with a laugh. "Our senior is reliable. Right now, our entire major is under the spotlight at school, and this feeling of being monitored from all directions is just awful." Because the popularity of Summer Echo and Choo Choo was just too high, they dominated the hot searches online. Chapter 42. The embarrassing gift from Sister Summer. Chu Shui used the remote control to open the villa door, looking at the 9 people with a slightly surprised expression. "Why are you all just arriving now?" Hanyu walked in last, carefully closing the door, afraid of bumping into the seemingly expensive door. Ningwei saw him close the door and secretly poked his arm. "Isn't this supposed to be done with a remote?" Hanyu shot him a glare. "Why would you say something so embarrassing? It makes me look ignorant." Lu Haoyu walked over to Chu Shuyi's side. "Senior, this villa must cost tens of thousands to rent for a month, right?" Chu Shuyi rarely showed a shy expression in front of the juniors. "I didn't rent it." Ning Wei boldly guessed. "Could it be that this is Sister Summer's home?" Chu Shuyi quickly shook his head to explain. "No, this is what Sister Summer bought for me." Upon hearing this, the juniors collectively gasped. "Sister Summer bought it for him? Oh, vilain." Seeing them gasping, Chu Shuyi asked, "Are you short of oxygen? It is a bit stuffy since the windows are closed." Saying this, he pressed a few buttons on the remote, and all the curtains opened, letting in the light from outside, making the scenery visible. Chapter 43. But my waist really hurts. As soon as they stepped into the flagship store of Huagua, they saw customers selecting items inside. Which model has better shooting functions? Which one won't lag when live streaming? The salesperson next to him smiled and recommended the latest model. "You can take a look at this one. Its design focuses on photography and music, and it comes with a large library of filter effects, ensuring a unique atmosphere whether for photos or videos. This model's recording function is very close to reality, can eliminate background noise and electronic sounds, and it has a dedicated audio editing feature. The memory is quite powerful, with seamless split-screen functionality, and the storage has already reached 1 terabyte, allowing you to download various apps and resources without worry." The golden sales pitch instantly moved Cheng Yi. What a need for it. How much? His voice was slightly deep, but still carried a youthful brightness. The salesperson replied, "Sir, this model is priced at $29,999. 30,000. Yes, just a penny short." Cheng Yi sighed. "Is there a cheaper option? My budget is within 15,000. He worked at a milk tea shop, earning just over 6,000 a month. At this level, he was merely an ordinary low-income individual in S. Chapter 44. Top Martial Arts Experience Card. Dr. Wang had been the personal doctor for the Zhao family for 7 years. Today, he received a special phone call, during which the young master, Zhao, repeatedly asked him to keep it confidential before revealing the specific condition he needed treatment for. After hanging up, Dr. Wang sighed. He never thought that 15 years after graduation, he would be dealing with proctology again. This was the first time he received a treatment request related to proctology, and he felt a bit uneasy especially since it was from the young master of the Zhao family and the situation was urgent. He quickly dug out his old textbooks and reviewed them before hastily calling a friend to the hospital to buy various medical tools needed for the examination. After thoroughly checking the instruction manual, Dr. Wang hurriedly brought his medical kit and textbooks to the Zhao residence. Entering the villa under the secret cover of the young Master Zhao, everything proceeded smoothly and stealthily. After escorting Dr. Wang to the door, the young Master Zhao left. Inside, Zhao Shuming was groggily rubbing his waist and about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt a chill on his lower back. He immediately opened his eyes wide. A thief! Dr. Wang hushed him. Young master, I'm here to check your health. Chapter 45. Aren't they just waiting to hook up with a rich woman like me? Gu Xiang. She just want to watch a play and ended up with a martial arts experience card. Is she going to encounter some misfortune? Gu Xiang immediately chose to redeem it. Of course, her life was more important. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the top martial arts experience card of Country Z to be used. Current remaining points, 9821. Gu Xiang looked at her dwindling points and couldn't help but complain internally. System, are you trying to scam me? Why is this item so expensive? Whoa, master. It's the system's incompetence. The upgraded functional items are expensive due to their rarity. The system has already worked hard to bring the price down. Whoa. Hearing it cry, Gu Xiang lost her anger. After all, from previous experiences, this function was excellent, and it was reasonable for it to be a bit pricey. At worst, she could find a few double or triple point opportunities and spend a bit more money. No big deal. After coming to this realization, Gu Xiang lifted her head and continued watching the play. Seeing a middle-aged woman with 2 swimming rings on her belly leering at Cheng Yi's face was quite nauseating. She smirked disdainfully. Kid, what are you pretending to be innocent with me? You guys only earn so much from live streaming a day. I know very well. Sticking to live streaming every day is just waiting to hook up with a rich woman like me, right? Chapter 46. Damn social butterfly man Gu Xiang was running wildly ahead. An imaginary lover was chasing her relentlessly from behind. There were also 2 tall and strong bodyguards in pursuit. Gu Xiang was cursing inwardly. The original body had poor physical fitness and was panting heavily after running just a few hundred steps. Cheng Yi was shouting in the street, Gold Master Wu. How can you abandon me? Even if you want to ditch me, you can't give me to another woman to play with. The term Gold Master was very sensitive and private. Cheng Yi's loud shout immediately attracted a series of strange looks from passersby. People on the street stopped in their tracks and uniformly took out their phones to snap pictures. Gu Xiang had never felt so socially dead. Damn social butterfly man. She turned back and yelled at him, damn it, I just bought you a phone, and this is how you repay me. Don't you have any conscience? Cheng Yi looked heartbroken, her lost love making passersby unable to help but feel pity. Gold Master, you bought that 30,000 yuan phone for her just because she asked. I want to follow you for the rest of my life. Gu Xiang, get lost. Passersby sighed. Indeed, a lovesick man always easily encounters a heartless woman. Such a handsome guy, and he could be bought for 30,000 yuan. This woman is so lucky. Chapter 47. Who is troubling our hearts? A fat woman chased after them breathlessly. Seeing her 2 capable subordinates lying on the ground, she instantly exploded with rage. She kicked one of them. You 2 useless fools. The fat woman cursed through gritted teeth. Get up and catch that person. One of the bodyguards, tears streaming down his face, said, it hurts too much. That woman is too strong. Is this Z country's martial arts? I can't fight back. I admit defeat. The fat woman kicked him again. Still not getting up? I didn't bring you from F continent just to feed you for free. If you don't get up, I'll send you to T country to serve clients. The other bodyguard had already given up, speaking in broken Mandarin. I would rather be sent to T country than fight that terrifying woman. The fat woman trembled, pointing at Gu Xiang. You want to protect him? Huh? Just wait. Before she could say anything else, police cars arrived. The sound of the sirens drowned out the discussions of the onlookers. 4 police officers quickly got out of the car. Their sharp gaze scanned the crowd. Who called the police? Gu Xiang shoved the skewers into Fang Yuyu's hands, raised her hand. It's me, I'm a passerby. I witnessed this woman ordering her bodyguards to chase that man, and the bodyguards were throwing pebbles by the roadside, threatening public order and safety. Chapter 48. Be honest and tell the truth. Gu Xiang hung up the phone and sent Fang Yuyu home. Fang Yuyu reluctantly held onto her hand. Xiang, I heard you say you want to go watch a car race. Why didn't you take me along? It sounds so interesting. Fang Yu pouted. Oh, come on, Xiang. Just take me with you, okay? Gu Xiang remained unmoved. No, it's getting late. If you don't go home soon, your family will come looking for me. Fang Yuyu pouted unhappily. If you don't take me, then don't take me. She turned and ran to the door. And when the maid opened the villa door for her, she suddenly turned around and waved to Gu Xiang from a distance. See you at school tomorrow? Gu Xiang waved back at her. Having eaten a bit too much this afternoon, she looked at the time and was not in a hurry to go back to sleep. Since she needed to move around, she decided to go see what the motorcycle race was all about. Also, she could meet her new little brothers. Wang Xuejiao, feeling anxious, cautiously sneaked in through the back door of the Wang family estate. She looked to the east and then to the west. Seeing no one, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the servants should all be eating lunch, and there weren't many people on duty, so it was normal not to encounter anyone. Wang Xuejiao stealthily returned to her room and carefully closed the door, finally feeling her heart settle back down. Thinking about what happened today, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a vicious look. She clenched her fists tightly, the extended fake nails digging into her flesh without her caring. Summer, Fang Yuyu, I will definitely make you suffer. Her face twisted with rage, almost roaring out loud. A stern voice from a middle-aged man came from behind her. So late, finally willing to come back? Wang Xuejiao was instantly frightened, her heart racing. Why was her father in her room? Wang Xuejiao trembled all over, wanting to escape, but still had to turn around. You little brat, kneel. Wang Xuejiao's legs went weak, and she felt her knees on the floor tiles. No matter how much it hurt, she had to endure it, not daring to cry out. Wang Qingfan stood up from the sofa, slowly walking towards her step by step. Each step felt like stepping on her heart, making her feel terrified. Wang Qingfan raised his cane and brought it down heavily on her back. You're a mess. Even lost your shoes. Where have you been? What have you done? Did you embarrass me? I tell you, you are still grounded. And you dare to go out on your own? If they're essay next time, I will enforce the family rules on you. Wang Dubin sneered from his side. Don't, father. She still has to attend the opening ceremony of the Hay Entertainment City. We still need her to win the favor of the Atom yacht owner. The Wang family members were all equally sarcastic. Wang Xuejiao was knocked down to the ground, hiding the malice in her eyes. I won't tell you these dogs. Today, I not only embarrassed the Wang family, but also exposed all the humiliating things you did to me in public. Wang Xuejiao was filled with panic, unable to believe that it was actually her saying such things. Although Gu Xiang couldn't watch the live broadcast here, her Be Honest and Tell the Truth tool would be accompanying Wang Xuejiao today. This tool had a characteristic. It was completely useless for honest people. But for those with malicious intent, it would constantly stimulate their desire to speak the truth, making it uncontrollable. The more one didn't want to say something, the more they would uncontrollably spill everything out. Chapter 49. A dazzling appearance. Wang Qingfan, having been the head of the family for over a decade, showed an expression of confusion for the first time. What? What did you say? He was dumbfounded, hardly believing that the illegitimate daughter who used to see him like a mouse sees a cat would dare to say such rebellious words to him. Wang Xuejiao's eyes filled with tears, hurriedly covering her mouth. Woo, I just wanted to say that. Woo, only then did Mrs. Wang and Wang Dubin seem to wake up from a dream. Mrs. Wang pointed sharply at Wang Xuejiao. You bold girl, you dare to insult the head of the family. Not only do I dare to insult the head of the family, but I also dare to insult you. What do you think you are? Mrs. Wang laughed. In the end, you are just a pathetic woman living by the old man's face. What are you so arrogant about? You take out your anger on me every day. Your heart is so vicious, you can't stand me. I will let everyone know sooner or later. Wang Dubin suddenly stood up. Wang Xuejiao, that's my mom. Do you know what you're saying? Mrs. Wang covered her face and fell into Wang Qingfan's arms. Ooh, look at that illegitimate daughter you had with the mistress. She dares to insult me like that. Wang Qingfan, furious, took a deep breath, pushed Mrs. Wang away, and struck Wang Xuejiao with his cane. Wicked girl. I will kill you. I will kill you. Chapter 50. Our knowledge is serious. Zhao Shuming noticed that he was being overshadowed, pouting in dissatisfaction, just as he was about to see who had come to outshine him and those 7 Dodge cars. He looked up and saw through layers of riders a familiar silver motorcycle. It was Icon Sheen. Zhao Shuming's eyes widened instantly in the puzzled gazes of his younger brothers. He leaped down from the high platform in front of the Old Friend Cafe, gracefully and stylishly, catching the attention of onlookers. His deliberate display of coolness failed to regain everyone's focus. However, when he landed, He twisted his waist again, and the loud cry of pain drew everyone's attention involuntarily. In a sense, he had achieved everyone's attention, and his action was a success. Zhao Xuming's face turned pale, and he knelt down in pain. Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang walked up to Zhao Xuming in the center of the path that everyone had made for her, saying, "What is wrong with you?" Zhao Xuming awkwardly laughed and suddenly had a bright idea, shouting, "Boss, hello." While shouting, he pulled down the green-haired guy beside him. "What are you waiting for? Call the boss." The colorful-haired ones followed suit and knelt down. "Boss, hello." The young men's loud calls of boss left the surrounding crowd dumbfounded. Chapter 51. I killed that audacious beast. Gu Xiang paused here, and Zhao Xuming's lower back began to hurt intensely again. The pain numbed his brain. Can his waist still be saved? Zhao Xuming didn't have the mental space to think about losing face. He just wanted to faint on the spot. "Boss." "Woo woo woo. It hurts so much. Can you move a little? Please." "Woo woo woo." Gu Xiang. She was indeed seriously trying to adjust his bones. However, the situation was a bit complicated. She had to find the bones again. What if she twisted them wrong? The waist area has so many nerves and tendons. If she made a mistake, it could leave him paralyzed in the lower limbs. But how many times has he actually twisted his waist? Meng Lichen's expression changed rapidly, his blood rushing up, turning his entire face red. The color at the base of his ears was vivid. He was shocked. What were they doing in public? Meng Lichen was stunned, his mind blank, completely unsure how to respond. Gu Xiang whispered to him, "Can you hold it in and not scream?" Zhao Xuming was really trying hard to hold it in. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be whimpering, but would be screaming in agony. Chapter 52. What's strange? Gu Xiang muttered, "Where else could it be? I have to reach in your jacket. How else can I adjust your bones?" Zhao Xuming said, "Oh," feeling it was strange, but couldn't pinpoint what was odd. Gu Xiang, relax a bit. Zhao Xuming, okay. Gu Xiang made her move. The piercing screams echoed throughout Huanglong Mountain, startling the dense flock of birds in the forest. The sky above Huanglong Mountain was filled with birds fluttering in panic. Meng Lichen directly covered his eyes. The crowd trembled with Zhao Xuming's screams. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. They shrank back, their eyes on Gu Xiang filled with more fear than if they had seen a ghost. Now they understood why young Master Zhao was so obediently handled by a girl. With this level of strength, no one could withstand it. The green-haired and red-haired guys closest to Zhao Xuming nearly had their eardrums burst. Their heads buzzed. Forgetting about their boss, they fell to the ground in fear. Still, Gu Xiang was quick and managed to adjust his bones in a few moves, then reached out and caught Zhao Xuming, who was about to collapse. Chapter 53. Is 50 million enough? His gaze swept across the more than 180 people present. Everyone turned off the sound systems on their motorcycles, making Meng Lichen's voice exceptionally clear. "I'll go. 300,000. I'll go too. Me too." Young Master Meng dared to invest 50 million all at once, surely confident of winning. Betting with him might just earn a big profit. One by one, they raised their hands. Gu Xiang turned around to roughly estimate. Excluding Meng Lichen's little brothers, more than half were in for the bet. Gu Xiang turned back and asked softly, "So the rest are betting on you?" Zhao Xuming, having recovered from Gu Xiang's skilled adjustment, no longer felt pain in his waist. But muscle strain still needed time to heal, so he sat behind Gu Xiang on the motorcycle all the way. Hearing this, he felt slightly shy. Well, including my 6 little brothers, there shouldn't be more than 50 people supporting me. Gu Xiang understood, "You're quite weak." Zhao Xuming's eyes widened immediately. "I'm not weak, okay. During the provincial motorcycle competition, I outperformed Meng Lichen." Gu Xiang didn't believe it. "Today it seems you win. It's boring. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." Zhao Xuming was almost in tears. "My sister, if you hadn't come, I would have been in agony." Chapter 54. Do you want to order more? Zhao Xuming's eyes went blank, his red lips slightly parted in surprise, his face in disbelief. The crowd fell silent. Meng Lichen dug in his ears, scratched his head like a monkey, and blinked furiously. What did you just say?" He pointed a trembling finger at Gu Xiang. "See, can you say that again?" Gu Xiang turned to Zhao Xuming sitting behind her. 50 million isn't enough? What about 80 million? Everyone collectively gasped in the cold night. In the quiet and soundless mountain wilderness, the gasps of over 180 people were particularly pronounced. The green-haired guy swallowed hard, wanting to speak, but was so excited he choked on his breath, coughing constantly while leaning on the motorcycle. Only then did the others wake up from their daze. No way. 80 million to buy his affection. Damn it, they regretted it. Why did they have to humiliate Gu Xiang like this? Was this humiliating him? This was clearly humiliating them, the poor ones. Woo woo woo, even their breaths trembled continuously. Why should he not only have a boss protecting him, but also a boss willing to spend 80 million to buy his affection? Ridiculous. If they could have that treatment, they could definitely charm the boss into bankruptcy. Chapter 55. Do you have 5 years of driving experience? Ha 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 ha. Gu Xiang laughed so hard he held his stomach and leaned back. Meng Daoqian, why don't you keep eating? Huh? Ha ha ha. Unlimited refills, so you can eat your fill. My boss is generous, right? Meng Liqian's face turned from red to purple, unable to tell whether he was angry or choked. His chest heaved violently. Zhao Dogming, just wait, I'll show you on a racecourse. Gu Xiang raised his eyebrows, flamboyant and radiant. I look good, no need for you to let me. Then he looked up at Gu Xiang with a flattering smile, right, boss? Gu Xiang nodded softly, shoving the check into Gu Xiang's hand. You do look good. Dyeing your yellow hair back to black would look even better. Gu Xiang carefully put the check into his pocket, lowered his head to poke his fingers, and thought. That's not a yellow-haired kid. That's the dazzling sun. Ding! Congratulations, host, on spending 100 million on a check. The spending target, Gu Xiang, has met the double points condition. Points earned this time, 2,000. Host's current total points, 11801. Meng Liqian's little brother quickly handed him a cup of water, then shouted, just wait, my brother Meng will win the race, and your boss will go bankrupt. Chapter 56. Is he really still alive? Gu Xiang was blown speechless by the strong wind. At this speed, if he opened his mouth, the cold wind could blow right through him. He tightly hugged Gu Xiang's waist, wishing he could stick his whole body to her. He was almost scared to death. He had heard about the terrifying speed of Icon Sheen before, but this was the first time he experienced what it felt like to have Icon Sheen push speed to the maximum. It was as if a person was flying ahead, while his soul was left behind chasing. He didn't understand and felt terrified. Was a maximum speed set by Icon Sheen something that had to be used? With each big curve and collapse, if he couldn't control it, it would be a fall that faced the king of hell. Huanglong Mountain hadn't been visited for years, and no one knew what the terrain was like now or if the path ahead was passable. Everyone was on high alert, carefully accelerating. That woman was accelerating like crazy, causing the racers behind to feel their hearts racing. Indeed, only a rookie would dare to disregard their life like this. As time passed, the 180 motorcycles in the race gradually pulled apart. Meng Liqian's skill far surpassed that of the other racers. Initially left behind by everyone, he quickly reacted and soon caught up with the other racers, showcasing his exceptional skills repeatedly, bringing an indescribable sense of pressure to the other racers. Chapter 57. No more waiting for me to come home for dinner. Icon Sheen went up a slope, with the front wheel already at the edge of the chasm, and Gu Xiang's tears were blown away by the wind. Dad, brother, uncle, you don't have to wait for me for dinner anymore, I see, Mom. Meng Liqian's heart was pounding in his chest. He didn't dare to blink. The other racers were already preparing to brake, ready to get off and check the accident scene. The night wind howled, and the sound of the wind echoed from below the chasm, haunting like a ghost wail. In everyone's breathless gaze, waiting for the dust to settle. Icon Sheen leaped, drawing a beautiful arc in the night sky, steadily crossing over the chasm, gracefully landing like a swallow, and continued to speed forward. The racers were stunned, feeling as if their brains had been emptied. Did they just have a hallucination? A 30-meter chasm. Did they really just jump over it? They really jumped over it. The crowd reacted after 3 seconds, their minds racing. Holy crap, that's amazing. Meng Liqian even forgot to breathe, and only the remaining rationality made him cautiously steer his motorcycle around the chasm. It was only when the feeling of suffocation hit his brain that he suddenly remembered to take a deep breath. Chapter 58. The competitive desire between human genders. When a sharp-angled curve appeared before Meng Liqian's eyes, the eagerness for victory in his eyes instantly disappeared. His pupils trembled, and the excited expression on his face didn't have time to change. His mind went blank. He had made a mistake. The consequence of this mistake was that he would pay for it with his life. In the face of life and death, success or failure was trivial. But now, no matter what he did to save himself, it was already too late. There was no time. He didn't even have time to jump off the motorcycle. He could only watch helplessly as he was thrown off. The feeling of losing control flooded his entire brain. Bang bang. The motorcycle flew off the road, plummeting down the cliff with a series of crashing sounds. Nearby racers clearly heard the sound of the motorcycle falling. In a flash, Meng Lichen's heart almost stopped beating. He felt the world spinning, and the scene in front of him changed rapidly. When his vision finally stabilized, he found himself sitting sideways on Gu Xiang's lap. Zhao Xuming was behind Gu Xiang, wide-eyed in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Life and death were at stake, and at that moment, Gu Xiang saw that Meng Lichen's motorcycle had lost control and was about to fall off the cliff. Chapter 59. Losing to Boss Gu. Other motorcycle racers gradually stopped at the top of Huanglong Mountain. Seeing the situation of the three, they were all confused. Brother Meng lost, but he looked quite happy about losing. Did he just lose 50 million and go crazy? Gu Xiang arrogantly took the 50 million check from the submissive Meng Lichen's hands. She casually glanced at it. Guan Yue Huiding. Is Guan Yue Huiding your family's? Meng Lichen nodded, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with light. Yes, that's the real estate my old man invested in. Boss Gu, do you know Guan Yue Huiding? I bought 2 villas there at noon. Meng Lichen took 2 seconds to react, as if something had exploded in his mind. Boss Gu spent 10 billion. Gu Xiang's expression was calm. That's right. This sentence hit Meng Lichen like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. So, he was now using Boss Gu's money to please Boss Gu. Meng Lichen felt a mix of emotions. Suddenly, he wanted to slap himself. He had previously cursed Boss Gu to go bankrupt and mocked Boss Gu as a rookie. Could someone who could take out 10 billion go bankrupt so easily? Could someone who let their motorcycle leap over a chasm and save people at the cliff's edge be a rookie? Meng Lichen had never thought he would truly understand the saying about dancing with a big knife in front of Guangong. Well done. It hit him hard in the face. Meng Lichen couldn't help but lower his head to touch his cheek. When he came back to his senses, he saw Boss Gu casually handing the 50 million check to Zhao Xuming. You won, it's yours. Gu Xiang became the first rider to reach the top of the mountain, winning not just against Meng Lichen, but also the other racers who had bet alongside him. The racers had truly appreciated Boss Gu's driving skills and willingly gave her their bets. Boss Gu didn't keep any for herself, stuffing them all into Zhao Xuming's arms. Of course, her money was already abundant enough to be a headache. Why take these when it would just waste her opportunity to earn points? Zhao Xuming held a thick stack of checks, gazing at her with a dazed expression, as if he had been stunned by the money. He stared blankly at her for a while, and suddenly her light-colored lips curved into a sincere and charming smile. The air of a spoiled youth vanished, replaced by the youthful innocence and earnestness of a young man, his eyelashes fluttering to hide 2 shining stars. He then gathered the checks one by one, neatly placing them in his pocket, while the 1 billion check given to him by Gu Xiang was carefully tucked into the inner pocket of his coat. Then he opened his arms and gave Gu Xiang a big bear hug. His heartfelt, crescent-eyed smile was captivating. Undeniably, watching the scene made Meng Lichen jealous. He had originally looked down on Zhao Xuming for recognizing others as his boss. Now he regretted why he wasn't the first to encounter Boss Gu and become her little brother. Jealousy twisted his spirit. He raised his hand, pulling Zhao Xuming down. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Princess, are you actually bought off with just under 2 billion? Zhao Xuming raised his lips and provocatively replied, Someone must be jealous of me. Jealous of you? Jealous of you lowering your status to be someone else's little brother and having to sleep with them? Someone doesn't even have the chance to be a little brother. My boss doesn't just accept anyone. Be jealous all you want, my boss dotes on me. Just dotes on me, making you mad, you big fool. If he had a tail, Zhao Xuming could wag it like a flower. Author's note, for updates today, sisters. You understand, right? Wink. Chapter 60. Jealousy distorts the face. Meng Lichen was furious. If Zhao Xuming's nonsense didn't make him this angry, then damn it. It was actually true. He was jealous. Jealous to the point of being distorted. Zhao Xuming's provocative words felt like sharp arrows piercing his heart. He was so angry he felt like spitting blood. Why was Zhao Xuming so lucky? It was all because of Boss Gu. Realizing this, he looked at Boss Gu with his smoky, charming eyes. Gu Xiang was admiring the nighttime scenery with her hands behind her back, while the nearby riders looked at her with admiration, worshipping the car, God's demeanor. The night wind fluttered her hair, and her silhouette exuded the loneliness of a hidden master. She was showing off effortlessly. Hearing him, she turned indifferently. What? Boss Gu, you saved my life. Gu Xiang waved her hand. No need to offer yourself. Meng Liqin awkwardly lowered his eyes and coughed. How did Boss Gu know what he was going to say? He then touched the red corner of his lips with his fair, slender fingers, tilting his head slightly, as if innocent, gazing into her peach blossom eyes filled with mist. In terms of beauty, he believed he was no worse than Zhao Xuming. His nickname was Meng Beauty after all. He didn't believe Gu Xiang wouldn't be moved. Chapter 61. To the Zhao family of 3 Gu Xiang and the others. Since when did the younger generation fight? And the family head had to join the battle too. The 3 from a Zhao family were too crazy. Meng Liqin couldn't handle it and could only seek help from Gu Xiang. Boss Gu, save me. Gu Xiang, did you provoke them? Meng Liqin was almost in tears. I only hit Zhao Xuming a few times. He kicked me several times too. Why are his dad and brother chasing me? Gu Xiang, hearing Zhao's father and brother calling him beastly, keenly sensed something was off and reached out to stop the Zhao family trio. Zhao family head, are you mistaken? The Zhao family head abruptly stopped, his chest still heaving, glaring at Meng Liqin who was hiding behind Gu Xiang. An uncle from his side pulled up Zhao Xuming, who was sitting on the ground. The eldest son of Zhao pointed angrily at Gu Xiang. You're Meng Dog's boss, right? Since his dad isn't here today, I'm going to have a word with you. Gu Xiang nodded seriously, her expression stern. Fine, after all, I could be considered his dad too. Meng Liqin lowered his head and touched his nose. All right, that dad wasn't called in vain. At least at a crucial moment, he still knows to protect his good son. Chapter 62. If it were me, it would be free. Zhao Xuming immediately jumped up happily. Great. Boss, you're amazing. You actually took down that old stubborn man. Meng Liqin looked over at the harmonious scene of the Zhao family, his face darkening instantly, his peach blossom eyes filled with resentment as he walked over. Hey, you guys just chased me. Now aren't you going to give me an explanation? Zhao's father quickly said, I'm really sorry about earlier. We definitely won't ask for that 10 billion again. Gu Xiang, what? Her 20,000 points were gone. That wouldn't do. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. What I said is what I meant. Zhao's father apologetically performed a gentleman's bow to Gu Xiang. If it's Miss Gu, we really don't want the money. Zhao Xuming. What do you mean you don't want the money, Dad? Clarify. Gu Xiang held on to Zhao Xuming's clothing, preventing him from running over to pester his dad. She looked down at him, her eyes filled with deep amusement, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, What her dad means is that if I sleep with you, it's free. Zhao Xuming's face instantly turned crimson. Why you? How can you say that? He lowered his head, murmuring, Can't you talk in a more roundabout way? Chapter 63. This psychology is not quite normal. Gu Xiang pulled Zhao Xuming closer to her. I will protect you. Zhao Xuming silently turned back to Meng Liqin, throwing him a triumphant glance. Ha ha, you throw your flirtatious eyes all you want. My boss won't even spare you a glance. Meng Liqin, so mad. With their playful banter, the tense atmosphere around them eased a lot. However, facing the situation, everyone still didn't dare to let their guard down. Meng Liqin felt heat on the back of his hand, awkwardly lowering his neck to look. Boss Gu, save me. A wolf had somehow walked up behind him and started licking the back of his hand. He looked down to see its dim green eyes filled with the gaze of a predator, its foul smell making his scalp tingle. Gu Xiang was also encountering a wolf. She protected Zhao Xuming with one hand and kicked a wolf away with the other. Zhao Xuming was dumbfounded. B-boss, you actually have this skill. He swallowed, feeling both scared and relieved. The surrounding wolves were somewhat wary of her, slowly retreating away from her. A foul smell came from behind Zhao Xuming, causing his scalp to tighten, and the next moment he was pulled into Gu Xiang's embrace. Gu Xiang spun around and kicked, sending the wolf crashing to the ground, whimpering a few times before it could no longer rise. Chapter 64. They will be blessed with safety. Gu Xiang became more excited as she fought, feeling like she was controlling the game. If she wanted them to fly sideways, they would never fly upright. The pack of wolves grew fearful. They whined lowly, pleading with her to stop. The wolves drooped their ears, pitifully showing their green eyes, begging to awaken this woman's compassion for small animals. However, this woman has no heart. The Wolf King, still unwilling to admit defeat in the pack, lowered his body and quietly approached Gu Xiang from behind, preparing to outsmart her with a surprise attack. Zhao Xuming was about to shout a warning. Before he could open his mouth, he saw Gu Xiang, with her back to him, punch the tree trunk beside her with a loud bang. The trunk was as thick as her waist. An incredible scene unfolded. The trunk snapped in half with a crack at the point where Gu Xiang struck. Everyone gasped, feeling a whirlwind in their hearts. exclaiming in disbelief. Just then, a police car, flashing red and blue lights, arrived at the mountaintop, and the officers quickly got out of the vehicle. Upon witnessing this scene, they were utterly stunned. This couldn't possibly be the real world, could it? The officers blinked, doubting whether they were dreaming. The large tree fell to the ground, shaking the ground beneath them. Chapter 65. Our big villa. Gu Xiang watched her sons leave. The colorful feathers were directly sent away by Zhao Xuming. At the foot of Huanglong Mountain, only Gu Xiang and Zhao Xuming remained. Zhao Xuming gripped the motorcycle tightly and suddenly shouted, "Boss!" Gu Xiang turned back in confusion. What? Zhao Xuming's pale cheeks flushed slightly. "It's fine." His nonsensical remark left Gu Xiang tilting her head, pondering for a long time without understanding what he meant. Gu Xiang didn't dwell on it for too long and directly asked, "What did you say?" Zhao Xuming looked up and blinked. Nothing. He didn't want to elaborate, and Gu Xiang didn't press further. Riding the motorcycle away from Huanglong Mountain, Zhao Xuming kept closely behind her. Gu Xiang's motorcycle stopped in front of Guanyue Huading, and she turned to Zhao Xuming. "What are you following me for?" Remembering his brother's words, Zhao Xuming scratched his head and came up with a flimsy excuse. "Boss, the school is closed at this time. I can't go back." Gu Xiang thought the same. "Then go home." Zhao Xuming sighed inwardly. Why was she so flirtatious yet straightforward? She was indifferent when she flirted, but clueless when she was direct. Chapter 66. My goddess. Gu Xiang dried herself off, just standing up to wrap herself in a bathrobe when she heard a gentle knock on the bathroom door. "Master, your pajamas are ready and placed by the bed." Gu Xiang responded, "Okay, I want to rest now. Please don't disturb me tonight." "All right." The maid left the master bedroom. Many wealthy people hire maids and even have them kneel by the bed, ready to respond to their master's commands at any moment. But Gu Xiang wouldn't do that. Their relationship was merely a hiring one. There was no need to degrade human dignity like that. After changing into her pajamas, Gu Xiang lay comfortably on the big bed. The bed was very soft, easily enveloping a person. Gu Xiang recalled that the phone she bought today hadn't had its SIM card changed yet. The phone and laptop had been with her on a motorcycle when she went up Huanglong Mountain, and now, as she opened the packaging, there were no scratches. Gu Xiang inserted the SIM card, then transferred the data from the old phone. After that, she placed the old phone on the bedside, waiting for the housekeeper to see it tomorrow to completely destroy the data. Gu Xiang picked up the warm milk from the bedside and drank it. After the data transfer was complete, Gu Xiang suddenly noticed several message notifications on her phone. They were sent by Chu Chu. Chapter 67. Go to hell. After Chu Shui and the others finished eating, they looked up at each other. "You all can keep the master bedroom. The rest of the rooms are yours to choose." Han Yu smiled and leaned in. "Don't we know that? The master bedroom is meant for you." Chu Shui lowered her gaze to tidy up the table. "No, that's for Sister Xiang. After all, she bought the villa." Ningwei looked at Chu Shui with a meaningful expression. "Don't forget the well digger." "But does the senior really think that way?" Chu Shui picked up a chopstick and threw it at him. "What do you mean by that?" The group laughed and scattered, but they still tacitly left the room next to the master bedroom for Chu Shui. As for what everyone really thought inside, it was unknown. After Chu Shui finished washing up and returned to bed, she picked up her phone and saw a message from Gu Xiang. "Sister Xiang? Why aren't you calling me Sister Xiang anymore?" Chu Shui quickly opened the keyboard, her fingers hovering over the screen, unsure of what to type. She decided to send a voice message instead. Her voice was soft and husky. "Sister Xiang, good night." Gu Xiang enjoyed her day, only to find a pile of classes waiting for her the next day. Chapter 68. She's so terrifying. Upon hearing that there was money to be made this time, the little brothers instantly perked up. They surrounded Gu Xiang. "You can't blame us. You offended someone and hit our boss. If we don't avenge this grudge, how can we survive?" Most students usually never see these punks in action, thinking their learning environment is peaceful because they have no reason to provoke the little thugs. Evil exists everywhere. The unseen are merely the lucky ones favored by fate. Gu Xiang, unfamiliar with them, was deliberately being troubled by these people because someone had paid them to create trouble for her. They needed to deal with the person behind them who was paying them. The little thugs couldn't be spared either. Gu Xiang looked at the 8 people surrounding her with sticks and suddenly showed a stunning smile. "The camera here is broken, right?" The onlookers, seeing the situation, feared that a fight might affect them, feeling uneasy and lost interest in watching the 2 people below make a fool of themselves, quickly trying to leave. However, there was no way out behind them. The exit was blocked by the little thugs and the 2 girls. Gu Xiang casually swung her arm. and the little thug in her hand was thrown out like a rag bag, directly hitting the two who were rushing over. Chapter 69, Little Bunny. So White the sleazy man was still slapping himself in the face when he heard his little brother's excited voice and looked back. Boss Xiao. The sleazy man's face was filled with surprise, and he stopped hitting himself. However, he was covered in injuries and couldn't stand, so he could only crawl to Zhao Shuming's feet, using both hands and feet, rolling on the ground. Boss, Zhao boss, this woman, yes. It's this woman. She insulted me and cursed at you. She definitely looked down on you. You have to teach her a lesson and put her in her place. Gu Xiang's eye twitched. His level of making up bad words was not low. Zhao Shuming frowned and looked down at him, his face filled with annoyance. Who are you? He had come happily to find the boss, but why were these two idiots blocking his way? And they were belittling his boss in front of him? Did they want to die? Zhao Shuming shook his leg, tossing the two guys away like dust, and happily walked up. The sleazy man's eyes were filled with hope. Zhao Laoda rushed up. Zhao Laoda is going to deal with that woman. Zhao Laoda will definitely make that woman pay. Why is Zhao Laoda bowing and calling that woman the boss? The smug smile on the lewd man's face froze. Chapter 70, Is This the Holy Father? Fang Yu leaned closer to Gu Xiang, placing a hand near her ear and whispering softly, Xiang, I think he seems to have social anxiety. Social anxiety disorder is an unreasonable but uncontrollable fear of communication, touch, and attention from others, often accompanied by symptoms like uncontrollable sweating and blushing, which are hard to overcome. Gu Xiang tilted her head. Let me see your leg. I know a bit of bone-setting technique. The boy timidly raised his head, glanced at her, and tightly clenched his hands. After taking a few breaths to overcome his inner fear, he slowly extended his fractured leg. Just that movement made him tremble with pain. Gu Xiang pressed on his calf, the pain piercing through him, and the boy bit his lips until they turned pale, not making a sound. Gu Xiang withdrew her hand. You can only go to the hospital for treatment. You need surgery. The boy panicked and shook his head. No, thank you. Gu Xiang stroked her chin and analyzed. You were pushed down from above? It's not realistic for your leg to break like that. It seems like your leg had an injury before, and then it worsened, leading to the fracture. The boy remained silent. Fang Yu's roommate suddenly spoke up. That boss, it seems like he was hit by you, but the ones who pushed him down the pit were those scoundrel bosses. Chapter 71, How much do you think I can earn? Zhao Shuming sent a message to Gu Xiang. Boss, I found out. It's Zhu Laxi from the finance department. She's the belle of the finance department and seems to have a crush on that brat Shui Sherman. She developed jealousy towards you and gave that Wu Runlong kid 30,000 yuan to take some photos of you to upload online and tarnish your reputation. What kind of photos could ruin a female college student's reputation and destroy her future? This is self-evident. Gu Xiang had never seen Zhu Laxi, but she could be so ruthless to a girl she had never met. If an ordinary girl faced such a situation, her reputation would be completely ruined. Gu Xiang chewed a few bites of noodles, put down her chopsticks, and typed, Here's another task for you. Find the group owner of the school forum and ask him if Zhu Laxi asked him to spread rumors. With a little thought, it's easy to associate the fabricated rumors in the school forum with Zhu Laxi. Zhao Shuming replied, Okay, I know who that person is. I'll go over right now. Boss, do you want to come along? Gu Xiang thought for a moment. All right. After finishing her noodles, Gu Xiang tidied up the table and stood up to walk out. Chapter 72, Is This All There Is? Liang Zhixio's face suddenly changed. Why you Zhao Laoda? What do you mean by this? Zhao Shuming threw him to the ground. Liang Zhixio fell, and but went numb, his wide eyes filled with panic and caution. His girlfriend exclaimed and hurried to help Liang Zhixio up. If it weren't for the crowd, Zhao Shuming would have really wanted to give him a beating. You little brat. Daring to lay hands on my boss for a mere 10,000 yuan. Liang Zhixio wanted to say something, but his lips trembled. Gu Xiang stepped forward gently, smiling down at him. Are you trying to say, how did I know? Her long, fair fingers elegantly tapped her lips, contrasting with her slightly upturned crimson lips. And her cool profile was illuminated by the sunlight, captivating. Let me guess, this time creating rumors is just your appetizer. Does Zhu Laxi have any intentions of further collaboration with you? Her smile was stunning, but in Liang Zhixio's eyes, it was more terrifying than death. While he feared Zhao Shuming, facing this woman filled him with endless dread. Chapter 73, 3 years, is too cheap for him. Liang Zhixio's eyes were full of sarcasm. Then I'll give you some face, so you won't have to kneel down and beg me in public. How embarrassing. After saying that, he and his girlfriend, full of caution, left the restaurant first. Zhao Shuming followed closely. Gu Xiang was like a lazy cat toying with a mouse. Everything under control as she slowly approached the direction where the little prey was fleeing. They arrived at a less crowded area, and Liang Zhishio pointed at a camera not far away. In a law-abiding society, I hope you can restrain yourself a bit. Gu Xiang tossed her hair, her expression lazy and carefree. I don't need to prove my innocence. The one who needs to prove their innocence will be you soon. Liang Zhishio's expression stiffened. What do you mean? Gu Xiang let out an ambiguous chuckle. Zhao Xuming looked at her breathtaking smile and felt that the boss was becoming more and more inscrutable. Gu Xiang casually tapped a few times on her phone. All three of their eyes were focused on her exquisite face. No one noticed what she specifically did. I hope you understand that we came to you to give you a chance to withdraw the post and publicly apologize. This sentence was merely a formality. After all, such a punishment was too simple. Chapter 70, For I'm not a flood or a ferocious beast on the way back to school. Zhao Xuming silently walked 3 meters behind Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang helplessly turned around. Why are you standing so far away? I'm not a flood or a ferocious beast. Zhao Xuming mumbled. A flood or a ferocious beast wouldn't make someone feel like 10 years of horror. Gu Xiang raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can't empathize with such a harmful person, can you? Besides, it's only a starting price of 10 years. Zhao Xuming quickly shook his head. He deserves it. For a little bit of profit, he dares to engage in such slanderous acts. I'm not a good person, but I think he's utterly wicked. Zhao Xuming thought of something and quickly caught up with Gu Xiang, his eyes shining with curiosity. Boss, can you tell me? How you plan to deal with Zhu Laxi? The boss wouldn't let Liang Zhishio go, and she certainly wouldn't let Zhu Laxi off either. The boss must have a backup plan. Gu Xiang looked at him with increasingly kind and gentle eyes. You don't need to know. I'm enough. Zhao Xuming grabbed her arm, affectionately saying, Then tell me. A few people nearby looked at them with strange expressions, whispering, vaguely hearing them say something shameless. Chapter 75 Lawyer Team. Zhang, Shan Hanyuan sneered. Boss? You really believe that? That's just Zhao Xuming's way of sweet-talking his little girlfriend. Now, the whole school is scolding her for ditching her boyfriend to be a one-night mistress for the school bully. How embarrassing. I'm almost ashamed to say I'm in the same dorm as her. Ji Xin angrily shouted, Damn, if you have the guts, just leave. Who wants to live with a foreign devil like you? Han Yuan bent down to pick up her clothes that she had thrown on the bed and folded them. Humph. If they want to leave, then let them. I've already applied to change dorms. I'm just back to pack my things. She glanced at Gu Xiang lying on the bed. TSK, if you guys are willing to stay with someone like her, you must not be anything good either. Birds of feather flock together. How can you play together if you're all so innocent and pure? Ji Xin was so angry that she cried. She pointed at Han Yuan, her fingertips trembling, making gasping sound from her chest, but she couldn't say a word. Han Yuan packed her things and turned to leave. Before she left, she shot them a disdainful glance, a den of snakes and rats, filthy to the core. Who would want to live with people like you? Liang casually picked up some trash and threw it over. Chapter 76, Absolutely Not Shy. At this moment, Zhao Xuming was squatting on an empty lawn, drawing circles with a stick. Even now, he still felt restless and shocked. No way he, a school bully, was teased. The notorious playboy of the school was actually teased by a girl. Not only was he teased, but he was also scared into running away. How embarrassing. So damn embarrassing. After drawing circles for a while, Zhao Xuming began to understand a bit. It seemed like being teased by the boss wasn't such a big deal. What kind of boss hasn't teased their little brother at some point? But the key was that the boss was a girl younger than him. His reputation, his prowess, all of it was buried by a junior. After drawing circles for a while, he felt like it wasn't a big problem. It didn't seem strange for a boss to tease someone. After all, if anyone dared to tease his boss, he couldn't even imagine what a bloody scene that would be. Zhao Xuming shook his head, thinking it was better to just keep a low profile. But there was still one question. Why did he always feel like a little wife in front of boss? Has he mutated? The arrogant, charming, and sought-after school bully was actually acting like a little wife in front of the boss. Chapter 77. I didn't do anything. Gu Xiang. His face full of confusion. Even more terrified was Zhu Laxi, who looked at Gu Xiang with eyes filled with panic, more scared than if she had seen a ghost. Shouldn't she have been photographed by Wu Runlong? Shouldn't she be breaking down uncontrollably? How did she appear in a hospital room, looking perfectly fine? It looked like she knew everything. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhu Laxi's mind as she nervously stepped back several paces. But Gu Xiang's icy gaze remained fixed on her. You are Zhu Laxi, she said with certainty. What do you want? Zhu Laxi's eyes were full of vigilance. I tell you, if you treat Sherwin Gu like this, he will eventually hate you. If you get abandoned by a man, you deserve it. Gu Xiang couldn't help but laugh at her words, her lips curling in mockery. Zhu Laxi, not everyone is like you, revolving around a scumbag, exhausting themselves only to be played with. Zhu Laxi shouted angrily, if you can't win your man's heart, you're a failed woman. You deserve to be scolded, and you even have one foot in two boats, letting Sherwin Gu wear a green hat. No man will want a woman like you, so unfaithful and impure. Chapter 78. Snap Snap. Gu Xiang took back her washed apple from Chu Shui. Looking at Shui Sherwin on the floor, his face full of blood and his expression twisted in pain, she calmly took a bite of the apple. The red, plump apple contrasted with the girl's clean and fresh little face. Snap Snap. Ruan Susu burrowed completely under the covers, not daring to leave a single gap. He felt like he was going to have a nightmare today. The beautiful girl wasn't eating an apple. She was eating a human head. A group of doctors and nurses walked in, carrying documents, coming to check on the patients during their shift. When they saw this scene, they all trembled. How could this girl eat an apple? The red bloodstains covered the man's face, and the red apple highlighted the girl's bright smile. This scene looked terrifying from every angle. Even for doctors who had seen their fair share of surgeries and were accustomed to blood, they couldn't eat barbecue after finishing surgery. In terms of psychological resilience, they were genuinely shocked and impressed. The leading doctor thought it was best not to get involved and walked past the man on the floor toward the bed by the window. Recently, during this special period, the hospital was overcrowded, and it was hard to find a double room. Chapter 79. Cold water all over. Gao Guanglu's hair stood on end, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Dean Wu opened the lawyer's letter and handed it to him. You don't have to worry. Just take a look at the lawyer's letter first. Gao Guanglu lowered his head to read the contents of the letter. Dean Wu rubbed his temples. This is a reminder from the other party. Liang Zhixio is from our college. He spread rumors about Gu Xiang in the school forum. Zhang Shan, acting on behalf of his employer, is going to sue Liang Zhixio directly. This letter is to hope we don't meddle in this matter. After reading the contents and confirming it wasn't much different from what Dean Wu said, Gao Guanglu sighed in relief. Gu Xiang? Gao Guanglu exclaimed in surprise. So it's Boss Gu. And it's no big deal. Gao Guanglu was completely at ease. Dean Wu raised his eyebrows to look at him. You know her? She's the new boss of my useless nephew, Gao Guanglu said, suddenly spirited up. His face showed 3 parts pride and 7 parts arrogance. Dean Wu smiled slightly. Your nephew is quite clever. The fact that Gu Xiang could hire Zhang Shan shows her background. Gao Guanglu proudly said some modest words. That kid doesn't have any real ability, just really lucky. Chapter 80. Sue him for extortion. Gu Xiang said goodbye to Chu Shui and Ruan Susu at the hospital and returned to school, finally finishing her classes. It was already afternoon. She and her roommates returned to the dormitory. Liang closed the door last. Xiang, during the break today, I took the time to consult a lawyer online. According to the lawyer's past experience, although the maximum penalty for defamation is 3 years in prison, this situation isn't something that can be easily determined. In cases like yours, there hasn't been a significant infringement of reputation, nor have you suffered measurable economic losses. Even the best lawyer might only get a sentence of 1.5 years at most. Lin Lin nodded sadly. What Liang said is about the same as what I found out. Ji Xinxin collapsed onto the bed, hitting her forehead. Liang was still okay. But what I found out didn't even constitute defamation. The other party has the original video and can't prove that was fabricated out of thin air. Plus, the other party is a college student, so it's just a fine or at most 15 days of detention for civil disputes. Gu Xiang sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the 3 people across from her. When Han Yuan left, the atmosphere in the dorm became more comfortable. Gu Xiang casually said, the maximum sentence is 3 years, but how many can actually get sentenced that high? Chapter 81. Catching big fish. Liang covered her head and fell onto the bed. No way, Xiang, do you still need fish? Woo, I'm craving it. Gu Xiang's eyelid twitched. Sisterly, can we not get so excited so easily? Liang angrily tore open a chicken claw and bit into it. Didn't you say you understand? Besides, I'm okay. I just want to be caught by you. Look at Lin Lin. She hasn't spoken for a long time. The 3 turned their attention to Lin Lin, who was hunched over the table with her hands covering her head, as if she had shut herself off. Gu Xiang asked with concern, Are you okay? A muffled voice came from Lin Lin's arms. Thank you for remembering me. I can only say that I'm still alive. Lin Lin looked up at Ji Xinxin. I regret it now. Why did I have to consult a lawyer? It made me sad for a whole day. Liang slammed her fist on the bed, making Gu Xiang tremble. Lin Xiaoni, stop keeping us in suspense. Lin looked at Gu Xiang with a resentful expression. I thought that with your strength, a Xiang could get the other party 3 years. I didn't expect you to take an unconventional path. You went straight for bungee jumping. Damn, starting at 10 years. Chapter 82, Brain being pressed and scratched okay. The video has been generated and delivered to the host's phone. Current remaining points for the host, 2050. Gu Xiang fiddled with her phone and suddenly remembered something. System, is your headquarters that easy to talk to? Huh? Ha ha. Not really, it's okay. The lazy voice began to evade and act cute. Oh dear, can we not ask about it? The more they tried to avoid it, the more curious Gu Xiang became. Did you do some unfair deal with headquarters? No way. Not at all. Gu Xiang, so you're a backdoor system? Please, master, it's a secret I can't say. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of it, Gu Xiang decided to let it go. She directly posted the video on the forum. Within 5 minutes, it attracted over 200,000 viewers. In the video, Liang Zhixio had just stepped out of the dorm when he was suddenly stopped by Zhu Laxi. Zhu Laxi had a determined look on her face. I have a deal to make with you. Let us go somewhere quiet to talk. The perspective was like a school surveillance camera. The two walked out of one camera's view and into another. Chapter 83. 15 years of imprisonment. Zhu Laxi fainted from her own fright. But she didn't faint for long. The little brat couldn't help it and opened the door. The lock was rusty and could be easily pulled open with a couple of tugs. Although the sign said someone was inside, if a little brat could be obedient, would they still be called a little brat? The spot where Zhu Laxi fainted was quite subtle, and she was awakened abruptly. The moment Zhu Laxi opened her eyes, she scared the little brat to tears. Oh, there's a ghost. So scary, woo-woo. Mommy, where are you? Zhu Laxi rubbed her face, wincing in pain. When the little brat's parent returned, they saw Zhu Laxi pressing the little brat down on the toilet and hitting him hard. The little brat's cries echoed throughout the hallway. Hey, what are you doing? Don't think just because I just had surgery, you can bully my son. Just as Zhu Laxi was about to go crazy, saying what the little brat had done to her, the little brat's mother yelled, First come, first served. Help someone. She is killing someone. Zhu Laxi was pulled away and restrained. I didn't. She shouted. The little brat's mother pointed at her. Crying to the crowd, it's her. Not only did she ruin my son's looks, but she is also mentally deranged, actually taking advantage of my absence to harm my son. Chapter 84. A big feast together. This was a Chinese restaurant called Yushi Zhai, beautifully decorated, with the walls on both sides of the entrance in a graceful red tone like the Forbidden City, outlined with Dunhuang colors, creating a magnificent atmosphere from afar. This restaurant was located east of S University, requiring a walk through the park's scenic lake. Because the consumption inside was particularly high, Liang subconsciously didn't think it had anything to do with her and didn't pay much attention to it. Lin and Gu Xiang felt the same way. They would marvel at it from a distance, but never thought they could eat here. Gu Xiang was drooling as she looked at Gu Xiang, Sister Xiang. You're not really going to take us in to eat, are you? Seeing her eyes sparkling with desire, Gu Xiang nodded. I have so much money, I can't spend it all. Who would care? If you have money, you should eat with your girlfriends. Unlike the other two, Lin's gaze had already landed on the handsome guy and girl greeters at the restaurant entrance. The greeters, a man and a woman, wore luxurious hanfu and greeted everyone with traditional Chinese etiquette, their demeanor dignified and elegant. Chapter 85. Must be my empress. Gu Xiang lowered her head, sliding her fingers on the tablet. The young man inadvertently looked up and caught a glimpse of her profile. Her features were exquisite, with fair skin, as if she had walked out of the light. The young man was momentarily dazed before quickly looking down again. He leaned in slightly, suggesting softly, You can choose from these few. Their skills are all taught by national-level master professors, and a performance costs about 30,000. He was wearing some kind of perfume that wafted a warm and sweet fragrance from the fair neck peeking out from the collar of his hanfu. When Gu Xiang caught a whiff of the scent, she instinctively looked towards its source, just in time to see his fair neck and the delicate collarbone partially hidden by his clothing. Gu Xiang silently raised her gaze, meeting his slightly curved eyes. His expression seemed a bit tempting, with his eyelids lowered, revealing a hint of hazy charm. Oh, a suggestive look? Interesting. So, the recommendation for others is fake, but self-recommendation is real, automatically detecting attributes of Chu Yi Wei, age, 24, height, 177 cm, weight, 69 kilograms, attractiveness, 88 points, favorability, 29, maximum 100, Gu Xiang nodded. At LLBU. A smile appeared on Chewy Wei's face. Chapter 86 This surprise. You shouldn't know, either. Gu Xiang rushed in wearing a bright yellow outfit, momentarily dazzling Gu Xiang's eyes. What on earth is coming? Gu Xiang stopped in front of Gu Xiang and began posing, referencing the wicked emperor teasing his little pet concubine. She swept her bangs aside, raised her chin, looked at Gu Xiang with her lower eyeliner, and then lifted her fan. Wanted to tilt the beauty's chin. Every move was intentional. In a lowered voice, she asked, "How many surprises do you still have that I don't know about?" Gu Xiang raised an eyebrow, dodged her fan with a side profile, and then scooped Gu Xiang up by her waist and behind her knees. "This surprise? You should know either." Gu Xiang gasped, being horizontally lifted by Gu Xiang. A crowd of people around burst into laughter. "Empress, you are being utterly rebellious. How can this be? I am the emperor of the Qing dynasty." Gu Xiang completely ignored the little emperor's struggles, carrying her to a nearby peach blossom tree for a photo opportunity. Gu Xiang looked lazy, as if she had captured the puppet emperor, saying, "The Qing dynasty emperor? Under my watch. You're just a lightly stir-fried little emperor." Gu Xiang stopped struggling, pondering seriously. Lightly stir-fried emperor? Never tried it. Want to give it a go, hee hee. Chapter 87 Completing the bet. Gu Xiang had used up all the arrows in her bucket, but the other side remained silent. Gu Xiang thought, the server is embarrassed. Perhaps something happened with the handsome guy over there. It's essential to maintain the customer's dignity. This is a basic requirement for a high-end server. Gu Xiang elegantly pulled off the black cloth covering her eyes. She strolled leisurely over to her girlfriends, seeing them blindfolded, all shooting at the partition wall without hitting the target, which immediately put her at ease. Their game was to see who could spot the person on the opposite side first. The person across from her shouldn't be that bad, right? Hopefully. The server followed her and said, "Although the distance is short, it's quite difficult to hit the bullseye while blindfolded. We hardly see anyone hitting it all day." Gu Xiang was slightly surprised. "Then what should we do?" The server lowered their head in embarrassment. "Blindfolding is just to feel it out. If you can't hit it in 10 minutes, you can remove the blindfold. If you still can't hit it, we can do it for you. You're the first person today to hit the bullseye while blindfolded. Here, as a small gift for you." The server took Gu Xiang to a drawing sticker. "You can randomly pick one. During dinner, a special artist will perform for you at no charge." Chapter 88 The Unimaginable Joy of the Wealthy. Too ugly to make a move. Too beautiful. Would she be a bit offensive? Lin Lin and Gu Xiang realized this, glancing at Sang Yuan, then at Gu Xiang. A single turn of the head had resulted in two stunning blows to their aesthetics. Lin Lin felt that what followed would not only be a good show, but also a visually stunning one. Gu Xiang, munching on her food, looked up at Gu Xiang and grinned, still chewing on a crab leg. Xiang, he is asking you." Gu Xiang nodded, "Then come over to my side first." Sang Yuan smiled. "All right, thank you." He casually walked over and sat down half a meter away from Gu Xiang. There were cushions on the floor, and everyone sat cross-legged. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Lin coughed to signal Gu Xiang to take action. Seeing the three getting louder and louder, Gu Xiang had no choice but to speak up. "I choose you?" Sang Yuan's expression was calm as he nodded. He was a dance choreographer. All his previous choreography revolved around traditional male solo dances, and he had signed agreements with several male internet celebrities to become their choreographer, earning around 8,000 monthly. The internet celebrities were spread all over, and their work communication was done via video chats. This was his first time meeting a collaborator in person. Chapter 89 Are you going to turn red? Sang Yuan noticed she was still holding his hand and blinked. Suddenly realizing something, he thought, she wouldn't want to take advantage of me, would she? Sang Yuan quickly straightened up. "Miss, holding hands is an additional charge." Saying this was definitely more tactful than directly pulling away or refusing. And with a touch of humor, it should ease the overly strange atmosphere. He believed this lady would understand that aside from collaboration, any other physical contact was inappropriate. Gu Xiang understood that people like them would definitely charge for it. She needed to respect others' professions. Freeloading was not good. She didn't advocate it. Just now, touching his little hand also required payment. However, his hand was delicate and smooth, and the touch was quite nice. As Sang Yuan saw Gu Xiang retract her hand, he relaxed slightly. Most girls were usually reserved and shy. Just a little reminder, and they would pay. Gu Xiang pulled out a thick stack of red, large-denomination Huaxia currency from her pocket, estimating it to be about a centimeter thick. That S.A. full 10,000. A whole 10,000 just laid there in front of him. The future boss even apologized. "I'm really sorry. I absolutely didn't mean to disrespect you. Of course. I also don't know what the going rate is. Do you think this is enough?" Chapter 90, Interview Success. He waited for a while and saw Gu Xiang finally finish the lioness head dish, quickly asking, "So, how did I do? Did he succeed in the interview?" Gu Xiang understood that feedback was needed after the service. "Very good, very nice, just like that. Nothing else is needed." Sang Yuan's face lit up with joy, the corners of his eyes lifting. "So, is my pay monthly or per session?" Previously, when he worked with those male internet celebrities, they only contacted him when they needed to shoot videos, paying between 500 to 1,000 for each choreography. Gu Xiang paused with her chopsticks. "Are you saying I could take you back?" Sang Yuan nodded. If he could join the boss's team and become a long-term choreographer, that would be a stable job. Gu Xiang licked the sweet soup off her lips, having him back as a decoration at home to admire wouldn't be bad. She indeed had a good taste in art. However, she still needed to clarify some aspects. Have you done this with anyone else before?" Sang Yuan pondered slightly. She might be worried about copyright disputes after collaborating with others. He shook his head. "Previously, it was all just videos. I had never formally met or interacted with anyone. This is the first time for a long-term arrangement." Chapter 91, Official Employment. Sang Yuan leaned slightly closer to Gu Xiang. He danced quite well, especially his facial expression management, which was not stiff at all. His gaze was the same, particularly when looking at the boss. His eye expressions were truly mesmerizing. Chu Yiwei accidentally overheard this conversation and almost fell to the ground in surprise. Gu Xiang's mouth twitched. Is Sang Yuan really innocent or just very experienced? How can he give comments with such a pure face and clear eyes? Can he not see Chu Yiwei's blatant seduction at all? Gu Xiang lowered her head to eat. She wasn't interested in Chu Yiwei, but Chu Yiwei seemed to have ideas about her. After the dance ended, he spun and landed right next to Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang skillfully took out a tip for him. "Miss, I'm still single. Can I?" "No," Gu Xiang replied coldly. Chu Yiwei felt defeated. All right. He would just honestly go back to being a greeter. After he left, another girl came in playing the flute and zither, each one more beautiful than the last. They threw flirtatious glances at Gu Xiang. It wasn't that they wanted to seduce her. They just couldn't help themselves from wanting to tease her with their eyes when they saw such a beautiful girl. Chapter 92. Make more money while young Sang Yuan's eyelashes fluttered as he lifted his gaze, looking at her. "Are you all right? More work means more pay. I want to make more money while I'm young." Gu Xiang replied, "Yes, this industry is all about youth. But don't worry if you don't want to. I absolutely won't force you." She really wasn't lewd at all. She just enjoyed appreciating beauty. "Yes, that's exactly it." Sang Yuan smiled. His boss is so nice. Not even forcing overtime. Fortunately, he found this lucrative job. Free meals and accommodation, a salary of $1 million a year, no overtime, and a kind boss. Life suddenly became beautiful. The two walked to the villa entrance. Suddenly, the large door of the villa opened. "Welcome home, master." The butler stepped forward to take Gu Xiang's coat. Gu Xiang silently twisted her fingers. Normally, it didn't matter to hear them call her master, but today, with a vase beside her watching, it suddenly felt strange. A little awkward. She cleared her throat twice. "From now on, just call me Mississippi." The butler smiled and nodded. "All right, miss." The butler's eyes held just the right amount of amusement, and when he looked at Sang Yuan, a flicker passed through his gaze, which he quickly concealed. Chapter 93. Have another one if conditions allow. Zhu Laxi knew very well how miserable she was right now. She didn't even dare look in the mirror to see her current appearance. However, her roommate's reactions ignited boundless anger in her heart. She screamed and threw whatever she could find. The entire dorm was in chaos. Her roommates were scared of her state, each grabbing their phones and running out to call the dorm manager. The sounds of breaking things filled the dorm building, and soon, many students gathered outside to watch. After Zhu Laxi smashed everything she could, she briefly regained her composure and suddenly saw countless people staring at her from the wide-open door, some even recording videos. She screamed and shrank back on her bed, covering herself with a blanket, trembling all over. The dorm manager arrived at her dorm with a court summons, looking serious. With a cold snort, he threw the summons at the side of her bed. "You have been sued for instigating others to maliciously defame. The one suing you is Liang Zhixiu." "Huh. You deserve this outcome. Just wait to be expelled from school." The dorm manager turned and left the dorm, seeming to feel unlucky just for staying an extra second. Chapter 94. Rich women are beautiful sisters. Gu Xiang was carrying shopping bags when a stranger suddenly rushed over. Not too unfamiliar. Gu Xiang tilted her head to look at Han Yu, who was prostrating himself on the ground in worship. Are we that familiar? Han Yu quickly raised a big smile. Yes, yes. Do you remember that day we had a meal at the restaurant? Right? Chu Chu was next to you. If he said it like that, Gu Xiang remembered. Oh, you are Chu Chu's friend. The others hiding behind the tree, Ning Xin and the others, felt hopeless. Damn it, it's you, Han Yu, who wants to get WeChat. Why bring up a senior in front of her? What if you rekindle her interest in him? Birds of a feather flock together. A big tree can't hide this group of fools. Gu Xiang had seen them from the start. What are you guys doing hiding behind a tree? Ning Xin and the others were caught on the spot, awkwardly walking out from behind the tree. The girl had the vibe of a domineering principal catching an escaping student. The few of them lowered their heads, and Ning Xin looked particularly guilty, his gaze darting around until it landed on Han Yu, who was still on the ground. Suddenly having a bright idea, he kicked Han Yu and then innocently looked at Gu Xiang. It's him. He wants to ask you for your WeChat. Chapter 95. Nuhilu you? The next second, Han Yu's sorrowful cries broke the stagnant atmosphere. Ah, senior, I hate you. Why do you not only have a rich woman pampering you, but she is also a young and beautiful heiress? Han Yu squatted on the ground, covering his face and crying. The few brothers beside him froze for a moment, then bit their lips tightly, trying hard not to laugh. Ha ha, this is true brotherhood. So happy for you when you're doing well, and happy for the whole world when you're not doing well. Ha ha ha. If you ask, it's just a damn. They couldn't hold back their laughter and directly clutched their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. Han Yu's tears flowed like a faucet. Chu Shuyi tried to comfort him, bending down to pat his shoulder. Don't be sad. Think about it. Even if she is not Sister Xiang, she wouldn't like you. So don't force something that was never meant to be. Han Yu's cries became even louder. The brothers' faces twisted from laughing. Ha ha ha. Senior, are you here to comfort him or to add insult to injury? Under Master Chu's radiant light, Han Yu, you should stop forcing it. Chapter 96. Beautiful sisters. Don't get involved on the bed beside Ruan Susu. Cui Sherwan lay quietly all day since he broke a mouthful of teeth yesterday, staring blankly out the window, motionless, like a corpse. When his stomach couldn't take it any longer and started growling, Cui Sherwan finally came to a realization. It wasn't about turning himself in to go to jail. Rather, this path was blocked, and he needed to find another way. He flipped over and got out of bed, just in time to see Chu Shui coming in from outside. Smoothly, he knelt in front of her. Senior Chu, I was wrong before, but now I truly have no way out. Please help me. I really don't need to give anything in return. Just introduce me to Summer Echo, and I will repay you well in the future. Chu Shui's expression was cold as he handed the food to Ruan Susu. With a frosty demeanor, why should I help you? What a beautiful dream. Cui Sherwin bowed his head several times. You must have a way, right? You enchanted Summer Echo and receive a reward of 100 million. I don't want that much. Just teach me a little trick, and I only need 10 million. Chu Shui set up a small table for Ruan Susu to eat on the bed, not willing to even give Cui Sherwin a glance. Chapter 97. Triple kill. The final verdict for Wu Runlong's case was announced the next morning. Wu Runlong was sentenced to 10 years in prison. It was a direct triple kill. With the audience's exit from the whole network, it seemed that this case had come to a close. But had it really ended? Zhang Shan, as the plaintiff, sued Cui Sherwin again for deliberately damaging someone else's property in a huge amount. Zhang Shan's appeal instantly sparked a heated discussion online. Oh my, is Zhang Shan going for a total wipeout again? I'm from S University. Everyone involved in this rumor has become a defendant, and they all end up in prison. Ha, they deserve to be wiped out like this. Why should they get away with it? Cui Sherwin was the campus heartthrob of the finance department. Zhu Laxi thought Cui Sherwin targeted her because he liked Miss Gu, but now Miss Gu didn't even see him. Ha ha. Is this what they call dying from unrequited love? Is there a clearer video from any sisters? The videos online are so blurry, even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. With our Miss Gu's beauty, scumbags should retreat. Ha ha. I have already imagined the entire process of the event. My Miss Gu is amazing. Scumbags and cheap women still want to make trouble. They'll kick themselves against an iron plate. Serve them right. Chapter 98. Thank you. Chung Yi looked disappointed, ready to end the live broadcast. Suddenly, a gorgeous special effect appeared in the live room. User Weong sent the host a moonwalk one. One moonwalk cost 2,000, which means a whole 1,000 for him. User Wuyong sent the host a moonwalk too. Wuyong sent a total of 5 moonwalks in his live room before stopping. Cheng Yi's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed. Thank you, Wuyong, for sending 5 moonwalks. Wuyong, keep going, don't stop. Cheng Yi nodded eagerly. This time not only with actions, but also with sounds. The moans were very alluring. With Wuyong's gifts, a small wave of traffic came to the live room. The hostess words suddenly gave a feeling that the audience wasn't for him, crying, I'm sorry, iu vicheng arobi tarmus. Wow. The male waist-to-hip ratio is really eye-catching. Gu Xiang kept sending several gifts, but didn't find a suitable recipient. Just as she was about to exit and wait for Choo-Choo's broadcast later to send gifts, her finger paused. Chapter 99. Improvised composition and lyrics, strength undeniable bullet screen. Hey, are you guys here to watch the big shot flaunt their wealth again? Haha, do you think everyone is as shallow as you? I'm here to see the sister. Sister Summer is from the theater, and they still need a leading lady here. Winks. What is so interesting about smelly men? She can also ice skate. Brother host. I'm here to shout a few times for my sister. You want to be angry, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. The aroma of tea is rich in the live room. The last live room with such character was Master Chu S with the Buddha light shining. The music live room has instantly turned into a tea art live room. Sisters. I'm speechless. The host stole our Awan's original lyrics and music, and was even rewarded by the big shot. Wake up, big shot. User Summer Echo sent the host Moonfall, sending Supreme Glory 5. In less than a minute, Summer Echo sent a total of 500,000. No way, Sister Summer. That's money, not game coins. Whoa, I don't even dare to spend game coins. I'm crying. Xie Luo took a long time to find his voice. Thank you. Big shot for the Supreme Glory. Chapter 100. Why don't you all lose together, Summer Echo? Let SPK. Calling a sugar daddy is too awkward. Xie Luo quickly joined the PK. The screen turned into a red-blue divide, showing that it was matching. Another host appeared, also a male host. Chung Air. Bullet screen. I just came over. Isn't Chung Air being looked down upon by Summer Echo? Chung Air just got a benefactor. You mocked him before. Now you can't reach him. Chung Air's benefactor is someone named Wuyong, who just sent a total of 100 moonwalks. Wuyong, it's me. Chung Air will be mine from now on. I'll take care of him. Chung Yi's eyes sparkled, feeling great to be supported by a rich woman. A full 200,000. After the split, he could take home 100,000, which was what he earned in 2 years, and today, just in a little while, it was in his account. He had just added the rich woman's WeChat, and relying on her to get rich was just around the corner. Chung Yi. Thank you, Big Shot Wuyong. You are generous. Chung Air is convinced. Remembering that Summer Echo left nothing in his live room, he felt a bit depressed, not knowing where she went to send gifts, causing his viewership to drop by half. Chapter 101. Online style change bullet screen. Chung Air, don't be discouraged. Wait until you show off your sexy chest muscles and dance a hot dance. Maybe Summer God will change her mind. This is a great opportunity. Chung Air. You must perform well. We are watching you closely in front of the screen. Shameless and not proactive. Must have a problem, doghead. Chung Air is actually quite handsome. With this look, he could easily become a big star, getting free benefits today. Thanks, Summer God. Actually, people want to see the sunny boy Xie Luo, hiding face shyly. Chung Yi looked at the screen, and suddenly everything clicked. He couldn't blame Summer God. He could only blame himself for not letting Summer God see the highlights before. He had muscles if he needed them, looks if he needed them, other than not being able to sing. What was he not better than that little tendermelon opposite? Wuyong. Chung Air, perform well for Summer God. Don't embarrass me. Amidst the continuous screams and gasps on the bullet screen, text version, Chung Air took a deep breath, grabbed the hem with both hands, threw it up, and revealed his tiger back and dog waist with mantis legs under the ambient light. Gu Xiang hadn't had time to take a closer look when the dorm erupted in excited shouts. Oh ho ho! It's better to enjoy together than alone. Sisters, quick look. Li Yang showed that. Lin Lin was already staring at the screen, her eyes shining. Ji Xin was gnawing on a chicken leg, hearing their shouts. She glanced at the screen and then at the chicken leg, thinking that such firm muscles must be even more chewy than the chicken leg. Sweat. Chung Air threw a flirtatious wink and said, Summer God, are you considering coming over here? Summer Echo replied, not considering. The barrage section erupted in laughter. Sister's heart is like iron. Such seduction doesn't even work. Moonfall, how did you manage to do it? Chung Air's looks couldn't even win over Summer God. And yet you're over there. Xie Luo smiled and said, Thank you, Summer God, for your support. User Summer Echo sent the Supreme Glory 333 to the host Moonfall. No way, Summer God. You've already won the PK. Do you still want a tip? Xiesheng Luo looked at the rapidly rising data in the back end. Unable to suppress his gulp, his breath quickening. Rubbing his eyes, he hoped this wasn't a dream. Ha ha, look at our host's incredulous expression. It must have made Chung air cry with envy. The host's expression was somewhat like a small pet concubine who had just entered the harem and was shocked. Ha ha, I'm such an imaginative person. Chung air was already crying. Ha ha, tears of hatred and jealousy streaming from the corners of my mouth. I have to say, a favored concubine and a little transparent are just different. Xing Er hadn't even entered the palace and was already in the cold palace. Watching Summer Echo send a full 500 Supreme Glory, Xiesheng Luo was dazed, almost forgetting to breathe. Summer God, starting today, the host is yours. It took Xiesheng Luo a long time to find his voice. He hadn't signed a contract with the platform, and the tips were split 50-50, a full 50 million. Even if half was taken away, he would still get 25 million. Looking at that string of numbers in the back end, Xiesheng Luo felt like he was being buried alive in RMB. He loved this feeling. He wouldn't have to run around for money anymore. This would be enough for him to spend a lifetime. Whatever original theft, just roll away. I'm rich now. Don't mess with me. Fearing that his private message would be buried, Xiesheng Luo simply asked, Summer God, can I get contact method? No other meaning. I won't pester you, Summer God. Just want to notify you immediately for the next live stream. The barrage continued to fly. Li Fei, your calculation is too loud. This king heard it all the way in Ningguda. Ah, Li Fei is online fighting for favor. Choo-choo, hurry up and come. Summer Echo said, I'm tired of swiping. Go to play games, goodbye. Xiesheng Luo was stunned. Leaving just like that? So suddenly, his thoughts raced. Wait a minute, Summer God. I'm actually just a game streamer. Chapter 102 sound so perfect, ears pregnant. Li Yang laughed so hard in the dormitory. Moonfall is so interesting, adapting the live stream style to please Summer God. Lin Lin lay on the table, silently crying, woo-woo, 50 million, it's killing me. Li Yang suddenly felt unhappy after a moment of silence. He started to cover his face and cry, Moonfall, get out 50 million, I also want to start streaming. Ji Xin howled to the sky, 50 million. I can't eat that much in my lifetime. How can Summer God be so extravagantly heartless? The three shouted in unison, I'm going crazy. Gu Xiang rubbed her ears. Can you be quiet? The three's gazes fell on Gu Xiang. Li Yang said, Sister, that's 50 million. How can you not feel anything? Last time it was 100 million, 100 million. Even if I borrowed 500 years from heaven, I couldn't earn that much. Gu Xiang touched her nose. Changing the topic, do you want to play games? Xiesheng Luo's voice came from the phone. Summer God, I'm actually just a game streamer. Singing is a hobby. Haha. Let's play a game. Summer God, I'll carry you. Summer Echo replied. Okay. Chapter 103 Laughing and Getting Rich in the Live Room. Li Yang stared at the screen, damn. Summer God's opponent seems to be an esports god. It's that Luo god. Host Moonfall got headshot. Gu Xiang quickly looked at the teammate. Xiesheng Luo thought, after respawning. His face felt like it was stinging. What was going on today? He wanted to carry Summer God, but Summer God was stronger than him, and the opponent was too. Oh, the esports streamer is actually being carried by the sponsor. He brought shame to streamers, woo-woo. Shame. Luo God on the opposite side provoked. Haha, little bunny, I'll let you hide behind a woman. Haha, Luo God. Showing off your love, huh? I'll make you die. Bang. Luo God fell on the spot. Barrage. What the heck, ha 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 ha. I'm already laughing so hard. Sorry, Luo God, I'm your fan. But you just died like that. I really want to laugh, ha ha ha. 66,666. Our Summer God is awesome. Gu Xiang took out a gun and directly took down the opposing team. 5 kills. Xiesheng Luo's eyes widened. Summer God. He was completely in awe. From today on, he was a fan of Summer God. Game interface announcement. Esports god Luo God used a resurrection armor. Come watch. Chapter 104 Are they lagging? Luo God rallied his teammates to fully cooperate in attacking Xiesheng Luo, covering himself to avoid Summer God's attacks. Seeing himself being targeted, Xiesheng Luo quickly called out, Summer God, I think I'm going to fall. Why is everyone targeting me? This soft persimmon. Live barrage. A soft persimmon can't be squeezed by the opponent, only by teammates. Ha ha. The host's voice sounded like a pitiful puppy. the fragrance of tea wafting everywhere. While Luo God on the opposite side had lost his sanity under the tea's watering. With my summer god here, don't worry. The esports male god Luo God isn't your opponent. My summer god is awesome, godly positioning. Do you want to represent Z country in the international esport competition? Luo God was completely enraged. Summer god, do you really have to protect him? My fists are really hard now. Gu Xiang replied, yes. I want to protect my teammate wherever you're hard. Barrage. Summer god is so protective. I'm already enchanted. Host Moonfall, what are you waiting for? Now is the time for you to jump into Summer God's embrace, screaming. Her little face turned yellow. Summer God, you said it accurately. Where exactly is it hard? Get out upstairs. You're affecting the color tone of my phone screen. Side-eye smile. Chapter 105. She is the dream lover. Gu Xiang waved her hand. Are you all okay? The three were dazed. Liang looked like an elderly person with dementia. Can you repeat that last sentence? Gu Xiang raised her eyebrows. Are you all okay? Liang said blankly, not that sentence. Gu Xiang thought for a moment. Wherever you're hard, I want to protect my teammates. Her words seemed to light a 10-meter-long firecracker. The other three in the dormitory directly exploded with excitement, making a loud ruckus. Liang jumped up directly, and the ceiling was hit hard again. Lin's cup clattered to the ground. Gu Xiang laughed wildly, reverting to her primal self. Ahaha, ahaha, ahaha. Liang covered his head and howled, roar, 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 ha ha, roar, roar, wah. Lin was messing up her hair, turning it into a bird's nest. Dancing wildly on the ground. The summer deity is actually right beside me. Gu Xiang thought. The scene is a bit terrifying. Have these three mutated? I kind of want to run. People upstairs and downstairs heard the crazy cries from room 302 and poked their heads out of the windows, looking up from below and looking down from above. Chapter 106 Ace, Total Annihilation. Since Gu Xiang boosted her combat power to 50, her physical condition could easily take down an ordinary male college student, and she could go down the stairs faster than running. Just as she rushed out of the dormitory building, she bumped into someone coming straight at her. Gu Xiang steadied Zhao Shuming's shoulder and frowned. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Shuming scratched the back of his head, looking a bit shy. I don't have classes this afternoon. Gu Xiang's expression changed instantly, with a hint of meaning. Oh, you want to ask me out? You came to me yourself? Not bad. Very thoughtful. Zhao Shuming's face turned a bit red. No, boss. Don't tease me. I can't go back home. Gu Xiang crossed her arms and tilted her head, her expression returning to coolness. I see. You got into trouble again. Zhao Shuming. Why is she always so straightforward when she talks? It's not really trouble. My uncle's relatives are coming over tonight, and I don't want to deal with them, so I thought I could crash at your place for a night. Gu Xiang nodded. All right, I need to go back too. Zhao Shuming glanced at his phone. There was still an hour left until Cui Shiwen's trial. Your family's mountain is quite impressive. It's been nonstop for days now. The statements during the trial are airtight. You must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. Chapter 107, I was just joking, and you actually went. Zhao Shuming tugged at Gu Xiang's sleeve. Boss, where did your dance troupe come from? Can I borrow them for my family's banquet? Wow. With this level of professionalism, won't those clueless rich second-generation kids be dumbfounded? It's amazing. Gu Xiang replied. These were my family's maids. Zhao Shuming's eyes widened. Maids, which make him dance. No way. This should be called wasting talent. Zhao Shuming took a deep breath. Where did you find these maids? I want to get a couple for my brother, so he doesn't spend all day working or with me. I'm almost driven crazy by him. For maids cost 6,000 points. Gu Xiang said, 600 million. Zhao Shuming gasped. Who hires a maid for hundreds of millions? What kind of family is that? A top-tier tycoon. Unbelievable. So extravagant. He was almost envious to death. Zhao Shuming blinked, his expression awkward. Sorry, I just offended your maids. My brother doesn't deserve your family's maids. 2 maids cost 3 billion. Gu Xiang smirked. Well, just sell him. Wah wah wah. I want to cry even more. He's not worth as much as a maid. After the dance ended, Sang Yuan's stunningly beautiful face came into view. Chapter 108, Get up and answer a question early the next morning. All platforms simultaneously broke the news. The campus heartthrob from S University attempted to harm the plaintiff before the trial, but the plot backfired and ended up harming himself instead. The campus forum directly became a hot topic. Are you kidding me? Is Cui Shiwen's out of his mind? He wants to harm the plaintiff. But won't he also be done for? The upstairs people must not have read the original text carefully. Cui Shiwen's had booked a flight in advance, preparing to harm someone and then disappear abroad. Damn, he truly is a piece of work. I've heard he was being sued for intentionally damaging someone else's property. I'm Cui Shiwen's roommate. He had a girlfriend who treated him so well. I once asked him who she was, and he said she was an unimportant maid, then turned around to flirt with the Lin family's young lady. This is what you call a social guy. Now that he is dead, who knows what happened to his ex-girlfriend? Damn, he is really that kind of person. As the post gained traction, everything Cui Shiwen's had done in life was exposed. Everyone spat a little, and even in death, he couldn't find peace. The trial was directly interrupted due to the defendant's death, and as for the debts, they would be deducted from his assets. His assets were all transferred to the original owner's account by Gu Xiang. Chapter 109, I could be jealous of you, you know? Gu Xiang was clear in her points and logical. For these difficult questions, she showed no hesitation or stuttering. Teacher Liang couldn't help but ask her about the problems he faced in managing a business. Gu Xiang, she has answered for almost 10 minutes. I'm tired. Gu Xiang pointed to her watch. Teacher, I won't take up more of my classmates' time. This question is completely unrelated to what we are currently studying. Teacher Liang also realized he had gotten a bit too excited. All right, this student may sit down. Your answer was excellent. I will continue with the lecture. Everyone listen carefully. After Gu Xiang sat down, she took off her glasses and looked at the dazed Ruan Susu. She pushed the black-framed glasses toward him. Actually, you look good without them. They weren't even prescription glasses, just a regular pair of clear lenses without blue light blocking. Ruan Susu cautiously reached out to take the glasses, lowered his head, and silently put them on. These glasses felt like his protective shell. Only when he shrank inside the shell would he feel a bit of security. After class, everyone dispersed. Gu Xiang left with a book in one hand. The boy softly called out to her, Gu classmate. Chapter 1, 10 Little Male Classmate. Gu Xiang was slightly delayed by eating, arriving last to the classroom. She exchanged glances with Ruan Susu, who obediently scooted further in. There was still some time before class started, so Gu Xiang broke some sausage for him, quickly covering the food to prevent the smell from wafting around the classroom. Luckily, Ruan Susu chose a seat by the window, and there wasn't any strange smell for the classmates to notice. Ruan Susu instinctively took the sausage, looking at Gu Xiang with a still somewhat timid gaze, but it was much better than before. He looked around, saw that no one was paying attention to him, quickly turned his head, and stuffed a bit of sausage into his mouth. He looked like a cute little hamster, his bright eyes and puffy cheeks. Sharing delicious food is even more fun. Gu Xiang asked, is it good? Ruan Susu eats very delicately. Hearing this, her face turns a bit red, and after a long time, she finally swallows the food and hurriedly nods. It's delicious. Since class is about to start, Gu Xiang didn't give her too much. She finished it in just 2 bites. The teacher for this class is a middle-aged woman who teaches strictly according to the PPT, following a very formal approach. Everyone was attending class seriously. Chapter 111. Does everyone have a mind at home? This guy actually refused. Such generous conditions, and he actually turned it down. Ma Linxian is pulling her hair, feeling like she's going to go crazy. What's going on? Does everyone have a mind at home? A lot of students preparing to attend this class have already gathered. They are quietly watching from a distance, seeing that the male student actually refused. Their expressions towards Ruan Susu twisted. No way, he just turned down the invitation from the president of Shengjing Company. So infuriating. They studied day and night in high school and worked hard for credits in college just to find a good job after graduation and easily earn over 10,000 a month. Right. Is he out his mind? Liang Ji's expression was barely holding up. He was actually refused again, after a moment of silence. He turned to Gu Xiang and said, let's change boyfriends, get one I can work on. Everyone suddenly realized, so that's it. The spot from teacher Liang wasn't given to that pretty and obedient male student. It was for Gu Xiang's boyfriend. The focus is on Gu Xiang, not on who her boyfriend is. The crowd looked at Ruan Susu with complex expressions, wondering what to do, as they felt a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 112. My husband. The classmates gathered from a distance, and suddenly a cool and beautiful girl walked into their view. My husband. A female classmate shouted, drawing surprised looks from those around. She quickly covered her mouth and explained softly, you guys are so slow on the news. I've already joined Gu's wife group. Everyone woke up. It's the new goddess that the young girls are chasing. Young girls goddess. What husband? Something seems off. Very off. Their minds were a bit messy. When they shifted their gaze back to the handsome guy nearby, they were once again struck by the visual impact. Wow, how can this woman's looks be so stunning? She seems even more breathtaking than the handsome guy just now. Who should they look at? Everyone stared, not even daring to blink. With these two in the same frame, it's simply dazzling. Sang Yuan looked at her boss approaching, revealing a standard smile of a worker seeing the boss. Her beauty was even more captivating, making several young girls feel faint. Although they were reluctant to admit it, when they stood together, they really looked beautiful. A perfect match. I'm a face value lover. I love this. Chapter 113. A symbol of identity and status. The rent for Binhai Building is terrifyingly high, with annual net profits nearing 4 billion. Now this is hers. Although Gu Xiang doesn't really lack money, who would complain about having more assets? Owning Binhai Building is also a symbol of identity and status. No matter who it is, who would dare to provoke the owner of Binhai Building? Even the heads of the Wang or Fong families would have to give some face and exchange a few pleasantries. Now that the building is hers, shopping there feels like inspecting her territory. This side is hers. That side is also hers. Everything is hers. Suddenly, she feels so happy. Li Yang suggested, "Let us go to the second floor, where there are more clothing options and the prices are particularly reasonable." Gu Xiang was about to suggest going to the third floor to choose freely when she was suddenly distracted by someone walking by. Two people suddenly walked over, one of whom brushed past Li Yang, bringing a waft of fragrance. They turned out to be acquaintances. Han Yuan glanced at them disdainfully, saying that they should go to the second floor, as it's prepared for poor girls, right? Her gaze fell on Gu Xiang, and she said sarcastically, "The lawsuit is finally over. Congratulations." Chapter 114. Make the other dorms envious. Little Sweet saw her golden client about to make a big order, and the annoying manager didn't know what got into him, actually trying to steal her customer. She hurriedly squeezed the male manager aside, beaming as she squatted beside Gu Xiang, looking up at her. "Miss Gu, what kind of style are you looking to choose? I can help you recommend." Her face was as gentle as water, filled with warmth. Internally, she was flipping out. That annoying manager actually dared to rely on his higher position to steal her customers. Miss Gu is her golden client, her golden goose. She must not let anyone else steal her hard-earned customer. Manager, get lost. With that thought, Little Sweet's smile became even more radiant. Gu Xiang pondered for a moment, seriously considering what kind of clothes would be suitable for the spring sports meeting. She wanted something loose and comfortable, a bit more stylish, that all four of us could wear. Little Sweet nodded, calling her sisters to action, each one scurrying around the store to grab clothes that fit Gu Xiang's standards, each holding a set and lining up in front of Gu Xiang. Li Yang and the others quietly sat beside Gu Xiang, their eyes wide as they watched this scene. Can you actually choose clothes like this? Just sitting here? The salespeople were diligently running back and forth. Chapter 115. Uncle, come here quickly. Feng Yaoting waved his hand, showing great generosity. Han Yuan's smile was almost difficult to maintain, her expression stiffening. Han Yuan glared at Gu Xiang and the others angrily, speaking sarcastically. Today, you met Brother Feng, who is generous, so consider yourselves lucky. Feng Yaoting called out, "Where's your manager? Didn't I come here for a warm welcome?" The male manager walked over, slightly bowing, apologizing. "I'm very sorry. What would you like to choose?" Feng Yaoting's uncle is the supervisor of the third floor of the building. Every store manager on the third floor has to come forward to personally welcome him. These merchants working here have to consider the leaders in the building. If they offend someone, who knows if they can stay, as many luxury brands are dying to get in here. The business turnover and transaction rate of Binhai Building are astonishingly high. Who would give up such a prime location? Little Sweet tried hard to suppress her annoyance, quietly explaining Feng Yaoting's identity beside Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang nodded, standing up to look at Feng Yaoting, asking, "Your relative is the supervisor here?" Feng Yaoting saw how understanding she was and directly introduced himself. "My uncle, Feng Huidao, has been the supervisor here for 5 years, and all the brand stores on the third floor know me." Chapter 116. Can you bear this responsibility? Feng Yaoting was supported by Han Yuan to stand up, glaring fiercely at Gu Xiang. "You're finished. My uncle will call security to throw you out soon, and you'll be on the blacklist of Binhai Building from now on. Just wait." He didn't know if Gu Xiang had kicked his sore spot, but now not only did his knees hurt terribly, but his lower body was so numb that he couldn't even stand up straight. Feng Yaoting wasn't light. Han Yuan used all her strength to help him sit aside, sweating profusely, and her makeup was ruined. The eyeshadow and mascara smudged into a large dark area, and the powder on her face could be rubbed into mud from the moisture of sweat. Feng Yaoting inadvertently glanced at Han Yuan and frowned hard. Why did she suddenly look ugly? He looked at Gu Xiang, And in comparison, he suddenly smirked, "If you kneel down and bow to me, and be my lover for a few days, I'll let you go. Do you know what it means to be blacklisted by Binhai Building?" Gu Xiang tilted her head, her eyes mocking. "Oh, I really don't know." Feng Yaoting threatened, "All businesses cooperating with Binhai Building will no longer serve you in the future. Including your credit score at the bank will drop, and every aspect of your life will be restricted. Even large companies won't hire you for a job." Chapter 117. Wouldn't you think this president is derelict in duty? Xiao Tan, oblivious to the surroundings, picked up the iron and carefully organized the clothes Gu Xiang wanted. "I have eyes. They clearly provoked Miss Gu first." Other employees gasped in shock. Feng Huidao furrowed his brows tightly. "Your name is Luo Tian, right? You're fired now. Get out, or I'll have security throw you out." Xiao Tian swiftly packed the clothes, bending down to ask Gu Xiang, "A total of 480,000 yuan, Miss Gu. Will you pay by card?" She took out the POS machine and held it in front of Gu Xiang with both hands. Li Yang and the others gasped. "For just these few pieces of clothing, 480,000. Are you kidding? From head to toe, including cosmetics, it wouldn't even exceed 1,000. They had no concept of hundreds of millions, but tens of thousands felt like a reality. The three silently thought about what they could buy with 480,000. Just eating out would be enough for 20 years. How many 20 years are there in life? They were bewildered. Buying a car wasn't too much. Getting a small house in the countryside was considered cheap. But damn it, this isn't a car or a house. Just a few pieces of clothing, huh? They were gifted to them, sob, sob, sob. If it weren't for Gu Xiang, would they ever be able to wear such expensive clothes? Chapter 118. I can't be blacklisted. Gu Xiang's voice stood out among the group of strangely quiet people. Feng's manager's nephew had a problem. He couldn't even distinguish his own girlfriend. It's better for him to go home and rest. My building shouldn't have idiots and their mentally challenged relatives. Feng Yaoting's expression changed. Suddenly looking at her, his tone fierce. "What did you say? Does she know who this person in front of her is? This is the president of Binhai Building. How dare she speak so arrogantly in front of these leaders?" Just as Feng Yaoting was about to explode, but before he could, something seemed to pass by his ear and suddenly got stuck. What did she just say? "My building." Before Feng Yaoting could think, he saw the president walk 3 steps to Gu Xiang and bend down. The president actually bowed to that university student. He was even smiling. He extended his hand so Gu Xiang could use his arm for support when getting up from the sofa. Where is this like a president? He was just a little eunuch beside the empress. The fire that was about to rise in Feng Yaoting's heart inexplicably extinguished, watching the astonishing scene in front of him. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth open in disbelief. Chapter 119. Let him stay in prison from now on. Feng Huitao's throat tightened, feeling nervous. He kept retreating. How much further would he retreat? Gu Xiang's voice carried a hint of sarcastic laughter. The senior leaders directly made way for Gu Xiang's line of sight. Looking at the chairman, who didn't seem very old, how did he feel even more imposing and intimidating than their president? This natural, nonchalant sense of oppression was the scariest. Okay. Feng Huidao was completely exposed, facing Gu Xiang directly. He trembled all over, his knees weakened, and he knelt on the ground. "Chairman, it was my failure to keep an eye on him, but usually I focus on work. I really didn't expect him to act this way. I'll send him back home. What do you think?" "What do I think?" "I think you should pack your things and go home too." Feng Huidao stared blankly at Gu Xiang. What did you say?" Gu Xiang tossed her hair, her expression lazy. "I said, you can get lost." The president, reading the atmosphere, immediately stepped forward, sternly saying to Feng Huidao, "You're fired today, security." The security was called over, and the president's gaze swept over Feng Huidao. "Pack this person and his belongings and throw them out. You should also have a place on the blacklist." Chapter 120. Girlfriend? No. Boss. She made a sincere suggestion. "Shouldn't you change your CPU? Why is it lagging for so long?" The three slowly came to their senses. Li Yang and the others suddenly jumped 1/2 meter high. "No way, Gu Xiang. You're actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Binhai Building." Lin Lin wiped her mouth. "No wonder it's Gu Xiang." Ji Xinxin laughed crazily. "Ha ha." After Gu Xiang left with the still excited and crazy trio, the president changed from his previous caution. He looked seriously at the employees. "If any of you use Binhai Building's power to commit crimes or take bribes next time, then your end will be a warning from Feng Huitao." The senior leaders quickly expressed that they would never have such thoughts. After the president finished speaking, he turned and quickly chased after Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang was personally escorted out of Binhai Building by the president. Xiao Chun, The Zhongshan lawyer team is my private employment lawyer group. I've already sent a message to let the Zhongshan team settle in the office area of Binhai Building. If Binhai Building needs it, he could provide legal help at any time. Yichen had a puzzled expression. You're Zhongshan's boss? Chapter 121. Limited Edition Luxury Car. Liang said. Feng Huidao was sentenced to death, and Feng Yaoding won't be so arrogant in the future. Without this uncle, he is nothing. Ji Xinqin agreed. Exactly. Has he become so arrogant just because he's seen more rich people? Does he not know his own worth? Lin Lin said, it's still my Godxia who's low-key. Not ostentatious at all. Ji Xinqin's eyes widened slightly. My Godxia is dressed in all famous brands. I didn't notice before, but now I can confirm it. You two didn't notice at all, did you? Liang was directly stunned. I think Godxia's clothes are much better than mine. But isn't it just a big brand? Ji Xin looked at Gu Xiang's outfit, searched online with her phone, and then placed it in front of them. Did you see? This outfit costs no less than 200,000. Liang and Lin Lin gasped in shock. I really didn't see it. Lin Lin scratched her head. I can't even name all the luxury brands, let alone remember their logos. Who can tell at a glance whether it's a brand or not? Liang Sigit, no wonder we're just ordinary students. We can't even understand luxury goods. If it weren't for the presence of Summer God, I might never have a chance to be in the socialite circle. Chapter 122. Wishing the Wang family bankruptcy soon outside the racetrack. There was a high platform that offered a panoramic view. On the platform, there was a resting area with several large umbrellas for shade, and below were tea tables and comfortable sofas prepared for arriving customers. The sales staff walked ahead, gesturing for a few people to come over. Then they smiled and bent down, asking if anyone needed drinks. Gu Xiang looked at the racing cars below and felt a bit excited. I'll have a cup of coffee. Yi Chun ordered an iced cola, and the other three chose green tea. The sales staff went to the tea room at the back to prepare drinks and snacks for them. Just as Gu Xiang was about to sit down, a woman suddenly dashed out from somewhere, holding orange juice, and bumped into Gu Xiang's seat. The orange juice spilled, splattering a portion on Gu Xiang's sleeve. The woman gasped in shock, and upon seeing Gu Xiang's face, jealousy surged in her heart. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. Can't you watch where you're going? Gu Xiang stood up, and Yichen quickly pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe Gu Xiang's wet sleeve. The woman watched the handsome man treating the beautiful woman with such care and felt even more irritated thinking of her boyfriend's attitude towards her. Chapter 123. Absolute controlling interest. Chun Xiao licked his lips. The businesses that could settle in the Binhai Building were all quite substantial. The Chun family didn't even have the qualifications to settle there. Chun Xiao approached with a flattering smile. Miss Gu, Boss Gu, now that the Wang family is left. Could there be an opening for the Chun family? To fill his stomach, he had to thicken his skin. If he got rejected, it was fine. But if he got accepted, his father would surely praise him to the skies. Settling in the Binhai Building would grant his company some honor and credibility, and future collaborations would probably be overwhelming. If the upper crust of S-City was dominated by the likes of Zhu Feng and the Wang family, then the business circle of S-City could only be led by the Binhai Building. Yichen glanced at her boss's expression and felt it was her duty to step forward and refuse. Don't worry, our building will not have vacancies. Chen Xiao lowered his head and touched his nose. Oh, well then. He looked completely deflated. Then he suddenly remembered. You're the night manager of Binhai Building, right? I've seen you in financial reports. Yichen stepped back 2 paces to stand behind Gu Xiang, indicating that this was not a situation he could control. Gu Xiang was the real authority. Chapter 124. Important item capture function. Jiang Qi opened her mouth in disbelief, glancing sideways at manager Xiang Nair. I am young Master Wang's girlfriend. I will soon be the young mistress of the Wang family. Don't think that just because you're a small store manager. Even if you're the regional manager of S-City, you would still have to bow and personally deliver clothes to me. Gu Xiang scoffed in her eyes. Young mistress? That's a nice dream for spring and autumn. Don't think about whether you can become one. The Wang family's building is about to collapse. Jiang Qi was furious. Who do you think you are to say such things? It's just a few clothes. I'll buy them all. And I want to see you with no clothes to change into. Jiang Qi shot an angry look at manager Xiang Nair. Over 100,000? Manager Xiang Nair's smile grew increasingly strange, polite, yet carrying an indescribable sarcasm. He smiled at Jiang Qi. The total is 2,890,000. Jiang Qi's chest rose and fell rapidly, and upon hearing this, she suddenly froze, staring wide-eyed at manager Xiang Nair, then incredulously cupped her ears. Are you kidding me? For just a few pieces of clothing, 2,890,000. Don't think I haven't bought brands before. Manager Xiang Nair retorted. That might be because you've never purchased our limited edition items. After all, our limited editions are primarily supplied to members like Miss Gu. Oh, by the way, Miss Gu has also ordered a high-end custom piece worth 8 million from our headquarters. I wonder if you have any intention of purchasing a high-end custom piece? Chapter 125. Need to capture Wang Dubin, then lifted Jiang Qi's chin, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they left the fitting room area and headed towards the racetrack. With a teasing tone, he said, "It's just a few pieces of clothing. You've made me happy. What else there to worry about?" Hearing Wang Dubin say this, Jiang Qi felt completely reassured, completely unaware that Wang Dubin was merely trying to save face. Jiang Qi thought to herself, "It seems the Wang family is even more powerful than she imagined." The young mistress of the Wang family casually bought 3 pieces of the same high-end custom clothing, spending 6 million. Buying brands in the same styles isn't just about having money. It's also about being foolish. Miss Wang couldn't possibly be that foolish. So it must be that the Wang family is truly powerful. Following Wang Dubin was like stepping into heaven. Remembering the woman from earlier in the group with manager Xiang Nair mocking her, Jiang Qi felt even more resentful. The two of them, each with their own thoughts, walked back to the racetrack. The competition for the purchasing qualification of the 730,000 Lamborghini had concluded. Pei Tianqing, who participated on behalf of Wang Dubin, had won first place in the race and secured the qualification to purchase the Lamborghini. However, there was not a trace of happiness on his face. From afar, he saw Wang Dubin walking over with a graceful woman in his arms and strode over. His stature was too tall, forcing Wang Dubin to frown and look up at him. "You won?" Pei Tianqing nodded. "I've won this race, and you can buy this Lamborghini." But will the lawsuit the Wang family file be dropped? After the Wang family's yacht sank, he had not had a moment's peace since returning home. He hadn't even slept well. The Wang family directly sent a lawyer to file a lawsuit against Pei Tianqing, not mentioning the quality issues of their own boat or his own mistakes, placing all the blame on Pei Tianqing. Such actions were a disaster for Pei Tianqing. Even if he lost everything, he couldn't afford the exorbitant compensation. His mother was chronically ill, and his sister was about to enter college. If he paid the compensation, what would happen to the two of them? Just when he felt hopeless, Wang Dubin suddenly summoned him to this 4S dealership and said that as long as he won the race and secured the purchasing qualification for the Lamborghini, he could drop the lawsuit. This was his only hope, and during the race, he was completely tense and gave it his all, not daring to make any mistakes. To others, it was just an inconsequential car race. But for him, it was the latter half of his life with his family. Pei Tianqing looked at Wang Dubin with hope, only to be met with his sarcastic expression. Pei Tianqing's heart immediately sank. Wang Dubin coldly said as the captain, "You have failed in your duty, disregarding the lives of everyone on board. That is a huge mistake. You think winning a car race is enough to wipe the slate clean? You're dreaming." Hearing this, Pei Tianqing felt a chill run down his spine. The Wang family's yacht sank, and they naturally had to bear the responsibility for quality issues. However, the yacht had not been salvaged and could not be salvaged. Where would he find evidence of the Wang family's negligence? Gu Xiang walked out of the changing room in a new outfit, looking dashing, immediately drawing the attention of many. The system's cute voice suddenly resonated in Gu Xiang's mind. V3 upgrade feature unlocked, important item capture function in use. Captured important item, Wang family's giant yacht. Do you want to capture it? Chapter 126, Flip-Flop. A giant yacht from the Wang family? On the way back to the racetrack, Gu Xiang realized in an instant. The Wang family was causing a stir, repeatedly looking for trouble in front of her. If she could use the giant yacht as evidence to directly sue the Wang family, they would surely be too busy to take care of themselves for a long time. Then her options would be very broad. Gu Xiang silently thought, capture. Thinking about such a massive object suddenly appearing on land would inevitably draw public attention. Gu Xiang casually asked, where will the captured item be placed? Captured Wang family's yacht. To answer the master, the captured item will be temporarily stored in the system space. If you need it, you can specify a location, and it can be released at any suitable place, and the suitability of the location will be checked beforehand. Sensing Gu Xiang's concerns, of course, to maintain logic, the appearance of special items will be logically supplemented by the system. For example, the Wang family's giant yacht will be salvaged by the system's tools and will appear in public sight under appropriate circumstances. Tools? Gu Xiang keenly caught a keyword. Chapter 127. What impact will it have on my company? Wang Dubin's gaze suddenly shifted to Gu Xiang. No wonder she could buy an 8 million high-end item. Her boyfriend was the president of Billionaire Tower, which had an annual income of tens of billions. As long as he embezzled a little, buying a piece of high-end fashion wasn't a big deal. Wang Dubin suddenly revealed a hearty and honest smile. In the business world, one must express their stance properly when needed. They still had cooperation to consider. The president of Billionaire Tower couldn't just kick the Wang family out because of personal reasons. Wang Dubin changed his previous arrogance. I'm really sorry. It's been a long time since I last saw you. The little spar from before wasn't worth mentioning. Our cooperation is long-lasting. To make amends, how about I treat you to a meal? Yichen looked at him with a half-smile. What a joke. The boss was standing next to him and hadn't said anything. So how could he, as a subordinate, dare to speak out of turn? Wang Dubin waited for a while but didn't hear Yichun's response, and his smile slightly cooled. This was the first time he had encountered such a disrespectful businessman. Just because of a minor misunderstanding regarding identities, what businessman hadn't experienced such things? Afterward, didn't they still drink and discuss cooperation? Chapter 128. He cannot afford the consequences of losing. Pei Tianqing's sky-blue eyes lingered on Gu Xiang for a long time, but he was still not free, so he could only silently retract his admiring gaze and follow Wang Dubin. A staff member at the 4S store smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Wang, on winning the Lamborghini Bull. Do you want to continue participating in next race?" Wang Dubin's gloomy eyes swept toward Gu Xiang on the podium. "Continue. What she wants, I must take." Now that he had already offended her, what else was there to worry about? Billionaire Tower was impressive, but the Wang family was not to be trifled with. Wang Dubin looked at Pei Tianqing. "You must win this McLaren race for me. Think carefully about the consequences of losing." Pei Tianqing lowered his head. "I understand." The feeling of being restricted by others was terrible. If only he had a boss like Miss Gu as a backing. He envied Yi Chun in his heart, but could only silently admire. Jiang Qi couldn't help but say, "Young Master Wang, the McLaren is priced at 15 million. We brought money." Wang Dubin shot her a cold glance. "Am I, the young master of the Wang family, unable to afford this money? If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't have directly confronted the chairman and president of Billionaire Tower." Chapter 129. No clear winner. Gu Xiang thought without hesitation. Exchange. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged for world-class racing driving skills, God-level driving skills. 300 points have been automatically deducted. Host remaining points, 2088. A vast amount of knowledge instantly flooded Gu Xiang's mind, and when she watched the car race below, the new perspective allowed her to better understand the intricacies involved. She could accurately analyze every move of the racers on the track and predict the impacts of their actions. Ji Xinxin leaned over with her straw and asked, "Xia Shun, who do you think will win?" Gu Xiang picked up the freshly served coffee and took a sip. Pei Tianqing and Xiao Chun were evenly matched. Pei Tianqing's handling was more precise, and his speed was steady. If he could maintain that state throughout, he had a good chance of winning. It was quite similar to how he operated the ship at sea, steady and calculated. As for Yi Chun, mentioning him brought a hint of a smile to Gu Xiang's eyes. Xiao Chun's style was very decisive, focusing more on seizing opportunities to overtake. He could precisely identify every chance to gain speed and suppress his opponents. If Pei Tianqing made even the slightest mistake in his operation, he could be overtaken by Xiao Chun. Chapter 130. Global Limited Edition 10. The manager of the 4S store walked over from a distance, his smile warm and humble. Upon seeing Gu Xiang sitting on the sofa, he slightly bent down to communicate with her at eye level. "Hello, miss. The racing driver representing you has won. Congratulations. You are now the final owner of the globally limited McLaren." Gu Xiang nodded and stood up from her seat. "Where do I pay?" The manager pointed the way, leading Gu Xiang to the lobby of the 4S store. Wang Dubin saw this scene, and immediately dark clouds filled his eyes, quickly following behind. He had to take a supercar back today. With the opening of the Hay Entertainment City, he needed to make a grand appearance. Owning a limited edition supercar was undoubtedly a symbol of his status and the strength of the Wang family. Wang Dubin grabbed the arm of the salesperson and called over the store manager, saying, "I want this McLaren. If you dare sell it to someone else, just wait for the Wang family to stop cooperating with you." The store manager had other companies and stores under him that were collaborating with Wang Dubin. The salesperson quickly bowed slightly and ran to call the manager. Wang Dubin turned around and saw Pei Tianqing heading to the changing room to take off the racing suit. Striding forward with the intention of slapping Pei Tianqing across the face. Chapter 131. Unworthy son. The store manager frowned and said, "Young Master Wang, although we have some ties in business, you can't do this. This car already belongs to Miss Gu. Wouldn't it look bad if you insisted on it here?" The manager raised his head, dark-faced, and scolded the manager. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and process Miss Gu's business." Under Wang Dubin's incredulous gaze, the manager turned to Gu Xiang and bowed slightly, saying, "I'm really sorry, Miss Gu. Our store's reputation is very reliable. The McLaren is already yours. And I absolutely won't go back on my word." Wang Dubin frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The manager replied, "How about this? Next time if our store gets a new limited edition, I'll save it for you first, young Master Wang." Suddenly, Wang Dubin's phone rang. He picked it up with an unhappy expression and saw it was his father calling. He quickly suppressed his anger, switched to speakerphone, and tried to have his father pressure the manager. "Dad, you call me." Before he could finish, a scolding voice came from the other end of the line, clear to everyone around. "Awartison, what kind of people have you offended outside? Our Wang family's office staff has all been kicked out by the people in Binhai building. Do you know how many people saw it?" Chapter 132. New driver. Gu Xiang nodded and said, "This matter will be handled by Xiao Chun. Prepare the labor contract." Yichen quickly expressed he would take care of it soon. Then everyone subconsciously followed Gu Xiang toward the most eye-catching McLaren in the store, with Chun Xiao looking amazed. The manager held a tray on which a velvet cloth was laid, containing the McLaren's car keys. Gu Xiang picked up the keys and took a casual look. The McLaren key was made entirely of carbon fiber and adorned with crystal material, feeling light in hand, with a simple yet luxurious appearance. The owner of the Lamborghini Gallardo, surnamed Li, came from a top family in S City, and he swallowed hard at the sight of the keys in Gu Xiang's hand. After pressing a button, Gu Xiang stepped onto the platform, slightly lifting the car door frame. Then, like a flash of light, the McLaren's butterfly doors elegantly rose, drawing gasps from the crowd. Chen Xiao stared blankly. "This is too beautiful." Li Yuan gulped hard, suddenly feeling the Lamborghini was no longer appealing. Getting the car down from the display was a technical job, and the manager reminded, "Miss Gu, we can have our technicians help you bring the car down." Chapter 133. Such a young chairman. Gu Xiang smiled slightly. "The boss is quite the talker." "Hey, don't call me boss. My surname is Wu. Just call me Old Wu." The store manager next to him couldn't help but laugh and said, "Hey, keep that enthusiasm in check. Don't keep chatting nonstop just because you find someone eye-catching. She is here to buy a car." Old Wu laughed and touched his forehead. "Thank you for bringing this esteemed guest to me." The store manager waved his hand. "All right, Old Wu, I'll head back now. There are things to attend to at the store. I'll come by tomorrow noon for a meal." After bidding farewell to Old Wu, the manager turned to Gu Xiang with a warm smile. "Chairman Gu, I'll be leaving now. If you need anything else, feel free to call me." Gu Xiang nodded. "I might need to trouble you in the future." The manager beamed, smiling widely. When Chairman Gu said trouble, it was just polite talk, meaning they would cooperate more in the future. If he sold another car to her, wouldn't his store's performance shoot up? He quickly leaned forward and nodded. "It's an honor." The manager happily walked out of the 4S store. Chapter 134. How about I be a salesperson for my sister? Wu Tianyao grinned as he took off his headphones and said to Gu Xiang, "How about I be a salesperson for my sister?" He then turned to Old Wu. "Dad, the commission from today's sale counts for me." Old Wu gave him a helpless look and said to Gu Xiang, "I'm sorry, Chairman Gu, my son is full of quirks. Just ignore him. Let me show you around." Wu Tianyao was dissatisfied. "What? I have many strengths, like..." He rolled his eyes, showing a bright smile. "I'm a particularly skilled hacker. I once hacked the D country's government network." Old Wu quickly covered his mouth, glaring at him. "I told you not to mess with that stuff. What if the D country government comes after us? You'll get me into trouble." Gu Xiang looked at Wu Tianyao thoughtfully. "A hacker, huh?" Gu Xiang exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chun, both sensing the interest in each other's eyes, sharing a sly smile. Gu Xiang kindly said, "Little brother Wu, I'll be counting on you to be my salesperson today." Wu Tianyao, pleased with Gu Xiang's words, turned back and made a face at Old Wu. "See, I'm not stingy. I can earn my own allowance." Chapter 135. This phantom is 2 million. Yi Chun smiled slightly. She is the chairman of Binhai Building. "Do you know how many billions Binhai Building makes in a year?" "Billions?" Wu Tianyao was amazed, then felt like crying. "Our luxury car dealership is just an agency. We only make about 400,000 from selling a car. I've never seen $1 billion in my life. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. So, do you want to make big money? Wu Tianyao looked around, blinking with a gleam in his eyes. Can I make 100,000 a month? Yi Chen thought he would probably be asking for $1 million, but was surprised that 100,000 was all he wanted. Wu Tianyao scratched his head. Is that too much? Gu Xiang finished the paperwork and came back with the keys. Ding. The host spent 15 million on the McLaren, 2 million on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, totaling 42 million. The system automatically returns 242 points. The host currently has a total of 2,330 points. Upon hearing the points were credited, Gu Xiang's smile became even more pronounced. She directly said to Wu Tianyao, I'll pay you a salary from my private funds. You'll work at Binhai Building and come over when I need you. Chapter 136. This is not an ordinary idea. Wu Tianyao was confused but straightened up like a soldier, seeing his superior as he took the keys. Thinking he had guessed his boss's intention. Boss, I'll drive the Phantom back for you now. After saying this, there was a hint of smugness in his eyes, as if he were pleased with his own attentiveness and insight. Gu Xiang turned back and glanced at him with interest. This blue Phantom is for you. Didn't you want it? With this attitude, it seemed like the gift was not a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but rather a piece of ordinary toilet paper. Wu Tianyao suddenly experienced a moment of tinnitus. Why, you said what? Gu Xiang said no more and directly opened the door of the purple Phantom, bent down, and sat inside. Her posture was elegant, as light as a cloud. Ding! The host purchased a Rolls-Royce Phantom, blue, for 2 million. The system automatically returns 92 points. The consumer, Wu Tianyao, meets the double points condition. Total return points, 184 points. The host's current total points, 2514. The manager of the car dealership looked at Wu Tianyao, his mouth agape, stepping back 2 paces, examining Wu Tianyao with a completely new perspective. So he is Chairman Gu's little lover. Chapter 137. Do they lose their minds when they see their boss? Wu Tianyao simply ignored him and happily said, the boss is really great. After saying that, he climbed out of the blue Phantom and cheerfully followed behind Gu Xiang like a little follower. Yi Chen glanced at him inadvertently, coughed softly, and blocked the overly enthusiastic Wu Tianyao. Why is this little brat competing for space with him? As fellow employees, Pei Tianqing is much more perceptive than he is. You stand back. Right now, the first position behind the boss must be mine. Wu Tianyao flashed his little tiger teeth. Humph, wait until I win the boss's favor. Then you can stand aside. Liang, Lin, Ji Xin. Aren't these two just workers? They've seen concubines vying for favor, but they've never seen workers fighting for their boss. One is the esteemed president of the Coastal Tower, and the other is the future heir of the luxury car dealership. Why are they acting like children? Yi Chen's tone was filled with threat as he smiled slightly. Don't forget, you're going to work at the Coastal Tower. This scheming guy is actually threatening this newbie. A glint of cunning flashed in Wu Tianyao's eyes as he directly hit his sore spot. Hey buddy, I'm younger than you. Chapter 138. A sun sent out is like water spilled. All the way, the 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms worth 2 million drove ahead. The first was Gu Xiang's purple Phantom, followed by Wu Tianyao driving the blue Phantom. Behind them was a 5.89 million Maybach. The procession was truly magnificent, attracting plenty of attention. Passers-by followed the 3 luxury cars with their phone cameras flashing. Wow, this scene looks like a princess's wedding. That Maybach looks familiar. It seems to be the exclusive car of the president of the Coastal Tower. My boss collaborated with the president before, and I had the fortune to see the Maybach once. Damn, tears of envy are flowing from my mouth. How much would it cost to have such a scene at my wedding? No cost. Huh? Just lie down in broad daylight like this. Everything will be in your dreams. Gu Xiang was steering the wheel, with Ji Xin sitting beside her, cupping her face and looking at her. Wow, the driving goddess looks so cool. Li Yang, Ji Xin. Please wipe your drool while talking. Thank you for your cooperation. Just then, they reached a traffic light. Gu Xiang stepped on the brake and freed one hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. Chapter 139. Beautiful people, all are beautiful. There was still a faint new car scent in the Phantom. Lin took a breath and said, wow, as expected of a Phantom, even the air inside smells good. Liang patted Lin's shoulder and pointed out the window, saying in amazement, look, where is this? Lin turned her head to follow her finger and saw the luxurious entrance of the Guanyue Huading, with its elegant and understated style immediately catching her eye. Isn't this a villa area? Liang nodded. It's strange if the goddess doesn't live in a villa area, but Guanyue Huading is not an ordinary villa. Lin Lin clutched her chest. I can't take it anymore. Liang, my negative inheritance will be yours to inherit. Gu Xiang adapted quickly and was already getting excited. Wow. Today I'm accompanying Chairman Gu to shop, buy luxury goods, visit luxury car dealerships, ride in luxury cars, and enter villas. I'm also a woman who has walked through the upper class. Liang was merciless. What you mean is that you walk through the upper class. Lin Lin smiled sweetly. I want to be a woman of the upper class. What do you think, goddess? Gu Xing's face darkened, and she firmly rejected. No way, Lin Lin, don't dream. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing with your online romance lately. Chapter 140. The Chef and the Butler. Pei Tianqing had already driven the McLaren into the villa garage. After reporting to Gu Xiang, she sent him home to rest. Gu Xiang was the first to walk in, and Sang Yuan quickly stood up straight. Hello, boss. His eyes were crescent-shaped with a smile, his voice as clear and refreshing as a cold mountain spring, exuding an ethereal quality, like an immortal from a historical drama, capturing one's heart at first glance. But this immortal had tied on an apron, entered the kitchen, and willingly called that even more beautiful girl boss. Wu Tianyao was shocked by such a strong contrast and incredulity. But he couldn't help but wonder how much a chef and butler with such looks could earn in a year. This must be a common thought among all workers. Liang and the other two followed him in, swallowing saliva at the scene. Beautiful people, all are beautiful. The goddess needs no introduction. Since seeing her, he hasn't seen anyone more beautiful. But in this villa, one after another, they truly had extraordinary looks. Chefs, butlers, maids, are beautiful people gathering here. Wu Tianyao, like Lu Lao Lao, couldn't help but look around after entering the villa's main door. Chapter 141. The Goddess is My Idol. Wu Tianyao mentioned many computer-related professional terms, not hearing any response from the others, thinking they didn't understand. He directly used the simplest terms. This diamond notebook computer costs 4 million. Liang, Lin Lin, and Gu Xing completely understood. Liang muttered, wow, a notebook cost that much. Lin Lin was almost numb after a day with the goddess. Money had become just a string of numbers to her. Gu Xing curiously leaned over to look at the screen, seeing that it looked very advanced. Gu Xiang was beside them, sipping a drink while watching Wu Tianyao's operations. As expected of a hacker who could infiltrate D country's computers, his skills were among the top in Z country. Haven't you thought about working for a tech company or a national research team? Wu Tianyao smiled brightly. I'm not a fan of constraints. Unless it's with someone I resonate with, I wouldn't go. Gu Xiang pursed her lips and smiled lightly, momentarily stunning everyone present. Ah, sister, kill me. Gu Xing was right in front of Gu Xiang, facing the beauty attack, feeling the most intense impact. Wu Tianyao's heart raced a couple of beats, and he quickly turned to look at the computer screen. Chapter 142. The beautiful chef strikes it rich in just a few words from Gu Xing. Wu Tianyao had already gathered the information Gu Xiang had asked him to check. Gu Xiang suddenly realized that this kid's ability to collect information was also top-notch. Wu Tianyao said, although the sources I searched switched through several IPs, I followed that piece of information all the way to Wang's. It all started at Wang's. And they're not only investigating you and the Binhai building, but also checking a mysterious IP along the coast, which is highly encrypted and should not be easily traced. Gu Xiang pondered for a moment. A highly encrypted mysterious IP along the coast. Isn't that her Atom yacht? Is the Wang family suspecting that she is the owner of Atom? Wu Tianyao didn't hear Gu Xiang speaking and stopped his actions, turning to see her resting her chin on her hand in thought, not daring to disturb her. Gu Xiang suddenly got up from the sofa, walked to the side, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. It's me, Cedars. Does the master have any orders? If the Wang family is investigating any information related to the yacht, you directly follow their source of investigation and attack Wang's system to give a warning. Okay, I'm on it. Chapter 143. What to do with a great boss? What about you? What do you want? Gu Xiang was never stingy about spending money on her own people. Sang Yuan was taken aback, looking down at his boss's stunning beauty, suddenly blushing. I'm just a chef. 120,000 a year is already quite high. Besides cooking, I don't do anything else. He was not like Wu Tianyao, who had real skills. What he didn't know was that after tasting his snacks, Wu Tianyao had been drooling over his cooking skills and felt like he couldn't do anything other than computers. These feelings were all because Gu Xiang was giving too much, making them feel unworthy. Wu Tianyao and Sang Yuan exchange a glance, suddenly realizing that their thoughts were the same. With such a boss, they didn't want to leave at all. Gu Xiang noticed Sang Yuan's insincerity and directly called the manager of the 4S store. Do you have any other nice sports cars? Sang Yuan felt a bit flustered when he heard her say that. It wasn't that he didn't want one. What man wouldn't want a luxury sports car? But it was really nerve-wracking for the boss to buy it. Gu Xiang gestured for Sang Yuan to come closer, and soon the WeChat sent several pictures. Chapter 144. Worth it. After saying that, looking at everyone around him who was trying to hold back their laughter, his face turned bright red. Go, no. It's to ask this lady to find the drinks in the refrigerator. After Sang Yuan said that, he also realized he had a problem, hurriedly lowered his head, and ran to the kitchen. Li Yang stared blankly, moving closer to Gu Xiang. Why do I feel like he's in love for the first time? Gu Xiang pushed Li Yang away and laughed. You're overthinking it. Hurry up and get the drinks. In the end, a group of people went to the kitchen together. Wu Tianyao looked up at the spacious kitchen. Boss, can your kitchen run a marathon? Lin Lin was stunned. Isn't this the home of the Mary Sue novel's female lead? In the morning, Marilyn Monroe wakes up from a 900-meter big bed. Ji Xin's eyes sparkled. If that's the case, won't there be endless food every day? Liang looked around in confusion. So where's the refrigerator? Next to Sang Yuan was a large black marble wall, clear and reflective. Gu Xiang crossed her arms, lazily leaning against the door. It's right here. She pointed at the wall. Sang Yuan smiled and nodded to the guests, then tapped the black marble wall twice with his fingers. Chapter 145. Figure it out? Sang Yuan blinked and shared a strange look with Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang flipped her hair, then crossed her arms, openly sizing him up, her eyes filled with interest. Have you figured it out? Want to change careers? Sang Yuan chuckled. Change careers? As long as I can make money, being a chef or a choreographer is the same. Haha, I don't really want to change careers. A strange fragrance filled the room, sweet and serene, wrapping around them. Gu Xiang initially thought it was the nanny who changed the aroma in the room until Sang Yuan walked over, realizing it was his scent. He came to her. He was a classical dance choreographer, usually wearing simple hanfu, but after being a chef for a few days, he switched back to ordinary jeans and a jacket. Now that night was falling. He casually wore a loose robe, looking relaxed and carefree, like a celestial being lingering in the human world. Sang Yuan tucked his hair behind his ear. He had kept his long hair for styling, but it didn't look feminine at all, instead enhancing his ethereal and proud demeanor. The woman's leisurely gaze made him feel a bit flustered. Chapter 146. Oh, husband. The next morning, several people returned to school in Gu Xiang's purple Phantom. The security guard at the door straightened his already upright posture as he spotted them, his eyes sharp and exuding a strong aura. However, when the Phantom swept past them, their gazes involuntarily followed for a long time. This car looks quite extraordinary. Just from its color, it's not ordinary at all. Thinking of the trending searches they saw, their mood became even more unusual. They were so excited they could hardly stand. The purple Phantom sped down the road, taking over 20 minutes to reach the school gate. The Phantom slowly entered S University's gate, but was stopped by the old guard. The old man, dressed in a security uniform, didn't recognize fancy cars. He walked forward and said, "Hey, stop. Show me your student ID before you can enter." At this time, a lot of students were entering S University. Students were walking in pairs when they suddenly saw this large purple luxury car, and they couldn't help but stop. They had never seen such a beautiful car in real life. What car is this? Are you stupid? Can't you see the little golden man in front? This is a Rolls-Royce, a famous car. Chapter 147. This woman is damn charismatic, clearly. Ma Linxian was also one of the members of the Wolf Slayer Girl Wife group, a genuine loyal fan. Although she was unhappy that the company she wanted to enter kept rejecting her, they continuously threw olive branches at Gu Xiang. She was indeed very angry. But this woman was damn charismatic. Sobi. All I can do is cry while licking. She's really not a pervert, boo. Zhang Vida was confused. What the hell? This short guy is calling that woman husband. Are women today crazy? Malingxi tried to shift her gaze, not wanting to look like a brainless fan. But her restless heart wouldn't allow it. Today's husband is even cooler than yesterday's. The stubborn Malingxi stopped struggling internally and turned her head to openly admire her husband's face. Linlin glanced at Malingxi warily, afraid that her summer god would be snatched away by some wife fan. The focus of these girls suddenly shifted away from him and onto another girl. Zhang Vida felt inexplicably neglected and was furious. Why is a girl who isn't even married buying such an expensive car? Such a waste. Won't your mother-in-law be driven mad by you? Extravagance. Where's a woman's supposed frugality? It's better to save this money for your future husband to start a business. What kind of woman are you? He pointed at Gu Xiang as if standing on a moral high ground. Gu Xiang couldn't comprehend the twisted logic of the disgusting man. Lin and Melingxi were directly dumbfounded. The surrounding classmates looked puzzled. Why should it concern others what someone buys with their own money? Boyfriend, mother-in-law? Does that mean a girl's money must belong to some other man? So when a girl spends her own money, it's like spending her future husband's money? Isn't that objectifying women? And projecting one's own malice? This guy must have some serious issues. I've seen plenty of these keyboard warrior men online, not just maliciously slandering women. But sometimes they also attack superior men with sour comments. But encountering one in real life is still a first. Melingxi looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, quietly extending her hand and pointing at the nearby purple phantom. Some people are not worth your scorn. Please see clearly who the other person is before unleashing your stubborn male chauvinism. Lin snorted coldly, directly linking arms with Gu Xiang. Hey, I'm just hanging out with a wealthy guy. Why aren't you mad? If you get mad, I can use the money I got from dating a wealthy guy to buy a septic tank and let you go in and achieve something. Gu Xiang smiled slightly. Looking extraordinary, if she were to be used as a material, the scent would be too strong for the staff to handle. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Zhang Vida, who had just been momentarily lost in Gu Xiang's smile, heard the laughter and his greasy elite face turned red instantly. He angrily shouted, "You all ignore these outrageous women and come a laugh at me." The class committee member from his class approached, a tall student. Zhang Vida, what are you doing here at the school gate, causing a ruckus? He quickly walked to Zhang Vida's side. Are you crazy? What kind of identity does she have? Can someone who can afford a fan be offended by you? The class committee member was almost out of breath from anger. Usually, he could tolerate Zhang Vida's sharp tongue toward classmates, but how could he be so brainless? Zhang Vida looked at the class committee member with disdain, a face full of social cynicism. What's so great about having a bit of money? What did she do to me? The class committee member directly covered his mouth, then apologized with a smile to Gu Xiang. I'm sorry, I didn't keep an eye on the class's idiot. I'll drag him away right now. Chapter 148. School goes public. Ding. Special item activated. S University has successfully gone public. Does the host want to purchase shares of the school through the system? Each 10 share requires 20 points. How many shares does the host want to exchange for S University? Gu Xiang thought in her heart. 60%. 120 points have been automatically deducted. The host's current remaining points, 1822. Congratulations to the host for obtaining absolute control of S University. Gu Xiang slowly walked forward, her eyes becoming even more beautiful. Lin glared angrily at Zhang Vida. Liang and Ji Xinxin got out of the Phantom. Many classmates around started taking pictures of the Phantom. A new post appeared in the school forum, quickly trending. Of course, the credit goes to Gu Xiang's wife group. Damn, no wonder my husband rejected teacher Liang's offer. This Phantom, worth over 9 million, is directly coming to the school. Hey, I advised my husband this morning, but he insisted on driving the Phantom out, scaring everyone. As his wife, I bear some responsibility, so I apologize to everyone first. So annoying. Why are so many people trying to be my husband's mistress every day? An upper-class Gu Xiang should match with a lower-class me. Aren't you guys tired? Talking about her all day in the school forum. What if this car is second-hand? I'll just take a picture of your face. There are only 2 Phantoms at S University, second-hand. A 920,000 Phantom is second-hand? You tell me, I'll buy it. Sobi. Don't say that, even if there is a second-hand one. I can't afford it, sob. Does the Wolf Slayer girl really not have a boyfriend? Who said she doesn't? The Wolf Slayer girl is rich, beautiful, and has girlfriend energy. How could she not have a boyfriend? I'm just not talented. My wife is showing off shy. Get out upstairs. Zhang Vida's twisted logic led him to confront Gu Xiang. So what if she has money and a car? Justice is in the hearts of the people. A poison woman like you won't be able to run rampant for long. He looked at Lin, who was dressed in designer brands, instantly turning red with jealousy. Why is she living so well after rejecting him? She should regret it, cry, and feel remorse for being blind at that time. After all, she lost such a good man. The class committee member couldn't catch him, anxiously pacing, and directly called the counselor, who happened to be nearby. Upon hearing that Zhang Vida had caused trouble, The counselor couldn't even swallow his breakfast and hurried over. Being a counselor isn't easy. He was still young and hadn't even reached 30, yet he was already balding, making him look pitiful. Holding a half-eaten meat sandwich and soy milk, he swallowed what was in his mouth. Zhang Vida, what are you doing? The counselor saw a purple luxury car, and his lips twitched, unable to speak. This. The counselor swallowed hard. Isn't this the phantom that the principal has been yearning for? At that time, he followed the director, who followed the vice principal, who followed the principal. The principal casually mentioned the phantom, lamenting that he could only admire it on his phone. And now, this car is right in front of the school gate. The class committee member kept signaling to the counselor, "Teacher, he." The counselor looked at the purple phantom, then at the flushed Zhang Vida. Is Zhang Vida actually a hidden rich second generation? It's over. He didn't look like much before, and he even said a few words. Zhang Vida wouldn't take revenge on him, right? Oh, he's just a little counselor, earning 6,000 a month and worrying so much. He really doesn't dare to offend the rich second generation. Zhang, what's going on? The counselor tried to ask in a gentle and kind tone. Extra update chapter 149. The consequences of not being able to control one's mouth. Zhang Vida was furious. These women didn't look feminine at all. They actually cursed me. The counselor frowned and glanced at Gu Xiang and the others, his gaze momentarily stunned. Gu Xiang? The counselor recognized her. The wolf slayer girl. She even went to the principal's office to collect a banner before. The counselor softly advised a few of them. It's just some verbal disputes. Just let it go, Just let it go. Zhang Vida angrily said. Why should we let it go? Gu Xiang didn't want to talk to a fool and directly lowered her head to make a phone call. The other side was quickly connected. Chairman Gu. The principal was obviously still a bit unaccustomed. Just now, a wealthy person with the surname Gu directly purchased 60% of the school's shares. The school had just gone public, and he was still worried about whether to lower his face to ask the wealthy, not expecting it to be bought so quickly. But buying 60% at once isn't just a matter of funds. Without a certain background and connections, the school would never transfer such a large share to one person. This means that even if you have money, you can't buy that much unless you have power. Yes, I do. A young girl's voice directly stunned the principal. Chapter 150. Don't disturb me while I admire my sister's beauty. Lin immediately felt she had backing and straightened her back. Zhang Vida, what's the use of money? Only someone like you would say such a thing. Lin looked at him with a condescending sarcasm. That ordinary female college student seemed to have gained some momentum just by being next to Gu Xiang. Zhang Vida couldn't believe that he was actually expelled from school just for speaking a few words of fairness. Impossible. How could the world be so upside down? With right and wrong indistinguishable. He was correct. It was clearly these people, women without femininity, men without masculinity. He stubbornly chased after the phantom into the school. The old man was old, but he was still strong. He blocked Zhang Vida with an electric baton. The counselor also pressed him from behind. What a joke. Is this an ordinary student? This is his job. The counselor was anxious, fearing that even his position would be taken away because of this incident. He didn't know that the phantom wasn't Zhang Vida's at all. If he had known that those 4 female students had come in the phantom, he would have made Zhang Vida shut up long ago. But what exactly is Gu Xiang's identity to say that Zhang Vida is expelled just like that? Chapter 151. Little golden man Chairman Gu from S University inexplicably made it to the top trending headlines across the internet from the school's forum. At first, the girls clicked on the headline with the mindset of seeing the handsome male college student. The result was a series of photos of beautiful women, making a bunch of men and women restless. I think I found it. There really is a beauty in the world that everyone would like. You all call him husband. So I'll call her wife then. Cute JPG. What should I do if I suddenly get straightened out? Crying. The upstairs view is more open. Maybe the sister can attack everything. I've already laid flat, waiting for my wife to favor me. Cat lying flat gif. Who is that, Lin? I want to rise to power. Hum. Lin, be careful. Ooh, dear netizens. What should I do if my husband is looking for a mistress behind my back and it's public? The upstairs. You better be serious, doghead. Ha. Who is that man? He must be seriously ill. How dare he teach my husband to do things? Did anyone notice the background car behind my beautiful wife? The Rolls-Royce Phantom? Wow, coordinates S University. This is S University. I look forward to meeting my wife. Whoa. Chapter 152. Oh, what a memorable scene. The milk tea ordered by Lin's boyfriend also arrived. Lin Lin took the milk tea from the delivery person and divided it among Gu Xiang, Liang, and Ji Xin 1 cup each. Ji Xin took 3 sips and finished a large portion, feeling refreshed. This milk tea is nice. Gu Xiang smiled and said, I've had this milk tea before. Isn't it from that shop in the Binhai shopping center? Lin Lin's eyes lit up. Even Summer God knows. My boyfriend's family runs a milk tea shop. There used to be an employee named Cheng Yi who seemed quite handsome, and because of him, my boyfriend didn't he want to go buy milk tea? That vinegar jar? Lin Lin's tone of complaint carried a hint of unspeakable sweetness. Gu Xiang said, Cheng Yi should have left the milk tea shop by now. Lin Lin nodded, saying it's quite a pity. Ji Xin's eyes widened instantly. No way. You had a boyfriend back then? Didn't you say you were single? Lin Lin smiled and then lowered her head, saying, at that time, it was just a casual online relationship. Who takes online dating seriously? But unexpectedly, after meeting the other day, the person wasn't bad, so it became a relationship. Liang lightly punched Lin Lin's shoulder. You little girl actually got into a relationship. I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to find Summer God. Chapter 153. Which family's ruler? Fang Yuyu watched as the man was beaten and screamed, revealing a satisfied smile. You didn't listen to me when I spoke nicely, insisting on making me resort to violence. After Fang Yuyu finished speaking, she kicked the man in the butt. Out of the corner of her eye, she scanned the stunned people on the street, and suddenly saw Gu Xiang not far away. The coldness and anger on her face instantly transformed into the blooming flowers of March, spring, and brightness. The man got up from the ground, his eyes filled with malice as he stared at her. Wait for it. You dare to treat me like this. The Fang family is finished. Fang Yuyu's eyelid twitched, and she spat at him. Then, mercilessly leaving the man who was eager for a marriage alliance, she stepped forward and ran to Gu Xiang's side. Xiang. Fang Yuyu was just about to warmly hug Gu Xiang when someone suddenly jumped out in front of her, directly blocking her and Gu Xiang's fingertips. Fang Yuyu's smile gradually disappeared. Who are you? Chu Sonyan silently turned around. It's Miss Fang. Gu Xiang saw the strange and confrontational atmosphere between the two and was puzzled. This development of the male and female leads in the original book doesn't seem right. Shouldn't Chu Sonyan have shown off his skills when Fang Yuyu was in trouble? Driving away the second male lead and winning the beauty? Chapter 154. Young Master, you are really lucky. Huang Rueda swallowed, carefully pondering in his heart. Fang's family is now finished, and he has no scruples about how he wants to bully Fang Yuyu. Chu Sonyan indeed has some abilities. Although his own family cannot compare to Fang's, his sister has married into the Hua family in the capital, with such a powerful backing, especially from the renowned Hua family in the entire Z country. As long as Chu Sonyan is not foolish, he will definitely avoid a direct confrontation with the Huang family. No one would want to take on such a troublesome opponent for no reason, especially someone as cautious as Chu Sonyan, who is a businessman. Huang Rueda is staring at Gu Xiang, mentally dismissing a long list of wealthy and powerful individuals. Just as he calms down, he starts to mock himself for overthinking. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's his company's manager calling. Huang Rueda glances at a few people again and answers the call. Hello. The manager on the other end sounds almost on the verge of tears from joy. Young Master, you are truly lucky. You ran into Chairman Gu of Binhai Building. You must get along well with this great person. I've already informed your father, and he is so happy he can hardly sit still. Young Master, you must put in the effort. Huang Rueda gradually stops paying attention to the manager's rambling. Chapter 155. Chairman Gu is still here after Fang Yuyu finished speaking. She felt a bit guilty. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't help but say, as a good friend, I must remind you that my company is currently a mess. Whoever takes it over will have to deal with these troubles. Gu Xiang treats her with honesty, and she would never deceive her, especially since this is just stating the facts. What she said is the reason why no one wants Fang's family right now. If this continues, the Fang family will face not only bankruptcy, but also exorbitant compensation and breach of contract fees. Her father might end up with a pile of debt, going back to being a pig butcher, and she would fall from being a high society young lady in S City to a state where everyone can mock and humiliate her. If it were just becoming an ordinary citizen, that wouldn't be so bad. But after experiencing the upper class, it's hard to find allies willing to help, while there are plenty of those who want to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuyu dares not imagine what those who envy her or harbor hatred for the Fang family might do. Once the Fang family truly collapses, she won't just fall to the ground, but rather into a quagmire. Just as Gu Xiang withdrew her gaze from Fang Yuyu, she happened to see Gu Xiang shaking his head at her. Chapter 156. Let him bleed a little on the phone. Huang Feijia's voice suddenly lowered, and his tone became gentle as if afraid of disturbing the other party. Ha, Chairman Gu, my son is being foolish. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize to you, and I will definitely come to personally apologize with a gift another day. This change in attitude is more interesting than a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Huang Rueda, with good insight, raised his phone to Gu Xiang's ear, acting like a sycophant. Gu Xiang's expression remained calm, but her eyes were as deep as the vast dark night behind the stars. Huang Rueda couldn't figure out Gu Xiang's attitude, and his father's scolding voice echoed in his mind, making him increasingly anxious. Gu Xiang said, Chairman Huang, you are being too polite. There's no need for that. However, many companies are indeed interested in moving into Bin Hai building recently, and it seems some people should pay a price to remember their lessons. Huang Feiji understood and quickly replied, No problem. Our company will raise the original rent by 20%. How does that sound? 20%. That's not a small amount. Over the years, it adds up to a significant sum. But to avoid offending Chairman Gu, Huang Feijia can only pay up and smile. While smiling, he even feels fortunate that at least he can use money to smooth over this issue. Having such an enemy is something no one wants to see. Huang Rueda listened to the silent negotiation between the two, feeling a shiver run through him. It's over. Because of him, the company suffered a huge loss. He won't be beaten to death when he goes back, will he? Huang Rueda had already been hit by Fang Yuyu, and the pain hadn't subsided. Now he started to worry about his life. Gu Xiang's smile deepened, and after the reprimand, it was time to give a sweet date. I knew Chairman Huang sincerely wanted to cooperate with us at Bin Hai building. Huang Feijia, hearing this, spoke with a smile, but inwardly he was cursing nonstop, thinking how, despite his young age, he was like a 1,000-year-old fox. The manager standing beside his chairman saw Huang Feijia getting angry one moment, laughing the next. With a glint of daggers in his eyes and a polite tone, feeling that this little phone was bearing too much of the tension it shouldn't have. On the other end of the call, even through the phone, Huang Rueda could sense the chill in his father's smile, making him even more anxious. After hanging up the phone, Huang Rueda bent slightly toward Gu Xiang, cautiously watching her expression, and said, Chairman Gu, I'll take my leave now. Fang Yuyu waved her hand dismissively, her eyes filled with disdain. Go ahead, shout. Huang Rueda's face stiffened, glanced at Gu Xiang, and quickly turned to leave. Fang Yuyu smiled as she watched Huang Rueda's awkward figure, finally feeling relieved. If Gu Xiang hadn't been here today, things would have gone in an unpredictable, worst-case direction. She turned to look at Gu Xiang, her eyes filled with admiration. She was now completely in awe. Xiang, I'm afraid I can't make this decision. I'll tell my dad to arrange a place to talk. When are you free? Gu Xiang decisively replied, Right now. Chu Tsonyan looked at Gu Xiang's side profile, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He had been in the business circle for many years and had seen many cold-hearted individuals. There are those who smile while hiding daggers, those who strike in the dark, those who repay kindness with enmity, and those who abandon their families for their fortunes. Some even personally send their fathers to prison to protect their assets. Anyone who has fought their way out of the business circle is as hard-hearted as stone. He himself is no different. So when he saw the Fang family facing a crisis, his first thought was his own interests. Thus he chose to sit back and watch with cold indifference. Chapter 157. This scene doesn't seem right, Chairman Gu. Being in a high position and coming from a prominent family as a successor, such loyalty and righteousness are indeed rare. To be friends is worth investing genuine feelings. To be a superior is worth dedicating loyalty. To be allies is worth full trust. And to be opponents is even worth respect. He stood on Gu Xiang's side amid the conflict between the Wang family and Gu Xiang, and witnessing the situation today truly gave him a sense of reassurance. His choice, as always, was not wrong. Chu Tsonyan's gaze towards Gu Xiang changed subtly, yet significantly. He smiled and invited the two, suggesting they go to a nearby cafe with a nice environment. Gu Xiang nodded eagerly. Fang Yuyu naturally had no objections. After telling her father about the situation via her phone, she sent him the cafe's address and urged him to hurry over. Gu Xiang and Fang Yuyu took Chu Tsonyan's car to the CE Cafe. Along the way, Fang Yuyu kept gazing at Gu Xiang in a daze, clearly captivated. Gu Xiang noticed and couldn't help but smile. Finally getting my charm? Fong Yuyu blinked her long eyelashes. Your charm has attracted me long ago. The first time I saw you on the Atom Yacht, I was already impressed by your looks. But do you know what today? Gu Xiang rested her chin on her hand, smiling at her. What do I know? Fong Yuyu leaned closer, resting her arms on the armrest near Gu Xiang, her eyes sparkling. You're just like a hero who fell from the sky, making the bad guys go away and saving my family's business. You're like the warm-hearted male lead in a romantic drama that readers can't forget even in the middle of the night. Hearing Fong Yuyu say this, Gu Xiang suddenly straightened up, realizing something was off. According to the original author's plot twist, it should be the male lead, Chu Tsongyan, who protects Fong Yuyu from Huang Rueda's pull and slaps him in the face, ultimately saving the Fong family. How did the plot suddenly shift to her? And why was the male lead, Chu Tsongyan, acting as a third wheel? This didn't seem right, but Gu Xiang couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Her mind was getting muddled, struggling to keep up with the unfolding situation. Chu Tsongyan left the two back seats for the girls, sitting in the front passenger seat. Hearing their conversation, he turned his head back with a polite smile, but there was a hint of mischief. Miss Fong, I heard your father is trying to set you up again, wanting you to get engaged soon? Fong Yuyu slumped back in her seat, looking dejected. I don't want that. My father is the traditional patriarch type, thinking that marrying me off would settle his worries. When I was selling pork, he would let me touch any business, saying girls shouldn't be involved in that. He is afraid I won't be able to marry well in the future. Gu Xiang turned her face, her obsidian-like eyes fixed on her. You're not happy. Fong Yuyu lifted her eyes, looking gloomy. Of course I'm not happy. I could inherit the family business, but my father keeps wanting me to find a good son-in-law, and he won't let me handle the company's affairs. Gu Xiang said, then if I buy shares in your company, you can manage it, right? Fong Yuyu's eyes lit up. Yes. The board can decide who becomes the president and appoint the company's leaders. Whoever you say can manage the company will manage it. Chu Tsongyan looked at the two girls in the back and suddenly felt excluded, a strange sensation arising in his heart, as if Fong Yuyu's starry eyes should be directed at him. He dismissed the sudden strange thought. Thank you for the rewards. For updates today, Chapter 158. How many shares do you want? Fong Yuyu hugged Gu Xiang's arm, sweetly saying, Xiang, you're better than my dad. Gu Xiang patted her head. Her curly, fluffy hair felt great to touch. Your dad actually cares for you, just in the wrong way. As for what kind of life to pursue, that's up to you, not your parents. Fong Yuyu suddenly froze. What kind of life to pursue is up to you, not your parents. Since her birth, she had never been free from her parents' influence and control. She didn't want to follow the path her father had laid out for her. She worked hard to change his views, thinking that would change her life. But changing others is incredibly difficult. Instead of hoping for her father to change his views, she might as well direct all the lights of hope and attention onto herself. Enlightened parents are rare, and finding someone who can help her see through the clouds is even rarer. Fong Yuyu hugged Gu Xiang tightly, looking at her with a dazed expression. Her confused gaze gradually became clearer, as if she were seeing through the fog. Then her eyes misted over, Xiang. Why are you so good? Chapter 159. A supporter even stronger than a biological father, Gu Xiang put down her coffee. How many shares do you have? The implication of this question was like a thunderclap. Fong Lishui's eyes widened suddenly. Did she mean she wanted to buy them all? He felt conflicted. Now that he was older, he really felt overwhelmed by the company, and he only had one daughter. The Fong family had become a mess in his hands, and he was worried. If Chairman Gu bought shares now, it would be a losing deal. Fong Leslie took a sip of coffee to keep himself awake and calm, then said, I hold 57% of the shares. The elders in the company hold a total of 10%, and the rest are quite scattered. Fong Yuyu interjected. Xiang, actually the elders also want to sell their shares, but they can't find a buyer right now. If you want to take them all, it's 67% in total. Fong Yuyu's timely comment didn't bring any comfort to her father, who simply widened his eyes. Your dad is discussing serious business with Chairman Gu. Don't interrupt. Chapter 160. No one understands Fong Yuyu better than her. It's not that Fong Yuyu was being overly sentimental. She believed Gu Xiang's willingness to lend a hand and buy shares in the Fong family was definitely due to their friendship. Otherwise, why would she do that? She definitely wouldn't buy a mess to play with. This was a mess that even the best ally of the Fong family, Chu Tsongyan, was unwilling to take on. Fong Yuyu felt her heart tremble with emotion, and her eyes gradually grew warm. If it weren't for a bit of rationality, she would almost want to give all her assets to her. Such friendship, she felt she could never repay. Fong Leslie looked at his daughter, deeply moved. The opportunity he had long awaited had unexpectedly come from the daughter he never had high hopes for. He always thought that friendship was just a trivial connection between young people. But today, it played a crucial role at the most critical moment for the Fong family. If it weren't for Fong Yuyu, would Chairman Gu have extended a helping hand like this when the Fong family was on the brink of collapse? She cleverly established a good relationship with Chairman Gu and became friends, holding such a powerful and solid network in her hands. Even the young masters of other families didn't have a daughter with her capabilities. But why is she just a girl? The reality she encountered conflicted with her beliefs. So, was it really his fault? Fong Leslie tried to push aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and return to reality. He smiled friendly at Gu Xiang. 15 billion, right? 15 billion to acquire 67 of the Fong family shares. Such a low price was something that no one dared to imagine during the peak of the Fong family. But now, the Fong family had become a hot potato that everyone avoided. Gu Xiang shook his head and smiled. No need, 20 billion is enough. Let's sign a contract now. Huh? Fong Leslie was stunned for a moment, almost speechless. So straightforward, 20 billion. Fong Yuyu lost her composure, took a big sip of coffee, and ended up coughing violently. Ding, 20 billion funding system is ready. Purchase company shares, points exchange for 11,000,000. This means that for every million spent on the company, a point is returned. The conditions for point redemption are 10 times higher than normal. She had just thought that if it were 100,000 to 1 exchange, she would have made a fortune. But 1 million is 1 million. The points she could redeem for 20 billion are still considerable. If she could buy a few more companies. Master, please do not maliciously farm points. All right, let's just go with the flow. Gu Xiang saw the opportunity and quickly seized it. Such a surprise suddenly hit Fong Leslie, leaving him excited and blank-minded, almost unsure of what to do. It was the secretary who quickly reacted, knowing that such an opportunity was fleeting. He placed various documents and the share transfer agreement on the table. Gu Xiang reviewed the contract with the skills purchased earlier. Fong Leslie was straightforward, and the bold style of the contract was evident. There were no convoluted clauses, making it easy to understand at a glance. Gu Xiang directly signed her name, stamped her handprint, and handed it to Fong Leslie. After signing, Gu Xiang transferred the money to Fong Leshui's account. Gu Xiang had an agreement with the bank for unlimited transfers. Fong Leslie happily counted the balance on his phone, as a large sum of money inexplicably appeared in his account. The bank soon called to inquire, with an extremely gentle and polite attitude. After Fong Leslie finished speaking with the bank's customer service, he saw Gu Xiang getting up from her seat, and he quickly stood up as well, thanking Chairman Gu. I'll have the staff change Fong Jewelry to Gu Jewelry as soon as I get back. Chapter 161. My junior is my father's superior ding. The host has purchased 67 of Fong Jewelry Company, spending 20 billion Huaxia coins. According to the million-to-1 point return ratio, a total of 2,000 points are returned. The host's current points total 3,822. Gu Xiang felt very pleased upon hearing the system's notification of points being credited. Fong Leslie smiled, so wide that his eyes squinted. You should find a new president as soon as possible. I'm an old bone wanting to retire back home. Gu Xiang now held 67 of the shares, making her the new chairperson of Fong Jewelry. The chairperson could hold a board meeting to elect a president and other company leaders. With the most shares, she could basically replace the president with anyone she wanted, as the other board members held very few shares. Gu Xiang patted Fong Yuyu's shoulder, her tone meaningful. Yuyu, you need to learn business from your father well. When he retires will depend on you. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuyu's face instantly lit up with joy. She jumped up, almost knocking over the coffee on the table. Xiang, Chairman, are you saying that? Gu Xiang looked down at her with a smile. Chapter 162. Favorability, 100 ding. Attribute detection triggered. Name, Fong Yuyu. Age, 20. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 57 kilograms. Appearance, 80 points. Favorability, 100. Max value, 100. Fong Yuyu has achieved the host diehard fan absolute loyalty title. System rewards 1 lucky draw. Reward, 100 points. Reward, 5 shares of Bulgari. The host can choose to spin the wheel at any time. The value of 5 shares in Bulgari is approximately 840 million. The host's current points total 3,922. Gu Xiang paused for a moment, her expression somewhat strange. She thought to herself, system with a favorability of 100, Fang Yuyu isn't in love with me, right? Gu Xiang felt a bit uncertain. However, no matter what, the original setting of the female lead had been completely shattered because she had taken the female lead away, suddenly feeling guilty towards Chu Tsungyan. Don't worry, master. A favorability of 100 doesn't necessarily mean love. It can also be absolute friendship and loyalty, and Fang Yuyu belongs to the latter too. Gu Xiang finally felt relieved. Since she learned about the favorability system, Fang Yuyu was the first to max out her favorability. Chapter 163. A luxury car for the beautiful chef Gu Xiang had dinner under Sang Yuan's service. When Sang Yuan cooked, he tied his hair back, and the apron accentuated his waist beautifully. Looking at such a handsome person made the meal enjoyable. Sang Yuan noticed that Gu Xiang particularly liked fish-flavored shredded pork, so he directly used the serving chopsticks to place some in her bowl. Seeing her eat nearly half a bowl, he felt inexplicably happy. Boss, the Ferrari SF90 you ordered just arrived today. Would you like to go take a look after dinner? Sang Yuan's voice was refreshing and pleasant, especially as he deliberately softened it. When Gu Xiang stood up, her shoulder unexpectedly bumped into his nose, and Sang Yuan instinctively straightened up and took a step back. When Gu Xiang looked at him apologetically, he was silently covering his nose, looking somewhat pitiful with his lowered eyelids. Gu Xiang took his hand down to examine his nose carefully. The tip was a bit red, but fortunately, it wasn't broken. Sang Yuan lifted his eyelids, his light-colored eyes reflecting her face. Is it crooked? Clearly, Gu Xiang's words were a bit frightening. Gu Xiang patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. As long as it doesn't break, I can fix it even if it's crooked. Chapter 164. Fishing for the rich sister Gu Xiang was playing a game on her phone. She wasn't a spender in the game. Everything was natural, but she won again and again with her extremely skillful maneuvers. It turned out that winning a lot in games can be quite addictive. Watching her titles level up, the opponents she matched with became increasingly powerful. The game became somewhat challenging, and Gu Xiang's gaze on the screen became more focused. However, for Gu Xiang, who had skills boosted by hacks, the increasing level of opponents only meant a difference between passively killing enemies and actively harvesting kills. On the other end of the game, Luo Shun was sitting upright in his dorm, staring intently at his phone. He was live-streaming while playing the game. Other esports teammates who had come to party with him were surprised to see him so serious. Hey, who else on the other side that can make you so serious? Luo Shun didn't take his eyes off the screen and just shushed them to be quiet. One tall and thin guy nudged the young man's shoulder and jokingly said, "Let me guess, it must be a gorgeous beauty on the other side to make our Luo Shun so serious." The young man removed the hand from his shoulder, took a swig from his beer, and sat a bit unsteadily next to Luo Shun. Chapter 165. This scene is damn familiar. Xiesheng Luo returned to his bedroom after finishing up, surveying the surroundings. White walls, snow-white sheets and comforter, blue curtains, and a desk that was spotless. Sometimes he would play guitar in his bedroom, and at the end of the bed stood a very high-tech guitar. He moved the guitar closer to the desk to ensure it would be in the camera's view. Then he returned to the bed, tidied up the wrinkled comforter a bit to make it look fluffier and softer. He lay down, propping his upper body with his arms lazily, fluttering his eyelashes, and then glanced at the camera with slightly lazy eyes. His loose t-shirt hugged his waist and abdomen with this movement, while the rest hung loosely behind his waist, outlining an enticing shape. He raised one arm to cover his slightly parted lips, causing the t-shirt to ride up a bit, fleetingly revealing a hint of his waist and a glimpse of abs. Yet it seemed as if nothing was revealed at all. The loose gray shorts barely reached his knees. As he curled his knees and propped one leg up, the fabric slid down his thigh, showcasing a long, fair leg that made countless beauties surrender. He then shook his head as if trying to wake himself up, his eyes glimmering with sleepiness. Chapter 166. Luo Shun is anxious. There are millions of fans of Summer God. Although Summer God hasn't officially recognized them, they can encounter Summer God fans anywhere, anytime. Not taking Summer God seriously is no different from igniting a fire on the fans' heads. Xiesheng Luo felt distressed, watching the voice-changing software still loading in the back end. He fell onto the bed, just as he was about to give up and log off, thinking that being scolded didn't matter. He couldn't let his clean and disciplined image as a boy fall in front of Summer God. Just then, he suddenly heard Summer God speaking, his voice as cool and calm as ever, devoid of any emotion. "Everyone quiet down. I have no interest in showing up in others' eyes every day." The noise from the one who was stirring things up abruptly stopped. Xiesheng Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that Summer God had said that and saved him from embarrassment. At this point, the voice changer had finished downloading. He chose a relatively ordinary young male voice and said, "No other meaning, my throat was just uncomfortable earlier." After he spoke, he realized that his character almost fell due to his distraction. Xiesheng Luo was on edge, but fortunately, Gu Xiang had come in time to save him in a critical moment. Chapter 167. Help. I dropped the ball in front of the rich client. Xiesheng Luo's phone kept ringing. He opened Douyin and saw that fans were constantly urging him to go to Luo Shen's live stream. Xiesheng Luo was confused. Go to Luo Shen's live stream to watch myself lying down playing games? No way. Just then, WeChat chimed. It was a message from Gu Xiang. Are you asleep? Xiesheng Luo hesitated for a moment and replied, Not asleep yet. Are you asleep? Summer God replied, Why did you turn off the mic? Xiesheng Luo was stunned, his mind feeling like it had been struck by thunder. He couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked hard, realizing it really was Summer God asking him about the game. His mind was in a frenzy. He had just used WeChat to check in with Summer God about going to bed early, showcasing his disciplined boy image, and then immediately went online to play games. How could he flirt and fool the rich client, only to be caught on the spot by the rich client? Would he lose a long, thick golden thigh like this? Oh no, Xiesheng Luo felt extremely anxious, as tense as during the crucial month of college entrance exams. After all, Summer God had also given him the opportunity to change his destiny. Without Summer God, there would be no him now. Every move of Summer God affected his fate. Chapter 168. Luo Shen is KO'd again. As for the matter of Jiao being Yu Luo, it was easy to guess. Gu Xiang had an impressive memory, and just from Jiao's graceful moves, she immediately thought of Yu Luo. She casually asked on WeChat, and as expected, she guessed it right. On the other side, at Luo Shen's home, he was fully focused on dealing with Gu Xiang. Jiao lay back, and he simply ignored her. Even when Summer Goddess movements created a small opening, he didn't care much. Who knew Jiao would suddenly launch an attack? While he was dealing with Summer God, he was suddenly backstabbed. Luo Shen was KO'd on the spot. The bullet screen in Luo Shen's live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha! This play, Jiao played it unexpectedly. Ah, Summer God told me to lie down, but I just wouldn't listen, and then a backstab. Luo Shen questions his life. From now on, Jiao would have to say everywhere, I've defeated Luo Shen. A neighboring uncle asked, Have you eaten? Jiao replied, How do you know I defeated Luo Shen? Ha ha. When it comes to pulling pranks, we really have to rely on the netizens, doghead. Xiesheng Luo felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his heart raced wildly. The esports peak boss of Country Z was actually killed by him like this? Chapter 169. Summer Echo. Gu Xiang silently glanced at the bullet comments in Luo Shen's live stream, and saw that the comments were bursting with laughter. Luo Shen, I died, and you all took my head to show off your love. Luo Shen, should I use my skull to serve you drinks to celebrate? I can almost see the fiery look in Luo Shen's eyes. I am Summer God's teammate, and I can testify that the moment he died, his phone almost got thrown out. I am Summer God's teammate, and I can testify that the phone has already been thrown out. I caught it, Doge. Summer God is ruthless, using Luo Shen's head as a favor. Doge X5. Summer God is rich and powerful. Who is worthy of Summer God's favor? I think it's not a favor, but a lover. Side-eye smile. The analysis upstairs is thorough. I bow to the little brother. People also want Luo Shen's head. Summer God, might as well take a look at them. They must be better than Jiao. Found a way to get rich. Summer God can sell Luo Shen's head on Taobao. Guaranteed to sell over 10,000 a month. Luo Shen. Let me destroy, go die. Ha ha ha. Watch me mock without mercy. Ha ha ha. Chapter 170. The great gods gather in the live stream in Luo Shen's live stream. There was only a full screen of game matches, and no one showed up, but this did not hinder the enthusiasm of netizens' discussions at all. Summer Echo. Summer God. Come and see. The Queen and Li Fei have gathered. I want to see the two big internet celebrity gods clash for the sponsor. Yu Luo, shy face, Summer God. Do you want to come take a look? Choo Choo. Waiting for Summer God. Resting face, waiting cutely. Wow, I'm screaming inside. My blood is boiling. My limbs are dancing wildly. Yu Luo and Choo Choo are too alluring. The old monk is currently losing blood, nosebleed. Gu Xiang had no choice but to take away the spare phone. Switch the game interface to the background, and then directly log into the main account, entering Luo Shun's live stream on Douyin. The huge, dazzling special effects of Luo Shun's live stream appeared, and everyone had already gotten used to the dazzling flashes. Summer Echo entered Luo Shun's live stream. Netizens. Please allow me to scream like a groundhog. In this camp, even I, who usually plays games, couldn't help but send a bullet comment. Boo-hoo-hoo, Summer God and Luo Shun, oh my god. So exciting, Mom. My heart is about to explode. Summer God, I'm also very handsome. Do you think I have the qualification to be a noble? Doge, Chapter 171. We Moon fans have prospered in the bullet comments, you Luo. Wronged. Does Summer God have the heart to see me and my brother fall out? Netizens. I Gao, you Luo just pulled off a fatal move. Ju. You, as the main palace, must hold the scene. You Luo stood up. Our Moon fans have prospered. Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm so touched. My experience as a seasoned green tea hasn't been in vain. The little master surely understands with just a hint. In the villa, Ning Wei and a group of younger brothers were almost driven to anxiety. Han Yu slammed the coffee table and stood up. I don't believe it. We have a room full of handsome guys, and we can't compete with that little fairy Yu Luo. Chu Shi silently glanced at everyone, seeing them all filled with fighting spirit, looking like a group of provoked roosters. Lu Hao Yu said, we must have the demeanor of the main palace. Han Yu slammed the table and replied like this. Moments later, in the bullet comments of Luo Shun's live stream, another comment refreshed. Chu, thank you for you Luo's demonstration. I know what it means to vie for affection now. Do you want to see, sister? Netizen shouted. This time my Chu has won at the atmospheric level. Chu is obedient, but not lacking in grace. Doesn't TU Luo feel a bit choked? Chapter 172. Netizens are jealous bullet comments. Boo-hoo-hoo, really no rebuttal. Summer God bought Chu a big villa, and it's in the rich area of Guanyue Huading. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm drooling. I'm crying to death. You Luo, they have already settled down. Is there still a need for us to compete? If we don't fight or grab, who knows if the next person living in a big villa ISNTU. Whoa, you made me want to join the competition for affection. I just checked. I'm not just drooling. Recently, only 2 villas have been sold in Guanyue Huading. One in Area A and one in Area E. And looking at the environment where Chu streamed before, ISNT that just the standalone in Area E. My family also lives in Guanyue Huading, and we can't afford a standalone villa at all. My family is in Area B number 5, worth 120 million. The standalone in Area E. I asked my dad. He said it's worth 300 million. I'm going crazy. This is true pampering. If you don't buy a 300 million big villa, Summer God, look at me. I'm a fan of Chu's looks. But what should I do if I suddenly find him displeasing? As a fan, I already want to compete for affection with my brother. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 173. Luo Shun gets angry Summer Echo. Let us see if he is willing to disclose. Gio is indeed a guy. Big Pig S. Trotter. Is Gio watching Chu and Yu Luo compete for affection? Quietly laughing? I feel sorry for Chu and Yu Luo. They are actually making clothes for others. In the living room of the E-Area villa, the younger brothers were about to grind their teeth. Han Yu gritted his teeth. Just now he got rid of Yu Luo, and another Gio came. Lu Hao Yu sighed deeply. Senior, the road you have to walk is long and arduous. Ning Wei slumped on the sofa, wanting to hug his sister's thigh. There are so many people taking shortcuts. Senior, you should accept your fate. Chu's eyes dimmed. Although Gu Xiang had spent over 400 million on him, their relationship was still unclear. Senior and junior? This relationship doesn't even seem as intimate as that of an internet celebrity and a sponsor. Gio can't be Gu Xiang's serious boyfriend, right? If Gu Xiang already has a boyfriend, ISNT that a bit inappropriate, but letting go feels a bit unwilling. If he doesn't let go, how would Jiu see him? What if one day he comes over to assert his territory? Wouldn't he'd just be a joke? Han clapped Chu Shi's arm. Senior, Yu Luo has sent a bullet comment. Quick look. Chapter 174. I help Luo Shun remember. Gu Xiang operated on his phone. Suddenly, a wave of dazzling special effects lit up the live stream. User Summer Echo sent supreme glory to the host Luo Shun. User Summer Echo sent supreme glory to the host Luo Shun. Luo Shun, who was sitting next to the phone, suddenly froze when he saw the screen in the live stream. Supreme glory? What is supreme glory? The tall and skinny person sitting next to him widened his eyes in shock. Holy crap, The gift Summer God sent you is supreme glory, one worth 100,000. Another chubby guy was dumbfounded. ISNT, the prize money we win in esports, not as much as this one gift amount. The other teammates were stunned. Do we forget that Summer Echo became popular by being a gold master and tipping internet celebrities? Luo Shun moved his lips, almost unable to speak. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. I really forgot. Gu Xiang's financial capability at this moment largely intimidated Luo Shun. Luo Shun took a deep breath, muttering to himself, I need to stay calm. I need to stay calm. It's just 200,000. At worst, he can take on another advertisement. He then turned his attention back to the live stream. Are you still scolding me, Luo? Chapter 175, Luxury Villas and Cars. Everything you could want. Luo Shun died again. Going straight to Douyin, it's just 500,000, right? I don't want it today. I must openly scold you, Luo, once. He frantically pressed the keyboard, outputting a barrage of words. But before he could click send, the live stream was filled with special effects. User Summer Echo sent the streamer Luo Shun a Supreme Honor 6. User Summer Echo sent the streamer Luo Shun a Supreme Honor 10. Everyone in the live stream was dumbfounded. Both teams in the game stood still. Luo Shun was in a daze for a long time. Then his fingers trembled as he pressed delete one word at a time, unwilling yet reluctant to delete. Each special effect bursting like fireworks in his heart. Luo Shun's teammates were wide-eyed. Wow, Summer God is too generous. The tall and skinny teammate looked at Luo Shun with envy, swallowing hard. 1,000,000. Summer God's strength is definitely beyond this. Another teammate chimed in. Summer God previously tipped Choo-Choo 1 billion. Luo, guh, why don't we take the beauty route too? The tall and skinny one continued. Yeah, Luo Shun, you are not lacking in looks. If Summer God is willing to splurge on you, getting rich is just a matter of time. Chapter 176. The adorable look of working hard, not wanting to stop. Gu Xiang was just brushing up on points. She gave another 40 supreme honors, reaching a total of 5 million. The tips had returned a total of 150. That should be enough. Gu Xiang stopped her fingers. Luo Shun stared in shock at the flashing gifts, completely ignoring that he had lost the game. Although Gu Xiang didn't take action in the game, neither did Luo Shun. Luo Shun's teammates, watching the continuous effects in the live stream, had long forgotten they were still playing. Gu Xiang's teammates took the opportunity to win the match and then eagerly entered the live stream to watch the tipping effects. A full 5 million is no small amount. Their entire team's expenses for a year don't even add up to that. The tall and skinny teammate swallowed hard. Luo Shun. Summer God wouldn't he really have feelings for you, right? I think you should just give in. Luo Shun immediately became angry and embarrassed. What do you mean given? Competing for affection with those two idiots? Have some dignity. I'm not that kind of person. The chubby teammate timidly said, but boss, can you really refuse? Luo Shun coldly stared for a while, then suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I'll take the money, but Summer God wanting to pursue me? No way. Chapter 177. They are so strange. Luo Shun suddenly felt strange as Choo-Choo and Luo were flattering him. Looking at the barrage from netizens below, he felt even weirder. Why did he have an inexplicable feeling of being led by the nose? Is being pursued by Summer God what the netizens think is the right decision? He wouldn't do such a vulgar thing. Luo Shun awkwardly replied, I'm a serious man. Don't joke around with me. Choo-Choo. All right, I will advise my fans well. You Luo. Summer God, I'm not serious. You can tease me. Smirking. Luo Shun felt even more uncomfortable, typing on his phone faster than when playing the game. Choo-Choo. You Luo. Why are you suddenly listening to me so much? Choo-Choo. Haven't I always been like this? You Luo. I'm naturally very obedient. Okay, shyly. Something off. Too off. Luo Shun scratched the back of his head and bared his teeth. The feeling of being schemed against was too uncomfortable. Summer Echo. Do you really not have any other thoughts about me? Summer Echo. Don't overthink it. I really don't. If you don't want the money, just return it to me. As for the part collected by the Douyin platform, I don't want that. Luo Shun. No returns. No returns. You wish. Chapter 178. The joy of netizens jealous. Choo-Choo, you better perform well. I'm sorry, I'm clearly a face dog. But today I actually started to envy handsome guys. I, Summer God, am domineering. When can I be that rich? I also want to experience the feeling of throwing money at people. Wah. Choo-Choo, I want to know what you've contributed privately. Can you tell me secretly, doghead? Anyway, I don't believe Summer God gave Choo-Choo tips for free. Is Summer God money really blown in by the wind? Wah! Thinking of the industries in the hands of the richest man in the country. I feel like for them, it really is like the wind blowing in. Choo-choo. Sister has given too much. No need to spend more. I feel sorry for my sister, teary-eyed and touched JPG. Summer Echo, really don't need? Then I'll go tip you Luo. The next barrage quickly flew up. You Luo. Thank you, Summer God for coming. Heart JPG. I will quietly wait for Summer God's favor. Douyin system notification. Choo-choo has started live streaming. Hurry up and go watch. You Luo. Choo-choo. Didn't you say Summer God doesn't need to spend? Choo-choo. Sister Xiang. I didn't mean to refuse just now. I was just being polite. Looking down shyly JPG. Chapter 179. Making the opponents annoyed, even though Douyin's official team quickly kicked out those who were trying to steal business. These old sixes were even quicker in sending barges and kept changing accounts to post. Faso App 111. Summer God can come here for a detailed discussion. As long as Summer God and Choo-choo are willing to come, nothing is a problem. As soon as it was posted, it was deleted by Douyin. Then Faso changed accounts to continue posting Faso App 112. Our attitude is very sincere. Other handsome male streamers can come too. We will give Choo-choo's male God traffic recommendations. Once again deleted by Douyin. Faso App 113. Hee, I have a small account. My great sincerity towards Summer God will not be easily defeated. Douyin's official team deleted it and expressed their exhaustion. Shark App 666. This side can also charge a handling fee, as long as Summer Echo comes over. The traffic she can bring will be enough for the platform to earn a lot. As for the sharing of tips, some sacrifices must be made to lure Summer God over. This point, Sharp Platform is very open-minded about. Even if in the end, nothing is gained. At least it can annoy the opponent and make them feel troubled. That is success. Netizens have been caught up in the rat race since childhood, working tirelessly in learning and jobs. Chapter 180. Which CP to support? Gu Xiang returned to Choo-choo's live broadcast room. She didn't send a single bullet screen comment. Instead, she straightforwardly gifted the highest level exclusive gift, Supreme Honor, on Douyin. Gu Xiang gave Choo-choo and Yuelo each 50 million, making it fair and square. The bullet screens went wild. Oh my, is Luo Shun here? What does Summer God do to have given another 100 million? People are numb from it. Is Yuelo live streaming from bed? What's it like being bombarded with money from Summer God? Is she all tensed up? Smirking, by the way. Has Yuelo really received 100 million in total? Both Yuelo and Choo-choo were stunned as they looked at the back end showing the gift income, which indeed was 50 million. The platform didn't take a single cent. Whatever Summer God gifted, the platform credited them the same amount. How shocking. Douyin platform actually made such a huge concession. This was undoubtedly cutting flesh from their own bodies. With Summer God's status, could there be some relationship with Douyin platform? Yuelo stared at the screen for a long time, her crimson lips trembling slightly, feeling as if her throat was blocked, unable to say a word. Earlier, she even dared to fantasize about rising to fame. Chapter 181. Luo Shun. Disdain JPG. Cooking? It's Xia Chu. Am I the only exception? I feel like Xia Luo hits me right in the feels. The enemies to lovers CP vibe is too strong. Xia and I as a CP is the real YYDS. Okay, brilliant observation upstairs. Xia and I. Better call it afternoon CP. Shy JPG. Chu Shuyi and Xia Sheng Luo both have over 90 in looks. And the points returned are triple. Although Luo Shun has the same, she isn't very familiar with Luo Shun. There's no need to gift too much. Ding. Detected that the host gifted 100,000,000 Huaxia coins. System returns 1,000 points. Chu Shuyi and Xia Shenluo meet the triple points condition, returning a total of 3,000 points. The host's current points total 7,072. Wow, triple points are indeed the best. The number of bullet screens seen by netizens today is about to break records. The rate of scrolling is so fast that the eyes can't keep up. Luo Shun, are you there? If you are, I want to know your inner thoughts. Haha, Summer God gifted Choo-choo and Yuelo 50 million each, but only gave Luo Shun 5 million. The difference is clear. Ha ha ha, doghead. Luo Shun, I'm feeling insulted, angry. Luo Shun's alternate account. Get lost. I don't care about any rewards. Chapter 182. What is Mr. Sang doing on the third floor at night? In the previous bullet screen, netizens were speculating whether there were any quality men around her, although the quality remains unconfirmed. However, Sang Yuan is indeed the most attractive person Gu Xiang has seen. Next are Chu Shuyi, Luo Yanqing, Xiesheng Luo, Ruan Susu, and Chu Tsongyan. Their looks each have their unique features, and the scores are quite close, all at a similar level, with no significant differences. A difference of at least 5 points in appearance is needed to visually differentiate. Generally speaking, a score above 80 can rival popular stars, and those above 90 are at the top level globally, with beauty that appeals to both genders. In the system's ratings, Sang Yuan's appearance is slightly superior. Gu Xiang earned quite a few points today and started thinking about how to spend them. She opened the system panel and suddenly saw a life tools section. What are these? Laugh. They are customized little life items tailored to the environmental conditions of the host, encompassing everything. If the host is in a special environment and it is inconvenient to purchase various supplies, as long as the host has points, the system will provide them anytime. Gu Xiang was excitedly browsing the system panel, particularly the life supplies section. Chapter 183, The Clever Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang vaguely sensed a strange atmosphere and directly took the tray from Gu Xiang's hand. Giving him a slight glance, stopped teasing him. Gu Xiang noticed the slight pressure in Gu Xiang's gaze and immediately shifted his eyes away from Sang Yuan, lowering his head in humility. Just when Sang Yuan thought Gu Xiang would become a professional background, he suddenly heard Gu Xiang say to Gu Xiang, "Wishing you a pleasant evening." Gu Xiang's light-colored lips curved into a smile that seemed to surpass normal politeness. Gu Xiang understood immediately. This butler was too clever, and he was being so subtle about it. Sang Yuan didn't catch on and just blinked in confusion. "Boss, are you still drinking red wine this late?" Gu Xiang turned to look at him with a smirk. "What do you think?" Among the three, there were 3 different thoughts, with an undercurrent of ambiguous and perplexed emotions, creating a very strange atmosphere. Sang Yuan recalled the agreement made with Gu Xiang in the garage earlier, feeling anxious and a bit nervous about whether Gu Xiang might know something. Thus his gaze remained fixed on Gu Xiang, observing his expression. However, Gu Xiang maintained his ever-present smile, and with Gu Xiang's warning, he dared not look at her, only respectfully keeping his gaze on the carpet. Chapter 184. What was said to the boss is not the same meaning. Gu Xiang pulled him directly into the inner room, with Sang Yuan following behind, his clothes swaying with each step. Her pace was neither fast nor slow, like a gentle drumbeat striking against his tense nerves, making even breathing feel like a distraction. Gu Xiang raised her hand and pointed to a table nearby. Sang Yuan looked over in confusion to see many ingredients placed on it. He was puzzled. "Do you want me to make a midnight snack?" This statement seemed to have 2 meanings. Gu Xiang naturally acknowledged the other meaning. "Look, how does this cucumber feel?" Sang Yuan blinked. Cucumbers are cooling and good for detoxifying. Pickled cucumbers or cucumber sauce, or making other side dishes would all be quite nice. Gu Xiang nodded and picked up another item. "Carrot?" Sang Yuan enthusiastically began to showcase his expertise. Carrots strengthen the spleen and stomach, nourish the liver, and improve eyesight, and have detoxifying effects. Many desserts or carvings use carrots. Gu Xiang asked, "Is it good to make the first one?" Sang Yuan happily replied, "No problem. Today." He would deeply regret his reckless words. Chapter 185. Drinking to gain courage, Sang Yuan tried to divert Gu Xiang's intense gaze focused on him. The look in her eyes was too piercing. He caught a glimpse of the red wine on the table outside and had a sudden inspiration. "Boss, how about we have some red wine first?" The boss was so outstanding and beautiful that he truly didn't dare to disrespect her. Thinking about what was about to happen made him feel a bit anxious. Perhaps drinking some wine would give him courage. Gu Xiang glanced at the red wine at his suggestion, remained silent, and then stood up straight, turning to get the wine. Sang Yuan watched her leave and let out a slight sigh of relief. The boss's gaze was too terrifying, making him feel like he was about to become a toy to be manipulated. When Gu Xiang returned with the wine and casually placed it on the bedside table, Sang Yuan wanted to add that they needed glasses. But thinking about how he was just an employee, he felt he couldn't instruct the boss. So he remained quiet as a chicken, silently watching her come closer, his anxious heartbeat returning with her proximity. Sang Yuan attempted to get up to get glasses, but was stopped by Gu Xiang pressing down on his shoulder. He froze, hearing her gentle and warm voice say, "No need for glasses." Chapter 186. Too terrifying to recall, it was only then that Gu Xiang remembered he indeed hadn't taken out his phone last night. She nodded, sitting lazily at the edge of the bed with her arms crossed. When Gu Xiang lowered her head and saw his face redden again due to her closeness, She smiled happily for a moment before receiving a somewhat embarrassed look from Sang Yuan. Does it still hurt? Gu Xiang asked. Sang Yuan felt it and shrank back into the blanket. How could one reach such a level? It was too terrifying to think about. Gu Xiang turned her gaze away and asked, "What's wrong? Not happy?" After a long while, Sang Yuan awkwardly replied, "Not really." Gu Xiang curled her lips and looked at him teasingly, then carefully pulled out the hair that was pinned against the pillow. "If time could go back, would you still choose to come find me?" Sang Yuan fell silent, his gaze towards her filled with accusation. Gu Xiang stroked her chin and raised an eyebrow. "Regret it?" Sang Yuan silently nodded, feeling regret. Gu Xiang stared at him for a while before saying it was too late for regret. Why ask that? Sang Yuan thought. Did his boss intend to bully him? He felt like crying inside when Gu Xiang stood up again. Chapter 187. A responsible, good boss. Sang Yuan's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He said seriously, "Eating while standing helps with digestion." Gu Xiang nodded thoughtfully, watching Sang Yuan take a couple of bites of rice without even taking any vegetables. Gu Xiang didn't say anything else, shifting his attention to his tasks. He instructed a few maids that Miss said the chairs in the dining room were not comfortable enough, so they needed to replace them with soft cushions today. Have the cushions arrived? The maids nodded, and one of them turned to a cabinet, opening it and retrieving soft cushions. Gu Xiang nodded in satisfaction, noting that Mr. Sang was standing while eating, which posed no problem. Then you could put the cushions on the chairs. The maids immediately got to work. The butler and maids were all exchanged by Gu Xiang from the system shop and were absolutely loyal to her as their master. If the master was happy, they were happy too. Thus, they had a favorable impression of Sang Yuan, who could make the master happy. Sang Yuan stopped eating, staring blankly as they prepared the cushions. Is this what the boss ordered? An indescribable feeling rose in Sang Yuan's heart. After a moment of silence, he heard Gu Xiang say, "Mr. Sang, why not sit down and try out early? If there are any issues, we can adjust in time." Chapter 188. Red wine for you in the evening. Gu Xiang returned to the villa. Gu Xiang had just returned from pulling weeds, his suit still stained with dirt, diminishing his usual elegant demeanor. Rarely had anyone seen him in such a disheveled state, but paired with his noble and refined face, it gave off a vibe of a fallen young master. Gu Xiang directly ordered takeout from a nearby high-end restaurant, which had all rave reviews. The prices were a bit high, around 2,000 to 3,000 for a meal. The takeout had just arrived, brought in by a maid. There were 3 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, a specialty sauce pancake, 2 types of soup, and exquisite desserts provided for free by the restaurant. Gu Xiang stood nearby, his calves and thighs twitching slightly, but his professionalism forced him to endure it and smile as he stood beside Gu Xiang to serve her meal. After Gu Xiang had a few bites, she suddenly thought of something. How did Sang Yuan do today? Gu Xiang lowered his gaze, his tone respectful. Mr. Sang chopped all the cucumbers, bitter melons, carrots, bananas, and eggplants in the kitchen today. As he finished speaking, he happened to see Sang Yuan approaching. The two exchanged awkward glances, both feeling a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 189. The mine. After finishing dinner, Gu Xiang sat on the sofa, feeling bored. She opened Douyin, preparing to watch some fun short videos. The first video was about some social phenomenon reported by a certain daily. Gu Xiang eagerly scrolled through the comment section for a while. Then she swiped up, and after not long, a live broadcast suddenly popped up. Gu Xiang accidentally clicked on it and entered the live room. 10 seconds later, gorgeous special effects burst forth in the entire live room, causing the viewers to erupt in excitement. "Ah, Summer Echo is here. What kind of luck do you have? Chang'e? Wow. Chang'e, can you share some of your luck with me? I'm about to go live. My summer god, young and wealthy, and plays games well. What's wrong with liking handsome guys? Stop it upstairs. Summer god doesn't even like Chang'e. Last time, Summer god supported Moonfall, and Chang'e lost and had to dance. By the way, did Chang'e offend Summer god somehow?" Chang'e stared at the high-definition diamond crown in the live room, stunned. Is that Summer Echo's exclusive effect? Summer god, you're back. With Summer Echo entering the live room, the heat quickly surged, and the number of viewers reached 500,000. Chang'e was visibly delighted, but felt anxious at the thought of the last incident. Recently, with the help of a rich woman, he had finally secured some funds and gained a portion of his own fans. If Summer Echo was here to cause trouble, the surge in traffic would be meaningless. However, no matter what, the Summer God is not someone he can offend. He still smiled and tried to show a bright smile. Summer God, this time we are broadcasting live from the Wang family's mine. and I will bring everyone a close-up look at the mine. Below, Gu sent out bullet comments to advertise, saying that Wang's mine has its own resources, and all the raw ores are directly sourced from the mine, guaranteed genuine and complete. Everyone can click on the little yellow cart to support the host. Administrator, open the little yellow cart, big discounts on Wang jewelry in the live broadcast room. Administrator, don't miss it. We have also made real accessories of the Summer God special effect crown. It's on the little yellow cart. Grab it if you like. In a live broadcast, Cheng Yi stood in front of mine, with an endless abyss behind him, instilling a sense of fear in the viewers. Surrounding him were rock walls that had been carved out. He was holding a piece of raw pink tourmaline, but its quality was not very clear on the screen. The tourmaline was specially selected by the staff to be placed next to him for the live broadcast. Gu mentioned that Wang's mine was not entirely accurate. In fact, it was a joint venture mine developed with a foreign company, mainly financed by other companies. However, according to previous agreements signed with several companies, Wang Qingfan directly took on the role of the person in charge. Gu, being from Wang's, signed a contract directly with Cheng Yi, inviting him to bring goods to Wang Jewelry's live broadcast room. As for what Cheng Yi had to give up privately to obtain such resources that remained unknown, Gu suggested letting Cheng Yi directly promote products in front of the mine. The combination of a handsome guy and the unique scenery of the mine was evidently very appealing to the viewers in the live broadcast room. Before the Summer Echo entered the live broadcast room, the online audience of Cheng's live stream had already reached 200,000, thanks to Gu Capital's promotion. Cheng Yi continued to pick up a whole piece of red tourmaline from the pile of raw ores at his feet, saying, "Red tourmaline is generous and warm, more suitable for girls to wear. After cutting and processing, it will make Sister Summer even more charming. Tourmaline generates electric charges when heated, releasing negative ions, which can balance the body's acidity and alkalinity and have a good effect on soothing nerves, calming for sleep, and promoting metabolism." Chapter 190. Quietly turned green. Cheng Yi explained passionately. Wang Jewelry is the largest jewelry brand under the famous Wang Group, with quality beyond doubt. The raw ore is mined, truly natural. The red tourmaline bracelet is about to be listed on the little yellow card, and there are only 50 spots available. Everyone, get ready. 54,321. A crisp, ringing sound echoed in the live broadcast room, and then the manager of Wang Jewelry shouted, "It's on the little yellow cart." The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was intense, and the number of viewers kept increasing. Suddenly, a sound like rolling earth dragons came from nowhere. Rocks fell, and the screen shook. The ground of the mine trembled continuously, and Cheng Yi almost fell into the invisible abyss behind him. He quickly got up from the ground, and the camera shook violently. On the screen, the scene kept changing, filled with the frantic screams of the mine workers. "It's collapsed. The mine has collapsed. Run. Help." A huge rock rolled in from somewhere and crashed down from above. Fortunately, Cheng Yi was only hit on the edge of his clothing. But such a crisis made his face turn pale, and he broke into a cold sweat. The boulder was larger than him, so he could only take off his trapped outer coat and hurriedly run out. "The cable car! Get on the cable car!" The camera shook again, followed by darkness. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. "What happened? How did the mine collapse? Host, are you okay? I've already called the police. Although I don't know where the host is, I hope it helps. May heaven protect the stranger's safety." Hands clasped. 10. Wow. I just entered the live broadcast room and encountered a mine collapse. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Will there be casualties? Although the screen was pitch black, screams and the sounds of rolling boulders could occasionally be heard from the phone. "Administrator, everyone don't panic. I'm already in contact with the mine staff." Gu, shut down the live broadcast room. "Administrator, madam, we're at the company headquarters and can't shut it down. The phone used for the live broadcast is in the mine. We don't know the situation over there." After Gu Xiang exited the live broadcast room, many short video platforms began reporting on the collapse of Wang's mine. When Wang Qingfan received this news, he shouted at the employees while holding his phone, "Quickly suppress this matter. Who is the host of the mine broadcast? If there are casualties and it attracts government attention, you all can forget about working." Wang Qingfan was so angry that he paced back and forth, frantically making several calls, trying to suppress the trending topic, until an employee said, "It's madam. She volunteered to start a live broadcast room recently to help you alleviate the financial burden." Wang Qingfan was trembling with anger. "Where is she? Get her here." Madame Wang, whose online name was Gu Xiang, was in a panic after the mine collapsed during the live broadcast. She never expected that the mine would collapse at this moment. She was hurriedly brought before Wang Qingfan by the housekeeper. Qingfan, there's no other way. We can just pay to suppress it. Wang Qingfan slapped her face. This is going to court. You fool. Once this live broadcast starts, the whole internet will know. How can we suppress it? Madame Wang regretted it deeply. If she had known this would happen, she would never have agreed to Cheng Yi's suggestion to live broadcast in front of the mine to boost sales. In a moment of madness, Madame Wang regretted her decision. Wang Qingfan's face turned purple, but he still hadn't realized that he had quietly turned green above his head. Chapter 191. Isolated and helpless Gu Xiang called Yichen. Yichen's voice came through the phone. Chairman, are you asking about the collapse of Wang's mine? Gu Xiang was in a confrontation with Wang's, and now that the Wang family's mine had an incident, it was easy for him to connect the dots. Yichen said, yes, many messages have been suppressed before, but the upper circles have their own channels of information. Wang's mine has had problems for a long time. The machinery used is outdated and should have been replaced long ago, but due to high costs, Wang's took the risk of a mine collapse and didn't replace it. Now that Wang's cash flow is in trouble, there's even less money to replace equipment, and the mine collapse is not an unexpected event. Gu Xiang quickly grasped the key point before. Yes, in the past 5 years, Wang's mine has collapsed twice, resulting in a total of 23 deaths. The families of the deceased were threatened by Wang's and were given several $100,000 to settle the matter. Because it didn't ferment, it was quickly suppressed within the mine, and not many people know about this. Gu Xiang asked, what about the families of the deceased? The relatives of the deceased are just ordinary people and cannot shake the Wang family at all. Anything posted online either goes unnoticed or gets taken down immediately, with no way to appeal, and they are threatened by the Wang family, leaving them to swallow their anger. Chapter 192. Cough. The male lead can also not take the role. If it weren't for Gu Xiang not bringing her laptop, she would have handled it herself. But having an extra employee makes things more convenient, which is evident at this moment. Gu Xiang arrived at Pei Tianqing's home, and at this time, the bodyguards hired by Chu Tsonyan also arrived. The bodyguards were all over 8 meters tall. They didn't appear to have very strong muscles, but it was certain that they were very solid. The security company that even Chu Tsonyan trusted would naturally not have any fake weak bodyguards. Coincidentally, Wu Tianyao was also nearby, having checked the address and decided to come over, just in time to run into Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang briefly explained that Pei Tianqing was being targeted and had intruders in her home. Wu Tianyao nodded quickly. I understand. Is there anything I can help with? Chu Tsonyan looked at Wu Tianyao, a glimmer of dark light flashing in his eyes. This should be the computer talent who helped Gu Xiang check the address over the phone. Gu Xiang shook her head, saying no more. This was a 23-story ordinary residential building, and Pei Tianqing lived on the 19th floor. Strangely, both elevators in the corridor were out of service at this time. The bodyguards quickly climbed up the stairs. Chu Tsonyan glanced at Gu Xiang and suggested, why don't you wait here for a moment? I'll go check it out. Chapter 193 Do Baitsto. Chu Gongnian stood beside Gu Xiang, so me what does it? If he remembered correctly, the computer genius Gu Xiang brought along hadn't climbed up yet, right? Was Chairman Gu really that impressive? No wonder she could recruit such outstanding subordinates. He had foolishly hoped to learn how to attract talent from Gu Xiang, only to realize that her own capabilities were formidable. He was simply not worthy. Gu Xiang saw the messages from Wang Dubin and these people on her phone. From the context, it was clear that Wang Dubin had been in a bad mood recently and wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. But he was tied up with something else and couldn't come over. Gu Xiang's eyes turned slightly cold. What a fool. It was not uncommon for some rich kids to be spoiled. For example, with Wang Qingfan leading the way, Wang Dubin could hardly learn any kindness. Wang Dubin had grown up in high society, exposed to things that ordinary people might never see in their lifetimes. Even if he made mistakes, he had countless assets and connections to cushion the blow, which would not affect him. Over time, this could easily breed arrogance and conceit, but on the contrary, he lacked the capability and wisdom to match such a personality, ultimately becoming a bully who relied on his power and acted recklessly. Chapter 194, One More Little Fan. Wu Tianyao finally climbed up with great difficulty, nearly collapsing on the ground, gasping for air, boss. I'd rather be left behind by you. Noticing the air had inexplicably grown tense, he swallowed hard. Boss? Gu Xiang turned her head and said, good, I'll leave this matter to you. She explained the situation to Wu Tianyao, who immediately took out his laptop from his backpack, opened it, and began typing rapidly. Gu Xiang was somewhat puzzled. Why didn't you use the computer I gave you before? Wu Tianyao looked at the screen and smiled shyly. It's too expensive. I can't bear to take it out. If it gets scratched or bumped, I can't imagine. Gu Xiang was speechless and turned her head, catching a glimpse of the little sister staring at her blankly. And a smile crept into her eyes. What's wrong? Are you back safe, little sister? Pei Lingling just stared at her foolishly. Those strangers who broke in her home had picked up a vase half her height to hit her, and if it hadn't been for this sister kicking that person away, she couldn't imagine what would have happened if such a heavy vase had smashed down on her. Seeing her sister's expression, Pei Tianqing thought she was scared silly and pulled her into an embrace. Chapter 195. Guess what I found out? Ding. Automatically detecting Pei Lingling's attributes. Age, 17 height, 168 centimeters weight, 58 kilograms appearance, 78 points favorability, 100 max value 100. The host has achieved the title of Eternal Idol. Reward, 100 points, 1 lucky spin. The host's current total points, 72, 215, lucky spins available, 3. Sure enough, the younger ones have a much easier time gaining favorability. Chu Tsongyin, with keen eyes, spotted something on the ground, picked it up, and said this should be his phone. When Pei Tianqing took it, Gu Xiang glanced at it and saw it was already unusable. Pei Tianqing nodded. At that time, I wanted to call for help, but I didn't expect them to break in and grab my phone, throwing it away. The police acted quickly and soon took the 7 troublemakers from the Wang family away in a police car. An ambulance took Pei Tianqing's mother to the hospital. Pei Tianqing had bruises all over but looked fine due to his youth and strength. Zhang Shan was busy at the moment, dealing with both the case involving Pei Tianqing and the Wang family and the commission from the families of the deceased in mind. So he temporarily handed this matter over to other members of the legal team. Chapter 196. Wang family's secrets flying everywhere. Wang Qingfan frowned tightly. How could this group of people be so absent-minded? What he was discussing was so important concerning the rise and fall of the entire Wang family group. He lowered his voice to make it sound as authoritative as possible. Everyone listen seriously. He said, the data on the PPT was all done by me working overtime. So pay attention and look carefully. He initially thought that after saying this, the group leaders in the audience would be frightened into paying attention. However, the more he emphasized it, the stranger their expressions became. Wang Qingfan frowned fiercely. At that moment, the sound system behind him suddenly emitted ambiguous sounds of male and female breathing, along with inexplicable water sounds. Wang Qingfan's expression changed. Who was the idiot messing with the microphone backstage doing such things? With the Wang family group in such a state, it was enough that the employees didn't stick together in times of crisis, yet they still had the mind to engage in those affairs of love. It infuriated him. He shouted, "What are you doing backstage?" The young secretary, standing in the audience, nearly forgot her job upon seeing the explicit content on the screen. Chapter 197. Visiting with a child. The Wang family's mine's equipment quality issues led to multiple employees being injured or killed. And this case was being prosecuted by Zhang Shan as the lawyer. Zhang Shan had appeared, and discussions abounded in various circles. The Zhang Shan lawyer team has moved into Binhai Building and is now working for Binhai Building. Now, who doesn't know that the boss behind the Zhang Shan lawyer team is Chairman Gu? Not to mention the power holders of various major groups in the upper echelons of S-City. Even the market vendors can chat about this matter. The feud between the Wang family and the chairman of Binhai Building is known to all. External media have elaborated on this matter and analyzed how the Wang family will suffer a significant blow. In the hospital, as soon as Wang Qingfan woke up, his face was still pale, and he saw Mrs. Wang standing by the bed. He was immediately furious and almost fainted again. His throat felt as if it had a bellows inside, gasping with anger, his chest heaving for a long time. He pulled out the pillow from behind him and heavily threw it at Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang, equally panicked, caught the pillow, swallowed hard, and recalled the method that Cheng Yi had thought of to calm herself down. Chapter 198. Can't cover it up anymore. Other ladies walking around saw the 2 prominent figures standing outside the independent building in Area A and couldn't help but stop and speculate. ISNT that the Wang family mother and son? They were quite prominent before. Why are they standing outside and not being let in? ISNT the Wang family falling into decline now. Caught in a lawsuit? Who knows if Mr. Wang will go in? A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. With Mrs. Wang and young Master Wang personally showing up, Wouldn't they have to come out to welcome them? Haha. Mrs. Wang put a huge green hat on Mr. Wang, and he actually endures it. Truly worthy of being a person in power. I am ashamed of my own capacity. Mrs. Wang was dressed in a silk qipao, draped with a mink shawl, holding a designer handbag, and her face adorned with exquisite wealthy lady makeup. The jade earrings looked substantial, dressed so splendidly. She had never even attended a high society banquet before, but now she had to wear this luxurious outfit, personally stand outside, and humbly approach a young girl who was 2 generations younger than herself to apologize. Beneath her smiling face, Mrs. Wang felt extremely stifled. Which noble lady wouldn't he call her Mrs. Wang upon seeing her? Chapter 199. Underestimating the opponent is a great taboo. Gu Xiang glanced at the two with a leisurely gaze. If they didn't leave soon, I might have to issue an eviction order. Mrs. Wang fixed her gaze on the seemingly polite but actually overstepping steward, angrily exclaiming, "You dog relying on power. Your young lady is so young, yet holds significant authority. She won't last long before she ruins the family business. The wheel of fortune turns. Just wait and see." Gu Xiang adjusted his glasses, maintaining his smile. "All right, I'll wait for you." He crossed his arms in front of him, exuding an aura even stronger than that of the real wealthy young master, Wang Dubin. "But remember, you should address my master as Chairman Gu." As soon as these words fell, it struck Mrs. Wang's heart like a heavy bell. No matter how young she was, or that she was a woman, she held real power, far beyond that of this seemingly glamorous but powerless wealthy lady. Jealousy and resentment mixed in Mrs. Wang's heart, revealing a hint of malice. Wang Dubin, pale-faced, tugged at his mother's hand. "Let us go back." Chapter 200. Yielding to this group of old six that night, Gu Xiang gathered the butler, maids, and staff in the villa to play billiards. Gu Xiang was guiding a maid. "Press down a bit more here. Yes, a little further back. Don't stand too close to the table. Aim, it's this position, 10 centimeters out." The maid successfully pocketed a ball and stood up with a joyful smile, her eyes squinting with happiness, looking at Gu Xiang with admiration. "Miss, you are amazing." Sang Yuan, holding the cue, shyly said, "Actually, I'm not very good at it either." He looked at her earnestly, as if waiting for her to guide him. Gu Xiang patiently walked over to him, instructing him on how to play billiards. He slightly bent down, causing his shirt hem to drop and reveal a section of his pale waist, while the maids quietly averted their gazes. Gu Xiang's eyes flashed with insight as he adjusted his glasses, his gaze filled with deep meaning. Mr. Sang is really ambitious. Gu Xiang diligently acted as a good teacher. "Your elbow is too high. Lower it a bit. Yes, good. Your shoulder position is wrong. Adjust it like this. Still not right." Gu Xiang had to extend her hand to help him adjust the position of his shoulder and elbow. Sang Yuan's face turned red. He could clearly feel the presence of the person beside him. Chapter 201. Establishing authority. Wang Qingfan had been left waiting for a long time before he finally realized. If Gu Xiang really wanted to negotiate with him or extract some benefits from the Wang family, she would have left him waiting here. She was just toying with him. Wang Qingfan was both angry and amused. First, he was angry at Gu Xiang for daring to treat him this way. Second, he was angry at himself for being foolish enough to wait here, allowing her to humiliate him. This was an absolute disgrace. Wang Qingfan scanned the entrance and finally spotted a surveillance camera. He directly said, "Chairman Gu, I know you can see this. The previous incident was indeed Wang Dubin's fault. But as the person in charge of Binhai Building, it seems rather petty of you to nitpick with a junior." Wang Qingfan sneered 3 times. "I came here personally to give you face. The century-old foundation of the Wang family is not so easily shaken." Hearing his father's words, Wang Dubin opened his mouth to say something, but then closed it again. Junior? Gu Xiang was obviously younger than him. When did he become a junior in front of a girl? Wang Dubin was extremely dissatisfied, but with his abilities, all he could do was feel dissatisfied. Wu Tianyao replayed what he had seen on the computer for Gu Xiang. Chapter 202. Now there's only one last option left now. There's only one last option left. Wang Qingfan suppressed the surging anger in his chest, looking far out to the coast through the glass window. On the sea that he couldn't see, a giant Atom yacht was anchored. The owner of Atom would be invited to the grand opening of the Hay Entertainment City. This was the last hope. Wang Xuejiao was finally released from the storage room. Wang Qingfan looked at his son and daughter, his temples throbbing. But it seemed there was no other good way out now. Wang Qingfan mustered a lot of effort to force a loving smile, superyacht. Today's Hay Entertainment City is a place for you young people. Dress up nicely. If our Wang family can get the support of Adam, we can completely turn our situation around. Adam's yacht is almost equivalent to the market value of the Wang Group at its peak. As long as that person is willing to help, it shouldn't be a big deal. He then coldly looked at Wang Dubin, saying, "Today is about your sister. I don't want to see you offend anyone else. Also, you two should dress up nicely." That faint gaze shot over, and Wang Dubin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his face. He lowered his head and replied, "I understand." Chapter 203. Cheap Stinky Man? Pei Tianqing saw something in the rearview mirror. "Boss, it seems like someone is following us." Gu Xiang turned around and saw that familiar Lamborghini, and its owner was none other than Li Yuan, who had called her earlier that morning. "Don't worry about him." The McLaren parked at the entrance of the Hay Entertainment City, with customers coming and going, each radiating the aura of wealthy leisure. The manager of Hay Entertainment City welcomed these rich second-generation heirs personally at the door. "Ah, it's young Master Wei. Welcome, welcome. You should be interested in the gambling on the second floor. Please come in. Miss Hua, I saw you at the banquet in S City not long ago. Today, you look even more exceptional. Mr. Jean, please come in. Xiao Zhang, hurry up and greet our distinguished guests." As soon as Gu Xiang got out of the car, she saw the manager skillfully navigating the crowd at the entrance. Outside Hay Entertainment City, some people were standing around, seemingly waiting for someone. Li Yuan leaned out of the car window and happened to see Gu Xiang getting out, so he quickly parked the car. Many rich second-generation heirs had come from other regions just to participate in the opening, and they weren't very familiar with S City's elite circle or the recent happenings. Chapter 204. Flattering the driver? Awesome. Chun Xiao continued. That man is not from a prominent family. He's just a driver hired by Chairman Gu. You need to distinguish between primary and secondary. With Chun Xiao's explanation, this group of friends avoided a significant cognitive error I didn't foolishly approach to embarrass themselves. However, other rich second-generation heirs who had come from outside weren't so lucky. The McLaren, worth 15 million, was something an ordinary wealthy person could never afford. Pei Tianqing was handsome and poised, unlike someone from an ordinary family. Each rich heir, relying on their preconceived notions, assumed he was the owner of the car and approached him, trying to establish a connection. Pei Tianqing was surrounded by people and cast a pleading glance at Gu Xiang. But Gu Xiang stood to the side with a smile, arms crossed, watching him being surrounded. Gu Xiang thought this scene resembled when she brought her little ragdoll cat home in her past life, facing the curious gazes of passersby, and the little cat's bewildered and adorable expression. Pei Tianqing sighed in frustration, feeling helpless about the boss's occasional mischievousness. But as long as she was happy, that was enough. Li Yuan got out of the Lamborghini, and several unfamiliar faces approached him to chat. He ignored them and simply raised his hand, calling out, "Chairman Gu." Chapter 205. Dressed to impress, to see her? Gu Xiang and Fang Yuyu walked past those people. They changed their previously dismissive attitude and quickly approached, saying, "Chairman Gu, I am Wang Rui's from the Wang family. My father is Wang Zhenyuan from Jikanjuan Food Company. My grandfather is Wei Kaiyan, and my family owns a bank. My grandmother is Mei Kongsai, a famous actress. My uncle works for the Hua family in the capital and is the vice president of the S City branch." These people had long heard of the chairman of Binhai Tower, but had never had the chance to meet. Now that the opportunity finally arose, they naturally wanted to make a good impression. Even Fang Yuyu benefited from her connection to Gu Xiang, receiving smiles from many people. Her expression changed quickly. Fang Yuyu disdainfully pouted. Those smiling faces had just rolled their eyes and mocked her. Gu Xiang was not in the mood to deal with these people and directly pulled Fang Yuyu away. The rich second-generation heirs trying to make connections watched the two of them leave, feeling left behind and almost grinding their teeth in frustration. Why should the fallen Fang family S Fang Yuyu receive such favor from Chairman Gu? Jealousy was evident in their eyes, but no one dared to express it openly. Chapter 206. You die, I live? Self-delusion. Wang Shuejiao listened to the various exclamations and smugly curled her lips. She had been busy all morning, changing into more than 20 outfits with the help of a nanny, applying and removing makeup until her face was sore, settling on the perfect look after 15 tries. She put in so much effort to dress up just to dazzle the crowd and catch Adam's attention. Such seriousness was something she had never shown even at previous socialite banquets. Wang Dubin scanned the area and suddenly spotted Gu Xiang standing at the entrance of Hay Entertainment City. His eyes narrowed, and he looked away. Wang Xuejiao followed her brother's gaze and saw Fang Yuyu and Gu Xiang. She still remembered how Fang Yuyu had slapped her with her hand alongside that lackey named Xia in the mall. The sound of that slap seemed to still echo in her ears. Wang Xuejiao gritted her teeth in anger. She lifted her skirt and walked forward. The small diamonds on her dress sparkling in the sunlight as she stopped in front of Gu Xiang, disdainfully sizing her up. "Are you the one with the surname Xiao?" Gu Xiang replied. Chapter 207. The Fang family is hers. Wang Xuejiao's expression suddenly changed, as if a knife had been plunged into her heart. Regardless of whether she was a love child or not, just based on her status as a daughter, she would forever be unable to touch the Wang family's assets. Even if her brother were useless, it wouldn't be her turn. And that Fang Yuyu, who had once been set to be married off to Chu Tsongyan by her father, was now firmly said to take over the company's management rights and even become the next president. Wang Xuejiao felt as if her heart was being squeezed and twisted, both sour and painful. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Although most girls from wealthy families end up in arranged marriages, how many do not wish to hold real power in their hands? Men have ambitions, and women's ambitions are even greater, but they are always suppressed time and again. Gu Xiang suddenly remembered something and said to Fang Yuyu, "The money for buying shares was given to your father. The company should be short on funds now." She hadn't yet taken over the information and data of the Fang family group, so she only had a vague understanding of how much money was needed. With a 100 favorability, she trusted Fang Yuyu. Fang Yuyu nodded. "Yes, the company needs additional investment to become viable again. You can directly acquire the remaining shares and become a sole proprietorship." Chapter 208. For the first time stunned, the voice came from beside Gu Xiang. Just as she turned her head, she was accused first. "Are you blind? You actually shattered this jade ornament. Where did this little girl come from? Can you afford this?" The man sized up Gu Xiang, seeing that she was clean and had no accessories or bags, wearing only solid colors that didn't reveal any brand. It didn't matter what brand it was. He didn't care at all. Just being able to come here indicated some status. He specifically wanted someone local from S City with a certain level of identity, easy to deal with. The rich second-generation heirs in S City were not people he couldn't provoke or extort. After all, they were all wealthy second-generation heirs. What is the harm in taking advantage of one of them? Pei Tianqing was momentarily stunned. He had clearly seen that the jade cabbage ornament was shattered when that person bumped into it. The boss had only gotten a bit closer. How could he be wrongfully accused? Pei Tianqing furrowed his brows tightly. If you're going to accuse someone first, at least make sure you know who you're dealing with. The man was wearing a high-end custom blue suit, his hair slicked back and fixed with gel, with long, upturned eyes that gave him a calculating and unapproachable look. He sneered, "If I say you broke it, then you broke it." Chapter 209. She means while Gu Xiang looked at Hua Xina with a dumbfounded expression. Was this guy's brain also smashed along with that jade cabbage? He had just framed her and now wanted to steal her driver? Everyone was stunned. They say the young masters of Kyoto are extravagant, but this was the first time seeing such a thing. Sacrificing a driver to gain cooperation with the Hua family was like trading a cow's hair for a cattle farm. Such a huge profit. As for that driver, oh dear, it was a bit of a pity, but with a little more money, wouldn't there be someone willing? Pei Tianqing, having lived over 20 years, was worried for the first time about his chastity. He widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the dandy before him. You can't be serious." Hua Xiang snorted with a laugh. "I know this is hard to believe. After all, not everyone has this honor. You don't need to be overly surprised. I prefer a more composed man." Gu Xiang, what to do if I suddenly feel flattered? Pei Tianqing could tell from the surrounding discussions that the other party was highly respected. What if his boss offended this man for his sake and faced retaliation? He disliked this man, yet didn't want his boss to be implicated by him. Chapter 210. A trivial matter, Gu Xiang remained unflustered under the dark gaze, which inexplicably created a sense of pressure in his heart. She calmly took out her phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and then held it up in front of Hua Xina. The scene of him accidentally bumping into the cabinet and shattering the jade cabbage was vividly displayed on her phone. Hua Xina's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Gu Xiang smiled slightly. "Sorry, I have a habit of carrying surveillance." Here, the surveillance referred to a pinhole camera. Upon hearing Gu Xiang's words, everyone present felt a sudden chill. Their perception of the rarely seen Chairman Gu was refreshed once again. Young, who the hell carries surveillance when going out? Anyone who dares to call Gu Xiang young and reckless is undoubtedly opposing everyone present. This person has got skills and an IQ that crushes others. More cunning than an old fox. Li Yuan and Chen Xiao had just returned and were stunned by the scene, standing there blankly watching Gu Xiang. They wanted to help, but it seemed Chairman Gu didn't need them to make things more chaotic. Chapter 211. Young Master Hua. Victorious in every battle, the news of the infamous dandy young Master Hua and the youngest Chairman Gu of S City challenging each other quickly spread throughout the entire second floor. Whether in the hall or the private rooms, everyone playing gambling stopped their activities and gathered around the largest gambling table in the center of the floor. Everyone on the second floor came together, creating a lively atmosphere. Gu Xiang and Hua Xinhua's game was as simple as rolling dice. Hua Xinhua looked around at the excited and expectant faces of the crowd, and he couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth, his eyebrows looking somewhat arrogant and proud. I forgot to tell you, a third of the casinos in the city are run by my Hua family. I've been dominating the gambling scene since I was little. You won be my opponent. It's not too late to admit defeat now. After all, little girl, you still carry the title of chairman, and being embarrassed in public might be a bit uncomfortable. Gu Xiang looked down at the various tools on the table and suddenly lifted her gaze. Young Master Hua seems very confident. Hua Xinhua smiled in Wane. As long as you can see that, it's good. The manager of Hay Entertainment whispered to Gu Xiang, Miss Gu. Young Master Hua was born in a city and spent over a decade there before returning to Kyoto. Regardless of the game, he is familiar with all of them, making him undefeated. Do you want to reconsider? Chapter 212. Haven't you done enough? The way she handled the dice was quite indescribable. Professional gamblers, focusing intently on the sound of Gu Xiang shaking the dice, felt it was chaotic and disordered. Many knowledgeable players shook their heads in dismay, looking at the blue-eyed man standing next to Gu Xiang with pity. They had heard that the young masters of Kyoto were extravagant. They wondered how this blue-eyed handsome guy would fare in the end. I had heard that young Master Hua was not interested in women. Turns out he isn't a man. If you ask me, when Chairman Gu compensated young Master Hua that 1 million, she lost nothing. Perhaps it would even create a good relationship with young Master Hua. But that is not necessarily true. What young Master Hua sets his sights on, he always gets, let alone a driver. Gu Xiang shook the dice, feeling a bit puzzled inside. She quietly asked, System, logically speaking, I should have gained the corresponding knowledge along with this skill, but why is my mind blank now? This is different from the skills I exchanged before. The previous ones, whether it was motorcycle skills or universal contract review or even financial knowledge, were all comprehensible. Chapter 213. Raising the bet. Hua Xinhua's gaze on Pei Tianqing grew increasingly confident. Pei Tianqing lowered his eyes, taking a deep breath. If it came down to it, he would go all out. Pei Tianqing looked up at Hua Xinhua. No, he still couldn't bring himself to go all out. Gu Xiang tried to stall for time. After a while, many people began to urge, are you going to do it or not? If not, my brother Hua won't hold a grudge against a little girl. A rookie dares to play? Could it be your first time rolling dice? What a disappointment. I thought I could witness a worthy opponent for brother Hua. At this age, I say you should study hard. What are you doing being a chairman? So young and reckless? The ones speaking are all from Kyoto, and since childhood. They have felt superior, showing no respect for Gu Xiang. Moreover, was it not expected that they would be targeted after such an unreasonable challenge to their third Master Hua? In the casino, I don't care if you're a man or a woman. As long as you're a rookie, you deserve to be ridiculed. Gu Xiang realized she could no longer delay and let out a light breath, putting down the dice. The moment she set down the dice, Hua Xinhua's ears twitched, and the confidence on his face became increasingly apparent. Chapter 214. Are you satisfied now? Hua Xinhua stared intensely at Gu Xiang, losing much of his interest in Pei Tianqing. On the original bet, if you win, half of the casino in a city belongs to you. If I win, I want you to serve me in a city, and your Binhai mansion will belong to me. Gu Xiang's service combined with the Binhai mansion and half of the Hua family casino. The scales were definitely tipped in one direction. The Hua family's casinos in a city are all under the control of third Master Hua, and these casinos can earn him an astonishing profit every year. How much is that? The net profit of the Hua family's casinos in a city is 2 billion a year, equivalent to the profit of 5 Binhai mansions. Half of the casino, with an annual profit of over 1 billion. Hua Xinhua was really betting high. However, does Gu Xiang really have the capital to make third Master Hua take such a risk in hiring her? The crowd couldn't help but discuss. Not to mention half a casino for one person. Even if Gu Xiang brought the entire Binhai mansion, it probably wouldn't be worth that price. No wonder the Hua family is at the top of the pyramid in Country Z. Is Third Master Hua's decision too risky? Don't worry. Third Master Hua will definitely not lose. Everyone under him has been won over by his gambling skills. Chapter 215. Impressive. The rules are set for her. Gu Xiang silently exhaled, raising her eyes to look at Hua Shan. All right, I'll raise the stakes. If I lose, I will serve you with the Binhai mansion. If I win, the Hua family in S-City must cooperate with the Binhai mansion, and the Hua family can't oppose me. Half of the casinos in a city will belong to me. Hua Shan nodded. That's right, we can write a contract, and everyone present can supervise it. The manager smiled and said, I represent the Shun family from the capital and can guarantee fairness, supervising both parties to fulfill their promises. After the contract was established, both sides picked up the dice cups again. This time, the entire venue became tense, and everyone's heart raced. Pei Tianqing's heart tightened, his fingers clenched, and his palms were damp with sweat. His mood was even more anxious than before. The boss had better own life savings this time. Boss, are you sure? Seeing Gu Xiang nod, Pei Tianqing said no more. Gu Xiang's mind was filled with various techniques and experiences, and her skills gradually became more proficient. Hua Xian looked up, stunned to see her technique improve so significantly in such a short time. It seems that Miss Gu in front of him is much more talented than he had imagined. Chapter 216. The Biggest Gamble. Now, the number of people in the entire second-floor hall was increasing, and even the rich second-generation players from other floors were drawn over. For a moment, the second-floor hall was crowded, and aside from a few quietly inquiring about the stakes, everyone else was particularly quiet. Pei Tianqing frowned. Third Master Hua. This is too unfair. The conditions he proposed were clearly disadvantageous to Gu Xiang and beneficial to himself. Gu Xiang patted his shoulder, looking relaxed, saying it was fine. She would let the gambling king have his way. This statement made Hua Xinua's expression somewhat unsightly. The dignified gambling king of a city actually needed others to let him win before he dared to gamble. It was simply laughable. The manager, serious, stepped to the center, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. This final round is a small bet. The outcome will be decided in one round. The manager suddenly recalled the 2 ties from the previous big bets, hesitating for a moment before asking both Gu Xiang and Hua Xinhua, if this round also ends in a tie, how should it be resolved? Do you two need to discuss it? Li Yuan and Chun Xiao stood not far from Gu Xiang, nervously looking at her. Gu Xiang had agreed to Hua Xinua's bizarre demands earlier. They just hoped she wouldn't make any more concessions this time. Chapter 217. This is outrageous. After the manager shouted, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Gu Xiang and Hua Xinua's every move, and the atmosphere in the entire second floor became tense. Gu Xiang's technique was very skillful, with the absolute skills and experiences provided by the system. Any technique became the simplest thing, no matter how she rolled. She could achieve the desired number. They say the greatest path is the simplest, which is exactly the case. Hua Xinua's expression was serious, with a pair of wantonly proud eyes hiding their sharpness, as all his energy focused on the shaking dice cup in his hand. Hua Xinhua took a deep breath, not daring to be careless. As his gaze shifted slightly, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Xiang's increasingly unfamiliar technique. A voice suddenly rang in his heart. She's regressing. A sense of luck exploded in Hua Xinua's heart, and the bluish light on the second floor reflected a hint of arrogance in his eyes. No matter how outstanding her talent is, so what? A moment of enlightenment allowed her to grasp feel and technique, but without long-term training and exploration. These things gained from talent would only become fleeting fireworks. She was still far from mastering it. Chapter 218. This is impossible. Gu Xiang softly said, 32. Everyone stared at the small object in front of them, forgetting to breathe. They were just waiting for the final announcement to determine the winner. Suddenly, Wang Xuejiao shouted, seemingly about to hit the table. Meanwhile, Wang Dubin seemed about to sneeze violently. Everyone looked at their actions, startled. Gu Xiang also widened her eyes slightly. Turning her head to look at the two, she saw Pei Tianqing move faster than ever, one hand catching the falling Wang Xuejiao, while the other covered Wang Dubin's mouth and nose. 1. Gu Xiang's final announcement came. 0. The outcome was decided. Everyone in the hall gasped suddenly, realizing they had almost forgotten to breathe. Pei Tianqing coldly shoved Wang Dubin and Wang Xuejiao away. The two stumbled and fell to the ground. The ground shook with their fall, and all the dice that Gu Xiang and Hua Xinhua had stacked collapsed, rolling around and scattering across the entire table. Hua Xinhua's face looked exceptionally ugly. The crowd dared not speak, and for a moment, the entire second-floor hall was silent. Gu Xiang's slender fingers reached out, the slightly pink fingertips resting on the table, gently tapping, producing a slow and steady sound. Chapter 219. What trouble have you gotten into this time? Pei Tianqing felt pleased in her heart and didn't take the Wang siblings' derogatory remarks to heart. I'm a dog, so what? Dogs are so adorable, carefree, and have their owners to protect them. Unlike you, who can't even be dogs. It was the first time Gu Xiang heard such remarks, both helpless and amused. She raised her hand, wanting to touch Pei Tianqing's soft hair. Seeing this, Pei Tianqing immediately bent down, happily smiling at the Wang siblings while being patted on the head by Gu Xiang. In that smile, there was a clear and clean hint of provocation. Wang Dubin's expression seemed like he was swallowing a mouthful of blood back down. Wang Xuejiao also looked frustrated, but she still didn't relent. The bet earlier was clearly a joke. You're so arrogant in a city. At most, you only have a bin-high building. Do you think you can face the entire Hua family head-on? Wang Xuejiao sneered, saying, after waking up from a big dream, Miss Gu should stop daydreaming. If you give up today, you might still win the Hua family's favor. Gu Xiang's eyes were as cold as frost. Sure, you can give me all your family's assets, and that would surely win my favor. Who can't just talk and make others pay? She was more interested in being a living llama. Wang Xuejiao was speechless. The surrounding crowd was whispering among themselves. Each glance at Hua Xinhua was filled with speculation and conjecture. So grandiose, relying on their own power, violating agreements. Initially thinking they would win and making unreasonable demands, only to lose and refuse to fulfill them. Even in the business world, such allies are probably not worth having. The sons raised by the Hua family are like this. I don't know how much credibility the Hua group has, but I'll go back and tell my father to avoid signing contracts with them. Maybe the Hua family's casino makes money by being a bully and a rogue. Who says otherwise? It's better to keep it down. If young Master Hua San hears this, who knows how he LL retaliate against us in secret? The murmurs quieted down, but still filled every corner. These chaotic voices, accompanied by a barrage of sarcastic and doubtful gazes, fell upon Hua Xinhua. Hua Xinhua felt a mix of anger, confusion, and frustration. Even the few young masters who came from Kyoto were left speechless at the sight of their Hua Sanji. They had previously admired the spirited, undefeated Hua Sanji, not this rogue who only knows how to evade and intimidate after losing. Hua Xinhua remained silent, and Gu Xiang quietly waited. It was like watching a mischievous monkey in the palm of her hand, unable to escape the grip of the five-fingered mountain. An invisible tension filled the space. Meng Liqin had just come from the racetrack. He was originally going to the 5th floor to watch the cockfight and join the fun. Hearing that there was a commotion on the 2nd floor, talking about a duel, he headed straight up. Striding over, he glanced into the crowd and suddenly froze. Butterfly? Hua Xinhua pulled himself out of his chaotic thoughts, looked up at him with a face full of surprise. Meng Marin, what are you doing here? Meng Liqin scratched the back of his head. Of course, I came with my aunt, and also that kid from the Shun family. We arrived in a city one after the other. Hua Xinhua's expression darkened. Shunling Xue is also in a city? Meng Liqin shrugged. Of course. If my aunt is here, how can I not come? Meng Liqin looked at him, then at Gu Xiang, and then smiled. Boss Gu. Gu Xiang didn't show any special expression. The strange atmosphere in the air puzzled Meng Liqin. He looked at Gu Xiang, then at Hua Xinhua. But then he suddenly noticed Hua Xinhua giving him a look. He remembered the last time Hua Xinhua gave him such a look was when he had made a mess. Seeing this, Meng Liqin stood beside Gu Xiang, looking at him with vigilance. You, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Chapter 220. Licking to the end, everything is available. Gu Xiang quietly picked up the dice, tossed in her palm twice, and suddenly chuckled lightly. It's nothing much, just that someone insisted on challenging me and lost half of their casino to me. Meng Liqin's eyes widened in shock. So it's you two who are dueling? His voice was slightly off-pitch from disbelief. Noticing Meng Liqin looking at the pale-faced Hua Xinhua, he exclaimed, You lost to my boss in a dice game? His tone was filled with doubt and disbelief. He quickly turned to Gu Xiang. Boss, you won against the gambling king of a city? Gu Xiang nodded. We both placed bets, best of 3 I won. The Hua family cannot oppose me, and all of Hua Xinhua's half of the casinos in his city belong to my company. Meng Liqin licked his dry lips. looking at Gu Xiang in disbelief. No way. How could you dare to place such a big bet? Half of the casinos are worth 100 billion a year. Giving all that to Gu Xiang, that's an unimaginable amount of money. This kid's head must have been hit by a rock. Gu Xiang struggled to move his lips. I was just out of my mind at the time. Chapter 221. Just a little trick. Gu Xiang pointed to a spot not far away where a jade cabbage was originally placed. 1 million. Don't forget to pay the Hay Entertainment City. Gu Xiang gritted his teeth in anger, but ultimately said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Wang Xuejiao and Wang Dubin watched this scene, nearly doubting their life choices. Half of the casinos, 100 billion a year. Such a huge project is unique in all of the city. And now, as the chairman, Gu Xiang can completely bypass the peak of the wealthy pyramid in a city, Chu Tsongyan. She can sit in the #1 seat in a city, with an unshakable status. Wang Dubin's face turned pale. Previously, Gu Xiang, who only owned the Binhai building, was already hard to contend with. Now that Gu Xiang has taken half of the Hua family's gambling industry, the combined wealth of all the merchants in a city probably wouldn't match hers. Wang Dubin felt a chill all over his body. Just as he looked up, he saw Gu Xiang's cold and indifferent gaze directed towards him. Her voice was calm and cold. Tomorrow, the case against the Wang group will go to court. Have you decided who will bear the responsibility? Wang Dubin swallowed repeatedly, his eyes filled with panic. If this charge is confirmed, it will either fall on his father or him. He absolutely cannot go in, but if he doesn't go in, then his father Wang Qingfan will have to bear all the responsibility. Chapter 222. Power level up. Meng Lichin suggested. I want to go to the boxing gym for a match. Boss, are you coming along? Gu Xiang, having nothing better to do, nodded in agreement. The Hay Entertainment City is a comprehensive interactive platform for various gaming events, including car racing, gambling, martial arts, wrestling, auctions, stone gambling, calligraphy, and painting, and even fighting cocks and crickets. The boxing gym is on the 4th floor, and a few of them took the elevator. When the elevator stopped, the sounds of punches hitting and the shouts of men and women could be heard. Each private room is made of hard, transparent tempered glass, and if one doesn't want to be seen, they can press a button to instantly darken the glass, making it opaque. Looking around the hall, there were so many partitions that it was impossible to count them. Gu Xiang turned to Meng Lichin and asked, "Who do you want to fight?" Meng Lichin walked to the reception desk in the center, where the receptionist was poised and elegantly dressed, exuding the demeanor of a Shun Group employee. After receiving the room number from the receptionist, he turned to Gu Xiang and winked. "Of course, I'm fighting the foreigners. Let them experience my boxing skills." Gu Xiang nodded thoughtfully. "I remember you studied Chinese martial arts?" Chapter 223. What's up with the looks? Other attributes seem fine. But what S with that appearance score of 96? While thinking this, Gu Xiang asked in her heart, as the host's skills expand more comprehensively and they become more outstanding with more assets, the host's appearance will automatically increase. No wonder she hadn't seen any methods to improve her appearance in the system. So that's how it is. Meng Lichin took a pure cotton towel prepared by a nearby waiter and wiped the sweat off his fair forehead. The waiter stood straight, wearing a polite smile, and after taking the towel from Meng Lichin, placed it aside and retrieved drinks and chocolate for energy from a nearby cabinet. A big black man tore open a bag and took a big bite of chocolate. "Are you blind? Where's my towel?" Although his situation looked a bit worse, the pretty waitress completely ignored him to serve the handsome man. Does even a mere waiter look down on him? Is it because he isn't handsome enough? No, he is a strong man. How can handsome describe him? The waiter quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry. I'll get it for you right away." Gu Xiang turned her head at the commotion, her gaze landing on the waiter. Chapter 224. We aesthetic lovers are heartbroken. Meng Lichin turned to Gu Xiang, only to see her slowly stand up. Her feet in sneakers touched the ground, shoulders elegantly straightened, and her long hair was neatly tied back. In front of the muscular Nujiawa, her stature was not very imposing, but her whole demeanor seemed to suppress everyone around her. Nujiawa was a head taller than her, and Gu Xiang slightly raised her gaze to him, her deep eyes reflecting the dark night. Pei Tianxing's injuries hadn't completely healed yet. Fighting with this reckless wild man could mean he would have to be taken to the hospital by her, the boss. Gu Xiang suddenly felt that being a boss was truly exhausting. Chu Yiwei swallowed hard, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. Miss Gu, he felt a bit anxious, not reassured about Miss Gu facing off against the towering man. Pei Tianxing hadn't expected to be chosen by that big man for a one-on-one match and felt frustrated as he stood up with his boss. The feeling of always being caught in the crossfire made him question if he had been cursed. Pei Tianqing looked seriously at Gu Xiang. Boss, don't worry. I'll get on the stage and make him shut up. Chapter 225. Always innocently caught in the crossfire, Gu Xiang is the one who just won against the third young master of the gambling king in a city on the second floor. Huh? The boxing gym coach was instantly dumbfounded. Is he talking about the third young master of the Hua family I'm thinking of? The fitness enthusiasts who heard the news looked at the incredibly beautiful girl inside, their eyes filled with disbelief. The third young master of the Hua family is a famous gambling king, and he was actually defeated by her? You don't know how it went down? The third young master, usually laid back, was forced to show all his skills, and what happened? Ha, he lost. The key is, Chairman Gu's techniques looked particularly unrefined. Clearly just learned on the spot. What a brainless exaggeration. How could someone who hasn't even trained win against the gambling king? One girl was quite indignant. How is that impossible? Otherwise, how could she, at such a young age, sit in the position of chairman of the Binhai building? You guys don't know yet, do you? Know what? Now the Fong jewelry belongs to her too, and after that gambling match with the third young master of Hua, half of the gambling industry in a city now belongs to Chairman Gu. Chapter 226. Can't hold it anymore. It turns out that no one can guess what Hua Xinhua is thinking. His mind is quite peculiar, and his thoughts are quite strange. Gu Xiang, Pei Tianqing, and Meng Lichen looked at each other, completely unable to understand the purpose of this guy's actions. Hua Xinhua and Nu Jiawa stepped onto the stage. Hua Xinhua said, "No stakes, no fun, where's your stake?" The big black man frowned, his gaze becoming somewhat suspicious. He actually didn't want to fight someone with a questionable mind. But once on the stage, there's no backing down. This guy with a slightly off head at least had to take a beating for it to be over. The big black man said, "My father is the chief of the Nu Jiawa tribe." Hua Xinhua had just lost $1 million on Jade Cabbage today and had put half of his gambling business on the line, feeling quite aggrieved. And his eyes lit up at this. "Then if I win, what will you give me for your chicken tribe? I want to play as chief for a while." Nu Jiawa suddenly withdrew his fists, stood up straight, and scanned Hua Xinhua from head to toe with sharp eyes, as if trying to judge how he could have such confidence. "Then what do you want to add as a stake?" His voice was deep and primal. Chapter 227. Too beautiful, can't bear it. Gu Xiang smiled gently, causing even the big black man to be momentarily stunned. He averted his gaze, feeling a bit shy. "I want to hold back just because you're a girl." Gu Xiang said nothing and directly expressed her choice through action. She turned and walked onto the stage. On that stage, the last person who fought with Nu Jiawa was still lying on the sofa, unable to say a word. The spectators' gazes were all focused on Gu Xiang. People whispered among themselves, "Chairman Gu is so beautiful. I really can't bear to see it." Chairman Gu's slender figure was hardly noticeable next to that black man. "Woo, I already feel sorry for my sister. She has become my goddess. She won the Flower Boys competition, which means she is my goddess. I will never allow anyone to bully her. I must go in and save her." Another person nearby quickly held him back, saying we shouldn't meddle in other people's business. "Haven't you heard of the Wolf Slayer girl? Do you think I'm afraid of Gu Laodai?" A voice suddenly emerged. It was a racer who came over to join the excitement, and was also one of Dad's followers back then. The Wolf Slayer girl? Gu Dushan actually has other aliases? Chapter 228. Purely physical power output. Everyone was dumbfounded. Pei Tianqing's mouth was agape as he could only stare blankly. Even though he had seen the boss's brave appearance before, he still felt shocked now. Chu Yiwei almost forgot to breathe. Are the rich and famous all so fierce? Meng Lichen was getting excited. The boss is mighty. The boss is mighty. The boss is mighty. Nu Jiawa was being beaten to the point of confusion on stage. And as Gu Xiang's fist was about to come down again, he felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Even the most outstanding warriors of their tribe, including his father, had never made him feel this afraid. Nu Jiawa was certain that if this continued, he would be beaten to death soon. Aye. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Xiang's fist landed first. Nu Jiawa fell to the ground. Everyone gasped, their hands holding phones trembling uncontrollably. Gu Xiang slowly retracted his arm and looked down at the person on the ground who couldn't get up, asking, "What do you want to say?" Nu Jiawa hurriedly blurted out a string of words, which sounded like gibberish. Chu Yiwei took a long time to react, his expression dazed, wondering if he'd been beaten so badly that he couldn't speak anymore. Chapter 229. It can't possibly be him. Gu Xiang was enjoying Chu Yiwei's attentive service, while Pei Tianqing, as a subordinate, could only stand aside and silently envy Chu Yiwei. Out of the corner of his eye, Gu Xiang caught sight of the bruised and battered Hua Xinhua. Despite his terrible appearance, Hua Xinhua was struggling to maintain a big grin, showing off his white teeth. He looked utterly foolish. Ugh, it's hard to look at. Gu Xiang silently turned his head, taking a sip of freshly squeezed juice from Chu Yiwei's hand to ease the discomfort. Gu Yiwei smiled brightly. Miss Gu, I didn't expect your boxing skills to be so excellent. We have a boxing event on the 4th floor. Would you like to give it a try? Gu Xiang casually moved her shoulders and raised an eyebrow at the mention of an event. Chu Yiwei's captivating peach blossom eyes were somewhat mesmerizing. Whoever can defeat all challengers and become the boxing champion of Hay Entertainment can receive a 5 stake and become a shareholder. Just as Chu Yiwei finished explaining, the manager of Hay Entertainment hurried over. Hearing that a private room on the 4th floor was surrounded by people, fearing something might happen, he rushed over. When he approached and saw it was Gu Xiang, he felt no surprise at all. Chapter 230, Relying on Beauty to Rise to Power. Hua Xinhua was angrily helped up by his rushing subordinates. If you have the ability, go and join the boxing champion competition. If you win, Gu Xiang smiled, captivatingly charming. And Hua Xinhua, seeing this, instantly lost all his previously gained momentum. Hua Xinhua stared blankly for a while, feeling a chill run down his back. I absolutely can't place any more bets. This woman has already caused me enough trouble today. What if she wins again? To hell with it. If she wins, so be it. It has nothing to do with me. I'll quit my betting habit from now on. Watching Hua Xinhua silently seethe, Gu Xiang's mood brightened even more. She turned to the manager and nodded, asking him to lead the way. The crowd followed her outside, with the manager walking ahead to guide them. While Chu Yiwei had her own work and couldn't follow, she watched the backs of the crowd, feeling a bit lost as she picked up the tablecloth to continue her work. Wait, Gu Xiang suddenly remembered something and turned back sharply. Chu Yiwei heard the sound and also looked up suddenly. Their eyes met, and Chu Yiwei clearly heard her heart racing. Did she leave something here? Chapter 231. I have money too. Little chick, the rich second generation really respect the Shun family. As for this manager, who would take him seriously? Manager Peng was just a worker. To these rich second generation, he was merely a high-level servant. Did they need to respect a servant? But who wouldn't want to cooperate with the Shun family? However, the core figures of Shun family were not people they could meet. The Shun family and these rich second generation were not even in the same league. They could only silently give up. Yet today, they were overtaken by Chairman Gu, connecting directly with President Shun through this inconspicuous little manager whom nobody cared about. The rich second generation felt regretful, wondering why they hadn't built a good relationship with Manager Peng earlier to get him to say nice things to President Shun. Hay Entertainment is part of the Shun family's business and is the first industry the Shun family established in S City. Manager Peng could speak on behalf of the Shun family. Even just mentioning it in front of President Shun could bring benefits that others would scramble for. The rich second generation understood the pros and cons and increasingly admired Gu Xiang's insight, recognizing that those who know the times are the best heroes. If they couldn't use their own brains, they could borrow someone else's. The rich second generation followed suit, thinking about how to connect with President Shun through Manager Peng. Chapter 232. Unusual mental state. Nujua's fragile heart received another blow. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Anger flared up, and he threw a punch, intending to scare her. However, Gu Xiang lightly caught his fist and gently pulled his wrist. The huge man, like a mountain, fell to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Gu Xiang's hair was merely blown by a breeze, and her smile didn't change at all. So cool, the young girl screamed. The invisible show-off was most endearing, and the rich second generation were completely enamored. When Nujua got back up, he seemed much more subdued. However, his eyes were still determined. I will pursue you, remember. My full name is Nujua Duo Duo. Duo Duo? Gu Xiang's eye twitched. Your brother isn't named Xiao Xiosha, is he? Nujua seemed displeased that Gu Xiang's attention shifted to his brother, saying, My brother's name is Nujua Mamamo. This statement caused an eruption of laughter throughout the venue. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Goose, 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 goose. This name is so embarrassing. Duo Duo seems anxious, shouting loudly, superficial. You are superficial. Chu Yiwei is smiling charmingly next to Gu Xiang. Duo Duo looks at him and pouts in dissatisfaction. Chapter 233. Is the circle that wild? Zhao Xiuming, bro, Meng Lichen, stepmom, Chu Yiwei and Pei Tianqing. My heavens, I'm shocked. Is the boss's circle outside that wild? Gu Xiang turned his head with a half smile, and Zhao Xiuming and Meng Lichen quickly fell silent. Gu Xiang smiled and said, "Unbeknownst to the gods and ghosts, I'm already happily with family." Even though Zhao Shuming has a thick skin, he couldn't help but blush. That cough. Zhao Shuming covered his lips with his fist. "Boss, how did you hear that?" Gu Xiang looked at him as if he were an idiot. Zhao Shuming lowered his head in shame. Meng Liqin almost laughed out loud until Gu Xiang said, "And you, my good big son." Pei Tianqing has already twisted his handsome face into a grimace. Meng Liqin scratched his head awkwardly. "That dad, oh no, boss, be serious. This boxing is really too dangerous. Let's not do it. Just let Princess Zhao do it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuming showed a toothy grin at Meng Liqin, and at the moment Gu Xiang looked over, he immediately changed his expression and revealed a sunny smile. Gu Xiang cast a slightly reproachful glance at Meng Liqin. "How can you let your stepmom take the lead?" Infidèle. Chapter 234. "So cute, I want to ruin." And Nujiawa's gaze swept across the field, suddenly calling out loudly in the tribal language. Before long, a middle-aged man taller and stronger than Nujiawa approached. He stood at least 2 meters 1 and loomed over everyone like a pillar. Everyone avoided him wherever he went. He had little facial hair, looking clean, with a buzz cut, wearing competition clothing, and had dark skin. His eyes were particularly prominent when he moved. This man resembled Nujiawa a bit. He is his father, the chief of the Nujiawa tribe. Nujiawa briefly communicated with him in their tribal language. After that, the chief began to scan Gu Xiang with a scrutinizing gaze, his expression revealing no special meaning, somewhat like he was assessing an opponent, yet with a hint of serious respect. The chief also glanced at Pei Tianqing, Chu Yiwei, Meng Liqin, and Zhao Shuyang. There was a clear disdain and contempt that was obvious even to a fool. One could only wonder what Nujiawa had said to the chief earlier. Zhao Shuming looked up at this pillar, his mouth slightly agape in surprise. Chapter 235. So ugly it's drool-worthy, everyone. Is he being subtle? What kind of ugliness makes them unable to resist drooling? Everyone wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths, chuckling. Is this what a fool beauty, lacking self-awareness of their own beauty, looks like? Zhao Shuming twitched his lips, crossing his arms, exuding an unapproachable aura. What are you pretending for? Are you afraid your brother will steal your thunder? The same goes for the rivalry between Momo and Zhao Shuming. The competition between natural blonde and dyed blonde is something others can't comprehend. Meng Liqin looked at Nujiawa with disdain, previously thinking his aesthetic wasn't that problematic. How can he say such nonsense with his eyes wide open? Is he trying to use Momo's looks to mock them? Hee, everyone is handsome. So what's so great about Momo? When handsome men meet alone, the mutual repulsion is between 0 and 5. When there's 8 breathtaking beauty nearby, the mutual repulsion between handsome men skyrockets to 1,000. Gu Xiang didn't think too much. Nujiawa's tone sounded sincere. The Nujiawa tribe's aesthetic is indeed very different from most countries. Chapter 236. Assisting again, the chief coughed, interrupting the subtle mockery between his 2 sons. He solemnly addressed Gu Xiang. "Miss Gu, are you here to participate in the boxing championship?" As chief, his understanding of S-City far exceeds that of his 2 sons. Gu Xiang made a name for herself in S-City in less than a week. Like a dazzling new star rising. No, she is the moon and the sun, incomparable. Such a person would never come to their tribe for money. She would only grow more exceptional. He has been interested in Z country for a long time, and thus, he and his 2 sons have voluntarily learned the language of Z country. He wants to collaborate with Z country's businesses, bridging commerce between the 2 countries to find a larger market. His gold and specialties would surely be loved by the people of Z country, but he needs a sales channel and a solid, reliable ally. As a foreigner, he doesn't fully understand the various customs and systems of Z country. If he encounters a morally corrupt businessman trying to sabotage him, he not only won't succeed in obtaining vast market resources, but will also be taken for a ride. The chief admires the beautiful woman before him, but remains cautious in his heart. Chapter 237. Another batch of fervent fans, the spectators who had lingered in the arena for a long time, erupted in an uproar. Nujiawa had challenged his way up from the bottom of the rankings to the top, breaking several opponents' bones, and now, 2 hours in, no one dared to challenge him again. Most people in the arena were professionals in the boxing industry, unlike those rich second-generation kids who were so sensitive to Gu Xiang's name. Although they found her somewhat familiar, after watching for a long time, they still couldn't connect those 2 characters to what they saw online. They only cared about what kind of person dares to challenge Nujiawa. Even those who hadn't made the rankings yet Does that Gu Xiang know there's no water in this boxing championship? A few kind-hearted folks hesitated about whether to remind them, at least to popularize Nujiawa's reputation in boxing. Although they were very reluctant and didn't want to admit it, as long as that 2-meter-1 tall black guy was on the field, no Z country person could win. But this is their Z country's territory as the host. Getting slapped in the face like this feels so damn frustrating. Comparable to watching the national football team live. Everyone was nervous but still held a glimmer of hope, wishing that this nameless person in boxing could become a dark horse, allowing their Z country boxers to hold their heads high. Chapter 238. 96 points for super high looks. The chief felt the truth firsthand, and the other professional boxers watching could naturally see it too. The first female boxer to notice Gu Xiang's looks couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this girl is amazing. I've been in the industry for 7 years, and her boxing skills are terrifying. Once I finish recording the video, I'll study it more and come up with some new moves." Could it be that a new boxing school is about to emerge? Hey, don't say it's impossible. That beautiful lady's footwork is indeed very innovative. Wow, you guys are still here daydreaming, and I'm already thinking about how to become her disciple. Huh, damn, why didn't I think of that? I think I need to beat that primitive guy into submission to feel better. You're not bored, are you? How someone chooses to fight is their business. If you don't like that primitive guy, go ahead and fight him yourself. Just talking here means nothing. Look at you defending her. No one can say anything bad about Gu Xiang. The rich second-generation kids were twitching at the corners of their mouths. As expected from boxers, their words pack a punch. Chewy Wei licked her dry lips and stared intently at the agile girl on stage with her sparkling peach blossom eyes. Chapter 239. Truly a pride for women. Chewy Wei is now also an employee of Gu Xiang. He clearly wasn't familiar with his job, but he figured he could just follow the lead of an experienced employee like Pei Tianqing. Chewy Wei walked over to Gu Xiang, wanting to do something, but found himself feeling a bit useless, standing awkwardly there, appearing somewhat embarrassed next to Pei Tianqing. Fortunately, Gu Xiang didn't notice him and sat down next to Zhao Xuming, looking at the new rankings displayed on the big screen. Gu Xiang had only fought once, but had pushed Nuo Jiad into second place, who had fought more than 10 times. In the first row, her name was highlighted in bold red letters, Gu Xiang. The entire venue erupted. Oh my God, a female boxing champion. She really makes us female boxers proud. Boo-hoo, such a beautiful girl. Her admirers must be countless. If her boyfriend provokes her, she'll definitely leave him with a couple of bruises, one on his body and another on his pride. I love her, beautiful and with a sense of security. I want to be a female boxer too. You women better not get too cocky. Us men will strike back sooner or later. Shivering in fear, surrendering, sob. Chapter 240. Then I won't go home. Zhao Xuming leaned closer to Gu Xiang, looking down at the stock agreement in her hands. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Oh, I have a copy of this too." He then pulled out an identical contract from somewhere, but his was signed by Zhao Xuming. Gu Xiang looked at him in surprise. Zhao Xuming felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, his cheeks flushing slightly. The first place in the racing can also get 5 of the shares. Before I came to find you, I participated in a car race. Zhao Xuming scratched the back of his head, laughing. I'll give you this 5 of the shares. It'll make a nice round number. Pei Tianqing gasped. 5 of the shares? That is already worth $1 billion a year, and it might even grow year by year. Although for the boss, it's just a drop in the bucket. But for the Zhao family, that is a huge sum. Zhao Xuming might not be thinking straight. Gu Xiang, of course, wouldn't accept his goodwill. She just ruffled his hair and said, "If I really take it, when you go back, your dad and brother will definitely skin you alive." Zhao Xuming lowered his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Then I want to go home. Chapter 241. No bride. But a new dad. Menglichin suddenly laughed as he thought of something. No bride, but I have a new dad. The voice on the other end suddenly faltered. You like guys? This thought completely stunned Menglichin. His rough dad actually thought of this. Could he be doubting his son's orientation? He is straighter than steel. Menglichin felt a bit embarrassed. Can't you think of your son in a more serious way? The other side immediately sneered. With that face of yours. Don't think I don't know that guys have pursued you. Menglichin got anxious. I never agreed to it. And could you stop bringing up that embarrassing history? The other side fell silent for a moment. Then a furious voice came through. So you really went out and found a new dad? His dad was furious, but Menglichin wasn't flustered. Of course. A life-saving grace is like a rebirth. What's wrong with calling him dad? The other side was silent for 3 seconds. Then there was a loud crash of something hitting the ground. It seemed he was startled. "You little rascal, you're really something. Can't find a bride. So you go find a new dad. Just wait, I'll break your legs." Chapter 242. M.O. Free of charge, the cafeteria was in a public hall, decorated elegantly to match the style of the entire Hay Entertainment City. A faint violet fragrance lingered in the air. Gu Xiang and the chief sat alone together, while others were seated nearby. The chief briefly discussed his cooperation request. He simply wanted to expand a long-term sales channel in Z country. Gu Xiang picked up a xiaomai with her chopsticks and said, "Of course, but the so-called business cooperation is based on mutual benefit. I want to know what I can gain from it." The sales channels she could utilize naturally included Binhai Building and its many partner companies. Currently, Binhai Building didn't lack resources. In fact, countless people were scrambling to acquire its resources. In business terms, she was interested in the benefits Nuwa Jayat could bring her, preferably benefits that no one else could replace. Nuwa Jayat slowly said, "I want to tap into Z country's vast market. I believe our tribe's specialties will definitely be welcomed. I'll have Duo send you the list of specific types." Chapter 243. Beat him until his butt blooms. Nuwa Jayad pondered for a moment. "This time, I trust my judgment in people. I hope you won't disappoint me." Gu Xiang nodded, of course. Mo still wore a bright smile on her face, like a foolish little deer, knowing only to give all her goodwill to the human in front of her. With just a little coaxing, she would follow along. No, she didn't even need to coax. She was just passing by, and the little deer followed her on its own. Mo encouraged herself. "It doesn't matter if the first warrior doesn't like me. It's enough that I like the first warrior." Gu Xiang face-bombed, feeling guilty. She seemed like the bad woman who lured good men, even though she didn't seem to do anything at all. "Mo Xiaoma, you sit down and eat first." Mo Momo nodded obediently and sat back down. Gu Xiang said to Norgard, "I have to say, you should completely give up the idea of cooperating with the Shun family. Given your current situation, the Shun family will not allocate too many resources to you, and it's even uncertain if they will agree to cooperate with you." Norgard couldn't believe it. "How could it be? I have such a good product. How could the Shun family refuse?" Gu Xiang said, "The Shun family has recently focused all their energy on the entertainment industry chain, and they also have long-term partners in agricultural products. You are not at an advantage." Chapter 244. Either grovel or avoid. Duo left angrily, shouting that clearly I was the one who met her first. Clearly I was the one she hit, and clearly I'm stronger and more handsome. Woo, father, you are unfair." The tough guy cried. Norgard's face fell, afraid that Duo would embarrass him, and dragged his eldest son away even faster. After watching the two leave, Gu Xiang turned to Mo Momo, who was still standing beside her. "Aren't you going back with them?" Mo Momo gazed at Gu Xiang with his clear eyes, looking for a while. Then he suddenly whispered, "Miss Gu, don't you want me anymore?" What? "No, child, why do you look so wronged? Also, why does someone who is 1.8 meters tall and has such a pure and delicate face look so natural when acting cute?" Gu Xiang was silent for a moment, then asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Mo Momo answered matter-of-factly, "Wherever Miss Gu goes, I will go." Gu Xiang followed up, "What if I go to school?" Mo Momo blinked his eyelashes. "I could be an international student." Zhao Shuming saw that the situation was not good and quickly came over, showing Mo Momo a fake smile, revealing his neat white teeth. Chapter 245. I won't steal her attention from the little brother. The games in the Science and Technology Museum are good, but the most appealing part is the powerful marketing tactics. After playing the music game, everyone began to choose other games. Gu Xiang teamed up with Zhao Shuming to select the same game, and Zhao Shuming didn't know which nerve was not right. But he chose a horror game. Yes, a horror game. Just before putting on the VR glasses, Zhao Shuming laughed and promised Gu Xiang, "If you're scared, I'll help you fight the monsters." He held a controller that could simulate weapons in the game. Gu Xiang held the same thing and lazily raised her dark eyes, revealing an ambiguous smile. "Are you sure?" Zhao Shuming looked at Gu Xiang, who seemed very cool but didn't say anything, and instantly remembered the scene where Norgard was being pinned down in the arena. Zhao Shuming couldn't help but nervously lick his lips, his bright red lips glistening, as if he had deliberately applied alluring lipstick. Me spooka. I'd rather help you fight the monsters instead. After all, the monsters are pretty weak too." Gu Xiang was silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled. Little Emo suddenly ran over. I want to play with Miss Gu too. Chapter 246. Not just little brother and big boss. Little Mo's eyes were covered by the VR headset, and it was hard to see his expression. He just pursed his lips and didn't speak. Pei Tianqing was being dragged by Meng Lichin to play bumper cars, and the two were spinning around. Chu Yiwei occasionally saw an opportunity and directly bumped both of them away. Meng Lichin heard Zhao Xuming scream from next door and immediately abandoned the car. Unable to help but walked towards the source of the sound, complaining along the way, why is he screaming so miserably? He wouldn't have been assaulted, would he? Pei Tianqing followed up. You're thinking too much. Young Master Zhao is with the boss. How could he be assaulted? Pei Tianqing suddenly fell silent at this point. Meng Lichin thought of this too and quickened his pace. Chu Yiwei didn't quite understand, but if they were right, wouldn't it be inappropriate to go in now? Thinking this, Chu Yiwei directly said it out loud. Pei Tianqing realized, right, I can't let you disturb the boss. Meng Lichin almost laughed. No, do you really believe that? He walked to the door, pushed it open, and said, I just want to see what they are playing and join the fun. As soon as he opened the door, Meng Lichin's expression changed, the smile vanished, and he muttered under his breath, Zhao Dog actually dares. Chapter 247, Game Upgrade Version, Unlocking the Clinging Mode. Meng Lichin watched the two Gu family employees who were avoiding him and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's just a hug. It's nothing serious. That Zhao Xuming, his courage is smaller than a sesame seed, getting scared over a game like this. Pei Tianqing and Chu Yiwei turned around with red faces. Pei Tianqing awkwardly laughed. Haha, I wasn't thinking about anything inappropriate. Chu Yiwei, knowing Gu Xiang's character well, said with a serious face. The boss is upright and would never do such things in a place like this. Before he could finish, he was slapped in the face. The boss is actually slapping Zhao Xuming's, but Gu Xiang used her controller to cut off several little red ghosts sticking to Zhao Xuming's back and felt like she accidentally touched his clothes. Gu Xiang didn't pay much attention, but Zhao Xuming froze up. Oh, boss, you just... Gu Xiang casually said, there are many little ghosts behind you. Our hiding place is about to collapse. The warning is out. The next wave of monsters is coming, and it's the upgraded version. Be careful. Zhao Xuming still felt a bit unnatural, but when he heard it was the upgraded version of the monsters, he started to shrink back again. It was so bloody just now that he felt he'd have nightmares when he went back. Chapter 248. Playing together, so scary that we jump. Zhao Xuming suddenly shouted. Look, the coffins of the bride's parents and the officiant's coffin are filled with a lot of money, all gold ingots. Gu Xiang found the paper, triggering the appearance of a new clue. The paper in Gu Xiang's hand was a contract. It detailed how much gold and silver the bride's parents and the officiant received from the groom's family. Gu Xiang said and done. No need to look. As she spoke, she lifted the 3 babies and handed them back to the bride. Here you go. Also, go find them. Zhao Xuming was scared and confused the whole time. Little Mo was not very familiar with Chinese horror and was terrified and confused throughout. The bride cut open her belly, stuffed the babies back in, and then, with a vacant gaze, dragged her unevenly cut feet to the door and opened it. Zhao Xuming was shocked. Did we pass the level? Gu Xiang shook her head, no. Just as she finished speaking, 6 corpses suddenly popped out of the coffin. Zhao Xuming jumped into Gu Xiang's arms in an instant, pale with fright. Ah! Little Mo's voice was almost in tears. Miss Gu, I'm scared too. Meng Lichin, Pei Tianqing. Chu Yiwei. Meng Lichin couldn't help but say, what did they just see? Chapter 249. Boss, I need comfort. Zhao Xuming's voice trembled slightly. The remaining 2 ghosts were the brides-in-laws. He didn't know if this sentence triggered something, but the 2 aimlessly wandering ghosts suddenly lunged in front of Zhao Xuming. His eyes blurred, and he saw the 2 skeletal faces rushing towards him. That terrifying face was infinitely magnifying right before his eyes. Zhao Xuming screamed, why is it always so unexpected? Gu Xiang had already started to get used to it. She grabbed Zhao Xuming's arm with one hand and pulled him close. Zhao Xuming stumbled into her embrace, crying uncontrollably, Boss, I'd rather be beaten than play this game again. Gu Xiang curved her lips, whispering in his ear, I'll beat you tonight. Her first-rate voice had a lewd tone. While Zhao Xuming's heart raced from being scared by the ghosts, he inexplicably felt shy. Gu Xiang's voice was right next to his ear, making his heart race even faster. It was all a mess, completely chaotic. Meng Lichin's mouth twitched as he shouted, Have some dignity, Princess Zhao. Aren't you ashamed to hide in the boss's arms? Zhao Xuming wrapped his arms around Gu Xiang's neck, turned his head at the sound of that, and shouted loudly. Chapter 250. Boss, you have no taste. Gu Xiang and the others followed the bride back to that room. However, this time it seemed much cleaner, with red candles illuminating the space, and there were no coffins or female ghosts. Everything appeared normal. The only abnormality was the woman. The bride was tied to the bed, unable to struggle. The groom, drunk, stumbled into the room and fell onto the bed. Upon noticing the bride's large belly, the groom was furious and grabbed a pair of scissors, lunging at the bride. In no time, the wedding room was stained with blood, and 3 dead infants appeared out of nowhere. The scene was horrifying and tragic, with an extreme visual impact that was almost unbearable. Zhao Shuming simply shut his eyes, sighed, and went to find Gu Xiang for a hug to seek comfort. It was too scary. I don't want to watch anymore. You take me to play instead. The other players all looked very grim. The commotion in the wedding room attracted many people. The father-in-law was furious, saying, "This woman is pregnant and already unclean. Yet she still wants to marry my son. She truly knows no shame and has disgraced my family's scholarly reputation." The officiant pleaded, "I was deceived. Her father told me she was his daughter waiting in the boudoir." The mother-in-law coldly snorted, "How unlucky. Bury her." Chapter 251. Is that so? The Hua family's businesses spanned various industries, with the gambling sector being just a part, specifically managed by the third young master Hua, who would naturally handle it according to his mood. However, it inadvertently ended up in Gu Xiang's pocket. The third young master Hua would inevitably face punishment upon returning. Wang Xuejiao thought to herself that if she couldn't find Adam's owner, connecting with the third young master Hua would be a decent option. But now, the third young master Hua was nowhere to be found, and he previously claimed that the Wang family had offended him. How would she explain this to her father when she got home? Wang Xuejiao felt somewhat collapsed. The Wang family was finished. What was she going to do? She had already gotten used to such a luxurious lifestyle, accustomed to being highly regarded by the ladies. She was unwilling, absolutely unwilling. Wang Dubin suddenly said, "Father called me." Wang Xuejiao shuddered, nervously watching as Wang Dubin answered the phone. Her father's joyous voice came through the phone. "There is hope. Our Wang family has hope. Finally, someone is willing to help us." Wang Xuejiao leaned in, wanted to listen more carefully. Wang Dubin noticed her movement, but coldly curled his lips, turning away from her. Chapter 252. Why are they so feminine? Wang Dubin, with a woman on each arm, laughed heartily. "Today, this young master will take you both for some fun. The entertainment city is opening, and we can't come for nothing." Wang Xuejiao hesitated. "How will you meet Miss Gu looking like this?" Wang Dubin sneered, "Just like this. The contract is signed anyway. We can just exchange pleasantries. At most, I'll call a few handsome guys for Miss Gu." Wang Xuejiao. "This is truly an eye-opener." Wang Dubin said earnestly, "You don't understand. Commercial cooperation requires some beautiful women to spice things up. You haven't been exposed to this since you were little, so it's normal not to understand. When Miss Gu arrives, you better treat her well. You women have things to talk about." Wang Dubin kissed left and right, surrounded by a group of beauties sitting on the sofa. Not far away was a gently flowing landscape pool, reflecting colorful dim lights, with several koi swimming by. The scene was extremely glamorous. Wang Xuejiao stood aside, looking around, afraid of missing Miss Gu. What kind of clothes does Miss Gu wear? What does she look like? Her father didn't say. Wang Dubin, amidst the women, was completely unconcerned. Miss Gu's presence was certainly extraordinary. Wasn't it obvious at a glance? Wang Xuejiao suddenly stood up. "She's coming." Upon hearing this, Wang Dubin's lewd and flirtatious expression changed, and he quickly pushed the beauties on either side aside. Wang Xuejiao saw that many people were gathered where she was looking, all bowing and scraping around the few people in the middle. It was like a superstar being surrounded by reporters, even more exaggerated. They couldn't see who was surrounded, but just from the aura, everyone was eager to make their presence known. It couldn't be anyone else but Miss Gu. As the crowd surged, the Wang siblings finally saw the person in the middle. Wang Dubin's face changed dramatically. Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang had just come down from the 7th floor and was unexpectedly surrounded by so many wealthy second-generation heirs wanting to cooperate and get to know her. It was quite annoying. Gu Xiang's face was cold, looking aloof and unapproachable. "We won't discuss work today. You all clear the way." This statement was very firm, and as soon as it was said, the chattering crowd fell silent. No one dared to express dissatisfaction. If the big boss was unhappy, it must be their problem. One after another, the crowd bid farewell to Gu Xiang, reluctantly making way, unsure if Chairman Gu remembered them. As the crowd dispersed, Xiaomo finally got a breather. He had never been surrounded by so many people before. For someone like him, who was generally unwelcome and considered ugly, others usually kept their distance. In fact, being surrounded by so many people felt quite nice. But this was all thanks to her. Without her, he would still be the worthless, ugly duckling. Gu Xiang passed through the lobby, but was stopped by Wang Dubin. Want to leave? Chairman Gu is targeting our Wang family like this. At least give us an explanation. Zhao Xuming couldn't bear to see his boss being provoked. He immediately became displeased and directly punched Wang Dubin in the right eye. This is the statement I give you. The dull sound of fists hitting flesh made a group of beautiful women cover their mouths in surprise. They shouted sweetly, "Young Master Wang." Meng Lichin felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to the alluring calls. He rubbed his arms, feeling uncomfortable, and shrugged his shoulders. Was Wang Dubin's taste really that different? Why were these women so feminine? Just as he finished his complaint, he caught Gu Xiang's strange gaze. Gu Xiang said, "Aren't they all women?" Meng Lichin. It seemed to be true. He widened his eyes and then looked at Gu Xiang, muttering, "Look at the boss," and suddenly felt much better. The boss was still a real man. Gu Xiang gave him a slap on the back of the head, saying, "What real man?" Meng Lichin forced out 2 drops of tears, covering his hurt head with his right hand, looking pitifully at her. "Boss, if you break me, you have to take responsibility." He continued, "Responsibility for my second half of life." Gu Xiang turned her gaze away. Taking responsibility for your medical expenses for the second half of your life would be more like it. Wang Dubin covered his eyes, bent over in pain. Chapter 253. Oh, it's Wang Dubin. Serves him right. Wang Xuejiao watched him suffer and wanted to gloat, but since she would still rely on him in the future, she managed to hold it in. Let's just watch the show. It would be best if the woman she hated and her annoying brother could both suffer. As long as it didn't threaten her, she would be happy to see anyone get beaten. Wang Dubin erupted in anger. "You, Zhao Xuming. Who gave you the guts to hit me?" Zhao Xuming arrogantly lifted his chin and pointed behind him with his thumb. "Like a proud goose, my boss, Chairman Gu. All right, still the boxing champion." Hearing the words boxing champion, Wang Dubin was momentarily stunned. Then he burst into laughter. "Haha, a brat who hasn't even turned 20. And she's a boxing champion? That's hilarious." Meng Lichin's face darkened as he grabbed Wang Dubin by the collar with one hand and, disregarding his struggles, threw him directly into the decorative pool. A huge splash of white water erupted from the pool, and a goldfish was washed up, flopping on the royal blue tiles. Meng Lichin stepped forward and kicked the fish back. Then he mocked Wang Dubin, who was still floundering in the pool. "Still dare to mock my boss? Let me tell you, my boss doesn't even need to say a word. Someone can beat you to the ground looking for your teeth." Chapter 254. You undervalue human life. Let me collect debts from you. Wang Dubin was furious, his mind racing. Right, there's Miss Gu. She's here too. She can definitely back him up as a partner. How impressive is Gu Xiang? A yacht worth 4 billion. Such boldness is something even top-tier groups like the Shun or Hua families wouldn't have. Wang Dubin asked his father for the contact information of Sidus. As soon as Sidus answered the phone, he heard Wang Dubin's flattering voice. "Lord Sidus, I'm from the Wang family, the one who just partnered with you." "Yes, my father is Wang Qing fan. Do you remember? If not, it's all right. I'm at the Hay Entertainment City right now. Just thought I'd de-treat Miss Gu well, but I'm not sure if she..." When the other party hung up the phone, Wang Dubin, shedding his previous caution, shouted at Gu Xiang, "Just wait. I've already told Sidus that Miss Gu will be here soon. Let us see how you handle this." Gu Xiang. Zhao Xuming immediately became nervous, grabbing Gu Xiang's hand. "Boss, who is that Miss Gu?" "Gu Xiang, it's me." Zhao Xuming was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Soon after, Gu Xiang received a phone call. Chapter 255. Of course, my dear son. Gu Xiang shook her head gently. "You won't remember, you won't care, but you just need to pay the price." Wang Xuejiao's pupils began to dilate. "What price do you want?" Gu Xiang made a sound that no one heard. Only Wang Xuejiao could see her lips move. Fear engulfed her. Wang Xuejiao completely fainted. Gu Xiang released her hand, straightened up, her expression returning to a relaxed and carefree demeanor, lightly tapping her long, jade-like fingers, looking as beautiful as a lazy painting. Manager Peng hurried over, and fortunately, there were few people passing by, so not many witnessed this scene. Even if they did, according to the well-known, unspoken rules of the upper class, no one would be foolish enough to speak of it. Manager Peng glanced at the unconscious Wang Xuejiao on the ground and ordered someone to fish Wang Dubin out of the decorative pool. Then, looking slightly serious and worried. He asked, "Chairman Gu, what should we do?" The implication was that he considered Gu Xiang one of their own. Gu Xiang said, "Delete the surveillance footage, please, Manager Peng." Manager Peng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently at Gu Xiang. "You're too polite. This is what I should do. If anyone from the Wang family inquires, I'll say the camera is broken and I don't know anything." Chapter 256. That woman is throwing you flirty glances. There was no response from the other end of the phone for a long time. Wang Dubin shouted several times in the phone, "Dad," until he heard a loud thud, followed by hurried footsteps. Soon, Wang Qingfan's phone was answered by someone. It was the vice president of Wang's company. "Young master, Mr. Wang has fainted." The call was hurriedly hung up, emitting a busy signal. Wang Dubin turned back to look at his sister, only to see her with the same vacant expression, her lips trembling, whispering in despair, "It's over, it's over." Wang Dubin despondently covered his face with his hands, curling up into a ball. The nearby doctors exchanged glances, silently communicating. "Boss, where are you taking me?" Zhao Xuming looked at Gu Xiang with eager eyes. This was her first time driving a sports car with him. A 15 million McLaren. It was incredibly flashy. Zhao Xuming felt the urgent need for a pair of sunglasses to look cool. Gu Xiang drove the sports car without looking back, "Taking you home." Zhao Xuming rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her fair profile, slightly entranced, and didn't shift his gaze even when he heard her voice. Chapter 257. Never show weakness in front of the girl you like. Zhao Xuming lowered his eyelids, placing his hands directly on Gu Xiang's shoulders, speaking in an unquestionable tone like a spoiled little princess. "Hug me." Gu Xiang raised an eyebrow. Why so suddenly proactive? Not hugging unless. Gu Xiang revealed a mischievous smile. Zhao Xuming understood and leaned closer to her ear from a distance. The two looked like the closest lovers embracing. "Honey," he pronounced clearly, with a bright smile on his face, appearing calm and composed. But inside, he was frantically thinking, how can there be girls who like being called honey? Help! Help! The boss has turned into a husband. Will things ever go back to the way they were? He looked down and saw the usually calm boss, whose dark raven feathers actually trembled. Is the boss shy? The boss is actually shy? Ha! Zhao Xuming couldn't help but laugh internally. He stubbornly believed that the boss was shy, and the awkwardness of calling him husband vanished in an instant. Husband, 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 ha ha ha. Husband. He even thought he was teasing the boss, a self-satisfied smile appearing on his radiant face, until Gu Xiang raised his head, and Zhao Xuming saw those dark eyes filled with inexplicable amusement. A sudden sense of crisis washed over him. Chapter 258. I really want to take a photo for my phone, wallpaper 20 steps. The pain in his ankle felt like it was about to burn. Gu Xiang saw that although he was walking a bit slowly, he appeared calm and unbothered, so it seemed nothing serious was happening. He picked up his phone, looked at the order on it, and the sensing door opened as they approached. Zhao Xuming turned around crying, "Boss, it hurts so much. Hurry and hold me." He opened his arms, the pain causing a red hue around his eyes, and he was somewhat delirious. What tough guy. He was clearly just a little brother seeking protection, pretending to be tough. Boss. Wasn't that just a term he used to show weakness? Anyway, he had done plenty of embarrassing things in front of the boss before. Zhao Xuming thought to just let it go. It hurt so much that each step felt like a knife cutting into his ankle. At this moment, who cared about reputation? Gu Xiang silently glanced at him for a brief moment, a look in his eyes that left Zhao Xuming confused, until a voice came from behind. "Excuse me." The voice was low and rich. The sensing door opened, and it was very close to Zhao Xuming. He caught a whiff of a cool, relaxed scent. There was actually someone. Zhao Xuming instantly thought of what he had just said and wanted to commit suicide. Chapter 259. I have a boss. You can't afford to offend us, the receptionist nodded. It's free. Great, great. Zhao Xuming said, let's do it, let's do it. Gu Xiang saw his delighted expression and couldn't help but ask with a smile, does your ankle not hurt? Zhao Xuming looked at the receptionist, processing his membership, then turned to Gu Xiang with a smile. It hurts, but I have you, boss, right? After the receptionist finished the membership card and raised her head, she was suddenly fed a mouthful of candy, the sweet kind. The two stunning young men and women exchanged smiles, their gazes filled with each other's figures. The receptionist was completely taken aback. Hey, hurry up, book me a room. I have a membership here. The receptionist, lost in this beautiful moment, was suddenly startled by a shout. She quickly looked at the dark, muscular middle-aged man beside her. The man had a seductive beauty leaning against his shoulder. The receptionist just glanced at the woman and then withdrew her gaze. Please wait a moment. According to the first come, first served rule, she had to help Gu Xiang and Zhao Shuming first. The woman immediately frowned, her face darkening as she slammed the table. Mr. Gu is a member. He booked the whole month directly with you. Chapter 260. If there's a complaint, just file it on the spot. Gu Xiang thought for a long time before connecting the man in front of her with the arrogant troublemaker. She remembered. She raised an eyebrow, her expression extremely surprised. It's you, long time no see. Zhao Shuming was stunned, his mouth opening in shock. These two actually knew each other. He wouldn't be causing trouble for the boss, would he? He turned around and saw that the woman's expression mirrored his own. A complex look flashed across her face, filled with regret and anxiety. It's over. That woman opposite can't be a big shot, right? Zhao Shuming thought to himself. It's over, mister. Gu can't be a big shot, right? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that in the whole city, who could be bigger than his boss? Zhao Shuming relaxed. He smiled at the woman, looking quite flamboyant, or rather, not well-intentioned. So what if he was being bullied? He had a backing too. Gu Xiang looked at Gu Hukai and showed a friendly smile. Mr. Gu is truly flourishing. I wonder if I have the honor to invite Mr. Gu to the yacht again? The people in line behind them were eagerly watching the drama unfold. Hearing Gu Xiang's invitation, they couldn't help but speculate quietly. Could it be that Mr. Gu really has a high status? Chapter 261. With so much money, why do you care if they're serious? Gu Hukai's expression tightened, his eyes nervously watching Gu Xiang, afraid she would continue to press the issue. Gu Xiang now was even more terrifying than she had been on Adam's yacht. The Hua family controlled half of the gambling industry in the city, and the entire Binhai building was not something he could contend with. The absolute pressure made it impossible for him to have any thoughts of resistance. Gu Xiang smiled at Zhao Shuming. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Zhao Shuming's heart raced a few beats faster. This scene gave him a strange feeling of being a national disaster beauty. Gu Hukai licked his lips, his gaze falling on Zhao Shuming with no sign of relaxation. The Zhao family and his Gu family usually kept to themselves. If it weren't for Zhao Shuming climbing up to Gu Xiang, he wouldn't have to speak so lowly to a junior. Gu Hukai felt both begrudging and mocking toward Zhao Shuming. Young Master Zhao could be considered a prominent second-generation rich kid, but being someone else's plaything, how could that not be a disgrace? Gu Hukai thought this in his heart, but his face was completely opposite. He smiled at Zhao Shuming. By the way, I happen to have a coal project on hand, and many companies are bidding for it. I'm quite optimistic about the Zhao family. Whether this cooperation can happen is just a matter of what young Master Zhao says. Chapter 262. President Gu's little lover, Gu Hukai's lover, repeatedly apologized to Zhao Shuming, her attitude instantly becoming very humble. I was wrong, young Master Zhao. Please don't hold it against me. Her voice was delicate and charming, and she even threw him a flirtatious glance, hoping he wouldn't hold it against a woman like her. Her ability to adapt was astonishing. Zhao Shuming hadn't shown any particular reaction yet, but when Gu Hukai saw that flirtatious glance, his expression immediately changed. He almost wanted to slap her dead. Damn it, in front of Miss Gu, how dare you flirt with someone else's little lover? And throw a flirtatious glance? Do you want to die? Gu Hukai's goodwill towards her dropped to the lowest point. Zhao Shuming snorted twice, lifting his chin in an arrogant manner, looking like he hadn't received her flirtatious glance at all. Gu Hukai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Xiang said to Gu Hukai, "Thank you." Gu Hukai quickly waved his hand, even stepping back a few steps in panic. You are too polite. Just looking at Gu Xiang's methods against the Wang family. If she wanted to, his bankruptcy would only take a few words from her. Damn it, the weather is getting cold for Gu. He hoped that this phrase would never come out of Gu Xiang's mouth. Chapter 263. Robbing Gu Hukai. Could it be that these two people have taken him for the boss's little lover? Zhao Shuming realized this fact, and his heart was thunderstruck. He suddenly looked at the crowd behind him in line, seeing that they were looking at him with the same expression. Zhao Shuming's pupils shook. It's over, it's over. There's no way to clear this up. Living in the 21st century, he was fortunate enough to feel the helplessness and collapse of ancient women whose reputations were ruined. He grabbed the corner of Gu Xiang's clothes with a desperate and comical expression and said, "Boss, still want to be innocent." Gu Xiang didn't pay attention to what her little tiger was thinking and was lamenting internally about how poor Gu Hukai was. With such a big company at home, yet couldn't he even raise 40 million? How useless. Shouldn't he go bankrupt? Gu Xiang scrutinized Gu Hukai. Gu Kai keenly sensed the sudden change in Gu Xiang's gaze, and his heart immediately filled with a strong desire to survive. Her dark eyes were sinking and floating, as if calculating what kind of death to give him. Gu Kai was instantly horrified. Damn, is Director Gu really thinking about the cold weather for Gu? He wants to die, sob, sob, sob. What sin has he committed to offend such a big shot? Chapter 264. Work hard. Gu Xiang silently looked at Gu Kai, seeing him painfully gather 8 million and hand the bank card to the front desk girl. So, does this count as her attracting business for herself? Gu Kai forced a smile at Gu Xiang. He was regretting it so much. The few words at the Wang family's yacht party actually cost him such a huge price. Zhao Xuming's eyes widened. Damn, it's really 8 million. He gave Gu Kai a thumbs up. You're amazing. Gu Kai looked at the thumb raised in front of him, feeling bitter inside. Zhao Xuming's foot hurt badly. He leaned on the front desk and secretly looked at Gu Xiang, quietly asking her, Boss, what did you do? Why did he suddenly change his mind? This 8 million must hurt more than cutting his flesh. He hadn't attended the Wang family yacht banquet at the time. Gu Kai looked at the single-digit balance left in his bank account through his phone, took a deep breath, and lowered his head to Gu Xiang, chuckling awkwardly. Then I won't disturb you. Spending money to avoid disasters. It's better to hurt than to go bankrupt. He turned to leave, but his little lover suddenly shouted, President Gu, aren't you getting a room today? Gu Kai turned his head back. Get lost. I have no interest. Chapter 265. Bewitched by the boss's beauty, Wei Yuan and Yi Chun exchanged glances, and a strange atmosphere flowed between them for a moment. Wei Yuan smiled as he put his arm around Yi Chun's shoulder. Yi, not now, it's Yi Xiao Di. Yi Chun smiled helplessly and called out, Brother Wei. Gu Kai, standing aside, was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. He painfully spent 8 million, hoping Gu Xiang would let his company off the hook. And now, damn it, he was being told that the Xingyun Grand Hotel belonged to Gu Xiang herself. 8 million wasted. It's over. It's over. Let the world perish. Gu Kai's mental world was on the brink of collapse. The front desk girl watched Gu Kai, who was in a daze, being assisted out of the Xingyun Grand Hotel by his little lover. She smiled down. Ha ha, such a beautiful lady became her boss. So happy. I wonder if she can get a signed photo of the chairman as a reward when the Xingyun company meets its year-end performance goals. Getting this job just added another small goal, coveting the beauty of her chairman. Pervert's laugh. Zhao Xuming was in a daze all the way, even though he limped. He couldn't help but feel floaty. The big shot he couldn't reach was right beside him. This feeling was too fleeting, like a dream, too unreal. Chapter 266. Whose little tiger was abducted? Gu Xiang's night-like eyes quietly watched him, not knowing what she was thinking. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, like the ice and snow by the cold pool of Tianshan, but also carried a bit of warm humidity. Zhao Xuming's fingers tightened, nervously looking at the person in front of him. Boss, this situation seems a bit off. Gu Xiang seemed not to have heard, casually touching his neck lightly with her fingers. After sensing the slight tremor of his tense skin, her fingers followed the delicate line of his jaw down to his lips. Zhao Xuming looked at the face so close to him, his heart trembled a bit. Even at this moment, he understood what was about to happen. I can't move my ankle. He fluttered his eyelashes twice, not knowing why he said this. Gu Xiang's gaze paused for a moment, responding to his untimely words. You don't need to move. Zhao Xuming's waist immediately stiffened, his eyes widened. His voice trembled as he forced himself to say, but, Gu Xiang concealed some excessive emotions in her eyes, her smile gentle like the white moonlight pouring over a night blooming serious. But what? Could it be that you don't want to? Without even thinking, Zhao Xuming instinctively refuted. Chapter 267. Where is this going? The viewers were increasingly worried about Yu Luo's expression, so they sent bullet comments to comfort her. Yu Luo, don't be sad. God Xiao 1T abandoned you. She just forgot you. If God Xia forgot, ISNT, there's still the official Douyin. Douyin Dad will remember to carry you into God Xia's palace. Recommend you. Haha. The two upstairs. Are you serious with your comfort? Gu Xiang didn't know any of this, and didn't know the impact her coming and going had created in Yu Luo's live stream. Gu Xiang was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly felt a gaze fixed on her. She looked down and saw a pair of hazy eyes. Zhao Xuming's eyes were glistening, like they contained 1,000 autumn waters, and the light added a few warm hues of dusk to his gaze. He moved his rosy lips and stated a fact. You're looking at other guys. Gu Xiang followed his face down and saw a captivatingly beautiful color. Her voice seemed calm. You're not as good-looking as him. Zhao Xuming maintained a straight face, but the corners of his eyes curled up slightly. Really? He moved closer, his exquisite collarbone resembling a butterfly ready to fly, adorned with a few shallow red marks. Chapter 268. Who gives you a title not long after? A sound of clothes rubbing against each other was heard, followed by a heavy thud. Zhao Xuming couldn't hold himself back for a moment and fell straight forward, his knees uncontrollably hitting the ground. Fortunately, Gu Xiang turned quickly enough to support his upper body, preventing his handsome face from hitting the carpet. The carpet in the presidential suite was of high quality. Even without shoes, stepping on it barefoot felt as soft as sinking into cotton. Not a hint of hardness or coldness. Zhao Xuming's knees didn't hurt, but the sudden pull made him fully awake. Gu Xiang helped him sit on the edge of the bed, her tone calm and unhurried. Do you want me to feed you? Zhao Xuming didn't hear any mockery in her words and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her serious expression as she asked, his eyelashes fluttered twice. His boss was quite considerate at this moment. He nodded immediately. It was such a great privilege for a beautiful boss to personally feed him. How could he refuse? He put on his coat, propped himself up with his arms to find a comfortable sitting position, and stared at her without blinking, quietly waiting for the caretaker to feed him. He rested one hand on his face, fixated on the girl in front of him, as if he were looking at a dreamy and beautiful painting. Chapter 269. Inviting you to be the female lead on the other end of the call. Zhao's father sounded furious. Still out there messing around? Get back here. Zhao Xuming looked completely bewildered, unable to think of what trouble he had caused. He rolled his eyes and tentatively said, Dad, can I not go back today? You're not out there fooling around with some girl, are you? Zhao's father's usually confident voice had a hint of uncertainty. Zhao Xuming glanced at Gu Xiang beside him, his eyes filled with accusation. Although he was somewhat reluctant about their ambiguous relationship, he had no intention of throwing her under the bus. No, I just went out for a drive. I'll come back soon. The other side hung up. Gu Xiang watched him get up with a look of melancholy, his whole body feeling weak. Even moving required immense willpower, and his tired face seemed to plead for him to sleep until the end of time. Shall I take you back? Zhao Xuming sighed as he tidied himself up, leaning against the wall as he walked to the mirror. Thanks for remembering I didn't drive here. Is there foundation here? I need to cover up a bit. Gu Xiang nodded her chin, indicating he should look at the dressing table not far away. Zhao Xuming looked at the various bottles and jars, and his temples twitched. Chapter 270. Overthinking leads to breaking down. The male college student blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. But Zhao Xuming saw right through his obvious intentions. Is he trying to hit on her? Zhao Xuming scoffed, his expression impatient. Dude, I'm sitting in the passenger seat. Is this guy blind? Gu Xiang's eyes held the night, and she treated the guy like an invisible person sitting directly in the car. The male college student, seeing she didn't respond, became a bit anxious. I can pay you a salary. Gu Xiang placed her hands on the steering wheel, staring ahead with no emotion. Zhao Xuming couldn't help but burst out laughing at this, and the student, hearing him, took a roundabout way to approach Zhao Xuming in a passenger seat. Oh, I know you. I saw you when I went to S University. You must be a student there. Zhao Xuming's eyes shone particularly brightly in the night as he looked at him through the window. Have you heard of the campus bully from S University? The college student's expression immediately faltered, his shoulders shrinking slightly. You're Zhao Xuming? Zhao Xuming leisurely nodded in response to his fearful gaze. Is your microfilm short of a male lead? How about I participate? The person outside the car quickly waved his hands, as if scared. Chapter 271. Flying up the branches. Zhao, sit down. Let's chat after you sit. Zhao Xuming said while looking at the hard mahogany stool, his expression subtly changing. I've been riding a motorcycle for too long. Let me stand and rest for a bit. Huh? Zhao's brother looked at him with a strange expression. Did you go out riding a motorcycle today? Huh? Zhao Xuming scratched his nose, his eyes flickering. Friend's motorcycle, haha. What's the other happy news? He awkwardly shifted the topic. Zhao's father's stern face softened, suddenly in a good mood as he remembered something happy. Tonight at around 7, I had a video call with Night Tower. Do you know how big of a surprise that is? Zhao's brother nodded. With our wealth in S-City, we don't even have the qualification for a video call with Night Tower. Zhao Xuming was taken aback. Huh? Is that it? He recalled the man at the Xingyan Hotel who had been very respectful to his boss. By the standards of those women, Night Tower indeed had the looks of a typical domineering CEO, but he just looked like a fox when he smiled. Zhao's brother, seeing him calm. Couldn't he sit still any longer? Isn't this enough to be happy? Our dad's partners are eager to meet him and still can't. Chapter 272. Did you twist your waist again? Seeing his brother's ecstatic look, Zhao Shuming was silent for a moment before forcing out a sentence. Aren't you guys ashamed to be sending me off to someone else? His uncle nodded in agreement. It is indeed very shameful. Zhao's father sighed deeply. Just thinking about it makes me uneasy, afraid that Director Gu will catch on. Zhao's brother said, after all, sending you to Director Gu is too much of a burden on her. Sigh, we still rely on her projects. I really feel too ashamed to face Director Gu. Zhao Shuming instantly wanted to curse. Damn it, so it's not that they're feeling guilty for selling their son, but rather they're feeling guilty that I, their unworthy son, have swindled 3 big projects from her. Zhao's father added, I'm really afraid that Director Gu will realize you're not worth this price and be dissatisfied with our Zhao family. Zhao Shuming was filled with anger. Do you even know what you're doing right now? Do they realize they're hurting his already fragile heart? Zhao's father nodded at him, feeling deeply guilty for deceiving Director Gu. His uncle said with relief, aren't you happy that someone like her has taken a liking to you? Chapter 273. Haven't seen you in 2 days. You seem even more beautiful. Gu Xiang returned to the presidential suite at Xingyan Hotel and slept until dawn. After getting herself ready, the doorbell rang. It was the butler bringing food. After washing up, she sat at the table while the butler bent over the table to serve her. His movements were precise and polite, almost robotic. It was Monday again. After finishing breakfast, she drove her McLaren to school. She also sent Zhao Shuming a message, asking if he needed a ride. Zhao Shuming replied instantly, thanks boss, but no need. The driver at home will take me. He even sent Gu Xiang a cute emoji. Gu Xiang raised her eyebrows. When did this guy start speaking so politely? It was inconvenient to use her hands while driving, so she directly sent a voice message, just act normal. Is your thing done? The other party quickly replied, it's normal now, okay, it's really okay. From those few words in the second half of the sentence, Gu Xiang could see Zhao Shuming's crushed mentality of wanting to die from shame. She paused for a moment, then sent another voice message. I was talking about your ankle. Has the swelling gone down? I sent you 2 types of medicine yesterday. Did you use them? Gu Xiang saw that the WeChat message at the top kept showing that the other party was typing. Chapter 274. It's the same even if you don't listen. Zhao Shuming. Boss, are you playing on your phone? Gu Xiang, how does he know? She opened the input box. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Zhao Shuming. Haha, I guessed right. You replied so quickly. You must be playing on your phone. Gu Xiang. I feel like I've been tricked. Zhao Shuming. I figured you were bored. I was just browsing the school's posts, and it was hilarious, haha. Gu Xiang. I think you're the one who's bored. Focus on your studies. Zhao Shuming. Which school bully is that serious? Hey boss, hurry and check the forum. That poem is hilarious. Your batch is really interesting. Gu Xiang helplessly opened the school forum. Zhao Shuming kept sending messages, and seeing the speed at which the messages were flooding in, it seemed his fingers were about to spark from typing so fast. Isn't your department's previous class Grass Lu gone? That guy named Chui Shirwang. This time they elected someone named Chun Pengze. Haha, he's exceptionally ugly. Does your department have no handsome guys? Men are generally competitive. If Zhao Shuming were to rank them, he would definitely claim the title of the most handsome, while Chu Tsonyan and Meng Lichen would just be passable. As for the rest, they're all ugly. Chapter 275. Not knowing what humility is, this sporadic trend of sudden little tests has completely taken root at S University. The source is still due to the idiots Chui Shirwang and Liang Zhixiu. Liang Zhixiu and several others brought the matter to court, and even Zhang Shan personally intervened. The trial scene exploded on the internet, having a certain impact on the school's reputation, making it impossible for the school leaders to ignore. After this incident, the school leaders reflected deeply and unanimously believed that these students could cause such a big incident mainly because they were not focused on their studies. Not studying and being aimless all day, combined with inherently bad character, how could there be no problems? The school leaders held a meeting with the teachers, urging them to focus on academics, and these sudden little tests appeared out of nowhere. The test papers hadn't been released yet. Teacher Lu had no possibility of leaking questions, but cramming at the last minute, remembering only the key points, is much more cost-effective. Teacher Lu was indifferent to the students' wailing. This test was originally meant to teach these usually lazy and sleepy guys a lesson. He had actually already covered the key points. The latter half of the book was more complex, and trying to condense it for them in a short time would be incomprehensible. So it was better to just skip it. Chapter 276. It seems like she can really help them take off. Her demeanor was calm and composed, clear and logical, even comparable to some renowned teachers, and her aura was truly convincing. Students who had listened attentively and had a foundation took out separate notebooks. These modules would have difficult questions, and to score high, they needed to master this content. Gu Xiang categorized the material, and quickly, most students' expressions became extremely serious. If teacher Lu's marked key points were just a matter of luck, then Gu Xiang seemed to really be able to help them take off. Ooh, for those without a foundation, and those with a foundation wanted to score high, categorizing them and giving them different focal points was really thoughtful. She understood their needs so well. For those who hadn't paid much attention in class, if she marked 100 key points, they wouldn't grasp it in a short time. Just remembering a few words to get basic points made them very happy. Ruan Susu's expression was extremely serious, not missing a single word Gu Xiang said. A thick book was brought out for highlighting, and Gu Xiang only took a short 15 minutes by the time she flipped to the last page. Class had not yet ended. Gu Xiang put the book down and looked at teacher Lu. Chapter 277. The Tears of University's Female Students Gu Xiang. Although it's a small test, the multi-school joint examination is also quite important to everyone. We must keep our face even if we have to risk our lives. After the multi-school joint examination, all students' names and scores would be clearly visible on the ranking list. Former high school, middle school, and even elementary school classmates could see your scores on their phones. Isn't that great? Zhao Xiuming, high emotional intelligence, multi-school joint examination, prestigious school competition, unified ranking, low emotional intelligence, too lazy to create questions, just borrowing some to scare the students. Gu Xiang, insightful. Zhao Xiuming, being praised by the boss feels refreshing, happy spinning in circles JPG. Zhao Xiuming, but this test is quite a trap. University is flashy just once, and now other schools are following suit. It's really tough for us carefree students. Gu Xiang chatted with him while opening the school forum. The top several posts were all discussing the class grass. Zhao Xiuming brought up the topic again. The school grass was graduating this year and was already interning at a company, but the new school grass hadn't been elected yet. Wasn't there a cultural performance before our sports meeting? It's where everyone shows their talents. And everyone is waiting for the class grasses to showcase themselves at the performance to evaluate the new school grass. Chapter 278. I am Chun Pengze from the finance department chatting casually with Zhao Xiuming. The morning passed just like that. And when Gu Xiang went to the cafeteria for lunch, Zhang Shan called her. The case of the Wang family's mine collapse had already concluded its morning trial. This case was confirmed by the provincial government and reported to the National Safety Supervision Administration. The Wang family's mine was not solely owned by the Wang family. However, all the companies cooperating with the Wang family were foreign joint ventures. These companies did not want to take responsibility and frantically shirked in court, even though there was key evidence showing they were unaware. The final conclusion: the use of unqualified equipment for mining was a unilateral decision made by the Wang Group. And those foreign companies not only did not help the Wang family, but also took advantage of the situation to blame the Wang family for deceiving them, causing them to incur immeasurable losses. They wanted to extort the Wang family. All the responsibility was pushed onto Wang Qingfan. How could Wang Qingfan bear that? Following standard procedures, he temporarily found a scapegoat and pushed the mine's problems onto the employees, telling the judge he was unaware. But his wife sold him out in court. Madame Wang presented evidence, including various voice recordings and videos, proving that Wang Qingfan was not only aware, but also knowingly broke the law. Chapter 279. 800 horses can't hold back the enthusiasm. Gu Xiang's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience. Why are there idiots everywhere? Chun Pengze quickly ran to her side. Can I join you? He took off his baseball cap, revealing a pair of eyes staring intently at her. Get lost. A simple and brutal sentence left his face frozen. Students at the nearby dining table burst into laughter, with some nearly spitting out their food. Chun Pengze quickly regained his composure and said, I believe you won't say that for long. Gu Xiang held her plate steadily, her expression indifferent, and announced, This place is a no-fart zone. Please leave the zoo. The surrounding diners couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha! Chun Pengze's attempt at flirting failed. The finance department's campus heartthrob is cursed. Ha ha, my wolf-slaying girl won't pamper you. Chun Pengze looked as if he had been slapped in public, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Muttering, What is so noble about you, a lily? Gu Xiang momentarily blanked out at the mention of Lily, wondering where the rumor had come from, and why she hadn't heard it. Just as her confusion surfaced, a group of supportive female fans quickly rallied around, sitting neatly at their tables, raising their chopsticks or spoons like cheerleading sticks, and cheerfully shouted, Chapter 280. I'll take the first bite as a toast. Ruan Susu was eating quietly when he suddenly noticed someone sitting across from him, making his social anxiety spike. He quickly reached for his crutch, intending to move to another place. But then he heard a familiar laugh. He looked up, surprised to see Gu's classmate. Gu Xiang's gaze fell on his hand holding the crutch, and he felt as if that gaze had burned him. Quickly releasing his grip and sitting back obediently. In front of Ruan Susu was just a plastic bowl of thin noodles, sparsely accompanied by a couple of vegetable leaves, far less substantial than instant noodles. This type of noodle was the cheapest, costing 4 yuan a bowl. Typically, students would eat it as a staple food paired with a few dishes. But Ruan Susu clearly had none, and that bowl of noodles sat alone in front of him, waiting to be his lunch's solace. He sensed Gu Xiang's gaze and quietly pulled the bowl closer, covering it with his hand. Gu Xiang withdrew her gaze. She didn't like to meddle, focusing on her own rice instead. She appeared calm, as if the person sitting across from her was just an ordinary classmate, seemingly unaware of his anxiety and unease. Seeing that she had no reaction and was no longer looking at him, Ruan Susu felt a bit bolder and dared to sneak a glance at Gu's classmate. Chapter 281. They seem a bit unclear. Chu Shui was left with just 2 pitiful vegetarian dishes on his plate. Out of courtesy, Gu Xiang used public chopsticks to give him some meat from her plate, which was heaped high by the cafeteria lady and far too much for her to finish. After serving him, she remembered to ask, You don't mind, do you? Chu Shui smiled and replied, Not at all. Really? Gu Xiang silently wondered if he was just too shy to say he didn't want it. It was possible, but the next moment, her doubts were dispelled. Chu Shui truly didn't mind and elegantly ate several pieces of sweet and sour pork along with his white rice. Ruan Susu's thoughts were a bit chaotic, and he was eating particularly slowly today. The atmosphere around him was warm and cheerful, yet he suddenly felt a strong urge to escape. He felt as if he were nailed to his seat, unable to flee. He didn't know that this feeling could be described as being force-fed dog food. He silently added a chicken leg to his bowl, trying to minimize his presence. The affectionate interaction between Gu Xiang and Chu Shui garnered a lot of discussion among onlookers. It seems a bit unclear between Chu and Gu Xiang. No way, I still think Gu Xiang and Ruan Susu are a better match. One is domineering and the other obedient. They're a natural pair, right? Besides, isn't Chu Shui already taken? Chapter 282. I won't disturb your little world. Gu Xiang's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, although she didn't understand where the sudden hostility was coming from. She nudged Chu Shui's arm to remind him, Be careful, Chen Pengze might do something. Competing for the title of campus heartthrob could benefit Chu Shui against Chen Pengze. But was it really just that? After they finished eating, Chu Shui followed her to return their trays, watching Gu Xiang's back. He had been neglecting himself for a while now. Perhaps he was overthinking, but he didn't want to be pulled further apart from her by time. Gu classmate. He stepped forward. With others around, he could only call her this awkward title. Chu Shui quickly walked to her side, and the two placed their trays down and left the cafeteria. The sun was bright outside, and the shade of the trees was thick, with beams of golden light filtering through the leaves, casting a youthful glow on the passing young men and women. Behind them, Ruan Susu hobbled along with his crutch like a little tail. He used to hope no one would notice him, but now he was a bit troubled by his lack of presence, as the two in front seemed to forget about him entirely. He perhaps shouldn't continue following them, but step by step, he seemed unable to find a moment to leave. Chapter 283. Simultaneously losing, 2 dream lovers Han Yu and a few others exchanged glances, unsure if they had messed things up. Nevertheless, they hurriedly nodded and slipped away. Goodbye, summer goddess. They waved, revealing bright smiles, before darting off. The two continued to chat about other topics, such as the literary performance before the sports meet, and how Chu Shui had heard that Gu Xiang was about to take a test, asking if she felt any pressure, offering to help with her required courses. At this point, Chu Shui seemed to recall something and turned to look at Ruan Susu, who had been silent behind them. He was not fond of talking much, and Chu Shui felt nothing was amiss. What about you, Susu? If you're feeling pressured, you could talk to me. Ruan Susu looked at him with his clear, pure eyes and slowly shook his head. Chu Shui smiled, pointed to the left path, and said, You should go back to your dorm to rest. I'll take the summer goddess back to the girls' dorm. Every time he called her sister Xiang, he felt a bit of unexplainable embarrassment, especially in front of others. Calling her Gu classmate felt too distant. After thinking for a while, summer goddess was much easier to say. Chapter 284. It's just a trick to attract her attention. Ma Linqi swung her fist, hitting Bao Ning, who stumbled back, covering her shoulder. What are you doing? Bao Ning looked at Ma Linqi in disbelief. Ma Linqi crossed her arms and raised her chin, her loose hair flying up. How dare you insult her? Ma Linqi's cousin gaped. Isn't that a bit excessive? She looked at her cousin with increasingly strange eyes, wondering who would directly resort to violence over a trivial outsider's insult. Could it be that her sister had some untold feelings for Gu Xiang? Various scenarios flashed through her cousin's mind, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt there was some truth to it. Marin Qian turned her head, and without thinking, she knew what that look meant. She sternly reprimanded her cousin. Stop watching all that nonsense all day. I just can't stand that dog. Bao Ning was so angry that she was left speechless. Are you stupid? Not feeling satisfied, she ran out of the room and shouted in the corridor. So what if I cursed? That Gu Xiang is a servant to our summer god, and even summer god looks down on her. The entire corridor was lined with dormitory doors, all of which were wide open, and the girls in each room poked their heads out to look in her direction. Upon hearing her harsh words, they collectively gasped in surprise. Chapter 285. Both genders are affected. Gu Xiang smiled and nodded, and before Bao Ning could explode with anger, she spoke. I like you. Isn't that disgusting enough? If that doesn't make you back off, I admire you. Crack. Marin Qian suddenly broke the doorknob, and her cousin, ignoring her shock at Gu Xiang's words, turned to see her older cousin gritting her teeth, her eyes red. Bao Ning licked her lips, feeling that anything she said now would be dry and meaningless. She couldn't even believe that her cousin had no feelings at all. Bao Ning looked at Gu Xiang as if she were some kind of monster, her mouth agape enough to swallow an egg. Her heartbeat suddenly lost its rhythm, thumping chaotically in her chest. Faced with a girl who liked her, it was fine for men to say nothing. But no woman could continue scolding her with a hardened heart. On one hand, Bao Ning was shocked by her values being shaken. On the other hand, she was inexplicably pushed to the forefront of anger, with an unspeakable embarrassment and irritation from not receiving a response to her insults, no matter how complex her emotions were. What ultimately showed was just a blank expression, speechless. It was too quiet. So many people, so many pairs of eyes, yet not a single sound. Chapter 286. I want to sleep. Gu Xiang glanced at her with a somewhat strange expression. I want to sleep. Isn't that obvious? What else would you do in the dorm during the day? Perhaps her beauty caused her gaze to fail to convey the message of you must be an idiot, leading Bao Ning to naturally think of something else. Sleep, sleep? Bao Ning's lips trembled as she quickly turned around and twisted the doorknob with all her might. The people in the corridor watched the doorknob turn repeatedly, but the door remained firmly shut from the inside. They all had many thoughts racing through their minds. Their expressions varied, but somehow shared a hint of interest. Inside the dorm, Liang scratched her head. What are you afraid of? It's just sleeping. Bao Ning looked at each of the girls in terror. How could they so casually say such things? Everyone in this dorm was a devil. She regretted being so foolish as to walk into this trap. Gu Xiang was somewhat annoyed, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Are you still making a fuss? Bao Ning stared at her in silence, as if looking at a vengeful ghost. Gu Xiang continued. Is there anything else you want to say that I should hear? Bao Ning shook her head frantically, filled with a desperate desire to survive. Lin Lin finally realized that the relationship between these two was not that great. They were actually rivals with grievances. Chapter 287. Did she just provoke Summer God? Summer God is right in front of me. The foolish things she did today were still fresh in her memory, and the words she had said echoed in her ears. In the second-floor corridor. So what if I cursed? That Gu Xiang is a servant to our Summer God, and even Summer God looks down on her. I said, Gu Xiang is only known at S University. Compared to Summer God, she is not even worthy to carry his shoes. When she encountered Summer God, she maliciously said to her, I warn you, stay away from Chu Shui. Chu Shui belongs to Summer God. Stay away from him, do you understand? You have no shame. But Summer God still has some dignity. Every word felt like a slap, leaving her flushed and battered. You. How could you possibly be Summer God? Gu Xiang lazily waved her phone screen at her. She immediately saw that profile picture and the private message in her face. Bao Ning felt her blood rush to her head, and everything in front of her suddenly went white. She had to hold onto the doorknob to avoid collapsing to the ground. Did she just provoke Summer God? Ah. She even said those foolish things to Summer God. Help me. Even if Summer God didn't deal with her in her current state, she wished she could just slam her head against a wall. Chapter 288. Beating a drowning dog. Bao Ning covered her face, feeling like dying of embarrassment. But Summer God said she liked me. Sob, sob, sob. I'm so terrible. I even cursed at Summer God. What will Summer God think of me? Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to live anymore. It was all so chaotic and nonsensical, leaving her roommates and Marin Qian completely baffled. How humiliating. In the midst of the chaos, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly grabbed her phone, opening the private message from Summerday Echo. In a rush, she wanted to type an apology, but her fingers trembled uncontrollably due to her emotions, resulting in many typos. In her panic, she didn't even know what she typed before accidentally hitting send. The other party quickly replied, "Just kidding, don't take it seriously, I like guys." Bao Ning felt as if she had been doused with cold water. It took her 5 minutes to stabilize her emotions. Although her sexual orientation was also towards men, the fact that her goddess personally denied her feelings was still quite heartbreaking. Marin Qian's cousin saw that she had calmed down a bit and asked, "What just happened? Who is Summer God?" Bao Ning suddenly felt a bit happy. They didn't know that Gu Xiang was Summer God. Only she knew, and she didn't want to tell them. Chapter 289. Having a good best friend as support is really great. Huh, are you here to laugh at me? Wang Dubin turned his face away with a sneer, pulling his mother up from the ground, trying to appear less embarrassed. That's right, my family went bankrupt. I have nothing left except for these clothes. He decided to go with the flow, thinking if they wanted to laugh, then laugh, but after laughing, please give me a job. Mrs. Wang had lived in wealth for many years. How could she experience such hardships? They got kicked out the day before yesterday and wandered from relative to friend's house. But no one was willing to take them in. When they were hungry and wanted to steal some food, they were caught due to their inexperience and sent to the police station. There, they had a bowl of instant noodles and then began their life of wandering. It was very cold at night, and their thin clothes couldn't retain any warmth at all. Wang Dubin even thought to himself that it would be better to just go in and serve time with his dad. Falling from heaven into the mire. With no time to struggle, they had to face reality. They needed a job. Who knew that Fong Yuyu would suddenly laugh out loud? Who gave you the courage to ask us for help? The noble Mrs. Wang, the illustrious young Master Wang, shouldn't he have anything to do with me at this point? So don't glare at me with such hostility. Chapter 290. Beauty Salon, Paradise for Wealthy Women. Gu Xiang's gaze was filled with an indescribable strangeness. And Fong Yuyu immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Boss, this is where a wealthy woman brought me when I was discussing business. God knows how shocked I was when I first arrived, but in the end, the deal was still made here. Fong Yuyu coughed twice and said seriously, although they have their quirks, their main beauty techniques are top-notch internationally. I came here last time for a treatment, and now my skin is soft and elastic. Aside from being a bit expensive, everything else is great. A man in his early 20s wearing a black suit walked over, with a slim waist and long legs, and his facial features had a hint of exotic charm. Hearing Fong Yuyu's voice, he smiled gently at her. Yes, all our technicians are invited from top beauty academies abroad, including professors and doctors. The beauty products are all produced in-house and have been verified by research institutes to be effective and harmless to the body before being put into use. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiang understood that this beauty technology was not just top-notch. It could be considered the best in the country. The suited man continued. Many celebrities come here for beauty treatments, so you can completely trust our technology. Chapter 291. She doesn't buy this, Fong Yuyu asked. So how do you get the cards? Tang Li smiled gently at Gu Xiang. As a customer of Royal 5, you can receive 3 cards every week. Gu Xiang silently compared this to the flower cards used by courtesans. Many customers nearby were drawn in by his eloquence, and one middle-aged woman said, I'm Royal 4, and I could get 1 card a week. I want to choose you today. Tang Li looked at the plump woman and said, I'm sorry, I'm not selling cards today. Gu Xiang watched Fong Yuyu's confused expression and whispered in her ear, it means he is not selling himself today. Fong Yuyu suddenly understood. Tang Li's expression froze, and he forced a laugh at Gu Xiang. Miss, your analogy is quite fitting. The woman immediately became furious. Are you playing with me? After saying so much, you're just watching the handsome guy and not letting anyone touch him. Isn't this making fun of me? Gu Xiang turned around and saw that it was the greasy woman who had previously chased after Cheng Yi to be her sugar daddy. At that time, she had just started wearing ordinary student clothes and hadn't even secured a place in the coastal building yet. Chapter 292. Follow me. Tang Li was momentarily taken aback and continued to exude his charm. I don't need any money. I'm willing to serve you. Gu Xiang replied, I'm not charmed by your allure. Thank you. The plump woman covered her head with both hands, incredulously looking at Tang Li. You're leaving 400,000 behind to serve a poor loser? Gu Xiang turned and snapped, clean your mouth, as it looked like the two were about to come to blows. The atmosphere around them became lively. Gu Xiang tossed the card to Fang Yuyu and casually asked, do you want a free one? Tang Li's smile froze, and the alluring aura around him also came to a halt. He hurriedly added before Fang Yuyu could agree, but it cannot be transferred. The plump woman became even more agitated. I have a reputation in this area. How does your boss do business? I'm offering you money, but you're going to give it to a poor loser. Gu Xiang shrugged. I don't want men who are under 2 million. Tang Li asked, is she feeling cheap? The woman was taken aback, crossing her arms and sneering. 2 million? Wow, you really are full of yourself. Chapter 293. Is this enough? Gu Xiang had already regarded Tang Li's broken leg as his own and wouldn't ignore his reckless antics. Isn't it just causing a scene? I'm just here to stir things up. Let's see who can't take it first. Gu Xiang turned back to Fang Yuyu and asked, still want to play? Fang Yuyu felt a bit shy. Actually, I still want a beauty treatment. Gu Xiang pointed at Ruan Susu and turned to Tang Li. Then I'll choose him. How much do I need to recharge for his card? Tang Li's lips trembled, feeling greatly humiliated. You want him instead of me? This statement was quite subtle, like a wronged wife complaining. The plump woman huffed over, looked at Ruan Susu's name tag, and rolled her eyes at Gu Xiang. Are you out of your mind? You're choosing a 1-star guy over a 5-star one. Customers in the distance were also taken aback. Tang Li was their heartthrob, and there was no reason to refuse him, whether for beauty or face. Ruan Susu felt awkward, but couldn't help but blush. Gu classmate, if it's for me. Thank you, but don't waste your money. Gu Xiang scoffed, as if you have that much charm. Do you really think I'm going to spend money on you? Chapter 294. Mr. Gu's arrival. No wonder she didn't think much of herself at first, and no wonder she said she wouldn't accept men under 2 million. It wasn't that she didn't care about herself. She just didn't care about money. A nearby waiter quickly made a phone call upon seeing this scene. Soon after, a charming woman emerged, holding a phone that hadn't been hung up yet. She exchanged glances with the waiter, almost jogging to Gu Xiang. Mr. Gu, why didn't you let me know you were coming in advance? Then she flattered, if you don't want to be bothered, I could just stand at the door every day to welcome you. Gu Xiang turned his head. Xiaoya? Yes, it's me. After so many days, I've been waiting day and night for you to finally arrive. She smiled sweetly. She looked at Tang Li, who had been helped up. Why are you still standing there? Come serve Mr. Gu. She turned to Gu Xiang. This is my best employee. You will definitely like him. Gu Xiang replied flatly. I don't like him. Xiaoya was taken aback. Then her charming eyes turned like knives toward Tang Li. Mr. Gu doesn't like you, so you can leave. Pack your things and go. Chapter 295. Do you want him? Fang Yuyu, on the side, seemed to be stirring the pot, making faces at her. Ruan Susu blushed. Does Miss Gu still want someone else? Even he didn't realize that this statement revealed some unspeakable thoughts. Gu Xiang pointed at him. That's the one. Xiaoya was somewhat surprised. You like him, but he has only 1 star, and doesn't know much. I know. Xiaoya smiled. All right, then to match Mr. Gu's status. Ruan Susu, congratulations on your promotion. You are now 5 stars, and no one else will do. The surrounding waiters instantly looked over, all feeling a sense of dread. God knows how harsh their promotion criteria are. Tang Li was exceptionally good-looking, had been here for 5 years, and was pampered by many wealthy women to reach the 5-star plus level. There are too many privileges for 5-star positions. One could do nothing for a month and still earn a salary of 50,000. Each card is worth no less than 200,000. And dissatisfied customers can refuse service, giving a lot of freedom. This was the case with Tang Li before. Unfortunately, he has now been demoted to 4 stars, which is only worth 50,000. The difference from before is outrageous. And this newcomer who just arrived yesterday, damn it, hasn't even familiarized himself with the roads and somehow wandered here, yet he managed to hit the jackpot and get a 5-star position. Chapter 296. Capture everything. The fat woman trembled. Then what about me? Her eyebrows were raised. Do I need you to manage me? The fat woman's body shook with her words. You follow me, and I'll think about how to deal with you later. If you dare to resist, I don't mind using other means. The fat woman wiped the sweat from her forehead. No, I wouldn't dare. Xiaoya smiled. Then CEO Gu, I'll take care of you. She gave a look to the general manager beside her. You go give General Fong a beauty treatment. Okay, boss. The private room is upstairs, and you have to pass through the hall to get there. In the middle of the hall is a huge stage with flashing neon lights, where 7 or 8 young men are dancing energetically, while wealthy women below are enjoying themselves. They lie on beauty beds with masks on their faces, watching the handsome guys sing and dance with great interest. The slightly wealthier ones even have a waiter serving tea and massaging their shoulders. Fong Yu didn't pay much attention during her last visit, but this time she was completely stunned and gave Xiaoya a thumbs up. You're really a genius. Gu Xiang laughed. At this rate, Director Yu is aiming to share half of the men's foot bath club's territory. Chapter 297. The weather is cool. The forest is broken. Lin Yu's voice was somewhat anxious. What's going on? Who's on your side? Wang Xuejiao looked up at Gu Xiang, her voice trembling and desperate. It's Gu Xiang. It's Gu Xiang. The other side of the phone went silent, followed by the sound of a hang-up. Wang Xuejiao's face was a mix of despair and confusion. The fat woman snatched her phone away with a sneer. Do you really think someone would be foolish enough to help you at this point? Gu Xiang slightly raised her chin. In the dim light, her eyes became darker. And Lin Yu, don't worry, she'll be done soon. Thinking of something, she smiled and called Yi Chun. The Lin family has lost its backing. It should be easy to deal with now. Of course, Director Gu. The Wang and Lin families have always risen and fallen together. Now that the Wang family has fallen, the Lin family should follow suit. Okay, I'll take care of it. Almost in an instant, the head of the Lin family personally called. His tone was fearful and submissive. Lin Yu, I've already kicked her out of the house. The Lin family will no longer have such a person. Director Gu, since we are all in the S-City business circle, please let us go. Gu Xiang smiled slightly. Okay, I won't touch your Lin family anymore. Chapter 298. Being cheered, he stood in front of Gu Xiang, blushing and resting his arms on her shoulders. It was too close. He wanted to run away on the spot. He didn't know who whistled, but it was amplified by the sound system. Everyone looked at the stage, where a boy with a heart-shaped bandage on his face flirtatiously winked at Ruan Susu. Ruan Susu felt mortified because of the boy's unusual actions on stage. Many people turned to look, and then they started to cheer. Quiche, 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 Gu Xiang. After so many years, these onlookers still only know how to cheer like this? Ruan Susu was a social anxiety sufferer. Experiencing being cheered under the spotlight for the first time, he just wanted to disappear. He closed his eyes, trying to immerse himself in darkness. But amidst the noise, one voice was particularly clear in his ear. Miss Gu is laughing. What is she laughing at? I must look really funny right now. Ruan Susu's mood sank further. He wanted to run, really wanted to run, until a hand rested on his waist. And amidst the cheering, there seemed to be shouts and screams. The atmosphere continued to escalate. No one was paying attention to the singing and dancing anymore. Even the performers stopped to look at them. Chapter 299. Super high appearance. The beauty treatment took over an hour, and no one called for her. So Gu Xiang slept for another hour. Luckily, there were no classes in the afternoon. Otherwise, she would have skipped class. By the way, can shareholders skip class and get some leniency? When Gu Xiang opened her eyes, Xiaoya was chatting with Ruan Susu. Seemingly knowing his introverted nature, Xiaoya mischievously teased him. Are you in the same class as Director Gu? Why didn't you mention it before? Ruan Susu lowered his eyes, nervously holding his phone, answering her questions as they came, and jumping a little whenever someone poked him. I didn't know Director Gu had such a good identity before. Oh, Xiaoya said meaningfully. Then Director Gu must have had plans for you long ago. Ruan Susu's ears turned red. No, she's not that kind of person. What if she is? Even if she is, it has nothing to do with you. The little white rabbit got anxious. Xiaoya, we're in the same class. You're serving her now. Don't you feel even a little bit unbalanced? I haven't thought about it. How's your studying? If you don't study well, how can you come here to work? It's okay. Fong Yuyu's mouth twitched. His grades were far from just okay. Tang Li leaned over. But the contract you signed before was just to act as the shop's facade, not to provide other services for female customers. Why didn't you tell Director Gu before? Chapter 300. Stars and Moons. My boss Gu Xiang understood that true beauty comes from within. If only the exterior is considered, a score of 90 could be deemed perfect. However, the same excellent exterior, placed on different people, produces completely different effects. Making oneself more outstanding and confident is the fastest way to enhance one's appearance. In any case, this can be considered an unexpected gain. Gu Xiang picked up Ruan Susu and walked out, with Fang Yuyu hurriedly chasing after them. After settling the bill, which amounted to over 170,000, Ruan Susu was stunned by the expense. Is it that expensive for a girl to get beauty treatment? Xiaoya and the general manager came up to send them off. Once outside the beauty salon, the sunlight was bright. It was around 4 or 5 o'clock, and the sunset was still warm. Pei Tianqing got out of the car and immediately saw the young man in Gu Xiang's arms. Boss, this is... Gu Xiang glanced at him but didn't answer his question, saying only, go directly back to the villa. Oh, okay. Pei Tianqing felt inexplicably excited, quickly nodded, opened the back door, watched the two get in, and then gestured for Fang Yuyu to sit in the front passenger seat. Fang Yuyu waved his hand, bent down to look into the car. Boss, I'm not going. I have to go back to the company to learn management from my dad. Gu Xiang pushed her hair, which had been resting on the back of her head, in front of her. Every move seemed meticulously designed, breathtakingly beautiful. Fang Yuyu watched with starry eyes. Ever since she had a boss, she had lost the urge to chase after stars. All right, I look forward to you shaking off the nickname Little President Fang and becoming the real President Fang, she said, shaking her little fist. Boss, your words instantly give me motivation. The purple phantom activated, heading straight towards the Crown Moon Garden. Pei Tianqing glanced at Ruan Susu in the rearview mirror several times. He was indeed a handsome young man, around the same age as his sister. Pei Tianqing suddenly felt a bit emotional. Perhaps it was because he was getting older. The young man looked really youthful. Upon entering the Crown Moon Garden, villas passed by one after another, and Ruan Susu had no concept of how much they were worth. Anyway, he couldn't afford them. So, thinking too much was pointless. The Phantom drove into what looked like an estate, with a single building resembling a dream castle. His black and white eyes were filled with surprise. Such a large place, all belonging to Miss Gu. This location in S City is incredibly expensive, and it's being used to plant grass and dig ponds here? Is this what the life of the wealthy looks like? Gu Xiang was playing a game, and didn't he look up, casually responding. Seeing her calm demeanor, Ruan Susu silently sat for a while. It seemed he had initially just come to work, but how did it develop into this wealthy residential area? As Ruan Susu's thoughts shifted, he recalled his purpose for working, feeling a bit sad. His mother needed surgery, which required a large sum of money. Although he held a 5-star position at a beauty salon and earned $50,000 a month without doing anything, the surgery would cost over $200,000, plus post-operative rehabilitation and various medications, totaling more than $500,000. How could he raise that money in a short time? He could only borrow a loan and pay it back slowly. But what could he use as collateral for such a large loan? Besides the dormitory, he had nowhere to stay, and his mother had been in the hospital for years. He did some part-time jobs, and his mother had some savings from earlier years, which barely kept them afloat until now. The beautiful scenery before him became even more stunning, but he had no heart to admire it. Suddenly, melodious music rang out. It was his phone. He saw it was Dr. Yang calling and quickly answered. Dr. Yang, I will be able to raise the surgery fee soon. Please don't give up on my mom. Chapter 301. The owner of the little rabbit is super gentle. Hey, what nonsense are you talking? What doctor would give up on their patient? Dr. Yang's voice was surprisingly cheerful. Ruan Susu was a bit taken aback. Was there a turning point in his mother's condition? It's still the same. Without the surgery, she can't last much longer. But don't worry, our hospital has a high success rate for surgeries. I will do my best to raise the money. What money are you raising? The surgery costs have already been covered by someone, including all post-operative checks and care. It totals over $500,000, and it was paid in full just now by someone from Binhai Building, who said it was his boss who asked him to come pay. And if there is any money left over, don't forget to get a refund. Dr. Yang continued to chat, but Ruan Susu could no longer focus. His hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably, almost dropping it. He quickly turned to look at the girl beside him, her bright eyes evoking an indescribable feeling that touched him even more. Miss Gu, is that you? Gu Xiang looked at the ace that appeared on her game interface and smiled happily. She had won another game. Chapter 302. The enemies are all confused, noticing Ruan Susu's unusual expression. Gu Xiang's gaze fell on Sang Yuan. What is going on? Sang Yuan replied. I took him out for a drive to see the scenery. Little Susu, how do you feel? Gu Xiang frowned slightly. His leg isn't healed yet. And you took him out? Ruan Susu's clear, bright eyes looked at her. It's not Chef Sang's fault. I requested to go out and see. Gu Xiang said helplessly. It would be more convincing if someone else said that. When Sang Yuan heard the title chef sang, he looked a bit pensive. It sounded a bit strange. Gu Xiang felt something was off between them, but didn't he think Sang Yuan was the type to cause trouble? What did you say to Susu? Oh, just introduced him to the Crown Moon Garden. Ruan Susu nodded blankly. Classmate Gu, I really didn't expect this villa to be worth 700 million. Hearing that amount, he felt as if he didn't recognize money anymore. He was immersed in shock the whole way. Gu Xiang, is that it? She seemed skeptical. Sang Yuan shrugged, smiling elegantly. Is the boss worried I might target Susu? Chapter 303. 666 looks. So, boyfriend material. Gu Xiang said. The game has already started, and the opponents are about to attack. You still have time to argue here. Who exactly is the pig teammate? There was another silence. The opposing team was well organized and managed to take a few kills while they weren't paying attention. Gu Xiang's teammates had no time to argue anymore and were fully immersed in the battle. Soon, a deep female voice came through the headset. Oh my, what kind of monsters are on the other side? Are there people carrying them? The teammates were filled with doubt. Could it be that high-level players came to our novice village to bully us? Their accounts don't look like they're high-level. Silly. Maybe it's high-level players helping newbies boost their scores. When Ruan Susu heard this, he subtly glanced at Gu Xiang. Although the teammates weren't talking about them, it felt like they were. The teammates' complaints became overwhelming. We have pig teammates and godlike opponents. We're really impressive, taking both roles at once. The opposing elite was rampaging, while the two newbies on their side were still struggling. Damn, let us just surrender. He could almost hear the opponents laughing maniacally as they slaughtered the village. Chapter 304. Isn't that you protecting them? Gu Xiang opened the mic. What are you embarrassed about? If you have the ability, don't go giving away kills. The teammates were momentarily speechless. Up until now, Susu hadn't been killed even once. Isn't that you protecting him? Gu Xiang responded. Then you should also bring someone to protect you. Teammates. Woo, the baby is feeling bitter. But all I could do is chop off my own head to use as a ball. Among the teammates, it was hard to find someone who wasn't dragging them down, and they felt too embarrassed to argue with 666. Meanwhile, the opponents began to boast, villagers. Accept the blessing of the gods, haha. Don't run away. Can you only hide? Weren't you quite spirited at first? Trash, haha, just a little trash. How's that song go? What are those two doing over there? Their performance is so pathetic, yet they're huddled together being all lovey-dovey. Ha. Must be a little couple. Hey, look over here. There's a pair of lovebirds ignoring us. Damn, I'm really fed up. I want to kill that one called Susu. I got chopped 3 times because of him by that 666. Me too. 666. Can you just back off a bit? Let me chop Susu just once. Chapter 305. The goddess is sold. The goddess didn't hear Gu Xiang's strategy, but she is very clever. After being caught by 666 and waiting motionless in front of Susu to be chopped, she kept thinking about what technique to use to escape. But the moment Gu Xiang lifted her, she suddenly sensed that something was off. She opened her mic for everyone to hear. What the hell? Are you sick? You bring that useless player along to rank up? That one called Susu? You're just not cut out for gaming. You're so bad that I'm dying of waiting. You doggone couples. I'll kill every pair I see. Gu Xiang let go and directly stabbed her with a sword. Then he opened his mic to the enemies, saying, You guys are too noisy. Can't you be a quiet head instead? Does that make sense? 666 beat the person. The whole place fell silent, except for the goddess. The goddess revived. The goddess shouted crazily on the mic, You idiots! Gu Xiang casually turned around and chopped her down. The goddess was gone. Gu Xiang opened his mic. So annoying, get away from me. People who talk too much tend to die. Don't you know? Players. Gu Xiang turned back with a gentle smile. Susu, sorry about the last method. Let us try again later. I'll find you a quieter head. Players. That gentle voice sent chills down everyone's spine. The enemy. They frantically shouted and were killed by 666, silently choosing the latter. After all, Susu had no aim. So in the next scene, all teammates and even enemy players started recording. Teammates wanted to see 660 SIXS, amazing moves, while enemies wanted to see how many times Susu could miss. After that, enemy players watched helplessly as their summoned goddess was thrown high into the air, right into an arrow randomly shot by Susu. Again and again, they were fortunate enough to experience the same death as the goddess. The goddess was going crazy, being thrown into Susu's attacks. How could such humiliation happen to her? The goddess's teammates were all her fans, and they couldn't bear to watch anymore, opening their mic to shout at Gu Xiang, Let my goddess go, I'll be your head. The tone was filled with tragic despair. Gu Xiang's teammates strangely fell silent. 3 seconds later, they erupted again. What the hell? It really is the goddess. This was the first time the goddess was treated like this. Well, not the first time. I've heard of summer god's heroic deeds. Oh my god. Is the goddess done for? Last time it was summer god. This time it's 666. What's 666? We should call her Six God. Damn Six God. You're making me laugh until I cry. Are girls really that fierce now? Rubbing the top talent of Z country's esports, the goddess into the ground. It shouldn't be. Six God is so powerful. She couldn't possibly not enter the esports scene. She must be a foreign player or a descendant, right? The goddess opened her mic and cursed loudly. You guys can't do it at all. Your whole family can't do it. After cursing the opponents, she started cursing her teammates. Are you stupid? What good does exposing my ID do for you? The teammate who got cursed was left speechless. Sorry. I got carried away with my emotions and forgot about it. The goddess, furious, smashed her phone. I shouldn't have taken your order and helped you rank up. Last time it was that summer god. This time it's another one. Gu Xiang, it's your father. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the goddess was instantly dazed. Why you? What did you say? Gu Xiang, listen well, my dear son. I am your father. Each word was pronounced clearly, with rich and full emotions. Both teams' players inhaled sharply. They had only heard the goddess curse others before, but this was the first time they saw her get cursed. It was a rare sight, and they wanted to hear it again. Additional chapter. Today, 4 updates, chapter 306. Is he really that cowardly? Everyone waited a long time without hearing the goddess's voice. After a while, they finally heard her gritting her teeth. You're very good. Very good indeed. Gu Xiang casually replied. You're very trash. Trash indeed. The goddess was infuriated. The game ended, and the screen showed a victory icon. Yuan Susu stared at her phone, unable to regain her senses for a long time. It was as if she had suddenly been pulled back to reality. In the game, they were seen as a couple. In reality, they were classmates. Sang Yuan set the dishes, walked out from the dining room, and smiled at the two. Done playing? Let us eat. Yuan Susu instinctively nodded. Gu Xiang threw her phone down and walked straight to the dining room. She sat at the main seat, gesturing for Yuan Susu to sit wherever. Yuan Susu awkwardly sat down, looking at the clean bowls and chopsticks and the 6 dishes, 1 soup and 1 dessert. He glanced at the butler standing behind Gu Xiang, then at Sang Yuan, and saw 2 young maids waiting to clear the dining table. There were so many people. Is this enough to eat? Gu Xiang gently said. It's enough for you and the host. Yuan Susu was stunned. Aren't you eating? Gu Xiang shook his head. I'll eat with Mr. Sang later. You go ahead. Yuan Susu looked at the sumptuous and delicious dishes in front of him and felt a bit out of place. As the guest, he smiled and nodded obediently. A maid walked behind him. I'll serve you your meal. Yuan Susu was startled and stood up. No, it's fine, thank you. Sang Yuan kept smiling. It's her job. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Oh, I understand. Yuan Susu sat down again. Gu Xiang waved her hand. You all can leave. The room was suddenly half empty. Yuan Susu sighed in relief. He was so nervous interacting with people, and now, with 4 people staring at him while eating, he didn't dare to move. Gu Xiang reached out her finger, touching his cheek, creating a soft little dent. Still can't overcome your social anxiety? Yuan Susu silently nodded. Gu Xiang looked at him and picked up a piece of fish, placing it in his bowl. He picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, chewing with his cheeks puffing up like a little rabbit eating grass, a delightful sight. Gu Xiang laughed and said, Aren't you socially anxious around me? Yuan Susu suddenly froze. His eyes flickered. It seemed that when he was alone with Gu Xiang, he appeared just like a normal person. Gu Xiang said, Not bad, there's progress. Yuan Susu blushed and said, Thank you. Gu Xiang was puzzled, wondering why she should be thanked. Shouldn't it be Yuan Susu thanking himself? She had merely witnessed the growth of the little white rabbit and casually patted the fluffy rabbit without intentionally doing anything. Yuan Susu lowered his head and quietly continued eating, not speaking again, hiding all his gratitude and impulses deep in his heart. He suddenly remembered Gu Xiang had previously said he was cowardly. After dinner, they both stood up from their chairs, and Yuan Susu suddenly asked, Am I really that cowardly? Gu Xiang was caught off guard by the question. Amused that he was still dwelling on this, I was just teasing you. Yuan Susu recalled something and asked, So, Gu classmate, do you like Senior Chu? Gu Xiang was surprised and replied, I guess we're friends, but I wouldn't say I like or love him. Why do you suddenly ask this? You're not trying to play matchmaker for us, are you? Yuan Susu leaned in closer to her. No, but Gu classmate, Do you still think I'm cowardly? Gu Xiang mischievously smiled. Aren't you cowardly? He leaned in a bit closer, his eyelashes lowered, his beautiful eyes like dark jade, sparkling with tiny stars. Isn't this also considered brave? Gu Xiang raised an eyebrow. Who told you that getting close to someone is brave? Ruan Susu's skin could be compared to a baby's, and his lips were soft. Chapter 307. I'm also a boy. He propped himself up with one hand on the chair, slightly leaning forward. Then Gu Xiang's cheek felt two indescribably soft touches, like peach blossoms falling gently in March, then hurriedly swept away by the wind. She almost doubted her own perception. But it wasn't. She paused for a moment. Ruan Susu? This action was the last thing she expected from him. Ruan Susu's black and white eyes reflected her astonished expression. The boy's voice was pleasant, but at this moment, it had a slightly hoarse quality, soft yet containing a buried strength. But Gu classmate, I'm also a boy. Perhaps his overly soft exterior made others forget. He was also a boy, capable of impulsiveness, of emotions he couldn't control. And he didn't want to hear a certain girl calling him cowardly. It's just that for some people, he didn't care what others said. Gu Xiang's gaze darkened. She hadn't planned to touch the little rabbit, but since the little rabbit insisted on coming to the table, she couldn't blame herself. She wrapped her arms around Ruan Susu's waist, gripping his chin to make him lower his head. In her dim eyes, there were turbulent undercurrents that he dared not sink into. His chin was gripped painfully, but Ruan Susu didn't even flutter his eyelashes. The person leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, how reckless, in a tone that was both light and teasing. Chapter 308. Luo Shunlove. Ruan Susu thought about the gaming session they had together yesterday and turned his gaze to Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang pulled her gaze away from the movie and smiled at him, breathtakingly beautiful. Ruan Susu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head. Sang Yuan looked up and said, Susu, you have the same name as another first-level player. Ruan Susu felt a bit embarrassed to admit it, considering he was quite bad at the game. Pei Tianqing leaned over to Sang Yuan, sitting on the armrest of the sofa and looking at his phone screen in surprise. Open that video, let me see. Ruan Susu couldn't help but open his phone out of curiosity. Under the first post on Weibo, the comments had already exceeded 200,000. Luo Shun was unexpectedly being rubbed on the ground again. What was 666 about? Was he also a newbie in the novice village? Just kidding. Those who farm accounts don't take down kills. They wait for teammates to kill. Didn't they hear the teammates' voices in the video? The 666 god and that Susu little noob are a pair. Damn, what kind of playstyle is Susu using? He got himself lost. Are you playing hide and seek in the game? There were too many complaints. Luo Shun was having a tough time, but Susu's gameplay was also top tier trash. Damn, really? 666 is protecting his wife with skill. Kill one when you come, kill a pair when you come. I'm speechless. She is a girl, okay. Boo-hoo, trying to trick me into finding a girlfriend. The netizens all had their say, some lamenting whether Luo Shun was not doing well lately, being beaten by 2 girls in a row. Could he still fight for the country? Others were in awe, saying they were captivated by the 666 god and willing to become her wild apprentice. Some netizens were cursing, fully convinced and infuriated, saying they couldn't hit a target standing still after 25 hits. And there were a bunch of CP shippers. Please lock in 666 and Xiao Jiao's couple. What divine love. Susu played so poorly, yet 666 was never impatient and even comforted him. ISNT that like the male lead in a drama? It made my heart flutter. Thank you, 666, for providing dream material. I'm going to dream of being pampered by 666 tonight. Seeing 666 made me want to kill my boyfriend. She is technically crushing Luo Shun while doting on the noob. What is my boyfriend doing? He is bad at the game, but still dares to criticize me. Boo-hoo, the country owes me such a girlfriend or boyfriend. Ruan Susu scrolled through his phone, his ears turning red. Sang Yuan said something that drew Ruan Susu's attention. The voice of the 666 god sounded a bit familiar. Pei Tianqing also agreed. But the original sound of the video was too chaotic, mixed with electronic music, making it hard to distinguish. Ruan Susu's heart raced, as if a secret romance was about to be uncovered. Unfortunately, this was just speculation. In fact, there was no secret romance at all. He felt a bit disappointed, as the dreamy bubble was about to be burst. Everyone's phones buzzed, and a notification appeared at the top of the screen. Luo Shunlove posted on Weibo, revealing the true identity of the 666 god. Pei Tianqing directed Sang Yuan, quick, open it and see. Sang Yuan nodded, let us see. Luo Shin love. Stop cursing. Stop cursing. Is there anyone else in this world who can rub me on the ground like this? Summer God. Oh my, I'm really impressed. Even when using a small account, I can still run into you. Chapter 309. The fish pond can be expanded. After a few seconds, the group saw the second post from Luo Shan. Also after a few days, who is the dog man that Su Su is with? Pei Tianqing chuckled at this. 1 minute after Luo Shan posted, Douyin instantly refreshed with over 100 related videos. The hardworking attitude of Douyin creators is also very inspiring. On Weibo, the post that Luo Shan just made instantly gained thousands of comments, and the number of comments was still increasing geometrically. The enthusiasm of netizens has caused Weibo to lag. Sang Yuan also wanted to join the fun, but all he could see was a line of text. Frequent server operations, please try again later. Goodness. It's so laggy that he can't even comment. He directly returned to the desktop and opened Douyin. The first post on Douyin was by Luo Shin. The comment section was also bustling with activity. Haha, I'm a prophet, and the 6 gods are indeed the summer god in person. Hard eyes, what kind of heavenly romance is this? Even with a small account, the summer god and Luo Shin can connect, laughing and crying. This pair of happy enemies really hits me. Luo Shin's words are also very Luo Shin-like, which dogman made me laugh so hard I almost flew away. Dugman, doesn't that sound a bit jealous? If someone upstairs says that, then I won't hold back on shipping them. Luo Shin speaks with a sense of disregard for the netizens' lives. Other stars are afraid to expose anything, but Luo Shin is afraid the netizens don't know anything. Doghead. Oh, so touching. Luo Shin spreads rumors with her mouth, while the summer god runs around to clarify. My Luo Shin is such a naive and passionate youth. What could she possibly have with the summer god? The words from upstairs are too targeted. Is my summer god not good enough? If it weren't for the monogamous system now, I could be the 999th male concubine for the summer god. It's also not impossible for girls to be female concubines for the summer god Shy. Pei Tianqing burst out laughing. What is the deal with female concubines? Comment just came over from Weibo, crying, my phone was almost blown up from the lag. What are they talking about? My heart can't take it. Anyway, Luo Shin's grievances are extraordinary. I can feel it through the screen. The summer god's torment of Luo Shin this time is even better than last time, holding high the flag of summer and Luo Shin. Even if they don't have a romantic relationship, I'll still tie them together. The summer god spoils Susu too much. Does anyone know what identity Susu the little chick has? Oh, so jealous of Susu. I want to take over his body. I also want to enjoy the summer god's gentleness. Crying 10. Sang Yuan tilted his head, both cold and gentle, with a teasing gaze directed at Ruan Susu. 666 is the small account created by the summer god, so Susu. His eyes curved, lips forming a beautiful arc, as his gaze seemed to point directly at Ruan Susu. Ruan Susu's ears immediately fell hot. I'm playing the game too poorly. This was a roundabout admission. Pei Tianqing looked shocked. Boss, did you take him to rank up yesterday? Gu Xiang just nodded, and Pei Tianqing approached with a flattering smile. Boss, take me once, please. He smiled brightly, his blue eyes as clear as jewels. Gu Xiang, taking one person will lead to rumors about me. She didn't even know how many times she had been shipped in the eyes of netizens. Or, you could change her name to Susu to avoid further discussions. Pei Tianqing pretended to look aggrieved. Susu is right here, boss. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat Wan like this? Gu Xiang shrugged. Do as you like. Whoever I take will be rumored about. If you don't mind being a little fish in my pond, then I'll take you to rank up. Pei Tianqing collapsed on the sofa, feeling overwhelmed. The boss's pond is so crowded. Sang Yuan smiled with his eyes sparkling. The boss has a lot of money. The fish pond can be expanded. Pei Tianqing let out a sound of resignation. I give up on you, Mr. Sang. Chapter 3:10. If the main character doesn't respond, then I might as well spread rumors. The morning passed by scrolling through my phone, as Gu Xiang watched her trending topic gradually climb to the top position, marked with an explosive symbol. The whole internet was invested in discussing the two deities and a miraculous newbie. Each one alone would be a big highlight, but together it was even crazier. Bloggers were dedicated to speculating about the relationships and thoughts of the three from various angles. The story of the summer god and Luo Shin had been updated countless times in the eyes of netizens. Today was originally the official release time for a new movie on television and online, as the official hoped to generate discussion and guide the movie's popularity. But now, it was directly drowned in the tidal wave of the summer and Luo Shin duo's heat. The director struggled to buy traffic, not to mention creating a splash. There wasn't even a ripple. Thus, the director had no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics and hire internet trolls to boost the data. The trolls exclaimed in difficulty, "Director, you're making it hard for me. The third-person game videos are more engaging than the romance movie you shot. How do you expect us to forcibly create a topic?" The director quarreled with the hired trolls and ended up parting ways unhappily. As the trolls left, they were quite happy. We have time to watch the love story of Summer and Gu Xiang again. I wonder if the netizens have updated." The director was nearly so furious he needed to be hospitalized. He opened Weibo in frustration, still complaining in his heart. It's just a few young people playing games. What kind of highlight could there be? He opened the comment section he was familiar with. Seeing the netizens' fiery comments, he couldn't help but laugh. And realizing no one was around, he laughed until he rolled on the floor. Watching the video of Gu Xiang being tortured with an expression of urgency and anger. As if saying, "I want to kill you, but I can only send you ahead," the director couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Seeing 666 protecting the little wife with strength, gentle yet domineering. Even though he was of a certain age, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement, even developing a desire to ship CP. When he realized his eyes were dry and sore, he suddenly understood, isn't this exactly the core that a movie needs? When he looked back at the movie he had filmed, listening to the male lead's frivolous teasing lines towards the female lead, he found that his emotions couldn't stir up any waves anymore. He couldn't ship it, and in the shadow of the summer god, he even found the male lead in the movie somewhat annoying. The game video continued to loop in his phone, and the director was unable to calm down for a long time. Gu Xiang had an auction to attend in the afternoon. The Wong Group went bankrupt and was seeking a new owner at the auction after government liquidation. The auction took place in an exclusive hall of an office building. Most of the people here were prominent figures in politics and business, and there were even many wealthy businessmen who had come from out of town specifically to compete for projects. As soon as he entered the hall, it was packed. Gu Xiang arrived just on time. Ruan Susu, having nothing to do in the villa, decided to follow along. As a student, he had never been to such an occasion in his life. The people sitting here were all elites from the political and business circles. He recognized several familiar faces that had appeared in the news. He quietly followed behind Gu Xiang, trying not to cause any trouble for her. But he was actually overthinking it. With his abilities, he wasn't at the level of causing trouble for Gu Xiang. Or rather, having Gu Xiang around meant there would be no trouble. Gu Xiang was calm and composed, and seeing his nervous and serious demeanor made her want to laugh. Just think of it as watching a trial. It's nothing serious. He was particularly conspicuous at the venue because he was leaning on a cane, and many people turned to look at Ruan Susu. Those once unreachable figures were now speculating about why he could come to this place. Among them was the director of the Agricultural Bureau, who passed by and saw the little lame boy, smiling kindly at him, asking, "Why aren't you at home resting? Are you here to accompany your sister?" Ruan Susu shyly smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I'm here to broaden my horizons with my classmates." Chapter 311. The richest man is actually right next to me. The director of the Agricultural Bureau, named Su Jiangwo, was not tall, but had a simple appearance. With a relatively dark complexion, looking like someone who had been exposed to the sun for a long time. If he weren't wearing a formal suit, it would be hard to associate him with a leader. He looked like an ordinary farmer. Su Jiangwo noticed Ruan Susu's pure complexion and bright eyes, immediately sensing that he was an innocent and naive young man. Su Jiangwo felt a fondness for him, having been immersed in society for many years and seen so much. He appreciated such simple-minded students even more as he grew older. "What are you studying?" he kindly asked, but his gaze shifted to Gu Xiang, curious about her as well. Everyone here were dignitaries and wealthy merchants, and these two young students seemed out of place. He wondered which family had raised such a well-mannered girl. Su Xiang Sfi, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Ruan Susu answered obediently, "I'm studying finance." Su Jiangwo's expression shifted to one of slight regret. "What a pity if you were studying agriculture. It'd be great to work with me in the future." His voice was very friendly, and even someone as socially anxious as Ruan Susu felt no discomfort. Chapter 312. Just wait and see you embarrass yourselves. The merchants from out of town were waiting for the auction to start, and with nothing much to do, they kept observing the interaction between Gu Xiang and Chu Tsongyan. Their previous guesses were gradually dispelled by their interaction. Would Chu treat his girlfriend so politely? Have you ever seen a couple sitting across the aisle from each other? A businessman named Wang asked a local entrepreneur sitting nearby, "Who is that young lady? I've never seen her in S City before." The local entrepreneur smiled mysteriously. You may not have seen her before, but you must know her company. Other out-of-town businessmen gathered around, curious to hear more. The local straightened up at the curious and gossiping gazes from the outsiders, feeling a sense of pride. You know the Binhai building, right? Of course, who doesn't? Get to the point. The Binhai building has been thriving for years under the management of Knight General. Exactly. When Knight General stomps his foot, the whole city shakes. Even your richest man, Chu Tsongyan, has to give him some face. The local businessman laughed. You only know about Knight General, but in the end, he's just an employee. Have you heard who the real boss behind the Binhai building is? Could it be related to that young lady? Is it her family business? The local businessman's expressions changed at this speculation. Can't you be a bit bolder in your guesses? Family business? Let me tell you, the entire Binhai building belongs to Miss Gu. What? The out-of-town businessmen were dumbfounded. How can it be? How is it possible for a young child to be given such a large enterprise? Seeing the doubtful expressions on their faces, the locals exchanged knowing glances and remained silent. After all, they had said it. If they didn't believe it, so be it. Just wait and see you embarrass yourselves. Ruan Susu felt the probing gazes directed at her and felt a bit anxious. She quietly turned to look at Gu Xiang, only to find her looking calm and composed, seemingly no different from when she was at home. Facing the gazes of others, she responded with a light smile. Although she was only a year older than herself, she stood at the pinnacle of life, looking down, and despite still being a college student, she had already instilled fear in the social elite. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was a living legend. Suddenly, Gu Xiang turned around, smiled dazzlingly at him, and quietly asked, "How's your revision going? Are you confident about the little test?" The moment she spoke, the sense of unfamiliarity Ruan Susu had felt towards her vanished instantly. Ruan Susu felt at ease. This person sitting beside her was still her classmate Gu. She wouldn't change because of anything. Chapter 313. Are wealthy women all so reckless? Before the auction officially began, Gu Xiang received a message from Yichun. It was a small surprise. The agreement between Binhai Building and the Nujiawa tribe had officially been formed. In the future, Binhai Building and the Nujiawa tribe would collaborate in various aspects, including agricultural specialties, gold mines, gemstones, and handicrafts. As the cooperation expanded, Binhai Building would also send personnel to Nujiawa to establish factories and provide technical support. Gu Xiang was aware of this. Collaborating with the Nujiawa tribe was already a done deal. She replied, "I got it." Yichun sent another message. "Boss, Prince Mo from Nujiawa asked me where you are. I told him you were at the auction, and I couldn't stop him. He should be on his way now." Gu Xiang found it amusing. What does he want? Laughing and crying. "Prince Mo said he hasn't seen you in a long time and misses you very much." "Boss, is Prince Mo pursuing you?" Cat peeking JPG. Gu Xiang replied, "Why are you so concerned about other people's feelings when you're still single yourself?" Heartbroken JPG. Gu Xiang chuckled happily, then closed her phone screen. Chapter 314. A billionaire wasting money. Su Jiangwo's voice was still spreading throughout the auction venue through the speakers. "We made this decision after careful consideration. In light of Wang Qingfan's past experiences, we hope that the one taking over the mine is a capable and responsible entrepreneur. Everyone should know that the machinery and equipment in the mine have all aged, causing multiple accidents. The new manager of the mine needs to purchase new facilities and safety equipment, which will require at least an additional 5 billion. Su Jiangwo's somewhat oppressive gaze swept across the entire room, and when it passed by Gu Xiang and Ruan Susu, it seemed to carry a hint of a smile. "If the liquid assets are not 20 billion, I do not recommend participating in the auction here." The crowd was in an uproar. Many wealthy businessmen from outside came here with the purpose of acquiring the Wang Group, but who knew this auction would not follow the usual rules, starting at 20 billion. The previously lively atmosphere suddenly turned as cold as an ice house. After Su Jiangwo finished speaking, he walked to the leadership seat and sat down. A young man responsible for the upcoming auction stepped up to the original position. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction for the Wang Group, including the mine, is about to begin. The starting price is 650 million. Chapter 315. Excitement. Chu Tsongyan received Gu Xiang's signal and frowned as he tried to persuade Shun Lingxue. "President Shun, the one you were bidding against earlier was Director Gu from Binhai Building. He also visited Hay Entertainment City a while ago. You should remember him." Shun Lingxue pondered for a moment, realizing that Manager Peng indeed mentioned her. His gaze shifted, filled with a proud arrogance. "President Chu, there's no need to persuade me. I will definitely secure this mine. Chu Tsongyin sighed, looking helplessly at Gu Xiang. Ruan Susu knew that the negotiation was not going well, so she could only whisper to Gu Xiang, "Should we continue to bid?" Gu Xiang felt somewhat frustrated and directly raised her paddle. 800 million. Competing with money? Was she someone who lacked money? The system was always thinking of ways to make her spend. What she wanted to do now was to use money to pile up power and status. With these, her looks could continue to improve. Moreover, things would become much more convenient. When she announced 800 million, the entire room was shocked. Even the leadership seats fell silent. Shun Lingxue slammed the table, his expression darkening. He didn't expect Gu Xiang to raise the bid so fiercely. Chu Tsongyin, usually a smooth and neutral party, would help if he could, but if it would negatively affect him, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly. However, this time he couldn't help but want to speak up for Gu Xiang. President Shun, Director Gu is quite wealthy. A couple of days ago, she specifically sent someone to inform everyone that she was interested in the Wang Group. Your words will only lead to mutual destruction. Shun Lingxue's fingers tightened slightly, his dark eyes fixed on Gu Xiang. His red lips were pressed tightly, turning slightly pale. Then he suddenly smiled. Director Gu has great courage to casually take out 800 million. Gu Xiang's gaze remained unperturbed as she turned to look at Shun Lingxue. If it weren't for President Shun, I probably wouldn't have such courage. This remark was sharp, and Shun Lingxue's smile deepened. 810 million. Gu Xiang's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she looked Shun Lingxue up and down. Was President Shun trying to raise the price? Shun Lingxue's words were also sharp. So what? With the Shun family's capabilities, it would take long for this mine to earn back the investment. Gu Xiang raised her paddle again, 1 billion. The crowd erupted. Everyone was restless, and many wealthy businessmen stood up on the spot. Even President Shun was only raising the bid by 1 million at a time, while this young girl was raising it by hundreds of millions. Such extravagance. The onlookers felt a pang in their hearts. That was not just a number. 1 billion. Their companies would take 30 or 40 years of honest management to earn that much. Ruan Susu was also stunned. Classmate Gu. Her pink lips parted in surprise, her bright eyes reflecting her calm demeanor. Gu Xiang casually patted his shoulder. Now you believe what I said before, right? Money means nothing to me. Ding. Detected that the host's prestige has significantly increased in front of the elite. Reputation enhanced, the system grants a lucky wheel 1. Does the host wish to use it? Gu Xiang looked at the colorful projection of the wheel in front of her and thought, spin. The wheel began to spin and soon came to a stop. Congratulations. The host has obtained high-yield crop seeds, including rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. The seeds have been improved and developed with advanced technology from another world, making them easy to cultivate, able to grow in any soil, free from pests and diseases, with significantly enhanced nutrition and flavor. And the yield per acre is 4 times higher than the current world record. Gu Xiang was stunned, her expression filled with disbelief. These things couldn't be measured with money. It could be said that no amount of money could buy these things. With these, not to mention in country Z, the whole world would be invigorated. Chapter 316. What to do when your own tycoon doesn't act like one. Barren soil can yield crops, and the 18 billion acres of arable land in country Z could free up half for planting other high-profit crops. These seeds have superior conditions, growing even better than wild grass, allowing farmers to free up a lot of energy for other things. The increase in crop yield would not only have an explosive impact on global agriculture, but also bring about earth-shattering changes across various industries and social classes. To put it dramatically, these few seeds could change the political landscape of the world, reshuffle the wealthy class, and lead to monumental changes in the future of humanity. No one could remain unmoved by this. Ruan Susu waved her hand in front of Gu Xiang's eyes. What's wrong? Are you tired? Gu Xiang took a deep breath and smiled at Ruan Susu. I'm a bit tired. Ruan Susu lowered her eyes, gently touching the back of her hand with her fingers, testing for a response. Noticing that she did not refuse, she held her hand. Are you still tired? Gu Xiang suddenly felt a bit hot. Was she being flirted with? Gu Xiang held back and smiled brightly, not tired anymore. Shun Lingxue looked at Ruan Susu's cautious demeanor with a hint of disdain in his eyes. A man who serves with his looks, huh? Gu Xiang being able to look up to such a person was not impressive at all. In Shun Lingxue's mind, if he were to find a future partner, it would definitely be a capable and knowledgeable independent woman who could match him, not a vase relying on appearance. Gu Xiang didn't care. What did ability matter? She was already strong enough herself, Why would she want another strong person to compete with her every day? It was better to have someone good-looking, suitable for home, and a bit more virtuous. Shun Lingxue raised his paddle, 1 billion and 10 million. Gu Xiang signaled Ruan Susu to raise the paddle, while she leaned back, leisurely holding the beautiful hand. You can call out any price. The wealthy businessman. Damn it, what should we do when our own tycoon doesn't act like one? Can such a thing be left to a little lover? Chairman Gu really has a big heart. Su Jiangwo, who was sitting in the leadership position, saw Gu Xiang and Ruan Susu's intimate actions, and a smile appeared in his serious eyes. The kids really have a lot of energy. Ruan Susu took a deep breath to overcome her social anxiety. Can we add 10 million? Gu Xiang waved his hand, somewhat resembling a wealthy man trying to win a smile from a beauty, casually, as if money was no object. Everyone's lips twitched. The out-of-town businessmen were dumbfounded and quietly pulled over a local from S-City to ask, "Is this how Chairman Gu usually operates?" After a long time without hearing a response, he looked up and found that even the locals were confused. Ruan Susu raised the card, 10 billion, 200 million. Saying that number made Ruan Susu feel her heart tremble. Shun Lingshue's temples throbbed. What does that woman mean? Letting a little lover bid against him clearly shows she doesn't take him seriously. 10 billion, 500 million. Shun Lingxue raised her card and glanced at Gu Xiang again. Gu Xiang closed his eyes to rest and told Ruan Susu, "Keep raising the bid until he doesn't tee one anymore." Ruan Susu nodded, 10 billion, 600 million. Shun Lingxue slammed the table, 11 billion. Ruan Susu was cautious in her bidding, only raising it by 10 million each time, 11 billion, 100 million. Shun Lingxue thought about the money she had set aside for the auction, 12 billion. She currently has 3 billion in liquid capital at her disposal. The mine was a spur-of-the-moment decision to buy, but more importantly, she was here for the 30,000 acres of agricultural land in the southeast of S-City. In their Shun family's plan, this land is a must-have. It would perfectly integrate with their advantageous industry chain in the mainland, allowing the Shun family's annual profits to increase by half after acquiring it. So putting out 12 billion to buy the mine was already her limit. Chapter 317. Congratulations, mistakenly Ruan Susu hesitated. Should we raise the bid again? Gu Xiang replied, if you want to raise it, then do it. Ruan Susu put down the card, feeling it was too much. If they added in the cost for renovating the mine and purchasing machinery, the total would likely reach 20 billion. If they relied solely on selling jewelry to recoup that, it would take a long time. She thought carefully and then looked at Gu Xiang. I don't understand these things. I'm just providing some small insights. Gu Xiang straightened up, saying, you're right. Wang's family indeed wants it, but considering the mine and other costs, buying it for 12 billion would be a loss. It's not that it can't be profitable, but to recoup the cost would take about 5 or 6 years. Investing 12 billion in other things would be better. Gu Xiang actually didn't care much about this money. Even without the system, 12 billion was merely her earnings for half a month. She took the car back, placed it on the table, and looked at Shun Lingxue. Then congratulations to you, General Manager Shun. She originally thought about buying the mine, and her estimate wouldn't exceed 6 billion. He raised the price to 12 billion by himself. He would have to swallow it even if it hurt. The smile between Gu Xiang's brows seemed to hide a knife. Shun Lingxue's face darkened. Even if she secured the mine, her mood didn't improve even a bit. Instead, it worsened. She did it on purpose, letting the little lover raise the bid, pretending not to care about money, making him indecisive, ultimately raising the price to 12 billion. After all, things that are contested are more desirable. Ruan Susu felt that just now. Gu Xiang seemed to be plotting against General Manager Shun. Was he angry? Gu Xiang chuckled, with undisguised sarcasm. Isn't this mine what General Manager Shun wanted? He should be happy. Gu Xiang has never been merciful to those who want to compete with her. This statement was not deliberately lowered, and Shun Lingshue's breathing became very deliberate upon hearing it. Chu Tsonyan silently gave Gu Xiang a thumbs up. This sister is really impressive. She actually made General Shun so angry. The auctioneer, seeing the mine had been sold, happily started to applaud. However, the entire venue fell silent, an eerie quiet. The auctioneer felt awkward. Congratulations, General Manager Shun. General Shun's face looks frightening. Why is General Shun not happy? Did he congratulate the wrong person? Many wealthy businessmen had collaborated with Shun Lingxue, who had sat in the CEO position for many years, wielding great influence. The moment her expression darkened, no one dared to speak. Usually, General Shun's emotions were hard to read, but this was the first time her anger was visibly apparent. They silently looked at Gu Xiang, filled with admiration. She is a character. The out-of-town businessmen who initially underestimated her as a young girl had their perceptions refreshed. Looking at her expression, they felt a bit more respect. She was brave. They definitely didn't dare to offend General Shun. Now, they believed this young girl was indeed the richest in S-City. The out-of-town businessmen resolved never to provoke this young girl again. If she didn't even give General Shun face, who would dare to cross her and not end up hurt? They were scared. Ruan Susu glanced at Shun Lingshu's gloomy expression and then looked at Gu Xiang's calm, even slightly smiling face, feeling a deep sense of admiration. As expected of someone who could sit in this position, while the atmosphere was tense and everyone had different thoughts, she remained as tranquil as water and more leisurely. Su Jiangwo, of such an age, had seen it all. How could he not see the open and covert competition between the two camps of S-City and the out-of-town businessmen? He hadn't expected the mine to sell for so much money. The higher the selling price, the more commission he would receive. With that money, he could buy better tractors for the Agricultural Bureau. Su Jiangwo smiled. He didn't care whether those wealthy businessmen were happy or not. He was genuinely pleased to have new tractors. He glanced at Gu Xiang and couldn't help but marvel at how increasingly pleasing this young girl was to him. He thought selling it for 6 billion would be great. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, a full 12 billion. Let him calculate how many new tractors those commissions could buy. No, he needed to buy a harvester too. Nearby, several villages had old harvesters that were full of problems. He could take them to use, saving the farmers a lot of money. Chapter 3:18. Durable and long-lasting. Ruan Susu felt someone squeezing her palm several times. And the instigator was still marveling at how soft it was. Whose palm isn't soft? But she didn't squeeze her own. She wanted to squeeze his. Ruan Susu saw her squeezing it like clay, feeling both helpless and shy. Gu Xiang looked up in surprise. Is she really shy? Ruan Susu felt a bit hot all over. No, I'm not. Gu Xiang thought to herself, is this the joy of nurturing? Chu Sonyin beside them was getting restless, feeling particularly impressed with Gu Xiang at this moment. Everyone was on high alert, waiting for the next auction. Yet she was here, teasing a little beauty. Thinking of this, Chu Sonyin glanced at Shun Lingshu beside him. All right, is President Shun still angry? Don't let it harm your health, he silently complained. Gu Xiang inadvertently caught sight of the interest-filled gaze of Chu Sonyin and felt puzzled. Ever since Chu Sonyin's male lead aura left him, he seemed to be getting happier, no longer caring about the domineering president persona, completely letting go of himself. It turns out that a deep and tormenting love script isn't that easy to obtain. Thinking of this, Gu Xiang couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. System, that male lead aura running to me, won't there be any strange developments? Like deep and tormenting love or something, right? Don't mess with me. Ha ha. Master, you actually get nervous too? I didn't expect you, who fears nothing, to be afraid of becoming the protagonist of a tormenting love story. Gu Xiang helplessly communicated through heart language, thinking about those plots of gouging eyes, ripping hearts, blocking knives, breaking bones, and jumping into the sea after bankruptcy. Are you kidding? Aren't you afraid? The original author directly made Fang Yuyu's company go bankrupt to bring her and Chu Sonyin together after their marriage. Chu Sonyin initially ignored it, cold-blooded and heartless, but eventually fell in love with Fang Yuyu, using his power to support the Fang family again, leading to a dramatic chase for his wife. However, during those days of Fang Yuyu's bankruptcy, it was truly miserable. Her father aged overnight. She was humiliated while job hunting, targeted by greasy men, ruthlessly retaliated against by a vicious female antagonist, and blocked by local thugs and alleys. It was simply a tragedy beyond tragedy. The subsequent plot probably involved Chu Sonyin descending from the heavens, gradually falling in love with her through repeated help. Cough cough, don't mind the logic. As long as it's loved by the majority of readers, it's enough. A classic is not necessarily good-looking, and a good-looking one isn't necessarily a classic. At least the male lead, Aura, won't be forced into bankruptcy. Alright, so it's just the female lead being tortured from start to finish, right? The chase for his wife is just to torment the male lead a bit and then have readers cry for him. And that's it? So the male lead aura is still reliable. Perhaps the male lead aura on Chu Sonyin only reflects the domineering president persona. But on you, the host, it's different. How is it different? For example, The seed drawn from the lucky wool just now? The host in the 3,000 worlds has less than 1 in 100,000 chance of drawing this. But you got it. Wow, that's useful. Other places are also very useful. Ambiguous smile JPG. For example, a male lead's essential skill. 7 times in one night. One night 7 times. Durable and long-lasting. Gu Xiang, is there anything else? There's also a little fairy you're provoking. Gu Xiang's temples throbbed twice. What'd it do? I kinda don't want it anymore. Ruan Susu noticed that the hand gripping hers suddenly tightened and looked at Gu Xiang in surprise. What's wrong? Chapter 319 Competing with her in spending money? Ruan Susu's eyes were bright and clear, always appearing extremely innocent and well-behaved when he looked up at people from below. Gu Xiang suddenly leaned in closer to him, her expression ambiguous. Little fairy. Damn, can't say it anymore. Too greasy. This male lead aura is no good. But those 3 words were enough. Ruan Susu's face turned bright red upon hearing them. Why you? He looked at Gu Xiang, completely at a loss for words. Gu Xiang was shocked to see him looking both shy and scared from being teased. Why didn't he feel greasy? Ha, host. What about your face could be considered greasy? Are you kidding? Even if it were the national goddess Lu Yifei saying these words, countless people would be smitten. Okay? So, the greasy part isn't the lines, it's the person. At this moment, Su Jiangwo was speaking on stage, discussing the early days of the founding of the country and looking towards the future. Everyone was quite sleepy, but there was no other way. They had to get through it. After Su Jiangwo put down the script, he quickly took a big gulp of water. A nearby leader leaned over Director Su. Today's script is a bit long. Su Jiangwo replied. It was written by my principal classmate. I want to let him write scripts again. The principal, no wonder. The auctioneer came on stage, offering 30,000 acres of agricultural land, with a starting price of 9 billion. Shen Lingxue directly raised her card, 9 billion, 100 million. Gu Xiang propped her chin in her hand, adding 1 million at a time. President Shen should be a bit more generous. President Shen's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes were extremely unfriendly. Other businessmen around showed expressions like they were constipated upon hearing this. Adding 1 million at a time isn't a big deal. Those printing money factories aren't so crazy. Damn, 1 million, some companies are only worth 100 million. This wave of hand means how many companies are gone. If someone else said this, they would definitely mock a few times and be done with it. But it was Gu Xiang who said it. She was just raising the price by billions. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of companies were gone. Fine, I'll admit you're rich. Wealthy outsiders turned their heads in anger, awkwardly suppressing their hatred for the rich. Many businessmen came for this piece of land. Although they didn't want to offend Shen Lingxue, they couldn't help but call out a price. 9 billion, 110 million. 9 billion, 120 million. 9 billion, 230 million. When it got to this point, Shen Lingxue turned around, her gaze drifting towards Gu Xiang. Look, this is how a normal person bids. Adding 1 million at a time. Her adding millions at a time was already considered extravagant. Gu Xiang raised an eyebrow, her beauty becoming even more striking. 15 billion. The whole place fell silent. The enthusiasm for bidding that had been there just moments ago instantly vanished. Holy crap, this is insane. An increase of nearly 6 billion at once. Are you still letting others live? Shen Lingxue's smile that had just begun to form faded away. Gu Xiang estimated in her heart that the price for this land was around 16 billion. At this price point, the only ones competitive besides her were Shen Lingxue and Chu Tsongyan. Since Chu Tsongyan wasn't interested in this piece of land, only Shen Lingxue was left. Shen Lingxue took a deep breath and turned to look at Gu Xiang. Are you getting back at me? Knowing that he came here just to acquire this land. But you raised the price by 6 billion in one go. Gu Xiang smiled politely. President Shen is joking. I have no grievances or grudges with you. Shen Lingxue turned back, her gaze deep. Gu Xiang lowered her head and leaned towards Ruan Susu, whispering, Want to place a bet? Ruan Susu blinked his clear eyes. Sure. Gu Xiang smiled mysteriously. I bet Shen Lingxue will not be able to come up with more than 30 billion in total for the bidding funds. Ruan Susu was a bit surprised. That is quite a lot. Gu Xiang smiled. Not too much. Chapter 320. Does she really have so much money? Gu Xiang knew that Ruan Susu was very well behaved, so much so that she would not harbor any resentment towards the rich. That's why she brought him here without hesitation. Instead of someone else, Ruan Susu whispered, Shen Lingxue has already spent 2 billion just now. Gu Xiang nodded in understanding. Yes. So the money he can still use for bidding is no more than 8 billion. She could guess that Shun Lingxue had a total auction fund of 3 billion, making it easy to deduce the remainder. Ruan Susu felt like his IQ was being crushed to the ground, even though the girl in front of him was only a year older. How could she be so extraordinary? He thought, not even noticing that he had said out loud. Gu Xiang chuckled. You are the fairy, and I am the extraordinary one? That sounds quite fitting. Ruan Susu's face turned warm. While the two were whispering, Shun Lingxue began to raise the bidding paddle again. 55 billion. Gu Xiang quickly followed suit. 6 billion. After she finished bidding, she casually glanced at the leadership seats on stage and noticed that one seat was empty. Where's Director Su? Ruan Susu replied. He drank a lot of water just now, so he should have gone to the restroom. Gu Xiang nodded. You observe quite carefully. Chapter 321. What I lack the least is money. The merchant from S-City were also getting rowdy. Ma Zhizhuan's actions clearly provoked the dignity of the entire S-City. We are all bidders, and we from S-City need to be checked, but you from Kyoto don't need to be checked, right? The auction became chaotic, and Ma Zhizhuan quickly pounded the table, calling for silence. He secretly exchanged glances with Shun Lingxue, but seeing Shun Lingxue shake his head, Ma Zhizhuan's expression darkened. The Shun family's enterprises are spread across the country and do not need to be verified. The merchants from S-City couldn't sit still, one by one, standing up, creating an overwhelming pressure. If we're to be checked, let us check everyone. Are you bullying us on our own turf? The commotion was worse than a wet market. The merchant from outside also couldn't sit still. You bunch of aggressive people. Our President Shun still needs to verify assets. Their company is a Fortune 500. How can you small places compare? Small places? Are you stirring up trouble? The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. Ruan Susu watched the back and forth shouting, feeling hesitant, and turned to Gu Xiang, only to find her smiling. She was smiling at Ma Zhizhuan on the stage, like a tiger king on a mountain, grinning at her prey that dared to provoke her. Chapter 322. The Billionaire is rich. The Shun Group has gathered a total of over 1 trillion across various companies. But how is that related to Shun Lingxue? There's no telling how many shareholders the Shun Group has, and some subsidiaries are in the hands of the family's collateral branches, which have little to do with him. At the end of the year, he only gets a bit of dividends. After deducting that trillion, Gu Xiang had nothing left in her bank account. Shun Lingxue, who was used to being the center of attention, for the first time realized that no matter how powerful his family was, he was just a poor kid in front of others. Gu Xiang retrieved her bank card from the stunned leader. The leader who came to verify assets regained his composure and immediately flashed a big smile at Gu Xiang. Sorry for bothering you. Please have a seat. I truly apologize. Gu Xiang nodded modestly, her demeanor exuding grace. Ruan Susu watched the asset verification personnel leave and leaned closer to Gu Xiang. He thought that no matter what happened to Gu Xiang in the future, he would not be surprised anymore. Over 1 trillion? What concept is that? Classmate Gu, you are really wealthy. Gu Xiang smiled. Is that all you want to say to me? Ruan Susu was taken aback, staring directly into her eyes. Then what else do you want me to say? Gu Xiang suddenly leaned closer to him, the fragrance she carried penetrating deeply, causing Ruan Susu to start feeling restless. Did we not make a bet before? Bet that Shun Lingxue has only 8 billion left. Now it seemed that Gu Xiang's guess was spot on. Ruan Susu's bright eyes froze for a second before suddenly breaking into a dazzling smile. What do you want me to wager? His eyelashes lowered, thick emotions swirling in his eyes, his voice soft and gentle like a teasing breeze. The whole person exuded a pure yet seductive aura. Gu Xiang held his hand, looking at him with the same gaze, her voice low and husky. Call me sister. Ruan Susu's heart raced at that moment, unable to remain calm. His fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, like clouds at sunset. His lips trembled slightly, his eyelashes fluttering nervously, every little detail revealing his anxious heart. Sister, he called out awkwardly, very unnatural. But this awkwardness added a sense of unspoken meaning. Gu Xiang felt a stir in her heart, and then smiled. Sounds nice. Call me that when we get home. Ruan Susu's face seemed to radiate heat. In contrast, Shun Lingxue was looking gloomy. From his birth to becoming president, he had never experienced such embarrassment and defeat. He couldn't believe how he had lowered himself to borrow money from those small businessmen he had previously looked down upon. In a rush, he gathered the money just before the asset verification personnel arrived. When Shun Lingxue took out 2 billion, he was still a bit out of breath. Fortunately, those outside merchants came prepared, and together they barely managed to scrape together 200 million. They were also willing to give President Shen this face. The asset verification personnel had already been shocked by Gu Xiang's trillion-dollar bank balance. Hearing that Shan Lingxue had only 2 billion, their expressions were already quite calm. This amount of money isn't even enough for Gu Dong to toss away with a wave of his hand. Shan Lingxue was keenly observant and understood the subtle thoughts behind their calm expressions. Ma Zhizhuan was left in disarray after seeing the data reported by his subordinates regarding the trillion. If they continued to compete financially, it was certain that Gu Xiang would win. He signaled to Shan Lingxue, suggesting that they might as well call it quits. Shan Lingxue clenched his fists, his dark eyes seemingly conveying an unwavering resolve. Gu Xiang watched their conversation, feeling that they were up to something again. She leaned in and whispered a few words in Ruan Susu's ear, and soon, Ruan Susu stood up and left his seat. Chapter 323. The situation is one-sided. Ma Zhizhuan cleared his throat, his voice spreading through the sound system to the ears of everyone present. Mr. Shen and Director Gu are both interested in this piece of land. 20 billion is already enough to buy it. Bidding any higher would not be conducive to a good business competition environment. Gu Xiang directly interrupted him, saying that it would be better for team leader Ma to get straight to the point. Ma Zhizhuan felt a bit embarrassed and suggested that it would be better to present the plans for the agricultural land in the southeast of S City from both parties. They would then select the best option based on the economic benefits generated by each plan. A businessman whispered, in other words, whoever can develop that land to the greatest extent and make the most money from it will get the land. Isn't that obvious? The Shun family has coveted this land for a long time. Once they buy it, various companies under the Shun family will mobilize resources for development, and the profits in the future will be countless. Doesn't that directly determine the outcome? It must be Mr. Shun who will take it. Seeing that the situation finally began to tilt in her favor, Shan Lingxue raised her lips and took out a proposal from her briefcase. Team Leader Ma, please take a look. This is our Shun Group's plan, which will bring more tax revenue to the government. Having connections in the auction is indeed beneficial. Sometimes money can play a role, but it's not the decisive factor. Shan Lingxue glanced at Gu Xiang with a hint of pride. Ma Zhizhuan pretended to look at the proposal, not quite understanding it, but acting as if he did. Although he was the auctioneer, he obviously leaned more towards Shan Lingxue. With the director of the Agricultural Bureau not present, he was the highest authority. Whoever he said the land would go to, it would be theirs. Mr. Shen's plan is excellent. What about you, Director Gu? Gu Xiang shrugged. I don't have one. She had come on a whim and had no idea that there was a piece of land being auctioned. Ma Zhizhuan displayed a somewhat disappointed expression, saying it was a pity, as it seemed that Director Gu was fated to have no connection with this land. He looked at Shan Lingxue with satisfaction. Congratulations, Mr. Shun. Shan Lingxue smiled at Gu Xiang, saying, as the saying goes, one gains some and loses some. It seems I have gained that piece of land, but I will have to pay a hefty tax every year. The crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. The more one earns, the more taxes one pays, right? Mr. Shun is clearly taking advantage and pretending to be virtuous. Where did the steady Mr. Shin go? Why is he competing with a little girl? The businessmen of S City, seeing that the matter was settled, all hung their heads like defeated roosters. This was no longer just a simple competition between Gu Xiang and Shan Lingxue. The issue had already escalated to a struggle between the locals of S City and outsiders for territory. Now, they, with their 30,000 acres of agricultural land, were watching being bought by outsiders. It was one thing that they didn't want it, but their own people participated in the competition, and with over 100 billion, they still couldn't get their hands on it. This left them with a sense of humiliation akin to losing territory and paying reparations. The businessmen of S City all looked grim and dejected. Shan Lingxue raised her eyebrows, glancing at Gu Xiang several times, hoping to see her irritated expression, just like she had earlier. However, there was none. Gu Xiang, having finished playing with her phone, looked up with a relaxed and content expression, even occasionally glancing elsewhere, leisurely admiring the arrangement of the auction hall. Clearly, she was the ultimate winner, yet Gu Xiang didn't even glance at her again. Shan Lingxue felt inexplicably annoyed. Her plum blossom red lips pressed white. Gu Xiang lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest, calculating the time back and forth. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the entrance of the auction hall. The one in front was Mr. Su Jiangwo, the director of the Agricultural Bureau. Ruan Susu, leaning on a cane, followed closely behind. As they walked down the aisle, Ruan Susu winked at her with a smile. The pure-looking boy was particularly charming at that moment. Chapter 324. I won. You should be angry. Gu Xiang stopped tapping the armrest, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her dark eyes, anticipating the moment by 20 seconds. Ruan Susu, under the gaze of those around, comfortably returned to his original position. Gu Xiang was quite surprised and asked, "Aren't you socially anxious anymore?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Ruan Susu froze for a moment, as if he had just noticed that there were quite a few bystanders around. "I forgot," he said, lowering his head, looking nervous and shy, the kind of look that made one want to hide away. Just moments ago, his gaze had swept across the entire room, but because he was worried about the trouble Gu Xiang was encountering, he had completely forgotten about others. Gu Xiang leaned closer to his ear, her smile carefree. "Since you're socially anxious, then just don't socialize, just look at me." Her tone was full of encouragement and temptation, like a devil-esque whisper, making one involuntarily fall deeper into temptation. Ruan Susu's heart raced. Shen Lingxue thought, the high-quality president of the Shun family wanted to burst out with a Chinese classic at this moment. These two love-struck fools should just go home and be lovey-dovey. What were they fighting for here? This was the first time he got what he wanted, but couldn't he feel any happiness? Shen Lingxue now had an impulse. Chapter 325. Overtaking on a curve, a foreigner watching the excitement raised his hand. "We have the most advanced gene technology. If Director Gu is interested, we can collaborate with my company. If we profit, we take 9 and you take 1. This reflects the helplessness of advanced technology being in foreign hands. People from Z country can only exchange countless resources, manpower, and finances for a tiny bit of technology from the other side." Gu Xiang shook her head. No need. Seeing themselves being rejected, the few foreigners immediately sneered. "You don't know what's good for you. Our technology, even if your country spends another 30 years. You want to catch up." Gu Xiang laughed. "Oh, really?" The foreigner's words instantly ignited the anger of the entire crowd. Shen Lingxue felt a fiery rage. No one from Huaxia could stand to see this scene. A foreigner actually being arrogant on their Huaxia territory. Shen Lingxue sneered, "Mr. Lukov, I don't think there's any need for our collaboration to continue." Lukov was momentarily stunned, then laughed loudly. "If it weren't for the cheap labor here, who would want to collaborate with you?" Shen Lingxue's knuckles cracked with tension. Gu Xiang pulled out a few sheets of paper. This was the seed improvement plan she requested from the system. It was her initial research plan for high-yield crop seeds. Taking out such terrifying seeds at once was not a good thing. The saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. She needed to proceed step by step, slowly revealing the technology. But just the preliminary plan was enough to intimidate these foreigners. She cast a cold glance at Lukov, saying, "We will naturally have advanced technology. Huaxia people overtaking on a curve is not a one-time occurrence. I hope Mr. Lukov won't be too surprised." Luke's face still carried an arrogant expression. How could a 30-year technology gap possibly catch up to us? Gu Xiang picked up several sheets of paper from the table and walked up to Luke, handing them to him. Having spent 7 or 8 years in Country Z, Luke skimmed through the research proposal with ease. After a quick glance, the arrogant look on his face vanished without a trace, leaving him speechless, dumbfounded. Everyone was curious about what was written on those sheets of paper that could cause such a stark contrast in this proud foreigner. Luke exchanged glances with those nearby, and a group swiftly grabbed their briefcases and rushed out. Luke, protective of the papers, seemed intent on escaping with the precious research proposal. This was outright robbery. The crowd was startled and in chaos. Su Jiangwo was the first to stop Luke. Luke struggled against several security guards, but still clung tightly to the papers, unwilling to return them. Shen Lingxue stood up and kicked him away, pulling the papers out of his grip. Glancing quickly, he looked up from the research proposal, shocked, and stared at Gu Xiang. His face was filled with blank confusion, as if he couldn't believe she had such advanced technology in her hands. Gu Xiang remained calm, and then extended her hand to Shen Lingxue. "Mr. Shen, it's time to return these to me." She wasn't afraid that others could learn from the contents with just a glance. Even if they could learn everything, there were still secondary, tertiary, and quaternary plans. It was far-fetched to think they could create high-yield seeds developed in advanced dimensions based on just a few glances. Shen Lingxue closed his mouth, trying to maintain a calm demeanor, but his hurried breathing betrayed his inner turmoil. He handed the papers to Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang tugged at them forcefully, but he held on tight, and they tugged back and forth several times. Gu Xiang looked up and met his feigned innocent gaze. With a cold smile, she slapped the back of his hand hard. Shun Lingxue winced in pain, and a clear handprint appeared on his fair skin. At that moment, he couldn't care less about that. He just gazed longingly at the items in Gu Xiang's hands. Chapter 326. Trillions of sweetness. Gu Xiang turned and went up to the stage, handing the research proposal to Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo was the head of the Agricultural Bureau, and it could be said that no one in the room understood this research proposal better than he did. After reading just 2 lines, his fingers trembled. By the time he finished a page, his legs were shaking, almost causing him to fall over. After reading it all, he was unable to calm down for a long time. He opened his mouth several times, unsure of how to express himself, only able to look at Gu Xiang with shock. He was certain that with these few sheets of paper, Country Z's agricultural sector could surpass that of all other countries. He felt his excitement, causing his blood pressure to rise. After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, his sharp gaze turned toward Luke. That foreigner had just seen it too. The technology absolutely could not be leaked. It seemed he needed to report to the relevant departments and ensure this foreigner was locked away for a lifetime. He signaled to several staff members, who understood his meaning and when to take action. Luke's eyes were wild and bloodshot as he struggled fiercely under the restraint of 4 or 5 bodyguards. "Give it to me. All of it. It's mine. I can pay for it." He was twisted into a painful position, momentarily coming to his senses, glaring at Gu Xiang with a ferocious expression. "Ms. Gu, you're like a god to me, my Jesus. If you're willing to give me those few sheets of paper, I will do anything for you." Those around him stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his frenzied demeanor, their curiosity growing even more. Luke was a renowned research doctor in the field of agricultural genetic modification technology. That these few sheets of paper could make him act like this was unbelievable. Luke continued to shout, "I am willing to serve you for life. God, please give me those few sheets of paper. Just let me see them one more time, just one more time." At that moment, he resembled an addict desperate for another fix, willing to risk his life for just one more glimpse. His God looked at him with a mocking smile, devoid of any pity. "Dr. Luke's technology has surpassed us by 30 years. Surely these mere sheets of paper are beneath your notice." Those words were truly soul-crushing. Luke was on the verge of worshiping his God right there. He broke down in tears at Gu Xiang's words. "I was wrong, God. Your technology is advanced. It's Country Z's technology that has surpassed us by decades. No, by centuries." Su Jiangwo took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his heated mind. His gaze fell on Shun Lingxue. "Mr. Shun, do you still want to stick to your plan?" Shun Lingxue lowered his head in silence. Whether it was the planned proposal or public taxation, with Gu Xiang's advanced technology, what she could accomplish after acquiring that land would be 10 or even 100 times better than him. He had lost. For the first time, Shun Lingxue lost to someone else, and he accepted it willingly. Su Jiangwo looked at Gu Xiang with a broad smile. "Gu Xiaoyu, this piece of land actually doesn't require 20 billion. That price disrupts the market. How about we settle for 10 billion? The crowd gasped in shock. 10 billion. That was a cut of half. The land itself was worth at least 16 billion. Wasn't this a loss? However, what they didn't know was that the auction land had a price, but research technology was priceless. If these few sheets of paper were put on the international market, let alone a mere 10 billion, trillions would be willingly offered. Chapter 327. His keeper was taken away by another. Su Jiangwo spoke softly, fearing that his old face might scare Gu Xiaoyu. "I only have one request. Could Gu Xiaoyu bring our agricultural bureau's students to study together? Of course, we won't covet the core technology. We just want to lend a hand to your tech company." Damn, someone immediately cursed. Let the leaders of the Agricultural Bureau go be students and help them. Heavens! Gu Xiang smiled, her expression neither arrogant nor humble. "That is absolutely no problem. In the future, my company will inevitably need to engage in more technical communication and exchanges with the Agricultural Bureau." This meant she wouldn't keep secrets. She was willing to actively submit new research achievements to the country. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Such a selfless entrepreneur was indeed rare. Companies with cutting-edge technology usually kept their techniques strictly confidential, fearing any hint of exposure. Gu Xiang is doing well, not only expressing a desire for long-term cooperation and sharing technology with the country, but also generously showing research materials to others. Either Gu Dong truly doesn't care about that bit of money, or he stands out among entrepreneurs with a heart for the country and the people. Chapter 328. I was born to be disliked by others. Ruan Susu felt wronged. Leaning on a cane, she limped after Su Jiangwo, chasing him out. Shunling Xue pulled Gu Xiang out of the auction hall all the way to the marble corridor outside. The floor was smooth as a mirror, almost reflecting the figures of the two. Gu Xiang's face still bore a smile, like a bright moon or a spring breeze brushing against willows. But the smile did not reach her eyes. Is there something important that President Shun wants to talk to me about? It couldn't be that she came to help her because she saw her being upset. Shunling Xue was caught off guard by her direct question and was at a loss for words. Who knows, just now, her brain seemed to misfire. Impulsively rushing onto the auction stage, impulsively reaching out, and impulsively pulling someone out of the crowd. He retracted his hand that was holding her arm. Through a thin layer of fabric, his palms seemed to still retain the soft touch. Shunling Xue's gaze fell on her for a moment before retreating, crossing her arms. Her expression cold and proud. It's nothing, just can't stand it. Gu Xiang suddenly realized, indeed, as long as President Shun was present, everyone probably only had eyes for her. I inadvertently stole President Shun's limelight. I'm really very sorry. Why would she think like this? Chapter 329. CEO, woman, you're being unruly. Su Jiangwo turned a corner and saw this scene, gasping in surprise. Then he quickly turned his back. No. I'm sorry to disturb you young people. He hurriedly left, turning back to the place he came from. Gu Xiang thought, damn it, this is going to be hard to explain. The two remained in a stalemate. After a few seconds, Ruan Susu was the first to speak. When do you plan to get up? Looking at their lips, he felt a mix of emotions. Shunling Xue was suddenly awakened, realizing, yes, this person on her body was taking advantage of her. That was her first kiss. This first kiss was supposed to be reserved for her capable, knowledgeable, independent, and strong girlfriend. Why wasn't she getting up? How long did she want to kiss? Shunling Xue's eyes burned with anger, forcefully turning her head away, and then she heard a crack. Her expression immediately became rich. Damn, my neck is twisted. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, feeling an impulse to drag the world down with him. You, get off me. Gu Xiang opened her eyes, her brows tightly knitted. My waist hurts. Just now, she had abruptly changed direction in midair, causing her waist, which hadn't moved much for a long time, to get hurt. Shunling Xue took another deep breath, enduring the pain in her neck. You, move your face away. Gu Xiang's face was awkward, and her neck was also twisted. Shunling Xue's eyes widened in shock. Gu Xiang, seeing his disbelieving expression, awkwardly explained, I twisted it when I bumped into your lips just now. She was afraid of kissing Shunling Xue, so she had tried to turn her head, but they ended up colliding anyway, and she twisted her neck. Shunling Xue wanted to die. Ruan Susu picked up his cane, stepped forward, and pulled Gu Xiang up. He felt ashamed, having thought the two were developing feelings and didn't want to leave each other. It turned out to be like this. He knew that Miss Gu was such an upright person. She would never look favorably upon the opponent. Gu Xiang's neck and waist hurt, causing her temples to throb. Sitting in one position for too long made her stiff, and she had unexpectedly twisted it. Ruan Susu, being a boy, wasn't that delicate. After pulling Gu Xiang up, he held her arm with one hand and anxiously asked, Miss Gu, how are you now? I'll call an ambulance. He had been calm when he broke his leg. But now seeing Gu Xiang hurt, he was in a panic. Gu Xiang felt frustrated, watching the person on the ground gritting his teeth to stand up, feeling even more indignant. Who are you putting on a chastity, righteous man expression for? Shunling Xue, holding her neck, had a gloomy face. Say that again. Ruan Susu wanted to leave quickly, taking Gu Xiang to the hospital for treatment, and in a moment of panic, he directly said for Gu Xiang, Miss Gu said you're a chastity, righteous man. Shunling Xue. I'll let the world end. Ruan Susu anxiously scanned around and accidentally saw Shunling Xue's loose clothing. He awkwardly said, your belt is open. Shunling Xue looked down, instantly covering with both hands. Glaring at Gu Xiang, you're being unruly. Gu Xiang, dizzy from the pain, didn't he know what was happening? What unruliness? Did your zipper open? Shunling Xue wanted to create an atomic bomb to blow up the earth. Gu Xiang didn't hear a response and suddenly understood something. It really is open. Chapter 330. Gu Dong is too shocked. Shunling Xue immediately turned around to tidy himself up, his face blushing furiously. The feeling of social death was too terrible. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he finally turned back around. His lips were numb and painful, wiping with the back of his hand, seeing the blood on it. Shen Lingxue felt his blood pressure rising again. Gu Xiang was feeling troubled. Looking at his pure and noble appearance that was ruined, her anger flared even more. I was the one taken advantage of, okay? Of course, such things benefit the more attractive side. Shen Lingxue's chest heaved violently. This guy still has the face to say that. He couldn't bear the humiliation anymore and turned to leave. You can't be a virgin, right? Hearing the female voice from behind, Shen Lingxue's body swayed. You're so angry. It couldn't have been your first kiss earlier, right? Shen Lingxue's fingers tightened, cracking. He suddenly turned his head, furious with fire in his eyes. You shut up. Ruan Susu supported Gu Xiang, surprised. Miss Gu, you're amazing. You always guess so accurately. Shen Lingxue was almost exasperated. His neck hurt even more. Holding his neck, he hurriedly descended the stairs through the fire exit. Gu Xiang asked Ruan Susu for a tissue and wiped her mouth hard twice. Chapter 331. The system can also walk through back doors. Shen Lingxue shivered, looking at Gu Xiang with a hint of indescribable fear and dread. No, no, no. Thank you, thank you. At that moment, a group of people suddenly rushed into the clinic entrance. Mr. Shen, we finally found you. How are you? That Gu Xiang didn't make things difficult for you, did he? A crowd surrounded Shen Lingxue, who deeply covered her face. Can you all leave, please? The subordinates immediately showed a crying expression. Boo-hoo, Mr. Shen doesn't love them anymore. Su Jiangwo greeted everyone. Shall I and Chairman Gu take our leave? Only then did they notice Gu Xiang, gasping in surprise. Cough, cough, cough. Why is Chairman Gu here too? Gu Xiang's status skyrocketed in their minds after the auction, where she was associated with hundreds of billions in bank cards and top-notch technology. They felt a deep respect for Gu Xiang. They looked at their president and felt that Mr. Shen seemed a bit hesitant to look at Chairman Gu. Shen Lingxue regretted her decision to attend the auction in person today. Amid the noisy voices of her subordinates, she vaguely heard a woman's light laughter. It was a very clear mockery. Frustrated, she sent her subordinates away and looked up, only to find that Gu Xiang had left at some point. She suddenly stood up, and the young nurse who had just come over looked at her in fear. Crack! Shen Lingxue's handsome face froze. The auction consumed 10 billion. According to the financial investment calculation of 1 million returned for 1 point, the system returned a total of 1,000 points. The host's current total points, 77782. Gu Xiang suddenly realized she had quite a few points and could spend freely. She thought to herself, system, was that more than 1,000 billion in bank card balance generated by you? She had quite a few profitable companies under her name, but the money was mostly in the company accounts, and she rarely used it. There were only tens of billions in her card. The rest was deposited by the system. Yes, is 100 billion enough? Shyly rubbing hands, JPG. What if I deposited too little? The system said in a tone that seemed to worry about disappointing its host. Gu Xiang, that's too much. Actually, you don't need to deposit extra money. What I have in my card is enough. No way. The system must support its host. I'm not one of those useless systems. Gu Xiang was very touched. You're so good, system. Shyly blushing JPG. That's what the system is supposed to do. Do you have your own name? The system has its own number. A333. You're called A333? If the master likes it, they can call me by my nickname, 3U. Expectant eyes JPG. 3U? Gu Xiang couldn't help but smile. Are you mocking the system? No, that name is super cute. What does the A in your number mean? Gu Xiang quickly changed the topic, fearing she might hurt her little system's tiny heart, CPU. A is the top-level number. Every person and system in the system headquarters has their own number. 3 overlapping digits represent a top player in a certain field. For example, a 111 is the main god of the system headquarters. A 222 fixes bugs. A 444 manages life and death cycles and punishment. So you are the most powerful system. Yes. Proud JPG. Gu Xiang subtly asked, is that all there is in your system headquarters? Of course, there is a lot more. My best friend is C888888. He has a super cute little system. Does a longer number mean a lower rank? Pretty much, a longer number has shallower qualifications. My number is one of the shortest. Gu Xiang understood. No wonder you handle things so quickly. It turns out you have backdoor access. Master, were you trying to fish for information from the system just now? Chapter 332. Little Prince Mo wants to stick to you every day. Gu Xiang affectionately called out. Master just wants to understand you a bit more. Master really likes you. The system immediately became proud. Gu Xiang began to doubt the reliability of the system headquarters. How could such a naive system be developed? Ruan Susu noticed that Gu Xiang hadn't spoken for a while and occasionally smiled lightly. Are you still thinking about what just happened? He also wanted to laugh when he thought of that domineering CEO being scared out of his wits by Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang didn't explain and simply nodded. When they reached the garage, they found quite a few people there. All were entrepreneurs returning after the auction ended. Su Jiangwo was chatting with someone, surrounded by many people. Chu Tsonyan saw Gu Xiang from a distance and walked over briskly. Chairman Gu. In front are the directors of the Agriculture Bureau and the leaders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The leader from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is surnamed Li. Just call her Secretary Li. Gu Xiang nodded. Thank you. Chu Tsonyan said apologetically. I felt guilty for not being able to help you at the auction. No need to be polite. If I had to rely on others to get what I want, then I wouldn't be myself. Chu Tsonyan was momentarily taken aback and then smiled brightly. The entrepreneurs were busy chatting with the leaders, but Gu Xiang didn't share their enthusiasm. She and Ruan Susu walked straight to the McLaren. Sister Gu. A clear and bright voice rang out in the garage. Gu Xiang turned her head upon hearing Xiao Mo's voice. The tall blonde boy was waving at her with a radiant smile, looking like a character from a movie. Xiao Mo. Gu Xiang was somewhat surprised. He arrived pretty quickly. Earlier, Yi Chan said he couldn't stop little Prince Mo, and now he was already here. Little Prince Mo pushed through the crowd and ran up to Gu Xiang, grinning with white teeth. Sister Gu. Secretary Li from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also walked over. Chu Tsonyan introduced, this is Gu Xiang, the chairman of Binhai Tower. Secretary Li extended her hand. Chairman Gu, nice to meet you. Gu Xiang looked at the slender and authoritative middle-aged woman in front of her and smiled politely, extending her hand to shake hers. Secretary Li. I've heard a lot about you. Secretary Li adjusted her glasses. Chairman Gu. Do you know little Prince Mo? She explained. I am a diplomatic staff specifically responsible for the Nujua tribe. The mining output of the Nujua tribe is astonishing, and their resources are rapidly boosting their economy, even comparable to some resource-rich Middle Eastern countries. Although Nujua has not yet established itself as a country, the government values friendly relations with both sides. Little Mo had a sunny smile. Looking at his smile, it seemed all the gloom in her heart could be dispelled. Yes, Sister Gu has projects in cooperation with my father in mining, agriculture, specialty products, tourism projects, and hundreds of other categories. Secretary Li instantly looked at Gu Xiang with a new perspective, her eyes filled with surprise. Chairman Gu is quite accomplished. A friendly smile spread across her face, increasing her fondness for Gu Xiang. The surrounding entrepreneurs wanted to chat with Secretary Li for a few more moments, but they didn't expect to witness this scene. Su Jiangwo approached. Secretary Li, I just mentioned to you, this is the Director Gu from the auction, our Agricultural Bureau's treasurer. Secretary Li smiled and said, I've heard about Director Gu. Founding an agricultural technology company is a great thing for the country and the people. I hope there will be more entrepreneurs like you. The crowd thought, what a good guy. They couldn't make connections with such figures, and suddenly they're getting friendly with others. Everyone here is a businessman with a strong sense of profit, yet Director Gu stands out. It's no wonder she has the favor of the leaders. Chapter 333. Leaders only care about big shots. Gu Xiang humbly said, It is my fortune to work for the country's long-term achievements. She was speaking the truth. When she received those few seeds, she was overjoyed. When hybrid rice first appeared, the whole country was excited, not knowing how many lives it saved. The few seeds in her hands could shake the world. Being born in a peaceful and prosperous place is already the greatest fortune. The world is full of poverty, war, and hunger. Upon hearing this, Secretary Li was stunned, and then his eyes burst with intense joy, his cheeks flushed with excitement. What a long-term achievement. Having young talents like you is a blessing for the country. Su Jiangwo was pleasantly surprised that Gu Xiang could say such inspiring words. He thought to himself, the person I value is indeed extraordinary. Gu Xiang smiled modestly. Director Su, please keep what happened at today's auction under wraps, especially from the media. The things she held looked radiant, but if they caught the attention of the wrong people, they could turn into a deep abyss. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but there was no need to invite it. You can rest assured, at my age, I can handle this. I've already advised the media reporters and the entrepreneurs present. No one will make a big deal out of it. Ruan Susu, who had been among the crowd, was not tense, but her heart was racing. She was concerned about Gu Xiang's injury. Although Gu Xiang had a unique way of healing herself quickly, the muscle swelling wouldn't go down that fast. Miss Gu, let's get back quickly. Your injury needs cold compresses. In the initial stage of sprain, cold compresses are needed and after about 48 hours, heat can be applied. Ruan Susu had looked up these things while at the clinic and was very thorough in her reading. As soon as she said this, many people around changed their expressions. What? Sister Gu is injured? Young Prince Mo leaned in like a fluffy dog, looking anxious and at a loss. Call a doctor. Do we need an ambulance to take her to the hospital? Seeing little Mo's anxious look, Gu Xiang found it amusing. Before she could explain, Secretary Li also looked her up and down with a concerned expression. What happened? Did someone bully you? Secretary Li turned her head, her expression changing from concern to accusation. Director Su, wasn't Director Gu with you earlier? How come you didn't tell me she asked like this? Secretary Li's mention made Su Jiangwo suddenly recall the image of Gu Xiang pulling her own hair out, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Xiang found it amusing and warm. She had accidentally twisted her ankle before, but she was fine now. Hearing this, Secretary Li's expression finally softened. How could you fall? The young girl in front of them was a treasure to these old leaders. Seeing her was like seeing the hope for the future. They felt more heartbroken about her minor injury than if it were their own daughters or granddaughters. Ruan Susu said there was water on the ground. Miss Gu slipped accidentally. Su Jiangwo finally understood the situation. Little Susu, you must take good care of Miss Gu. Her health is entrusted to you. Some leading researchers or officials at the forefront of the country have dedicated personnel responsible for their health. Gu Xiang, holding the most advanced technology, would not be considered unreasonable to have someone watch over her health. But Su Jiangwo also knew that Director Gu had her own ideas and didn't want to overstep, so he could only remind her a few times. The old gentleman was quite likable. Ruan Susu obediently said, even if you don't say it, I will take good care of her. Su Jiangwo's face instantly lit up with a smile. Young Prince Mo raised his hand. I will take care of Sister too. Secretary Li couldn't help but glance at young Prince Mo a couple of times. She felt that this wealthy prince she was responsible for hosting had an unusual relationship with Director Gu. The surrounding entrepreneurs couldn't help but be amazed at the cheerful scene among the big shots. Leaders only care about big shots. Earlier, they had been the ones trying to make connections. Chapter 334. This colleague is easily startled. Gu Xiang said her goodbyes to a few people and got into the McLaren with her limping little rabbit. Secretary Li, who had worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for many years, was immediately surprised when she saw the car. Is this a limited edition McLaren? Su Jiangwo scratched his head. What McLaren? Seeing his bewildered expression, Secretary Li couldn't help but facepalm. This car costs 15 million. She expected to see Su Jiangwo's shocked face. But when she turned around, Su Jiangwo was calm. Secretary Li was dumbfounded. Director Su, why aren't you surprised at all? Well, at the auction, Miss Gu bid 20 billion for that piece of land. What? Secretary Li felt somewhat unreal. You shouldn't be surprised. Anyway, it's already out in the open now. Miss Gu is at least a billionaire. She certainly wouldn't care about a 15 million McLaren. After saying this, Su Jiangwo waved his hand in front of Secretary Li. Oldly, this colleague is easily startled. Meanwhile, Gu Xiang was sitting in the driver's seat with the right door open and two people standing in front. Little Mo and Ruan Susu exchanged glances. There was only one seat available. Gu Xiang waved to Ruan Susu. Susu, why aren't you getting in? Little Mo's smile immediately turned to a pout when he heard Gu Xiang affectionately call Ruan Susu. Sister Gu, I haven't seen you in a long time. Ruan Susu, with her distinct black and white eyes, hesitated a bit. It seemed Miss Gu was quite familiar with this foreigner. However, since Gu Xiang had said it beforehand, she still got into the passenger seat. Little Mo, seeing his favored spot taken by someone else, felt heartbroken and was almost in tears, his emerald eyes glistening. Ruan Susu panicked when she saw the foreign boy about to cry. Is he crying because of me? Gu Xiang face-bombed. Little Mo, didn't you drive here? Little Mo pouted, looking very much like a Western angel sprite. I just want to be with Sister. Ruan Susu understood that this guy had intentions towards Miss Gu. He fell silent for a moment, then broke into a soft smile. Your Highness, Secretary Li is still waiting. You should go take your special car. Xiao Muntak, upon hearing this, finally shifted his gaze away from Gu Xiang and stared directly at Ruan Susu. Who are you? Ruan Susu sensed a hint of interrogation in those words. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly lowered his head. I'm a classmate of Miss Gu. His voice carried a touch of loneliness, sounding particularly heart-wrenching. Gu Xiang knew Ruan Susu had a gentle personality, but felt that he was a bit different from before. Xiao Mo frowned. Do you like Miss Gu? The people from Inuwa tribe were straightforward, and Xiao Mo was no exception. Ruan Susu was taken aback, not expecting this foreigner to directly question him. How should he respond? Ruan Susu felt a bit anxious inside. Xiao Mo, take your hand off the car door. I'll close it, and it might pinch your hand. Xiao Mo had always been very obedient in front of the tribe's first warrior. Just as he pulled his hand back, he saw the car door close. And then the McLaren drove away. Xiao Mo's emerald eyes reflected the sunlight. He waved to the person behind him. Secretary Li, can I go visit Sister Gu? Secretary Li had already walked over at this time. Little Prince Imo, you need to inform Director Gu in advance. Xiao Imo nodded and walked towards the special car. Sister is very busy today, so I won't disturb her. He walked with a very noble demeanor, his head held slightly high. If he were to wear magnificent clothes, he would surely be the most noticed prince in the world. Chapter 335. The little bunny only looks pitiful. Secretary Li thought to himself. This prince's family has a gold mine. If it weren't for his own reluctance to show off, he could have already gained fame due to his looks and wealth. Little Prince Imo suddenly asked while sitting in the car. Who was that boy next to Director Gu just now? Secretary Li replied with a neutral attitude. I'm not sure. Oh, they're classmates. Which school do they go to? I want to attend school there too. Secretary Li nodded. All right, I will handle your enrollment procedures when we return. Thank you. Little Prince Imo was polite. Throughout the journey, Ruan Susu appeared to be deep in thought. What he said, you don't need to take to heart. I'll take you back to school. Review for the exam. Ruan Susu blinked, okay. Gu Xiang dropped him off at the school gate. And Ruan Susu bid her farewell and got out of the car, slowly disappearing from Gu Xiang's sight. Her phone buzzed a few times. It was Yi Chun reporting work that needed her attention. After she roughly browsed through it and replied, she raised her head to drive away, but suddenly noticed several suspicious figures. Gu Xiang simply stopped the car. University allows outsiders to enter, and at this time, there were quite a few elderly people strolling around the campus. Gu Xiang walked with confidence, her back straight and her demeanor outstanding, catching the attention of several students. Ruan Susu, leaning on his crutch, was walking slower and slower. To take a shortcut, he was walking through the small forest by the sunny lake at the school. The small forest was often used by the school to pile up discarded equipment, for figures were following behind him. He turned around. You've been following me for a long time. The boy's voice was calm and indifferent. One of the men laughed loudly. Do you think just because you got into university, you can escape us? We still came after you. Looks like you've hooked up with a rich guy. That silver sports car doesn't look cheap. The boy tightened his grip on the crutch. How did you find me? Of course, we have our ways. We came yesterday, but unfortunately, we couldn't catch you. The boy's voice was cold, showing no softness. The debts he owes have nothing to do with me. You are his son. How can it have nothing to do with you? Another man stepped forward. We were too nice to you before, letting you run off to S-City while we weren't home. If this kid can't pay back the money, we should just throw him on that person's bed. You are quite pretty. Several wealthy people we know happen to like your innocent type. They offer a good price. You accompany them for a few days, and we'll get the money. After that, we won't bother you again. Ruan Susu showed a hint of mockery. You think I would believe that we are even? They followed him all the way from their hometown just for money, right? They wouldn't give up until they had squeezed him dry. If it weren't for you attending fully enclosed schools in junior high and high school, we wouldn't have had to come all this way. You're quite lucky. Your face has caught the eye of someone big back home. TSK, listen to my advice. Just go back and you'll have food and drink for the rest of your life. The boy shook his head. Impossible. Oh, such a young age. Yet you prefer to be shattered than to live humbly. Then don't blame us for being rough. He waved his hand to his brothers. Ruan Susu watched them rush over, his eyes dark and inscrutable, bending down to pick up a steel pipe. Gu Xiang gradually sensed that something was wrong and hurried over. She was familiar with the paths near Sunny Lake and took a wrong turn, which is why she rushed over in a hurry. Fortunately, it was only a little over a minute, and Ruan Susu should be able to hold on. Thinking of the little lame boy's pitiful appearance, he should be fine, right? Turning a corner, the scene beyond the trees came into view. Chapter 336. Pitifully facing four alone, the boy got up from the ground, leaning on his crutch, and turned around in panic upon hearing the noise. Seeing Gu Xiang, his face instantly turned pale. There were small bloodstains on his fair face, and his shirt was also stained. He hurriedly turned his back, seemingly wanting to run, but Gu Xiang quickly grabbed him. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Those few people looked quite strong. Someone as delicate as Ruan Susu would definitely be bullied. Master, open your eyes and look. Who are those people lying at Ruan Susu's feet? Gu Xiang looked down. On the grass were splotches of blood, and the three men lay on the ground. Unconscious or worse? Did you fight? Gu Xiang was shocked. Was this still her soft little rabbit? Ruan Susu, couldn't he possibly be a black sesame dumpling? A total white cut black, right? The boy's gaze was evasive. I. His lips moved a couple of times, seeming to want to explain something, but found no way to do so. The atmosphere now felt like it was going to execute him. Every second was an agonizing century. His black and white eyes glistened with tears, and his eyelids turned red. He forced his head away. I'm sorry. He wasn't as clean and pure as she thought. His earlier appearance would definitely scare her. Seeing Gu Xiang frown tightly, Ruan Susu's heart suddenly sank. The boy's voice was hoarse. You should leave quickly. Staying too long will drag you down. Gu Xiang frowned even tighter. The grass behind them rustled, as if someone was stepping on it. Gu Xiang didn't even need to turn around to deal with that fish caught in the net. But the boy's movements were faster than hers. He pulled her behind him with one hand, while raising a steel pipe with the other. His actions were decisive and ruthless. The man was hit on the head and froze in place before falling straight down. However, the brick the man was holding came down hard onto Ruan Susu's shoulder. Ruan Susu didn't dodge because there was someone behind him. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, but he didn't even flinch. There was no sound of pain. He was as quiet as if he didn't know what pain was. The brick landed on the grass with a muffled thud. Ruan Susu turned around anxiously to look at her. Are you hurt? Gu Xiang silently shook her head. The little rabbit was in front. How could she get hurt? Ruan Susu sighed in relief, but then his expression turned dejected. Miss Gu, what should he say? He had fought and been sent to a juvenile detention center at 13, framed his father and sent him to prison at 15, and at 16. He had beaten an intruder until he was covered in blood. The neighbors all feared him, treating him like a snake or scorpion. He wanted to be honest and confess, but he didn't want to see the disgust on Miss Gu's face. He could only lower his head, feeling stuffy and blocked in his heart. The boy didn't know that Gu Xiang already knew everything about him. Gu Xiang listened as the system narrated Ruan Susu's background and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a poor little thing. Master, please don't underestimate him. He is the hidden big villain in the original story. Gu Xiang thought, I've only read the beginning of the original story. I forgot to mention, in the original story, Ruan Susu excelled academically, graduated from S University in less than 2 years, then worked at the company of Chu Tsonyan's rival, took down the CEO in 3 years, and gained the chairman's favor, attempting to marry his daughter to him. How did he become a villain? Those who oppose the male lead are collectively referred to as villains. Ruan Susu received care from Fang Yuyu while studying at S University, but later, when Fang Yuyu fell into hard times, Ruan Susu had already been working for a while and secretly helped Fang Yuyu many times. Gu Xiang understood now. He liked the original female lead. The female lead in the original plot was Fang Yuyu, right? That was the content of the original story. Later, Ruan Susu became the CEO. In a competitive relationship with Chu Tsonyan at work and a rival in life, the two were well-known enemies. Chapter 337. The plot had become quite messy. Gu Xiang, generally speaking, villains usually have pretty bad endings. That's right, his subordinate betrayed him, leaked company secrets to Chu Tsonyan, who then counterattacked. And he ultimately ended up with nothing and committed suicide. Gu Xiang looked at the pitiful little villain in front of her. The more she looked, the cuter he seemed. Gu Xiang took out a wet wipe from her pocket and gently wiped the blood off his face. Seeing the boy's shocked expression, Gu Xiang asked the system in her heart, how could he, a social phobic, become a CEO? Gu Xiang was a bit skeptical. It didn't make sense. Ruan Susu was a social phobic at first, but later he darkened and became a ruthless wolf. Oh my, that sounds explosive. How did he darken? Gu Xiang became curious. Ruan Susu tried many ways, working part-time, taking loans, and even borrowing high-interest loans, barely scraping together the surgery costs. But his mother couldn't bear to see him sacrifice so much and ruin his future. She pretended to agree to the surgery while secretly leaving the hospital when he was at school. Later, suffering from pain, she died in a rented room. And when Ruan Susu found her, the weather was hot and the body had already begun to smell. Gu Xiang's heart sank in an instant. The terrifying consequences of high-interest loans need not be elaborated. Ruan Susu's mother knew that even if she successfully underwent surgery, the expensive medication afterwards would be unbearable for Ruan Susu. She couldn't bear to see her son drop out of school after working hard, nor could she let him be burdened by high-interest loans without a way out, and she certainly couldn't continue living in pain. Gu Xiang put down the wet wipe and pinched the little villain's face. Now that there's nothing more to worry about, you're hurt. So, come home with me? Ruan Susu raised his eyes. The stark contrast in his pupils reflected her face. In his eyes, Gu Xiang saw her own gentle gaze. And she also saw his trembling pupils. Miss Gu. The boy's voice seemed to choke up. I. He didn't know what to do now, but Miss Gu didn't hate him like others did, which made him feel happy, so happy that he wanted to cry. She was going to take him home. In the future, if the little rabbit gets bullied outside, remember to tell me, okay? Gu Xiang had already made up her mind. Such an excellent villain must be brought under her wing. With some training, she would have another capable subordinate to value. Gu Xiang was very satisfied. Moreover, she hoped the little rabbit would continue to be well-behaved. Gu Xiang silently asked the system in her heart. Now that his mother had changed her fate and could undergo surgery normally, the little rabbit shouldn't darken anymore, right? The little villain sounded powerful. But if he couldn't control this knife, it would be a big trouble if he turned it on himself. The system did not detect Ruan Susu's darkening value. Currently, Ruan Susu has not darkened. But actually, dear host, since you entered this world, the plot has become quite messy. The wealthy male lead has lost his position as the richest man. The female lead of the abuse story has become the future CEO. And the little villain was originally supposed to fall for Fang Yuyu early on, but because of your intervention, Gu Xiang was surprised. What plot point would he fall for Fang Yuyu? It was during their first meeting. Fang Yuyu and Ruan Susu's first encounter was in that nearly 7-meter deep pit. In the original text, it was written that Ruan Susu's leg was injured and dislocated, and Fang Yuyu gently asked after seeing it, even having the butler take care of him. During the recovery period, Ruan Susu stayed at Fang Yuyu's house. Didn't Fang Yuyu's father say anything? At that time, the Fang family was in decline, and President Fang was overwhelmed dealing with company issues. So he hadn't been home for a long time and didn't know that Fang Yuyu had brought a male classmate home. Gu Xiang pondered, then suddenly thought of something. Wait, I feel like something is off. Chapter 338, the little villain felt that time was peaceful at this moment. You finally noticed? Because of your influence. The Fang family did not collapse, and Ruan Susu and Fang Yuyu's first meeting was very ordinary. Instead, you sent Ruan Susu to the hospital and let him stay in the villa. The system's voice gradually faded away. Fang Yuyu's role had inadvertently shifted to the host. The boy in front of her had eyes dappled by the leaves, appearing particularly bright and translucent. Gu Xiang ruffled his hair, saying, "Don't be afraid. The pure will always be clear." The boy's voice was hoarse as he replied, "I thought you would definitely hate me. How could that be? By the way, I've already called the police." The boy immediately stiffened. "Hey, relax," Gu Xiang comforted him. The system had just informed her that those men were not dead. Their injuries looked severe, but they hadn't affected their organs. These men deserved to die, but not at their hands. They had bright futures ahead, and could not be ruined by a few scoundrels. Soon, the peaceful forest was filled with the buzzing sound of police cars. Several officers got out of the car and were momentarily stunned to see 4 men lying in a pool of blood. Wait, who are the criminals? The officers looked at the 2 well-behaved students under the willow tree, their faces filled with confusion. Chapter 339. Ruan Susu. Seems easy to tease Ruan Susu didn't have the kind of entanglement with Fang Yuyu as described in the original text. But they had at least met a few times. Why did this little villain look as if he didn't recognize her name? Is she the lady who was with you at the beauty salon before? Gu Xiang remained silent. Such an official and polite tone suggested that Ruan Susu's one-sided love plot had inadvertently been cut by her. It's all right. Oh. Ruan Susu seemed soft and easy to mold. Miss Gu, how could those people have those illegal drugs on them? They have always been cautious. Even when doing dirty things privately, they wouldn't dare carry them around at all times. Gu Xiang smiled slightly, but did not answer. She used 50 points to transfer the items those men had hidden onto them. It could also be seen as providing clues for the police to investigate further. And following this lead, they would certainly discover other unexpected surprises. Sister Xie has a breakthrough in her performance. You don't need to think about them anymore. They're as good as dead now. Gu Xiang's gaze was cold. The group that had entangled her for many years had finally been completely resolved. Ruan Susu looked at Gu Xiang's profile and felt she was mysterious and powerful. This was his master. He would always be loyal to her. Ding. Ruan Susu's attributes have been refreshed. Age, 18, height, 178 centimeters, weight, 58 kilograms, appearance, 93, favorability, 100, max value 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Guide to Raising Villains. and for successfully rewriting the villain's fate. Rewards. Lucky Wheel 1, 500 points. Star Record Entertainment Company, valued at $2 billion, headquartered in Kyoto. An unnamed island in the Pacific Ocean. Total area of 130,000 square kilometers, valued at $2 billion. Gu Xiang was surprised so much. Of course, this is the ultimate villain in the original text. Holding the ultimate big villain, Gu Xiang felt inexplicably excited, but she didn't want to admit she was a pervert. With such an incident happening at school, Gu Xiang had no intention of leaving him here alone. She took him and got into her McLaren, speeding towards the Crown Moon Garden. Ruan Susu sat in the passenger seat, appearing particularly reserved. Gu Xiang glanced at him and saw him silently clutching the hem of his blood-stained clothes, carefully holding it in his hands, afraid of dirtying her car. Little bunny. Huh? Ruan Susu looked at her with pure eyes, looking particularly innocent. After a moment, it seemed he suddenly realized the nickname Miss Gu had given him, and his face turned slightly red. He didn't understand what refusal meant, especially not in front of the girl. Gu Xiang inexplicably felt happy and smiled. Yes, really good. Ruan Susu instinctively thought she was laughing at him, and he lowered his head, thinking, as long as Miss Gu likes it. It doesn't matter what it's called. Gu Xiang, little pitiful? Ruan Susu's ears turned red as well. You're really interesting. He wished he could bury his head. The atmosphere was strange, and Ruan Susu felt that his master particularly enjoyed teasing him. After parking the car, Gu Xiang skillfully carried him back to the villa. Nestled in Gu Xiang's arms, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a little girl outside the villa, holding a pet rabbit that was climbing onto her shoulder. Ruan Susu's heart raced a little faster. As soon as Gu Xiang set him down, she saw the little villain quickly find a flimsy excuse and hurriedly return to his guest room to hide. Sang Yuan had a hint of a smile in his eyes. Susu seemed easy to tease. Guan Xian nodded in agreement from the side. Sang Yuan's smile didn't last long before he noticed his boss was scrutinizing him closely. That gaze made Sang Yuan think too much. It seemed a long time had passed since their last meeting. Chapter 340. Applying medicine. Sang Yuan had always been ethereal and calm, but at this moment he felt a bit nervous. Thinking about what was about to happen, a burning anxiety suddenly rose in his heart. His eyelashes trembled as he concealed his thoughts, trying to maintain a neutral expression. Gu Xiang said, "You used to study choreography. Have you thought about entering the entertainment industry?" Huh? This topic caught Sang Yuan off guard. Are you trying to fire me? Seeing Sang Yuan's flustered expression, Gu Xiang shook her head. Not at all. It's a bit of a waste to keep you as just a chef. Not a waste. The salary is already unimaginably high. Over a year, it amounted to more than $1 million, placing him among the upper echelons of society. Your boss is really generous. Gu Xiang nodded. Well, all right then. She originally thought of having Sang Yuan work at Star Record Entertainment. Given his looks and abilities, his future achievements would surely not stop there. Of course, it also depended on him. In any case, wherever he went, he would be working for her, so Gu Xiang didn't mind. Until the evening, Guan Xian noticed that Mr. Sang had been distracted the entire time. Mr. Sang, your dish, Guan Xian reminded him. Sang Yuan quickly pulled himself back from his thoughts, only to see the food in the pot had burnt, and he could only regretfully throw it away. His light-colored eyes were filled with heavy thoughts. His cooking skills were comparable to that of a royal chef, yet he almost burnt the dish. Gu Xiang returned to her room, took a shower, and dressed in loose home clothes before heading downstairs to knock on Ruan Susu's room. The door opened to reveal a somewhat damp boy. Can I come in? The door opened from the inside, revealing a clean and tidy guest room. A neatly folded set of clothes awaited the maid for washing. Ruan Susu was only wearing a white bathrobe. His long neck was very soft, and the shape of his collarbone was delicate and beautiful. Perhaps due to the moisture from the bathroom, his eyes were tinted with a watery hue, and the light on his lips resembled the glossy glaze on porcelain. At this moment, the young boy could only be described as a feast for the eyes. Gu Xiang waved the item she brought in front of him, saying, "You must have hurt yourself. Let me apply some medicine for you." A warm fragrance filled the room as she intruded upon the little rabbit's nest. "Thank you, but I can manage myself," Ruan Susu said, reaching out to take the ointment, but found nothing. Gu Xiang retracted her hand, asking, "Can you apply medicine to the injury on your back by yourself?" "How do you know I have an injury on my back?" The boy looked at her with his damp eyes, exuding a misty autumn water vibe. "Don't think I can't see through your good hiding." Gu Xiang shook her head, pretending to be inscrutable. The stunningly beautiful girl walked into the guest room with her hands behind her back, as if surveying her territory. The boy obediently followed her, mimicking her steps like a dependent outsider. Gu Xiang had him sit on the bed and lifted his loose collar, causing a sudden chill to sweep across his skin. He instinctively flinched, but quickly relaxed again. The boy's body was somewhat slender, but not weak. He resembled a tall bamboo, with beautifully defined muscles. The so-called beauty had bones like jade and skin like ice and snow. Under the light, he seemed to radiate a captivating glow, stirring the heart. The boy raised his head, carefully observing the girl's expression, trying to read her thoughts. Yet, he saw no hint of obsession. She merely frowned at the wound on his shoulder. The cold ointment traced her fingers across his shoulder and neck. The girl's fingertips were delicate, warm, and gentle, gliding over the swollen skin, bringing a slight itch and sting, but more so a tingling sensation. Ruan Susu felt his breath tighten. He had never found it so unbearable before. He couldn't help but call out softly in tension. Chapter 341. The Master is super strong. Miss Gu, he said, his voice soft like a gentle breeze under the dim light at night, carrying a hint of drunken affection. Gu Xiang found his voice quite comforting. Getting hit by a brick hurts a lot. Why didn't you say anything on the way here? In this environment, Ruan Susu's vigilance had long faded away. Just bear with it. It's pointless to say anything. Gu Xiang clearly didn't believe he could endure. Her eyes and brows were relaxed. Her beauty, stunning, yet intimidating to behold. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted towards Ruan Susu as the girl lowered her head, her hair swaying in front of him. Next time, you better call out in pain, got it? Ruan Susu thought his master was so strong that he probably wouldn't have the chance to call out in pain. Nevertheless, he nodded. Gu Xiang had him turn to the side to examine the redness and swelling on his fair back. It was an injury from a blunt force, likely sustained during a fight with those thugs, stretching from his shoulder to his lower back, a sight that was indeed shocking. Gu Xiang carefully applied the medicine for him. The little villain knew pain, yet at this moment, he felt a strange itch in his heart, a restless stirring. After applying the ointment, the little villain continued to gaze at Gu Xiang, forgetting to look away until the girl caught him staring. Chapter 342. What kind of affection can bring 50,000? Ruan Susu's eyes flickered. He wondered if telling the truth would make his mother believe him. Should I say my classmate gave me 50,000? What kind of affection could yield 50,000? Pei Tianqing stepped in to defuse the situation. Annie, don't worry. He is not good with words. Let me explain. The woman looked at Pei Tianqing with a hint of suspicion, but nodded nonetheless. Go ahead. Well, mister. Ruan has always excelled in school and was specially recruited by our boss to the company. This money is an advance on his salary. I'm his colleague, accompanying him to check on you. As he spoke, Pei Tianqing placed the fruit basket he was carrying on the table. The woman's expression softened as she watched him. You don't seem like a bad person, but what kind of job pays that much? How can someone advance 50,000 at once? Pei Tianqing smiled. 50,000 is not much, Andy. My annual salary is over 2 million, not including bonuses. Working for Gu Xiang is much better than being a captain. It's easier, more glamorous, and pays more. A captain makes only a few 100,000 a year, and it's hard work. The woman was shocked. 2 million a year. This clearly shattered her understanding. Pei Tianqing continued. Employees working near the boss have high salaries. Mr. Ruan is highly valued by the boss. The woman looked at Pei Tianqing and then at her son, suspiciously asking, Susu, is this true? She couldn't believe there was a boss generous enough to offer over 2 million in salary to an employee. Even top-tier professionals struggle to earn such high salaries, let alone a student like Susu who hasn't even graduated yet. If he could earn a few thousand a month, she, as a mother, would already be very satisfied. Ruan Susu slowly nodded. Pei Tianqing, fearing Ruan's mother wouldn't believe him, added, Our boss is the chairman of Binhai Tower. She personally instructed that Ruan Susu will be trained closely by her in the future. The status of Binhai Tower in S-City was something even a lower-class person like Ruan's mother would know a bit about. Which family's son or daughter works there, and doesn't boast about it? Susu, the old man in the bed next to mine, his granddaughter works at Binhai Tower as a waitress, and her salary is over 15,000 a month. Sometimes, if her performance is good, it can even reach 20,000. Ruan's mother was astonished. Pei Tianqing smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. Ruan Susu nodded. Mom, Chairman Gu is a very nice person. Ruan's mother's previous sickly expression disappeared, replaced by a bright smile. Seeing her son so valued today made her feel willing to face death right then and there. The older generation always expresses their joy using the most pessimistic words. Juan's mother suddenly thought of something delightful. So, you must be able to see the chairman and the president often. Juan Susa nodded. Juan's mother sighed. To meet such big shots every day. I never even dare to dream of it. Pei Tianqing said with a smile. As long as he works hard, he will eventually gain the boss's favor. Juan Susu chatted with his mother for a while, and soon, she urged him to leave. You should get back to studying and working. Such a great opportunity cannot be missed. Chairman Gu values you, so you must be grateful and work hard for her, understand? Juan Susu nodded seriously. I will. Juan's mother lay on the hospital bed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She murmured to herself, I hope one day I can meet Chairman Gu, the benefactor. Wiping away her happy tears, she waved to Juan Susu. Go back quickly. Mom was just rambling. Chapter 343. Chairman Gu is our Shun family's benefactor. Juan Susu left the ward. The atmosphere in the hospital has always been serious, but this moment, seeing two handsome guys suddenly stirred things up a bit. A little girl, urged by her parents, came over to ask the two for their WeChat. Juan Susu quickly took 3 steps back, creating distance from the girl. He didn't even know how to address Miss Gu, but the girl already understood. Slightly disappointed, she said, You have a girlfriend. Juan Susu was slightly taken aback and hesitated before nodding. Pei Tianqing was watching the scene with his arms crossed. And then the girl shifted her target to ask him for his WeChat. Pei Tianqing immediately waved his hands in a fluster. No. I don't randomly add girls on WeChat. The girl pouted, stomped her feet in frustration, and ran back to the ward. Pei Tianqing couldn't help but laugh. He patted Juan Susu on the shoulder and said, Let's go. What are you still thinking about? Juan Susu was lost in thought about the mention of girlfriend and quickly followed him out of the hospital. The purple phantom carried a cool, refreshing fragrance, just as pleasant as the scent on Miss Gu. Juan Susu sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Pei, the things you said to my mother were instructed by Director Gu. Pei Tianqing, steering the wheel, curled his lips. Juan Susu felt a rush in his heart. How did Miss Gu know that my mom would ask these things? Pei Tianqing teased him with a wink. What can our boss predict? With her wisdom, if she wants to, she can achieve anything. Pei Tianqing sighed, as employees. We're just a tool in her hands, pointing where to shoot. Juan Susu looked out at the scenery, trying to suppress the bitterness in his eyes. Yes. If Miss Gu wanted a well-behaved pet, he would comply. If she wanted a capable assistant, he would be invincible. The words echoed in the young man's heart, and his bright, beautiful eyes grew more determined. At this moment, Shun Lingxue looked gloomy. The doctor at the clinic handled the sprain in a very Western manner, applying some medicine and an ice pack, then prescribing a bunch of miscellaneous medications for him to take home. But his neck was still twisted, and it hurt like hell whenever he moved. Holding the medicine, Shun Lingxue stood by the roadside, having sent away all his subordinates, and could only call the driver to come pick him up. He planned to find an old doctor who specializes in bone setting, like Gu Xiang, who could fix it with just a few twists. Before the driver could arrive, his phone rang. Shun Lingxue glanced at it and answered, Mom, I'm still working. I don't have time to attend parties and dance with socialites. Attend what? I haven't attended any other parties since that yacht banquet. Oh, I'm still working. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait a minute, you're working? What are you talking about? Huh? How does my own mother know what I'm doing? Xiaolu already told me. Did you snatch something for Director Gu at the auction? Shun Lingxue thought for a moment. Are you talking about that incident? You little brat, hurry back. Shun Lingxue held the phone and waved his hand as he got into the car, already on his way back. I hope you know. That thing was obtained by my own ability, not snatched. You brat, are you trying to drive me crazy? If it weren't for Director Gu, I would have sunk to the bottom of the sea by now. How can I speak to you like this? I don't care. If you don't handle this matter well and appease our benefactor, I'll marry you off. Chapter 344. The CEO of Shun personally visits. Shun Lingxue's cold face suddenly turned shocked, completely unable to believe that these words came from his mother's mouth. Mom, didn't you say none of those socialites were to your liking? Since you don't want to marry, then marry someone else. Shun Lingxue was stunned, his expression breaking. He was both angry and helpless. You know those young ladies are as delicate as vases. I just want to meet a capable, knowledgeable, independent woman. His mother on the other end mocked him. Why would someone so accomplished want to marry you? Shun Lingxue was left speechless. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of water. They've been a fountain of kindness to our Shun family. You can't be ungrateful. Mom, did you forget to chant today? I did chant. I just read about karma in Buddhism, so I called you. Shunling Shua. It was agreed that when I return, I can't copy Buddhist scriptures. You won't copy Buddhist scriptures. Okay, I'm coming back now. When you return, you must copy our benefactor's name 1,000 times and remember it for a lifetime. Understand? At Building A of Guanyue Huading. In the quiet evening, Sang Yuan finished washing up and went to the top floor. Chapter 345, The Little Villain. It's all thanks to Miss Gu. By 8 a.m., Shun Lingxue and Grandma Shun had already arrived. Gu Xiang was still asleep. Guan Xuanan was about to go up to report, but was stopped by Ruan Susu. Finally, he could only open the door, inviting the two to sit in the living room, brewing tea and placing pastries. Duninglan was Zolmavat Flatat, coming to apologize to her benefactor, yet they were still treating her politely. Ah, did we come too early? Young people tend to sleep late. They need rest to be energetic the next day. The butler stood politely smiling beside them. Shen Lingxue frowned at Ruan Susu. What are you doing in her house? Just as he spoke, a sudden pain shot through his back, and Grandma Shen sternly scolded, "What kind of attitude is that?" Ruan Susu slightly curled his lips, the smile resembling Gu Xiang's, carrying a sense of authority. He shot a glance at Shan Lingyun and casually sat on the sofa, speaking gently to the elder. "It's all right. Grandma Shun, Miss Gu won't mind these things." He chatted comfortably with Mrs. Shun, and soon Grandma Shun revealed her fondness for the younger generation, giving her favorite handheld item to Ruan Susu. Chapter 346. Gratitude is greater than heaven. Mr. Shun, please bow down. Du Ninglan's face was filled with regret. What a pity. Gu Xiang placed her cup on the coffee table with a crisp sound, her every move impossible to ignore. She joked, "Is Grandma Shun trying to steal my corner in my own home?" Du Ninglan smiled gently. "Just kidding, Miss Gu, please don't hold it against the old lady." Ruan Susu turned his head, looking softly at Gu Xiang. If he were her corner, he would never be taken away by anyone. Even if tossed aside, he would run back to follow her. Du Ninglan quickly changed the subject. "I brought Xiao Lingxue here to thank Director Gu for saving his life last time." Gu Xiang raised her hand to refill Du Ninglan's cup. Grandma Shun doesn't need to take it to heart. Adam happened to be passing by at that time. Du Ninglan replied, "You may not need to take it to heart, but I must remember the kindness of Director Gu." Du Ninglan tugged at Shun Lingxue's arm. "Xiao Lingxue, apologize to Director Gu for that previous incident." Shun Lingxue retracted her confrontational gaze with Ruan Susu, lifted her eyelids, and carefully examined Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang's appearance was truly impeccable, every feature just right, especially those dark, inscrutable eyes, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Shun Lingxue dismissed the strange notions that had arisen in her mind. "I apologize to you, Director Gu, for what happened at the auction. It was indeed unreasonable on my part, and I hope you can forgive me." Gu Xiang leaned back on the sofa. "I accept Shun Zong's apology." Shun Lingxue felt a bit irritated at her aloof demeanor, and then she felt a twist on her back. Shun Lingxue glanced at her mother and, swallowing her anger, lowered her head. "I'm willing to sell you the Wang Group and the mine that our Shun family acquired." As soon as she finished speaking, her back received a heavy blow. Damn! It was the first time Shun Lingxue had been hit by her mother in front of others, feeling utterly humiliated. Moreover, Gu Xiang was a rival young girl. Du Ninglan glared. "Your mother's life is worth more than 12 billion. Isn't it?" Shun Lingxue was truly helpless against her mother. "It's worth it. The company and the mine were acquired for 12 billion. She was initially thinking of giving 10 billion to Gu Xiang, so she wouldn't lose too much. But she didn't expect her own mother to be so ruthless. That was 12 billion. What project could be invested in with that amount? Why give it all away for free? But who made Director Gu her mother's benefactor?" Shun Lingxue's eyes flickered. At that moment, he decided to abandon his instinct for profit as a businessman, raised his head, and said, "I must thank you more for saving my mother before. Regardless of business matters, in this instance, you will always be a benefactor to our Shin family." He took the contract out of his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table in front of Gu Xiang. "Full transfer, just a signature from you, Director Gu. And it's done." Gu Xiang carefully reviewed the contract. Shun Lingxue's sincerity was evident. Even many facilities of the mine had been upgraded. Gu Xiang smiled faintly. "Since it is Shun Zong's intention, I will not decline." She took the pen from Ruan Susu and signed her name, pressing her fingerprint, and the contract officially took effect. Shun Lingxue was afraid Gu Xiang would keep refusing, and only when she truly accepted the Wang Group and the mine did she breathe a sigh of relief. Du Ninglan also smiled. "Xilingxiu and I will stay in S City for a while. if possible. We would be very welcoming for you to visit the Shun family estate in Kyoto. Gu Xiang nodded. The few of them chatted for a long time, during which Shun Lingxue and Ruan Susu exchanged sharp words. Gu Xiang defended Ruan Susu several times, leaving Shun Lingxue unable to vent her anger, feeling quite frustrated. After having lunch at Gu Xiang's house, Du Ninglan took Shun Lingxue to say goodbye. Chapter 347. Visiting cards and invitations. Today's meal was prepared by Gu Xiang. Although it wasn't as soulful as the one made by Sang Yuan, it was still top-notch. Gu Xiang looked at Ruan Susu approvingly. You performed very well today. To her surprise, Ruan Susu seemed to have grown overnight, her progress astonishing. Ruan Susu's ears turned red instantly, stammering a few words that made Gu Xiang laugh. The two logged on to play a game, and their accounts were immediately recognized by the newly matched teammates. They exclaimed how easy it was to play with them. Ruan Susu left the villa around noon to study with Yi Chun at the seaside building. Gu Xiang lazily read in the living room. It wasn't even 2 o'clock in the afternoon when several celebrities sent her visiting cards and invitations. Not only the elite from S-City, but many celebrities from Kyoto also showed interest in the young director Gu. Guan Xian beamed as he placed a pile of invitations on the coffee table. It seemed that news of Shenzong and the old lady's visit this morning had spread to quite a few people. Gu Xiang looked at the invitations piled up to her calf height, casually pulled one out to read. Miss Zhang's birthday party. Zhang Hanyu. Never heard of her. Gu Xiang directly tossed the invitation aside and sprawled on the sofa without any image. All visiting cards were rejected, and invitations were ignored. Guan Xian stood respectfully beside Gu Xiang. Are you not going to any of the banquets? Gu Xiang lazily glanced at him. Would you rather watch the young girls in their finery or the young masters showing off? Guan Xian, you are absolutely right. Those young masters are not as good-looking as me. It's just an eyesore. Not going. Guan Xian adjusted his glasses and smiled. Sang Yuan limped out from the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, supporting himself against the wall as he took the elevator down. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he saw Pei Tianqing peering in. Sang Yuan immediately stood at attention, retracting his hand from the wall. Pei Tianqing winked at him, glancing at the red marks on his neck, smirking ambiguously. Sang Yuan instinctively tugged at his collar. Stop looking, have you eaten? He walked straight to the kitchen. Pei Tianqing followed him. The boss has eaten. It was made by the housekeeper, but I haven't eaten yet. Seeing Sang Yuan rummaging around in the kitchen, Pei Tianqing directly said, There's nothing to eat, not even leftovers. Sang Yuan sat forlornly on a chair in the kitchen, the soft cushion still there. Then I'll order takeout. Pei Tianqing sat beside him, propping his chin. I haven't eaten either. We can split the bill and get a discount. I'll transfer you the money later. Sang Yuan shook his head. No need, just say what you want to eat. Pei Tianqing smiled. Whatever is fine. Just buy one more portion of whatever you order. Sang Yuan raised his eyes, revealing his beautiful light-colored eyes. Are you sure? Looking at the light porridge and simple dishes he ordered, Pei Tianqing fell silent. Mr. Sang, you can't just eat so blandly while dieting. As he spoke, Pei Tianqing took Sang Yuan's phone and ordered a few spicy dishes. When it came time to check out, Pei Tianqing's eyelids twitched at the sight of the total. Mr. Sang, do you always order such expensive takeout? This meal of a few simple dishes costs over 1,000. This is outrageous. With the dishes he ordered, it totaled over 3,000. Pei Tianqing clicked his tongue. This restaurant is too expensive. Sang Yuan replied. This restaurant is up to the standards of a national banquet. The taste is decent, not too bad. Chapter 348. A beautiful woman's path to wealth. Pei Tianqing reluctantly transferred over 2,000, just this time. He vowed never to order from this place again. Watching Sang Yuan remain calm and treat money as if it were nothing, Pei Tianqing couldn't help but ask, Mr. Sang, have you recently come into a fortune? He remembered that Mr. Sang's annual salary was 1,200,000, even less than his own. Pei Tianqing's annual salary was 2 million. He leaned closer and asked, tell me how you made such a fortune. Sang Yuan, under his curious gaze, felt his ears heat up. The aloof and ethereal immortal's heart raced, and he averted his gaze shyly. No, there's really no way. Yesterday, the boss seemed very happy. Today, I checked my phone, and 3 million was directly credited to my bank account. He thinks that if he gets 2 more payments like this, he could achieve financial freedom. Sang Yuan felt a bit flushed and secretly despised his own thoughts. Pei Tianqing looked at his expression, which he couldn't voice, and his curiosity grew stronger. Really? Sang Yuan picked up his phone. pretending to play on it to avoid his inquiry. Let's see if we should add some drinks to the takeout. He tried to change the topic. Pei Tianqing noticed he was unwilling to say more and didn't press further. I want a glass of fresh juice. Sang Yuan asked, orange juice or coconut juice. Pei Tianqing leaned over to look at the screen. So, Sang Yuan placed the phone in front of him. When he switched to the background interface, he accidentally switched to the messages. Pei Tianqing didn't intend to invade anyone's privacy, but still saw the transfer message for 3 million. He was greatly shocked. Sang Yuan hurriedly deleted the background apps and turned off the phone screen. Pei Tianqing coughed twice, seeming to understand something. Coconut juice will do. No wonder people are rich. They deserve to be rich. In the morning, he had agreed with Shen Lingxue to go to Wang's place together in the afternoon. Gu Xiang stood in front of the mirror, looking at her outfit. A purple duckbill cap, brown-pink sunglasses, and a white mask, with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a white t-shirt featuring Donald Duck, revealing a slender, fair-waist, blue wide-leg jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. She had a tall figure and straight posture, clearly a beautiful and athletic girl. She walked out of the changing room and down the stairs, immediately spotting the stunning beauty in the living room. Sang Yuan looked lazy today, leaning sideways on the sofa with a pillow, looking like a drunken fairy. His long eyelashes fluttered as he gazed at the approaching girl, feeling utterly amazed. Gu Xiang walked to the front of the sofa, noticing no one else around, lifted his chin, and planted a kiss on his lips through the mask. Sang Yuan's heart raced, and he held his breath. The girl's ambiguous action in front of him was dizzying. Hearing Gu Xiang's playful voice, Sang Yuan buried his face in the pillow, wishing he could just suffocate himself. Gu Xiang gently ran her fingers through his long hair. Rest well. Sang Yuan peeked out from the pillow, revealing 2 icy-like eyes, his expression soft. Gu Xiang left the villa, and Shen Lingxue's car was parked at the door. She greeted him, abandoned the open passenger door, and directly sat in the back seat. Gu Xiang didn't want to sit too close to Shen Lingxue. They weren't familiar with each other. It's a great honor for me, the chairman, to have you drive, Mr. Shen. Shen Lingxue replied with a hum. At least you know how to talk. For some reason, every time he saw her, he felt the urge to retort a few words to feel better. Chapter 349. The boss of the next-door company is generous. The ride was silent, the atmosphere in the car filled with tension. Why isn't that woman talking? Does she really think he is just a driver? Whenever Gu Xiang was around, Shen Lingxue acted immature, like a petulant child. They encountered Shen Lingxue's business partner on the way. The partner looked surprised to see him driving and then spotted Gu Xiang in the back seat, his thoughts racing. Mr. Shen is actually driving himself. He wanted to see which rich young lady it was, but unfortunately, she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so he couldn't tell what she looked like. He exchanged simple greetings with Mr. Shen and then cast a respectful glance at Gu Xiang before driving away. In S City, many companies clustered together, sharing infrastructure. Shen Lingxue parked the car in the underground garage, stepped out with long strides, and looked through the window at the girl sleeping in the back seat. He hummed a couple of times, wanting to knock on the window to wake her. Just as his knuckles were about to touch the glass, he suddenly stopped his hand. He crossed his arms in annoyance, leaning against a nearby pillar. Little girls are the most troublesome. It was just a short drive, and she had already fallen asleep. Shen Lingxue pursed his bright red lips tightly, looking very displeased at the sleeping girl in the car. Gu Xiang had intended to take a short nap, but ended up in a light sleep. Fortunately, she didn't sleep for too long. She slowly woke up, lifting her eyelids to reveal her captivating eyes. What are you doing standing here? She opened the car door and looked around the garage. Shen Lingxue chuckled coldly, cooling off. Gu Xiang's eyes, just opened and still glistening, looked at him with uncertainty, as if questioning his sanity. Shen Lingxue felt another surge of irritation, but could not articulate it. He huffed again. Gu Xiang replied, in ancient times, there were whining monsters, and now we have huffing creatures. You huff, I huff. Gu Xiang tossed her head back, crossing her arms with a proud expression. Shen Lingxue's temples throbbed twice. Why do you look down on others? Gu Xiang retorted, I learned it from you. How about that? Doesn't it look similar? A lethal strike. Exiting the garage, the air was still and stagnant, the hottest part of the day. Gu Xiang felt a bit stuffy in her mask and waved her hand to fan herself. Feeling something tap her arm, she turned and saw Shen Lingxue handing her a black gauze fan. Don't you check the temperature before going out? Why do you have a mouth? Gu Xiang rolled her eyes, but unfortunately, it was hidden under her sunglasses. She took the fan, elegantly opened it with a swoosh, revealing a golden plum blossom embroidered on the black gauze, blooming beautifully. As she fanned herself, a cool breeze accompanied a pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of the scent in the car earlier. What scent is this? It smells quite calming. Shen Lingxue walked beside her. My mom learned it from a master at the temple. She mixed a bunch of stuff that was of no use, so she handed it to me. Gu Xiang nodded. Aunt Du's fragrance-making skills are quite good. Shen Lingxue glanced at her. Humph. To you, her skills are precious. He lowered his head, pretending to ignore Gu Xiang, tapping on his screen with a finger while following her. Facing the garage was a new trading company, apparently hosting some event, and it was very lively. They even set up a stage where their boss stood. Our company's performance has skyrocketed this year. From now on, our company's standard vehicles will be equipped with a Maserati Levant worth $600,000. I'm generously providing the company with 5 of them. Chapter 350. The best boss in the world. The employees watching below cheered excitedly. Wow, so cool. Driving this car is so stylish. The boss is so generous. Can I pick up my little girlfriend after finishing with clients in this car? So expensive. The famous Wang family only has company cars that cost over $300,000 for a Mercedes. Some companies have bosses who earn a lot, but they are so stingy. Our boss is very generous. Is this car really worth $600,000? In my hometown, you could buy a house for that. Shen Lingxue scoffed as she walked by. Gu Xiang glanced at her, wondering what was so funny. This is a medium-sized company with a market value of around 10 million. And having a Maserati is indeed quite flashy. There's no need to mock them. Although Shen Lingxue didn't intend to argue over this matter. She just enjoyed sparring with Gu Xiang. My company is equipped with Lamborghini cars worth over 2 million as company vehicles. Gu Xiang's expression remained calm. Oh. But she thought to herself, it really is time to change the cars for the few companies I have. The ones that are too cheap are a bit embarrassing. Company cars are sometimes used to pick up clients, and the price range of the company vehicles can easily affect clients' impressions of the company. Gu Xiang took out her phone and sent a message to Yi Chun. I'm preparing to change the company vehicles, looking for ones priced at 5 to 6 million or above. Discuss it with Fang Yuyu and the other leaders and come to a consensus. Money is not an issue. Shock JPG boss, 5 to 6 million. My dedicated car, as the president, is less than 6 million. And you're equipping all the companies in S-City with this? About 50 cars should be enough. You all discuss it. Oh my goodness. That's 300 million, boss. Our company's vehicle usage is too extravagant, isn't it? Boss, you are definitely the best boss in the world. Overjoyed JPG. All right, go discuss it quickly. I'm going. Joyfully running JPG. Gu Xiang's lips curled up in satisfaction. This time, she was equipping the Binhai building Gu's Jewelry Nebula Hotel with new dedicated cars. As for the others, there was no rush. The A-level Gu's Gaming Company and Kyoto Star Entertainment Company are not local to S-City, so the car replacement issue can wait. Shen Lingxue held her head high, like a proud swan, just like our company, equipped with 2 million dedicated cars. Even on a global scale, it's quite rare. Gu Xiang smiled. Yes, you're very generous. Shen Lingxue hummed contentedly. Gu Xiang looked around and was surprised. This place is pretty close to S University. Yes, there's a snack street right next to it. Students from S University and employees from these companies often eat there, and there's a small park nearby. Gu Xiang walked about 20 steps, and right beside her was the west gate of the park. Shen Lingxue said to herself, the Wang family needs some restructuring. Morale is currently low. As the owner, you should step up to inspire them. Gu Xiang smiled but didn't respond. Shen Lingxue sensed her indifference in the smile. You can listen or not. Do you think I want to give you these suggestions? The issues with the Wang family were all investigated by my subordinates. The company is a mess. I don't know if she can handle the situation. Nearby, weeping willows were planted, and suddenly a young man's voice came from within. If you follow me again, I will call the police. Chapter 351. Choo Choo is very beautiful. Call the police? You, a man, being followed by a woman. Are you embarrassed to say that? Chu Shui frowned. What do you want? Nothing much. How about playing with me once? A woman in a suit and high heels gazed obsessively at the man in front of her. You come here often, right? I've seen you several times. Chu Shui took a step back, avoiding her outstretched hand, and quickly deduced, you're an employee around here. The woman laughed, yes. She tossed her hair. I'm not bad looking. Why won't you consider it? Chu Shui instead calmed down. Do you know who I am? Summer, God's little lover. But it seems Summer God hasn't watched your live stream for a while. Huh? TSK. Looks like someone has a new love. Don't worry. Sister doesn't mind that you've been played before. Chu Shui didn't want to get entangled with her and turned to run outside. The woman shouted behind him, "Aren't you men all animals that think with your lower halves? I even took the initiative to come to you, and you still want to keep your innocence?" Chu Shui's temples throbbed. If a man with a beastly heart were really standing here, he would have already agreed to spend the night with that woman and then turn around to please summer god as if nothing had happened. Chapter 352. To pretend is to be plain and unadorned. Shun Lingshua's heart stirred. How about this? You come to our company. We have bodyguards and PR. And the comprehensive process will be better for your future development, especially with Summer Echo, casually giving a reward of 100 million. Bringing her little lover to the company would surely help build a relationship with Summer Echo. In the future, the rewards from Summer Echo could be shared with the company. The benefits he could create for the company would definitely be more than those of a traffic star. Chu Shui smiled humbly. Thank you. But I don't have any intention of signing with the company. Shun Lingshu emphasized, our Shun family is mainly in the entertainment industry and is a leader in this area. If you come to Shun's entertainment, I can offer you the resources of a first-line star. This condition is not something ordinary people can easily refuse. For instance, the rising star by Silu would be overjoyed to be offered the best resources by a top company and would sign without hesitation. Chu Shui shook his head. Thank you. But I really have no such thoughts. Gu Xiang said, Really? I was just thinking of signing you into my company after a while. Shen Lingxue was curious. Do you have an entertainment industry? Gu Xiang nodded. Yes, Star Record Entertainment. Shan Lingxue contemplated carefully. I think I've heard of it. Isn't it about to close down? Gu Xiang's lips twitched. It's not closed down. I just acquired it. The Star Record Entertainment company that the system gave her is naturally incomparable to Shun's. It only has some extra roles and has signed quite a few streamers with little traffic, barely surviving. Over the years, the famous top agents have long since left. And what's left is mostly young people entering to gain experience. Because of this, aside from not making much money, the overall atmosphere of the company is very cheerful and harmonious, with no pressure at all. Chu Shui's eyes instantly lit up. Is that possible? Can I work for you? Seeing the mesmerizing color added to his ink-like eyes, Gu Xiang nodded. Of course, with your current popularity, you might bring significant recognition to the company. Chu Shui note that? Okay. Then it settled. His eyebrows curved, and his smile was exceptionally charming. Shun Lingxue immediately showed a strange expression. Even the top treatment from Star Record Entertainment can't compare to even 1/10 of what I promised you. Yet you agreed, just like that without even asking? Chu Shui turned back to look at her. I don't need special treatment from Boss Gu. I'm already very happy. Shun Lingxue's temples throbbed. Crazy, crazy. They're all crazy. He turned around in frustration and walked away, feeling quite annoyed at this ungrateful person. Chu Shui walked beside Gu Xiang, both dressed particularly youthful, looking just like a college couple who had just finished class. Shun Lingxue listened to the cheerful chatter of the two behind her, feeling restless. Gu Xiang, aren't you afraid of being photographed? What if Xia Rihue minds? As soon as Xia Rihue's name came out, Shun Lingxue's heart skipped a beat. A strange suspicion arose in her heart. She turned around and scrutinized their interaction. Chu Shui was like a modest gentleman, smiling, as if affirming her inner thoughts. Gu Xiang bluntly pointed out, that's my online name, Shun Lingxue. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, unsure of what to say first. So, you are his financial backer? She pulled out what seemed to be the most central question from her myriad of thoughts. Gu Xiang smiled, but remained silent. Chu Shui's ink-like eyes sparkled in the sunlight, confirming it. Shun Lingxue felt particularly hot under the sun, uncomfortable from the heat. Casually giving away 100 million. You really are wasteful. She criticized Gu Xiang's extravagant behavior with a hint of displeasure. Gu Xiang, there's no other way. There's nothing but money. This act of humility is rather unconvincing. Shun Lingxue remained silent for a long time. 521 begging for a reward. Chapter 353. Young for her. Feeling bitter from someone flaunting their wealth, Shun Lingxue felt uncomfortable but wouldn't let some ungrateful guy feel good. He is so shameless. Who told him not to recognize a good opportunity and not work for himself? That Wan Susu was sharp-tongued yesterday. Why didn't you bring her out today? Shun Lingxue revealed a devilish grin in secret, pretending to stir their internal conflict. Watching the fire in the enemy's backyard, he was just there to enjoy the fireworks. Gu Xiang casually said, I arranged some tasks for her. Chu Shui nodded calmly. No wonder I haven't seen her these past few days. Shun Lingxue was filled with questions. No way. Your rival is laid out in front of you. And you, Chu Shui, aren't he going to stir the pot a little? Such broad-mindedness makes him look helpless as a gossip monger. Shun Lingshue's mind couldn't stop racing, while her face maintained a noble and aloof demeanor. The group entered the front yard of the Wang Corporation, and just 50 meters ahead was the Wang building. Uxin was in front of the building, instructing her subordinates. Hearing the voices of outsiders, she turned around, frowning in displeasure. "It's you. How did you follow us here?" Shun Lingxue fell silent, having been bullied by Gu Xiang. He declared he would never extend a helping hand again. Chapter 354. Are we all calm now? Uxin patted the head of the suited man. "This is a company. It's not good for the image. Stay away from me." The suited man had no choice but to release his hold on Uxin, then turned to glare at Chu Shui angrily. Chu Shui received the stranger's anger innocently, rubbing his nose and looking down at Gu Xiang with an innocent expression. Gu Xiang crossed her arms, wearing sunglasses, creating a scene of coolness. "Can we take a tour now?" Uxin walked ahead. "Let us go. The manager will personally show you around, but some areas are off limits." The group took the elevator upstairs, where the Wang Corporation's employees were. Each one was lazily sprawled on chairs, with their desks in disarray. As soon as Gu Xiang entered, she was hit with a strong smell of smoke. Looking over the desks, she saw a few people gathered in the corner playing cards, shouting loudly. Uxin was used to this, looking at Gu Xiang with disdain. "College student, haven't you seen a large company before? Today is your eye-opener." Gu Xiang smiled slightly. Indeed, she had never seen such a chaotic large company. Uxin felt a bit suffocated, but fortunately, the employees saw her and spontaneously gathered around, temporarily easing her embarrassment. "Sister Uxin, you're here." "Xiao Wang, bring over the milk tea." "Xiao Li, bring all your snacks to serve Sister Yu." In no time, Uxin was pushed into a comfortable office chair, surrounded by 4 or 5 people massaging her shoulders and legs. Uxin smiled triumphantly at Gu Xiang. "See? Learn from this. When you come to intern at our company, you must know something." She looked at Gu Xiang, seeming to envision a day when this person would also flatteringly massage her shoulders and feet like the other employees. Shun Lingxue looked at the chaos and suddenly felt grateful that this company hadn't fallen into his hands. Otherwise, he would have a headache. "I went to the Binhai building before. Everything was orderly and neat. I was impressed, but seeing this, the future chairman will have a tough time." When he had just taken over the Binhai building, the supervisors and their relatives bullied Gu Xiang in front of her. After Gu Xiang reprimanded the president Yi Chun, the Binhai building underwent strict regulation, and similar incidents never happened again. It even won first place in corporate management evaluations. Many entrepreneurs praised it when they visited. Uxin rolled her eyes. "You have quite the ambition. Don't say the Binhai building. Even our company isn't a place where just anyone can enter." Gu Xiang nodded in agreement. "Right, ordinary riffraff can't come here to be employees." Uxin slapped the table, suddenly standing up, startling the surrounding employees. The employees instantly shouted, "How can you talk like that?" "Yes, causing trouble in our territory." A crowd gathered, seemingly ready to take action. Gu Xiang casually flipped over a computer, the noise startling everyone around into silence. "Are you crazy?" Seeing her like this, the surrounding employees hesitated to approach. Shun Lingxue stared in shock at this scene, not expecting Gu Xiang to smash the computer. Chu Shui pulled out a disinfecting wipe from his pocket and carefully wiped Gu Xiang's hands, looking quite practiced. Gu Xiang surveyed the surroundings, her dark pupils filled with intimidation. "Have we all calmed down?" Chapter 355. Smash. The employees lowered their heads, not daring to speak. People fear the bold. What if she goes crazy and smashes her own computer? Uxin was so angry her chest was heaving, reprimanding the docile employees. "Ha, it's just a computer. It's not worth much, and you're all scared like this." Shun Lingxue raised his hand to make a phone call, and after hanging up, he said to Gu Xiang seriously, "I have something to take care of. I'll come back later." Gu Xiang nodded without looking at him. Shun Lingxue suddenly felt a bit displeased. He wasn't her employee. Why did he have to report this to her? He turned and left this chaotic place. Uxin chuckled. Having smashed the computer, it's likely that someone's first month's salary here as an intern is gone. Uxin asked Gu Xiang, "Is that right? Little intern?" Gu Xiang suddenly let out a cold laugh, both stunning and intimidating. "Yes, manager Yu." Uxin felt completely relieved by this address. Her expression softened a bit. After working in the company for 8 or 9 years, what kind of storms hadn't she experienced? Breaking a computer was not enough to make her worried. After all, it wasn't her that had to pay for it. Gu Xiang wasn't afraid that Gu Xiang would go back on her word. Since she was going to intern here in the future, at Shun Lingshue's company, which was a place that others couldn't easily enter. As long as she extended an olive branch, once Gu Xiang became an employee here, wouldn't she be at her mercy? No one would refuse to work at Shun Lingshue's company. Right now, these people still didn't know that the company had changed ownership again that very morning. Chu Shuyi's ink-like eyes looked solemnly at the people in front of her. Don't get too proud. Soon, you'll find it hard to keep your jobs. When the high-paying jobs are gone and you're pressed for mortgage and car loan payments, living from one meal to the next won't be easy. Nothing is more unbearable than the dual torment of mental and material suffering. Chu Shui felt no sympathy for these people. The lower class was still struggling to climb up, while these white-collar workers who already had a high-quality life were slacking off, not doing their jobs. Gu Xiang's eyes shifted, preparing to show Gu Xiang who was boss. Everyone come down. I'll show you something else. After checking the office, everyone took the elevator down. These are our company's series of Mercedes-Benz cars, each worth no less than 300,000. Gu Xiang turned to Gu Xiang. This one car is worth all the salary you earn in 3 or 4 years of hard work. Gu Xiang's mouth twitched. She didn't expect that a mere 300,000 Mercedes could be flaunted like this. What's so great about this car? Only someone like you, who spends all day wasting time and can't make a fortune, would flaunt it, Gu Xiang said. Gu Xiang felt hit and became furious. What do you think we only have this? Shortly after, a Lamborghini drove out of the garage. The driver got out, and the suited man looked at the Lamborghini in surprise. Oh my, I can guarantee this car is worth no less than 2 million. The employees began to discuss among themselves, not expecting that our company had such good luxury cars. Gu Xiang scoffed. Is this even considered a luxury car? Gu Xiang rolled her eyes. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. A poor student still dares to act like a wealthy person here. Gu Xiang stepped forward to touch the car's body. Its pure tactile feel was not even 1/10 of her McLaren. The materials used could be described as shoddy in Gu Xiang's eyes. Gu Xiang watched her actions. Don't touch it. If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it, even if you sold yourself. Gu Xiang seemed to quickly retract her hand, and a look of mockery appeared in Gu Xiang's eyes. After that, she couldn't laugh anymore, frozen in shock. Gu Xiang calmly said to the people around her, Chu Shui, smash this car. Chu Shui didn't hesitate, picked up a fist-sized pebble, and threw it at the car, creating an irreparable large dent in the hood. And the pebble continued sliding forward, shattering the car's glass. This move left everyone around dumbfounded. Gu Xiang broke down on the spot, screaming, with a piercing shriek. Chapter 356. Turning the hand to cloud and the palm to rain, Gu Xiang quietly watched the woman whose eyes were about to burst with anger. Just 2 million, and the manager couldn't handle it? She chuckled softly, glancing at the surrounding employees. Just some junk, and you all find it impressive. The employees were completely stunned, with a few clutching their chests and fainting on the spot. Damn it, they worked hard all their lives just for this 100 or so thousand. And in an instant, it was gone. The employees felt dizzy. Gu Xiang's eyes turned red as she screamed, desperately lunging at Gu Xiang. Give me back my Lamborghini. Gu Xiang merely looked coldly at her. If it were just the company's car that was destroyed, she certainly wouldn't be acting so distraught. The system had already informed her that Gu Xiang was the mistress of the company's vice president, and this car was bought with misappropriated company funds. The evidence of the embezzlement had already been destroyed by the vice president, and he had done it very discreetly. There was no way to trace anything. It was impossible to return the Lamborghini to the company now. Rather than suffer this silent loss and allow these two to happily take the Lamborghini away before being dismissed, it was better to smash it directly. They were likely feeling guilty and wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it. The suited man trembled. The first to react, who are you? To smash Gu Xiang's Lamborghini, someone with this kind of guts definitely couldn't be an ordinary person. Gu Xiang was still recklessly lunging at Gu Xiang. Her sharp nails crazily tried to scratch Gu Xiang's face. Chu Shui kicked her away. Gu Xiang looked down at her, her dark eyes filled with disdain as if looking at Nat. Gu Xiang's reckless shouting still attracted others. The vice president was chatting with Shun Lingxue and hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Gu Xiang, what happened? The vice president turned. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our company? Upon seeing the smashed Lamborghini, he immediately clutched his chest in pain, unable to contain himself. His whole body trembled. My Lamborghini. How could it end up like this? The vice president suddenly turned around pointing his finger at her, glaring at Gu Xiang. You just wait to pay for it. 230,000. Not a cent less. He called the bodyguards over, shouting, Hold this woman down, don't let her escape. Shun Lingxue frowned. Why did you randomly smash the car? This car is the vice president's private car. Breaking it means you'll have to pay. Gu Xiang glanced at him, and Shun Lingxue turned his face away without saying a word, mumbling softly, I'm your business rival. Why should I care? Your misfortune makes me even happier. Upon hearing that Shun Lingxue and this woman were not on good terms, the vice president's arrogance grew even more. This is President Shun, my direct superior. I tell you, bullying his employee in front of him will never be forgiven. Gu Xiang chuckled. President Shun hasn't even informed anyone about the company's transfer yet. Her tone was light and breezy. Shun Lingxue helplessly shrugged. I haven't had the chance. You can say it. Gu Xiang took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a face that could turn the world upside down. Everyone present gasped. The vice president's eyes showed signs of infatuation, but he quickly remembered something and snapped back. You are Director Gu. Gu Xiang's smile was casual, her tone slightly mocking. Yes, I've long heard of you, Vice President. Though her words were light, they carried an undeniable pressure, silencing the hundreds of employees gathered around. She spoke polite words, yet her eyes were filled with cold disdain. As long as this young girl stood there, it seemed she could stir up a storm with just a wave of her hand. Chapter 357. This woman is really fierce. The vice president's heart seemed to stop beating, and after a while, he finally regained his composure like a fish struggling for breath. No wonder he was accustomed to high positions. That aura was shocking to behold. Shun Lingxue withdrew her gaze from Gu Xiang and snorted awkwardly. Upon hearing the sound, the vice president suddenly remembered that Shun Lingxue, this powerful ally, was right beside him. What was there to be afraid of? Even Gu Dong was still a notch below the Shun family in the capital. Anyway, it was clear that Gu Dong and Shenzong were at odds. He would eventually have to side with Shenzong, so why not completely turn against Gu Dong now to show his determination to Shenzong? The vice president took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and said, I tell you, no matter who you are, even if it's the king of heaven, you have to pay, and you also have to compensate Yu Xin for her mental distress. He glanced at Yu Xin. The mental blow she suffered was too great. A 2.3 million car. Its shock value was equivalent to a magnitude 7 earthquake collapsing his villa. Yu Xin had been with the company for over 8 years. Apart from her meager savings, this car was all she had left. The car belonged to Yu Xin, but it was bought outright by the vice president. Initially, the vice president had thought that once he tired of Yu Xin, he could forcibly reclaim the car, but unexpectedly, before that day arrived, the car was gone. After this incident, Yu Xin might even suffer a mental breakdown and would no longer be worth playing around with. The vice president's eyes were cold. Yu Xin seemed to hear what he said, and a flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. She got up from the ground, looking disheveled, no longer possessing even a fraction of her previous arrogance. Yes, you have to pay. Pay me too. 3 million. The vice president kicked her back. This car is mine. What does it have to do with you? The name on the purchase invoice is mine. Yu Xin looked at him in disbelief. You said it was to be given to me. The vice president snorted coldly. What evidence do you have? Yu Xin's expression became blank, and then she broke down and shouted. Desperate, she looked at Gu Xiang, tears streaming down her face. Gu Dong, I was wrong just now. I had malicious intentions. Now only you can take care of him. Please don't let him off. That bastard. She bit down hard on the vice president's calf, causing him to cry out in pain and yell for the bodyguards to drag her out. From today on, Yu Xin, you are fired, the vice president said, while looking at Shun Lingxue. Is that okay? Shun Lingxue smiled faintly. Whatever. He wasn't her superior. Why would he need to ask for her approval? The vice president received Shun Lingxue's consent and waited for the bodyguards to throw Yu Xin out. The bodyguards grabbed Yu Xin and were about to leave when a gust of wind blew, sending something falling in front of them. Yu Xin suddenly saw a company transfer agreement on the ground. Looking at the name signed on it, she turned to Gu Xiang in shock. It's you are. Yu Xin's words abruptly stopped, but she already knew everything. She turned her head to the vice president and burst into laughter. Just wait. The retribution for this bastard is coming soon. I want to see the vice president collapse. Chu Shi bent down to pick up the document and handed it back to Gu Xiang. The strong gust of wind had blown the company transfer agreement out of Gu Xiang's bag just as he opened it. The vice president frowned. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you grab Yu Xin and that woman? Shun Lingxue had just opened her mouth to say something when Gu Xiang directly pinned the bodyguard captain down. The captain, a tall man at 1.8 meters, was pinned to the ground and unable to move, making the other bodyguards around them hesitate to approach. Shen Lingxue stared wide-eyed at this scene. This woman is really fierce. Chapter 358. It's impossible for you to be the boss lady because I am your boss. Chu Shui was also stunned for a second, then spoke to the vice president. Over 2 million. That amount of money is nothing in the eyes of our chairman. The vice president making such a big fuss and escalating the conflict would be unwise. The vice president contemplated in his heart. It was indeed a reasonable point. All right, I still need to give Gudong some face, so everyone stop. Gu Xiang didn't show him the agreement at first because he intended to confront these bodyguards. Upon engaging, Gu Xiang found that these bodyguards were indeed quite fragile. They were all just for show. It seems it's time for a change. Gu Xiang clapped his hands and looked up at the vice president. Want to get that 2 million back? The vice president nodded emphatically. It's 3 million. Gu Xiang smiled at him with ill intentions. A smile that sent chills down one's spine. Gu Xiang said, misappropriating company funds to buy a car. I haven't even come after you yet. The vice president's relaxed expression instantly tightened, watching the girl in front of him warily. Don't talk nonsense. I've been vice president for so many years, and I'm clean. If you suspect embezzlement, you can ask Wang Qingfan in prison. Gu Xiang scoffed, nonchalantly saying, your old master is not a good person. The vice president held his breath and turned to look at Shen Lingxue, hoping she would speak up for him. However, Shen Lingxue had maintained a spectator stance from the beginning and showed no willingness to help anyone. The vice president secretly gritted his teeth and cursed. Shen Lingxue couldn't even protect her own employee. She was even worse than that idiot Wang Qingfan. The vice president stood tall and straightened his chest, looking defiant. I tell you, unless you have evidence, otherwise slander is a crime. Gu Xiang tilted her head, her smile enigmatic. She kicked the bodyguard captain aside, and the captain stumbled a few steps before ultimately losing to inertia and crashing to the ground. The vice president couldn't help but shiver at the sight. I tell you, today Shinzong will testify for me. If you dare not return it, I will call the police and we will meet in court. The world has its ways of notarization. Don't think your wealth allows you to act arrogantly. The others looked at the vice president strangely, while Yuxin was the first to mockingly laugh. Shen Lingxue spoke. I won't testify for him. Gu Xiang, you trust me. Gu Xiang glanced at her. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Shen Lingxue closed her eyes and began a long, deep breathing exercise. The vice president looked at Shen Lingxue, unsure of her meaning, then turned back to look at Gu Xiang with arrogance. Unless you can become my boss lady. Otherwise, this matter isn't over. Before Gu Xiang could respond, 2 men next to her spoke in unison. Impossible. Gu Xiang. After Shen Lingxue and Chu Shui spoke, they exchanged glances. The result was a mutual dislike, and they turned their heads away. Just now, Shenzong's attitude was indeed a bit unpredictable. Hearing Shenzong personally deny it settled their hearts. Gu Xiang's smile was enigmatic. It's impossible for you to be the boss lady because I am your boss. The vice president didn't believe it at all and picked up his phone to take a video. I will now tell the media how the famous chairman of Binhai Tower refuses to pay back what he owes. You will definitely be scolded by millions. And you will be finished. Gu Xiang scoffed, then leisurely tossed the company transfer contract to the vice president. The vice president was caught off guard, about to angrily shout, but suddenly noticed the few lines of text on the paper. Chapter 359. An unannounced visit. He couldn't believe it as he took the contract off his face, wide-eyed, carefully reading every word on it. In disbelief, he looked back and forth several times, his gaze seeming to penetrate the paper. After a long while, he looked up, his finger trembling as he pointed at Gu Xiang, subconsciously feeling that he was being disrespectful to the person in front of him, and lowered his hand, his expression dazed, his mouth trembling. Wang's company has become yours. He was both doubtful and shocked, his face filled with despair, questioning life. Shen Lingxue watched his drastic change and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The vice president looked at Shen Lingxue as if seeking confirmation. Is this true? You gave the company to her. Now she is my direct superior, the chairman of the entire company, right? He repeatedly asked, hoping to hear a negative response. Shen Lingxue nodded. Yes. The vice president screamed hoarsely, madly tugging at his pitiful hair. Ah? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Shen Lingxue glanced at Gu Xiang. I'm just cooperating with someone. The vice president turned to Gu Xiang, trembling with fear, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "Hello, Chairman. I didn't know what was happening earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me." The vice president bent his straight back, wrinkles appearing on his face as if he aged 10 years in an instant, making him look even more hideous. He felt that he was finished, having deeply offended someone. He couldn't bear to think of what he had said earlier. "Why didn't you inform me about your visit? I'm terribly sorry I didn't host you well." Even he, who used to be eloquent, was at a loss for words, only able to utter such a dry apology. He silently prayed that a high-level person like Chairman Gu wouldn't hold it against him. Gu Xiang took the contract back. Gu Xiang, with a lazy expression, said, "If I had told you in advance, how could I play tricks on you people?" This statement was not well received, and the vice president's face stiffened. Then he forced a flattering smile, suppressing his irritation. "Chairman Gu, you truly have foresight. If you have any orders, I will deploy them right away." Gu Xiang's loud laughter rang out, particularly grating. The vice president frowned. Gu Xiang shouted, "Why don't you ask the chairman for compensation? 3 million. You took it bit by bit from the company. I witnessed it all." The vice president trembled all over. "Don't talk nonsense." Gu Xiang leaned against the railing, mocking, "You're so confident. Why not continue to ask the chairman for money?" The vice president's face felt like it was about to fall apart. "Chairman, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She has already been fired and is just trying to take revenge on me." Gu Xiang spoke slowly. "Did I say I was going to fire her?" The vice president froze, lowering his head. No. Gu Xiang nodded and walked past all the employees with his hands behind his back. All the employees of Wang's company maintained a submissive demeanor, not daring to discuss anything. Each one was silent, fearing that the chairman would notice them. Those who had previously wanted to confront the chairman in the office were now trembling like leaves, their faces pale as they lowered their heads. Employees who were playing cards and gaming in the office held their breaths, internally complaining. "Oh no, the chairman actually came for an unannounced visit." The employees felt like crying inside. The shock of knowing that Gu Xiang had become their chairman was no less than that of the vice president. Now, even the vice president looked like he was doomed. Their fate would surely be worse. Chapter 360. Chairman Gu gets angry and even scolds General Manager Shen. Meanwhile, employees from the neighboring Nuana trading company were peeking through the door to see what was happening here. The suited man saw that the situation was not good and hurried back to his colleagues. His co-workers chattered, asking him what happened at Wang's company. The suited man succinctly explained the events. The chairman of Nuana trading company walked out, astonished. "Are you saying Chairman Gu has played all the employees of Wang's company? Wow, this boss is amazing." Watching their chairman rubbing his hands together with excitement, the employees couldn't help but twitch their lips. The suited man hesitated and nodded. Chairman Gu Xiang pushed through the employees to look inside, a malicious smile on his face. "I need to see how Chairman Gu operates. I might also give you a surprise visit." Employees, what a disaster. After receiving the news about the new chairman Gu Xiang, all 600 employees of Wang's company gathered at the headquarters, orderly assembling downstairs. Gu Xiang walked past the employees. "You all think you can act arrogant here, huh? You, playing cards in the office, find it amusing? You, massaging your boss's feet, feel honored? And you, always talking about violence?" Gu Xiang's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and the atmosphere turned tense and stagnant. Every employee who had been reprimanded by Gu Xiang felt like their future was dim. Gu Xiang clapped his hands, his face serious. "This is not some chaotic gambling den. Even in the gambling industry I'm involved with, there is no chaos like yours." The chairman of the neighboring company took out a notebook from the corner, biting on the pen cap and scribbling furiously, mumbling praises, "Good words, too domineering. I'll note this down and use it next time." Zhou Qiang's employees were sweating profusely, exchanging glances, thinking, "Chairman Gu's speech is so powerful, while your speech is just too funny." Zhou Qiang was taking notes when suddenly he frowned. "I don't have a gambling business." This phrase seems hard to say. Sigh. Chairman Gu is really wealthy. At this moment, the sun was shining down and everyone stood under the sunlight. They all knew they had done wrong and were feeling guilty. Not one dared to harbor resentment. Gu Xiang's gaze made them feel terrified. Each moment felt like torture. Chu Shui took out a black sunshade from his bag and opened it over Gu Xiang's head. He used to be too lazy to bring an umbrella, but now it was different. He had a benefactor. What have we got to hand? What about those messy people wanting to climb up? Thinking this, Chu Shui lifted the edge of the umbrella and glanced at Shun Lingxue. Shun Lingxue sensed the unusual meaning in his gaze, scoffed lightly. "I don't care about your attention. Don't look at me like that. Gu Xiang turned to Shun Lingxiu, his expression unfriendly. I'm giving a speech to the employees. You shut up. Shun Lingxiu turned her face away with great reluctance and stopped talking. The employees trembled at the sight. When Mr. Gu got angry, even General Manager Shun dared to scold. Compared to General Manager Shun, they were nothing but dust. Boo-hoo, they wanted to cry. Especially those few employees who were scolded the hardest had already started to tear up but dared not wipe their tears. The vice president was no different from the other employees, all bowing their heads to receive criticism, not daring to make sound. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. The employees of Nuana Trading Company were peeking through the courtyard gate, watching this scene, all dumbfounded. Chapter 361. They're all bosses. Why is he so cowardly? The employees of Nuana Trading Company were peeking through the courtyard gate, watching this scene, all dumbfounded. No way. Was Mr. Gu really scolding them with tears? I couldn't hear Mr. Gu scolding anyone from afar. Isn't this sense of oppression even more terrifying than being scolded? Are we going to be waiting to be scolded too? As soon as these words fell, Chairman Gu Xiang felt a chill down his back. Gu Xiang whispered it. It shouldn't be, right? After all, we are not from the same company. Employees, they're all bosses. Why is their boss so cowardly? Gu Xiang thought of something and turned to glare at the suited man. I heard you have something going on with you, Xian? The suited man stood at attention. There's a bit. I don't care how it was before, just cut it off now. You can rest assured, I'm not a fool. She's done for. I won't be with her anymore. Gu Xiang was silent for a moment. You actually rely on a woman? The suited man had an open expression. I'm going to find a rich woman to support me soon. Gu Xiang reflected on himself. Why are his employees so cowardly and shameless? Gu Xiang took a bottle of water from Chu Shui, took 2 sips, and had him hold it. Her words weren't just to reprimand those useless people. After all, there were hundreds of people in Wang's company. Remove those useless ones, and there were still many who worked diligently and had strong business capabilities. Otherwise, with only those hollow employees, Wang's wouldn't have lasted so many years. Gu Xiang was ostensibly talking about those employees who made mistakes, but in fact, she was warning the other serious employees. She hoped that in the future, under her watch, they wouldn't harbor any crooked thoughts. They should know what is right and what is wrong. They should understand that there is no room for sand in Gu Dong's eyes. Her phone had just buzzed a few times, but Gu Xiang didn't check. Now that it was time to take a break, she took out her phone from her pocket and glanced at it. It was a message from Yi Chun, confirming the model of the company car had been finalized. A $6 million Lincoln business car. She was preparing to buy it from Old Wu. Last time, she had bought a Phantom from Old Wu's car dealership, and she still had the saved bank card number on her phone, so Gu Xiang directly transferred $300 million to Old Wu. Since it was company money, the cashback ratio was 1 million to 1, returning 300 points. Yi Chun sent Gu Xiang a message. Old Wu had already received the transfer notification in the car. Wu Tianyao knew they were buying a Lincoln and directly drove 5 cars to find her. I thought the business cars at Wang's were quite low-end. They probably needed to be replaced, so I agreed. Gu Xiang replied, good job. Yi Chun, thank you for the compliment, boss. Happy to the point of bubbling JPG. Yi Chun, also boss, Ruan Susu went with Wu Tianyao. She stayed with me for half a day and adapted quite well. She can help you tidy up the mess left by Wang's. Gu Xiang, she can do that? Yi Chun, mysterious smile JPG. With Ruan Susu's ability, once she gets familiar, there's no problem being the general manager. Her future is limitless from the affirmation of the inner palace manager JPG. Gu Xiang, she is my employee now, proud JPG. Yi Chun, thumbs up, boss is amazing, can get such employees. Gu Xiang closed her phone. To organize a company, there are many matters from top to bottom. Doing it herself is too exhausting, and she isn't very reassured letting others do it. If once Susu can handle it, that would be perfect. Gu Xiang asked the managers of each department to explain their tasks. After that, she contacted the construction team to take down the sign of Wang's group and replace it with Gu's Jewelry branch. Chapter 362. General Manager Shun, what is this? Gu Xiang was sorting the employee list, writing and drawing with a pen, occasionally pointing out a few names to ask a few questions. The entire company was on edge. Privately, they were secretly wiping sweat with their hands. Just as Gu Xiang finished the list in her hand, 5 black Lincolns drove in from outside. The model was sleek, noble, and simple, perfectly suitable as a company car. The employees felt their tension ease a little upon seeing the new business cars. They curiously looked at the cars, and seeing that Gu Xiang was not paying attention to them, they couldn't help but marvel. I recognize that logo. Lincoln, I've never seen this model before. Wu Tianyao opened the car door and got out smoothly, revealing a bright smile when he saw Gu Xiang, his little tiger teeth showing. Boss. Wu Tianyao waved. Remembering there was another person in the car, he hurriedly ran over to open the door and helped Ruan Susu out. Little Susu, our boss looks really cool today. Ruan Susu was a bit shy as she walked up to Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang directly pointed out the finance department manager, asking her to pull out all the documents and check them again. The manager's legs went weak on the spot. Chapter 363. Overbearing general manager Shin digs at the ground with his toes. Gu Xiang instinctively felt that this was related to her, and directly pulled out the paper. Shun Lingxue, noticing something was off, turned around but was too late to stop her and was unfolded by her. The paper was densely filled with the names Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang glanced over and found that there were actually 5 sheets like this. She looked up at Shun Lingxue in disbelief. She could be sure that this handwriting was Shun Lingxue's. The signature style on the contract was identical to that on this paper. Why did Shun Lingxue write his name so many times? Gu Xiang looked at him with questioning eyes. The awkward atmosphere felt like a knife, almost torturing him. It was both embarrassing and suffocating. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, he snatched the papers back, but distractedly, he ended up grabbing Gu Xiang's arm. Gu Xiang stared blankly at the bony hand on her arm. Don't think too much. The traffic was blocked ahead, and Shen Lingxue stopped the car and snatched the things from Gu Xiang's handbag. The two behind had not really paid attention before, but Shun Lingxue's movement was too big. Both of them looked ahead and saw the A4 papers filled with Gu Xiang's name. The air in the car seemed to have stopped flowing. Everyone was frozen. Shun Lingxue's inner thoughts beneath her cold and glamorous exterior. I'm going to explode. He hurriedly crumpled those papers into balls. Gu Xiang, I don't want to think too much. Then why did you write such things? How to explain it? Would Gu Xiang believe him if he spoke the truth? The domineering so was nervously digging his toes into the ground. His whole body felt like sitting on pins and needles. Shun Lingxue took a deep breath, her face showing 3 parts coldness, 3 parts anger, and 10,000 parts embarrassment. They are both domineering CEOs. Why does he embarrass himself every day? Ever since meeting Gu Xiang, nothing good has happened. After a long moment, the icy CEO forced out a few words from his throat. My mom made me write it. The little man inside him was already stabbing himself with a knife in despair. How did he agree to his mother's unreasonable request back then? He usually doesn't have time and can only write this during work breaks. God knows how anxious he was while writing, fearing that employees would see and misunderstand. He kept the papers in the car to take home and submit them to his mother. And then he socially died. Gu Xiang. Oh, what a fake excuse. Shun Lingxue's face turned red with shame and anger. What I said is true. Ask my mom if you don't believe me. Gu Xiang crossed her arms. Anyway, I'm too embarrassed to ask. In an instant, Shun Lingxue felt an overwhelming urge to jump off a cliff. He almost gave up and shouted, why the hell would I write your name 1,000 times? It was rush hour, and horns were honking loudly behind them. With Shun Lingxue's shout, the nearby cars suddenly went quiet. The driver behind leaned out and said, hey, I support you, don't back down. It was unclear how it happened. But when that woman shouted, other drivers thought there was a confession happening, and the scene instantly became lively. Someone started a tune with their horn, playing Finally Met You. Luckily, I didn't forget. Earlier, the horns were honking chaotically, giving everyone a headache, but now they were in sync. And many found it amusing enough to record it on their phones. Shun Lingxue covered his face in despair, almost crying. He wished he could just bang his head against the car window. When Ruan Susu saw that someone was even more embarrassed than herself, she felt inexplicably happy. Shun Lingxue sobbed in despair. Just let the CEO die. Seeing someone crying, Gu Xiang felt a bit embarrassed too. She picked up the crumpled papers, unfolded them, and neatly put them back in place. Cough, I'll pretend I didn't see that. Shun Lingxue lowered his hands from his face and saw that Gu Xiang's eyes were red and her ears were shamefully flushed. She looked like she had been through something. Chapter 364. The iceberg CEO's social death, Shun Lingxue's desperate wail. Can this still be considered as nothing happening? The sound was so tragic that even the horn stopped. The surrounding drivers were filled with speculation. Could it be a lovesick man encountering a heartless woman? The tone was too mournful. Gu Xiang also fell silent. Then what do you want? Shun Lingxue. Her words sounded a bit off, particularly heartless. Suddenly, a flash of light blinded Shun Lingxue's eyes. He looked over and saw someone taking pictures of him. Just as he was about to call out to the person, the lane was cleared, and the driver simply drove away. Shun Lingxue rubbed his face and took a deep breath to calm himself down. You just need to know that I don't like you. Gu Xiang nodded. Oh, why are you so calm? Shun Lingxue was incredulous. Gu Xiang rolled her eyes. It's not me who is socially dying. Why should I be excited? The little man inside Shun Lingxue started stabbing himself again. The car slowly moved forward. There was no conversation, and Shun Lingxue dropped her off at the entrance of the Guanyue Huiding, then sped away. He returned to the luxury residential area he invested in, swiped his card to enter the house, and found that his mother was not home, instantly feeling relieved. He slapped the papers with Gu Xiang's name onto the coffee table, waiting for his mother to come back and see them. God knows he was almost driven crazy by these papers today. His mother, as punishment, was nothing compared to having him copy Buddhist scriptures dozens of times. Shun Lingxue had no appetite for dinner, and, after washing up, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep all night. The Shun family's business was spread across the country, and besides the Hay Entertainment City, there were also some branches of the Shun family in S City. The next day, Shun Lingxue went to the company to handle affairs. The employees who used to respect him looked at him strangely today. Shun Lingxue couldn't quite describe what that feeling was. Anyway, until the afternoon, whenever he stepped out of his office, under those piercing gazes, he felt exceptionally uncomfortable. He was extremely sleepy and had no mood to care. There was a Xiao Wang in the company who was his secretary's wife, and when the secretary wasn't around, she would come over to help with some trivial matters. Today, she seemed to be suppressing her excitement. Shun Lingxue was troubled by work, and Xiao Wang brought a cup of coffee and placed it on his desk. The CEO, doesn't he look like he slept well? Shun Lingxue's voice was a bit hoarse as he rubbed his brow. There were faint dark circles under his eyes, and he still smelled of alcohol. Xiao Wang quietly posted in the company's gossip group, Sisters, I've infiltrated the CEO's office. Cease. I felt particularly excited when I heard this morning that CEO Shun broke up. Isn't our CEO, the iceberg CEO? Shouldn't someone like him say, woman, you can't escape my grasp, with a wicked smile? How did he break up? I heard he was rejected. Which sister is that bold? Rubbing hands in curiosity. Shun Lingxue nodded. I didn't sleep last night. Thanks for the coffee, cousin. Xiao Wang smiled and said, I watched you grow up. Why are you being so polite today? As she spoke, she continued in the group chat. Didn't sleep all night. Smells like alcohol. This confirms it. Our CEO, such a distinguished person, actually can't win over a wife? Haha, that is laughable. Why are you all so mean? Can't you sympathize with the lonely CEO for 3 seconds before laughing? Do I have a chance to pursue the CEO now? Dream on, dream on, dream on. Xiao Wang was helping to handle documents in the CEO's office while Shun Lingxue took a nap. Xiao Wang saw a few sheets of A4 paper in the drawer. They were all filled with Gu Xiang's name. Every stroke was neat and written with great care. Xiao Wang was instantly excited. Chapter 365. The CEO's life is not easy writing someone's name so many times. How could nothing happen? Xiao Wang saw that Shun Lingxue looked dejected. The president wouldn't be thinking of ending it all, right? Xiao Wang spoke in the group. Everyone, let's send some warmth to the president during this time. It's not easy for him, wiping tears. Did Sister Wang find out who President Shin's ex is? I have a video here, the scene of the president being rejected. Right on Linhua Road. I want to see. Video. The employees watched the video of the president nearly breaking down, covering his face, and then heard his 2 heart-wrenching shouts. Damn it. I wrote your name 1,000 times. Just let this president die. Can we pretend nothing happened? Everyone was instantly brought to tears. Shocked. Our president wrote her name 1,000 times. He feels that being rejected is worse than dying. Sob, sob, sob. Clearly our president only said 3 sentences, but I've already cried my heart out. That woman is so terrible. She actually wants to pretend nothing happened. By the way, what do they go through? The president's longtime virginity couldn't have been lost, right? Chapter 366. The dog chasing me from behind, you waiting for me in front. The pretty sister shyly smiled. Don't be too surprised. It's our president who asked us to send this. As she spoke, she teasingly winked at Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang was completely stunned. Then, about 10 employees formed a circle and shouted in unison. Miss Gu, our President Shun will always love you. Gu Xiang instantly felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps all over. The students passing by were stunned by this scene, whispering among themselves. What kind of cheesy drama is this? It gave me chills. I dropped goosebumps all over the place. It seems it's not. Isn't that our university's goose school hunk in the middle? Gu School Hunk was proposed to? Although S University hasn't reached the time to select a new school hunk yet, many classmates have already tacitly acknowledged Gu Xiang as the school hunk. What's more interesting than a girl being the school hunk? The one proposing to the school hunk is actually a girl? Is same-sex legal now? Open your eyes. That's an employee of the world's top 500 Shun group. Help! I'm feeling secondhand embarrassment. Ha! Look at the murderous look in Gu's school hunk's eyes. My sister Gu is really super cool. I love her more and more. That gaze is so imposing. The employees were all stunned. They looked at Gu Xiang, who showed no signs of joy on her face, and exchanged silent glances for a while. Did they mess this up? No. To save the president's life and lifelong happiness. This mission must succeed. Gu Xiang coldly tugged at her lips. Is this fun? The employees shivered all over and shook their heads in unison. It seemed like they had failed. Gu Xiang shoved the bouquet of roses back into that sister's hands and turned to get into the McLaren. Looking to the left, Pei Tianqing was laughing so hard he was tearing up. Gu Xiang's face grew even darker. Did I not deduct your salary? Pei Tianqing instantly froze. Shaking his head like a rattle, I know, boss, you're the best boss. Please spare me this time. I promise I won't laugh next time. Gu Xiang crossed her arms, her eyes dark. Pei Tianqing quickly started the sports car. He used to think that making over 2 million a year was a lot. Something he never dared to imagine. But ever since he found out that Sang Yuan was richer than him, Pei Tianqing completely became a miser. Indeed, without comparison. One wouldn't feel poor. The next day at noon, Gu Xiang took a nap in the dormitory and was about to head to class with a book in her arms. Just as she walked out of the dorm building and saw a crowd around, she felt something was off. She saw that candles were arranged in a heart shape at the bottom of the dorm building. Standing in front of the dorm building, it looked as if it was set up just for her. One employee with a bun took out a folded white paper from her pocket, unfolded it, and began to read passionately a hymn, President Shun's handwriting. Actually, I can run very fast like when a dog chases me, and you wait for me in front. If people really could have tails at the moment I meet you, you'd probably see the whirlwind I shake out. Gu Xiang didn't let her finish and turned to leave, clutching her book. The bun-headed employee's eyes sparkled. Miss Gu, you understood? Gu Xiang shot her a sharp glare. Exuding killing intent, understood? Your president is a dog. The employees were rendered speechless, looking at each other in silence. Gu Xiang glanced at the candles spread on the ground and took out her phone to call the fire department. After doing a good deed, Gu Xiang was off to class. Chapter 367. Luxury Cars with the President, Netizens Eating Melons. On the third day, Gu Xiang looked down from the window of the teaching building, where a dozen Shun Group employees were gathered along with a bunch of non-mainstream DJs and rappers. Gu Xiang's temples throbbed. She could now fully predict their behavior. After class, she quickly made her way down the stairs, holding her book, but didn't exit through the front door. She turned a corner and headed straight for the end of the corridor. There was no door there, just a spacious, bright glass window with lush greenery outside, where she could hear the pleasant chirping of insects and birds. Many students followed her, wanting to see what kind of cheesy performance her suitors would put on today. However, they followed her all the way to the end of the corridor, completely puzzled. Seeing this scene, they suddenly forgot their earlier curiosity, staring wide-eyed. It was simply because she was too stunning. In the sunlight, her legs were long and straight. Her waist was slender and upright, and her profile was cold and breathtaking. She leaned her right hand against the window, exerted herself, and gracefully leaped out like a swallow. Her long hair waved behind her, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. The students were in shock. Wow, seeing Gu School Hunk skills in person, that's too cool. Chapter 368. The cheesy confession Gu School Hunk endured. Shunling Xue called the company's publicity department. You all need to do everything you can to suppress these rumors. No matter what method. The publicity department manager straightened up immediately, received. But President Shun, wouldn't this actually help your pursuit of Director Gu? Perhaps Director Gu would change her mind after seeing those netizens' comments? Shunling Xue casually grabbed a pack of tissues from the desk and threw it at the manager's head. The manager quickly caught it and carefully placed it back down. That's slander. It's all slander. I have nothing to do with Director Gu. The manager looked up in shock at Shunling Xue, then suddenly lowered his head with a complex expression. President Shun, actually facing one's inner self isn't a bad thing. Before he could finish, he was grabbed by the scruff of his neck and thrown out of the office by his own president. Shunling Xue pondered for a long time and dialed Gu Xiang's phone number. But Gu Xiang's phone seemed to be busy, and the call couldn't get through. The phone was still on, and the noise and commotion from the employee area outside the office were audible. Shen Lingxue frowned and pushed the door open. At a glance, she saw Gu Xiang kicking the door. Gu Xiang's face was full of astonishment, but being too close, he couldn't retract his foot in time. Even though he had reduced the force, he still kicked Shen Lingxue, causing her to stagger. Chapter 369. Too much explosive news. Gu Xiang's expression was calm. To be honest. And I have no plans to get married. Du Ninglan thought for a moment and still wanted to argue. Zai Lingxiu is good looking. It doesn't hurt to have one more. Zai Lingxiu can cook. We have a chef at home. Zai Lingxiu can do housework, wash clothes, and mop the floor. We have a nanny. Zai Lingxiu is quite obedient. I didn't notice that. Mom. Shen Lingxue shouted in anger and embarrassment. Du Ninglan wouldn't listen to him at all and continued to promote. Zai Lingxiu has never been in a relationship. She's quite innocent. Shen Lingxue covered his face in agony. He looked at Gu Xiang for help. Mr. Gu, please talk to my mom. Gu Xiang didn't even lift his eyes. Just a moment ago, Gu Xiang had helped him out, so why was he now turning against him? Listening to his mother say increasingly implausible things, Shen Lingxue had no choice but to resort to a last-ditch strategy. He showed weakness, someone as strong-willed as Mr. Gu liked to see him in a submissive and defeated expression. Women, after all, have sympathy and compassion. He secretly pinched himself hard, then gently curled his lips at Gu Xiang, his eyelashes fluttering, the corners of his eyes reddening, and his fair face carrying an indescribable blush. Gu Xiang glanced at him. Her eyes slightly moved, then turned to Du Ninglan and said, "You should take a break and have a cup of tea." She handed the cup of tea she hadn't drunk to Du Ninglan. Du Ninglan felt a bit thirsty and nodded as she took it and sipped it slowly. Shen Lingxue immediately felt much more relaxed. He felt a bit proud. He knew that dealing with such a strong woman head-on was useless. He could only show weakness appropriately. He loosened the grip on the flesh around his waist. He couldn't just cry if he wanted to. He could only resort to this last measure. After all, what embarrassing moment had Gu Xiang not seen? It didn't matter this time. Gu Xiang propped her chin up, watching him with great interest. Beauty scheme, not bad. She likes this kind of thing. More of it is fine. Gu Xiang lowered her head and logged into her company's main account on Weibo, posting, Binhai Building, Chairman clarification. Mr. Shen and I are just business partners. Yi Chun quickly commented, Binhai Building, President, I can testify. Raise his hand to swear JPG with just one post. Weibo sparked a heated discussion. It's over, no chance left. Mr. Gu personally clarified it, so it seems Mr. Shen really didn't win her over. The upstairs is love-struck. They said they're just business partners. Do you really believe those rumors? Exactly. Why would our national husband abandon the gentle and virtuous young lady of Kyoto? I can't imagine that scene with Mr. Gu. Haha, I released 3 videos. If you can still talk after that, you're impressive. Damn. The confession in that video was from Shen's employees. It's really a one-sided love for Mr. Shen. Mr. Gu rejected her the whole time. Mr. Shen is rich and handsome. Why would Mr. Gu refuse? Ridiculous. My Mr. Gu is so wealthy. Why would he want to marry someone else? I think Shen Lingxue has ulterior motives. He can't be thinking of marrying Mr. Gu to swallow her assets, right? There are too many rumors lately. I can't keep up with them at all. God knows. I was still shocked yesterday that Wang Dubin, this rich second generation, is wandering the streets. All right, Lin Yu seems pretty miserable too. Reportedly married to an abusive man and miscarried on the second day of marriage. And the child wasn't even the abusive man's. There are too many explosive news items. And as a keyboard warrior, I don't even know where to start. Crying. Chapter 370. Who has so many CPs? Netizens. Am I the only one concerned about my knight general? Ooh. Looking at his posting speed, you can tell he was scolded by the boss before. The president is just a high-level worker. My knight general is also a single diamond man. Did Mr. Gu refuse Mr. Shen? Does he have thoughts about his subordinate? Doghead, damn, why didn't I think of that before? Are there any similar TV dramas with a female boss and her super handsome loyal subordinate? Hard eyes. Loved it. Love Gu CP. Lock in for me. Wait, the upstairs is still Shun Gu CP. The fans on both sides are still arguing whether Gu Shin CP or Shun Gu CP is better. Why is the downstairs so ridiculous? Such strange statements were quickly pushed to the top. Gu Xiang watched the situation exceed her expectations, her temples throbbing. Am I a universal power bank? Why are there so many random CPs? She sent a message warning Yi Chun not to post randomly on Weibo. Yi Chun, crying JPG, boss, I'm sorry. Shun Lingxue also silently scrolled through his phone. After a while, he darkened his face. What kind of nonsense was all this? Du Ninglan finished her water, put down the cup, and looked at Gu Xiang with a loving gaze. Gu Xiang put away her phone. Aunt Du, if you have something to say, just get to the point. Du Ninglan was slightly taken aback, her expression becoming serious. I want you to be my daughter-in-law. Shun Lingxue suddenly stood up. Mom, have you considered my opinion? Du Ninglan frowned slightly. You don't need to have an opinion. Shun Lingxue now felt like a commodity waiting for Gu Xiang to make an offer. His face was a bit awkward, looking at his mother in disbelief. Mom, I really don't want marriage to turn into a transaction. Gu Xiang lowered her gaze, her attitude neither servile nor overbearing. In the face of Du Ninglan's overwhelming presence, she felt no discomfort or trepidation. Du Ninglan was once a legendary figure. Her husband had no intention of doing business and passed away early. She managed the Shun family company by herself, repeatedly revitalizing it from its lows and creating many miracles. Gu Xiang just stared into her eyes and spoke clearly. Aunt Du, when others refer to you as Lady Shun, don't you feel a bit unwilling? Du Ninglan's hand, gripping the paper cup, trembled violently. The girl in front of her seemed to see through everything. This feeling of being exposed by others was not pleasant. Du Ninglan tried to struggle, but looking into the girl's penetrating eyes, she ultimately gave up. Suddenly, she smiled, laughed for a long time, and dropped the cup she was holding. Shun Lingxue frowned, unable to help but step forward. Mom. Du Ninglan stopped smiling. The kindness was gone, and her gaze towards Gu Xiang was no longer that of an elder towards a junior, but an equal assessment of a competitor. You are amazing, and you will be better than me in the future. She stood up from the sofa, each step steady and firm, her gaze seeming to reminisce about her youth. You are strong, and so is Xiangxiu, but he is not as composed as you. You have seen it too. Xiangxiu is too young and impetuous, lacking the calmness you possess. Shun Lingxue lowered her head, feeling a bit sour in her heart. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being compared to someone else by their own mother, especially when they are the inferior party. Chapter 371. Our son has just grown up. Du Ninglan looked out at the scenery outside the window. From the first moment I saw you on the yacht, I felt you were different from other young ladies. Your eyes are deep and your temperament is reserved. Like a peerless sword sealed in an ancient scabbard, a quality not typical for someone your age. Just by standing there, you can attract everyone's attention. She turned her head, her gaze piercing as she looked at Gu Xiang, who was sitting calmly on the sofa. I don't know what happened to you, but everything you did next surprised me. You are stronger than I was at your age. Even though I'm 30 years older than you and was quite arrogant and self-important back then, but you are completely different. Gu Xiang's ancient well-like eyes looked at her. Aunt Du, you don't need to be modest. Du Ninglan smiled. Xiangxiu is my carefully cultivated heir, with almost no mistakes in any aspect. He will lead Shun Corporation steadily forward. Gu Xiang smiled slightly, but that is not what you want. Du Ninglan seemed to see a confidant and nodded heavily. Before, I thought that would be good enough, but then you appeared. You ignited my ambition. I am not satisfied with Shun Corporation's slow pace. I am thinking, if in the future you can enjoy the dragon meat, it would be great if Shun Corporation could have a sip of the soup too. Shun Lingxue stood silently in place. The Shun family is powerful, and no one in the entire Z country would dare to disrespect him. But his strong-willed mother was treating Gu Xiang in such a humble manner. Gu Xiang said softly, but I will not enter into a marriage alliance. You should understand. Du Ninglan sayed, I understand. The office door was knocked on. Shun Lingxue opened the door, and it was Xiao Wang and others returning. They immediately saw Gu Xiang, and their eyes lit up. Miss Gu, you came to see our president. Shun Lingxue sighed and rubbed her forehead. It felt a bit like a young palace maid joyfully saying to the emperor, Your Majesty, you came to see our empress. Shun Lingxue coldly snorted. Look at those rumors online. They can't even be suppressed now. Xiao, didn't he realize what was wrong? Isn't this a good thing? Our two family stock prices are soaring. I've never seen such a surge. Shun Lingxue knew very well that the reason he had posted to clarify was that he wanted to wait for this wave of momentum to pass. But because of Xiao Wang's rash actions, he was now socially dead. Socially dead, do you understand? Shun Lingxue suppressed her anger and shouted. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't even dare to go out now. Xiao Wang lowered her head, feeling aggrieved. You've done so much for Director Gu, and I just wanted her to understand your feelings. Besides, it was you who encouraged me to do this. Gu Xiang and Du Ninglan turned to look at Shun Lingxue. Gu Xiang had a face full of questions. What did you do for me? Du Ninglan said. I knew Xiu. You are insincere. Shun Lingxue was practically at a loss for words. After a long while, she could only say, "This is really a misunderstanding." Gu Xiang replied, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I hope your employees will not disturb me anymore." Xiao Wang's bright eyes immediately dimmed. "Miss Gu, don't you like it?" Gu Xiang's mouth twitched. This kind of confession wouldn't help in finding a girlfriend. In just 2 days, the confession organized by Xiao Wang had already made it to the top 10 of the online rankings for the most awkward confession videos. Duninglan waved her hand. "You can leave now." Xiao Wang suddenly thought of something. "President, was it really a misunderstanding? You don't like Director Gu at all?" Chapter 372. It's not unacceptable to stick to it. Shun Lingxue nodded. Xiao Wang's eyes reignited with excitement as she looked at Gu Xiang. "Director Gu, do you want a little lover? Many of my young colleagues who went with me are interested in you. They are all fresh graduates, pure and innocent. Both boys and girls, you can choose freely." Shun Lingxue said, "Are the employees of Shun Corporation really that worthless?" Xiao Wang took out her phone. "I specially created a group chat. Director Gu, please add it." Gu Xiang found it amusing and casually glanced. A line of text below the QR code was the group chat name, which surprised her for a moment. Gu's Emperor's Harem of 3,235. Before Gu Xiang could take out her phone to scan the code, Shun Lingxue quickly reached out and intercepted it. Shun Lingxue, with a dark face, snatched Xiao Wang's phone and turned off the screen. Skillfully tossing the phone back to Xiao Wang, she slammed the office door, shutting Xiao Wang outside. Finally, it was quiet. Shun Lingxue turned around. Du Ninglan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This girl had always been so impulsive. Even now, after getting married, she hadn't changed. She turned to Gu Xiang and said, "I'm very sorry that this matter has disturbed your normal life." Du Ninglan stood in front of Gu Xiang and bowed to apologize. Gu Xiang hurriedly helped her up. "You don't need to apologize so formally. We're just having some fun." Du Ninglan shook her head. "I heard that Xingji Entertainment Company is also one of your businesses." Gu Xiang nodded. "Then, I will transfer some signed artists and top agents from Shin Entertainment to you, along with some resources as a way to apologize. You are too polite. The success or failure of an entertainment company largely depends on stars and agents. No matter who has a hot star or a top agent, they will hold on tightly and not let go. Even slightly better agents won't come here to work. Poaching them is harder than cutting flesh from them. An entertainment company like Xingji has no competitiveness at all. The employees and resources provided by Shun Corporation are simply a timely rain." Du Ninglan said, "There is no need to refuse. This is my sincerity." Gu Xiang nodded. In any case, today, she had gotten a great bargain. The two chatted happily for a while, and Gu Xiang left the Shun Corporation's branch building. Du Ninglan sat on the office sofa, her expression more serious than ever. Shun Lingxue felt inexplicably unwilling. Did her mother look down on her son so much? Now she wanted him to rely on an outsider to revitalize Shun Corporation. He couldn't help but awkwardly speak up. Shun Corporation is already the leading enterprise in the country. There's no need to rely on anyone. Du Ninglan asked, "Are you really just satisfied with this? Watching yourself being surpassed by countless successors?" Shun Lingxue lowered his head. "Do you really have so much faith in her? So much certainty that she will surpass Shun Corporation?" Du Ninglan sighed. "Yes, she definitely would. My judgment of people over the years has never been wrong. What use is it to marry back a vase? If your father hadn't had me back then, the Shun family wouldn't be as prosperous as it is now." Shun Lingxue frowned, but she would never agree to a marriage alliance. He was clear-headed. So-called love was just a temporary surge of hormones, and over time, it would be the same no matter who one was with. It would be better to marry a woman who could bring benefits to the family. Du Ninglan smiled. "If I can't marry her, can I not offer my affection?" Du Ninglan leaned back against the sofa, her expression relaxed. "This is the recent development of the Zhao family. You can take a look." Shun Lingxue took the document and opened it to see various data and analysis charts. Chapter 373. Subordinates just need to be obedient. Yi Chun didn't expect that the chairman of his company would have unexpected joy after visiting the Shun family. He was still in the office asking Ruan Susu for ideas. After all, Xingji Entertainment Company was just an empty shell. To restore Xingji Entertainment Company to normal, they needed resources, agents, stars, and internet celebrities, all of which were essential. Just when Yi Chun was at his wit's end thinking about where to recruit people, the chairman called him to coordinate with the Shun family and select some top agents and stars. Yi Chun was instantly invigorated and hurried over. leaving Ruan Susu to handle daily affairs in the president's office. Ruan Susu had been living at Gu Xiang's house during this time, as he still had to work at Binhai Building, and it was inconvenient to go back and forth from the school dormitory. He was focused on reviewing the president's work for the day, and whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he called various departments for inquiries. The president had given a heads up that everyone knew Ruan Susu held an unusual position with the chairman, so the employees' attitudes were relatively humble. Before long, the office door was open from the outside, and Ruan Susu didn't look up. A girl strode confidently to the sofa, tossed her car keys onto the coffee table, and casually leaned back on the sofa with her legs crossed. She looked like a fierce tiger returning home, exuding a domineering aura. Ruan Susu heard the noise of the newcomer, pushed herself up from the office chair, and said, "Chairman." Gu Xiang nodded slightly, raised his right hand to pinch his left shoulder, and asked, "How long have you been here?" They were classmates, spending time together in and out of class. Ruan Susu jumped over a few steps and replied, "I just arrived at Binhai Building when you went to the Shun family." "Uh-huh." Gu Xiang nodded, his eyes glued to his phone without looking away. She said, "You continue working. I'll leave after a while." Ruan Susu agreed, but walked straight to sit beside Gu Xiang, her fair hands resting on his shoulders, gently kneading. During class, Gu Xiang's position was not good, and he always had to angle his upper body to see the PPT, which made his neck sore over time. The massage on his shoulders was just right, with fingers seemingly knowing exactly where he was most fatigued, providing precise relief. Very comfortable, Gu Xiang thought, not wanting to look at his phone anymore, and closed his eyes, turning slightly to make it easier for him to massage. The door was knocked on, and Gu Xiang didn't open his eyes, lazily saying, "Come in." Ruan Susu continued to massage Gu Xiang's shoulders and neck. The manager who entered was somewhat surprised by this scene. He quickly lowered his head, knowing what he shouldn't be looking at. Gu Xiang lifted his eyelids and asked, "What's the matter?" The manager looked down at the floor tiles and said, "It's about the mining site. We've found some machinery partners and construction teams, but we still need to decide which one to choose." "Let me see." Gu Xiang extended his hand. The manager handed over the document with both hands. Gu Xiang flipped through it briefly, and by the end, he turned directly to the last page, which mentioned Keshuan Large Machinery Company. Seeing that this company was listed on the last page of the document, it was clear that it had little chance of being selected. The manager said, "That's a company from Kyoto." He spoke for a long time, essentially advising Gu Xiang against choosing this one. Gu Xiang closed the document and said, "All right, let us go with it." The manager was stunned, and he wanted to continue persuading Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang's dark eyes looked at him. "What's wrong? Is what I say not effective?" The manager quickly lowered his head. "Yes, I will take care of it right away." Ruan Susu furrowed her brows slightly, watching the manager's retreating figure, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. When she saw Gu Xiang turn back to look at her, she slightly curled her lips, resembling sweet cotton candy, her eyes bright and captivating.